Lin Shen was actually familiar with the term breeding pig, because many people in the Suenio base had secretly cursed him like that before. What do you mean? Lin Shen frowned. To put it bluntly, I am the Wan family's breeding pig, responsible for the Wan family's continuation of the family line. Wan Yanbei said. When Lin Shen heard the term breeding pig just now, he had already guessed something and was not surprised. Since the Wan family wants you to continue the family line, they should let you get married and have children earlier. Why would they oppose you? And my eldest sister? You don't want to tell me that there is something wrong with my eldest sister? Lin Shen's face turned cold. No, Xiaowu, you misunderstood. How could there be such a thing? Wan Yanbei shook his head. Repeatedly, the offspring that the Wan family needs are different from what you think. Let's put it this way, many races in the universe, their children are born at the steel level, or even alloy and crystal base level, and the Wan family needs such children. To give birth to such children, parents need to be some special people. Do you understand what I mean? Wan Yanbei said slowly. You mean, they want you to marry another special woman, and then the child you give birth to may be directly steel grade, or even alloy grade, or crystal based? Lin Shen was really surprised this time. He heard from Tian Xian that the Celestials were born crystal based, which is normal. But it is unheard of that humans are born as genetically modified creatures. Yes, I know it's hard to believe, but it's not as hard as you think. Many major tribes in the universe, at the beginning, may be very simple carbon-based life like us humans. It is also after billions of years of evolution that the characteristics of genetically modified creatures gradually appear in their descendants. Wan Yanbei explained. But that is the accumulation of billions of years. How long is the history of human beings, and how many years have they been in contact with genetically modified creatures? Don't tell me that you have evolved to the point where you can give birth to that kind of child now. Lin Shen was a little unconvinced. The evolutionary technique I practice is somewhat special, but it is difficult to produce such offspring with ordinary human women. But if it is not an ordinary human woman, it is very likely. Wan Yanbei said it very tactfully, but Lin Shen still understood it. Wan family wants you to marry a woman of another race? Lin Shen looked at him in a daze and asked. The royal family of the Diamond tribe. Wan Yanbei said softly. Lin Shen stared at Wan Yanbei with wide eyes, and finally understood why the Wan family strongly opposed him and his eldest sister being together. Lin Shen had heard of the Diamond tribe, which ranked similarly to the Tianren tribe, and both were well-known clans in the universe. The royal family of Diamond and the Wan family were naturally marrying up, and even Lin Shen was very skeptical about how the royal family of Diamond could be interested in Wan Yanbei. The human race was not ranked at all in the universe, so how could the royal family of Diamond be willing to marry the human race? It sounded fake. The daughter of the king of the Diamond tribe wants to marry my family. If it doesn't work out, my Wan family on the alien planet may be exterminated. I don't want to hurt Lin Miao, but I can't watch so many of my family members die because of me. Wan Yanbei said this calmly. Then why do you come to see my elder sister? You shouldn't show up again. Lin Shen was a little speechless. I know, your elder sister told me before that she already has a lover. I didn't plan to meet her again, but I just found out recently that she has always been alone. Wan Yanbei looked at Lin Shen and said, I want you to tell her about my current situation, so That she won't wait for me anymore. I have no chance with her in this life. Let her find someone who can accompany her. You think too highly of yourself. Whether my elder sister has found someone else is her own business. It has nothing to do with you before, and it will have nothing to do with you in the future. Lin Shen said and turned away. Wan Yanbei did nothing wrong, but the Lin family and him had nothing to say. I know I was wrong, so before I go to the Diamond Tribe, I want to meet Lin Miao and settle the previous things. I hope both sides can start over. Wan Yanbei said to Lin Shen's back. My elder sister doesn't want to see you, which means she doesn't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Let go of the past. There is no point in talking more. Lin Shen said and left the garden. After Lin Shen left, the thin boss came over, patted Wan Yanbei on the shoulder and said, Old Wan. If it doesn't work, I'll go and tie Lin Miao up. Before you leave, you must meet each other. No need, Xiaowu is right. Since she doesn't want to see me, it may mean that she has let it go. Let it go. That's good. Wan Yanbei seemed to be really relieved. Bullshit, if she has let it go, why do you torture yourself like this? Have you really thought it through? Do you really know what you are doing? Do you know what that means? Wan Yanbei, you are really crazy. Is it worth it for a woman? The thin boss couldn't help but scolded. Worth it. Wan Yanbei only answered one word, Lao Hei, if I fail, help me. Take care of the Lin family in the future. It's too hard for her. Fuck you, I won't serve you. Lao Hei said angrily. After leaving the store, Lin Shen continued to wander around the battlefield. He was also considering whether to tell his elder sister about Wan Yanbei's affairs. Wan Yanbei was powerless to fight against fate, and it seemed redundant to say anything more. After thinking about it, Lin Shen finally decided to tell the eldest sister about this matter and let the eldest sister make her own decision. After passing the weapons area, it is in the area where genetically modified eggs are sold. The genetically modified eggs here are even more diverse, and many of them are genetically modified organisms from the ocean. However, there are very few variations and are basically invisible. There are still too few mutant creatures on the home planet, far from being comparable to Kai Wang. While walking, Lin Shen suddenly saw a stall with a pile of genetically modified eggs, one of which had a thick mosaic on it. Yes. Lin Shen was delighted and hurriedly walked towards the stall. There were many genetically modified eggs piled on top of the stall. After asking casually, the boss said that these genetically modified eggs were hunted from the sea and were laid by genetically modified organisms in the sea. Lin Shen picked up the one with fire and asked the boss. The boss said it was produced by a genetically modified creature similar to jellyfish in the sea. It was steel grade and cost 500 yuan. Lin Shen didn't bother to bargain, so he paid directly for the genetically modified egg, put it in his backpack and continued shopping. After wandering around for a while, he unexpectedly saw another genetically modified egg with a mosaic. But for this genetically modified egg, someone was negotiating the price with the boss, and Lin Shen quickly walked over. After finally finding another one, he hoped to get it even if he paid a high price. Lin Shenqiang suppressed his inner desire and walked slowly to the stall, wanting to hear what the man and the boss had to say first. Fortunately, the genetically modified eggs in the hands of that person have not yet been sold, because the price has not been agreed upon yet. The person who bought the genetically modified eggs was a young girl. She probably didn't have enough money, so she was negotiating the price with the boss. Brother boss, I am a student at the training camp. From now on, when my classmates buy genetically modified eggs, I will introduce them here, so you can give me a discount. The little girl is young and beautiful, wearing the uniform of the training camp, a white shirt and tie, a plaid skirt, sneakers, and a pair of gray stockings. She acted so coquettishly that the boss was immediately confused. Lin Shen watched from the side and exclaimed in his heart. Good guy, dressed like this, is this a serious training camp? Okay, I see you are still a student. If someone else buys you 200,000 yuan less, I will not sell it. I will give you 190,000 yuan, no. 188,000 yuan. The boss lost himself in the shouts of Big Brother, and suddenly there was a discount of more than 10,000 yuan. Hold it, don't sell it. Lin Shen despised the boss in his heart. He looked like he was in his 30s, but he couldn't withstand the slightest storm, as if he had never seen a woman before. Like a young man. Brother boss, I really don't have that much money, why don't you give me a better discount? The girl was obviously still not satisfied with the price, which made Lin Shen breathe a sigh of relief. Sister, I really can't give you any more discounts. I'm not making any money even at 188,000 yuan. The boss was quite principled this time. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Lin Shen was about to say that he was willing to pay the price to buy it, but before he could say anything, he saw two girls wearing the same uniform squeezing over. What are you buying? The girl in the same uniform, but wearing white stockings asked the previous girl in gray stockings. I want to buy this crystal-level ice unicorn. The boss is selling it for 188,000 yuan. I don't have that much money. Said distressedly. Brother boss, I see that you are young and promising. You are doing such a big business at such a young age. You are handsome and wealthy. With your temperament and good looks, you must come from a big family, right? The girl with white silk stockings came up and praised her fiercely. The big boss grinned almost to his ears, but obviously he wanted to make money too. Support his family, so he still stuck to his bottom line and gritted his teeth and said, it really can't get any cheaper. I risked my life for this ice unicorn egg. Dangerous, I went to sea for several months. And finally hunted it from Ice and Fire Island. Wow, brother boss, you have actually been to Ice and Fire Island. I thought you got the goods from someone else. Ice and Fire Island is such a dangerous place, but brother boss, you went there alone to hunt genetically modified creatures, and you also found Ice and Fire Island. Chilance. Eggs are so powerful. Another girl with black stockings folded her hands on her chest and looked at the boss with admiration. Among the eldest brothers among the three girls, the boss brother obviously couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't close his mouth. He scratched the back of his head with his hand and said with a grin, it's okay. It's not that bad anymore. Come on to me. It's not a big deal. What kind of person is this? He has no principles at all. Don't you have parents, wife and children to support? Why did he fool you? After just a few calls? Lin Shen secretly yelled, oh no, the boss is about to fall. We can't let them talk anymore. Went down. Boss, 188,000, I want this genetically modified egg. Lin Shen said directly. The three girls immediately looked at Lin Shen. The boss also looked at Lin Shen, with a very embarrassed look on his face, guessed, this little girl saw this genetically modified egg first. I still have it here. The other ice unicorn eggs are of better quality, so if you want to take a look at these, I will give you a preferential price. Lin Shen thought to himself, those eggs of yours are useless, and they have no fire. No matter how good they are just crystal bases. And the crystal base eggs at this price are definitely not good things. If you take them, they can only be used as cannon fodder. Lin Shen was right. They said they were ice unicorn eggs, but they were not actually unicorns. They were just a genetically modified creature on Ice and Fire Island that looked like unicorns. In fact, they were similar to lions and had a sapphire body. Crystal-based biology. The real name is Qingyu lion, and Ice Qilin is the local name. The surroundings are relatively poor among the crystal level ones. It is difficult to break through 30 in general attributes, they are all in the 20s, and there are very few skills, most of which are single skills, so the price is so low. However, the sapphire lion sells better and looks a bit like an ice jade unicorn, so many girls and young male transsexuals will buy it. I like this one, so I want to buy this one. Lin Shen could only say bravely. Little brother, you look good. I haven't seen such a handsome little brother for a long time. Brother, can you give me your contact information? Lin Shen was already prepared to be scolded, but the three girls did not say bad words to each other, and called each other little brother. Lin Shen felt a little confused looking at the three young, beautiful and lovely girls with different characteristics. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shen said again, it's useless to cry, I want this egg. Little brother, if you really like this genetically modified egg, I will give it to you. Who made you so handsome? Little brother, a boy with such a temperament and charm like you must have some unspeakable addiction, so he must have this ice unicorn egg, right? I love it, I love it. My little brother is so domineering. I like it so much. Lin Shen couldn't help curling his lips in the siege, looking at the three lovely girls, thinking, oh my god, who can stand this? I really blamed the boss brother just now. Ahem, little sister, how much do you plan to pay for this ice unicorn egg? Lin Shen couldn't pretend to be cold anymore, so he had to say. Little brother, I only have 160,000, I can't afford it anyway, you don't have to worry about me, just buy it. Yi said pitifully. Boss, didn't you just say that there are better ice unicorn eggs? How much for two together? Lin Shen asked the boss brother again. Boss brother. The three girls looked at the boss together, their eyes from 8 to 80 years old. I guess no man can stand it. Ahem, if you want two together, I will give you a discount, one is 180,000, two is 360,000. It's a group purchase price, it really can't be any less. The boss said. Boss, you are so nice. You are worthy of being the boss, so charming. Let's buy together, you pay 160,000, I pay 200,000, I want this one, you pick a good one. Lin Shen took the ice unicorn egg from the girl, then took out 200,000 and put it on the stall. Little brother, you are so gentle. Little brother, you look so handsome when you pay. The three girls surrounded Lin Shen, pulling his clothes and arms, and whispering softly, making Lin Shen feel a little confused. After spending 200,000, Lin Shen was very satisfied with the mosaic emerald lion-based egg. Without the three girls, he probably wouldn't bargain, and he would have to buy it at about the same price, so it wasn't a loss now. He took out 160,000 and bought another jade lion-based egg that looked better, and was also very happy. Another girl named Shan also bought a few bottles of drinks and gave one to Lin Shen as a thank you. Before leaving, the three girls wanted to add Lin Shen's contact information, but unfortunately Lin Shen didn't have a communicator, so he could only pretend to be profound and rejected their request. The three girls told Lin Shen that they were students of the ocean training camp. If they had the chance, they could go to the training camp to play with them, and they would treat Lin Shen to dinner. Lin Shen also knew that they were Sui by Shan. And you sure, locals of the Cape Base, and good girlfriends who grew up together. However, Lin Shen did not leave his name, but just said goodbye and left the place quickly. No wonder they say heroes are hard to resist beautiful women. Who can bear this? It's better to have a big base. There are not so many cute and soft girls in Sueño Base. Lin Shen sighed secretly. Master Wu, you can't buy things like this. You will lose a lot. Uncle Lei said on the side. I'm not good at doing business. I'm okay with spending money. Lin Shen said with a light cough. The two continued to walk around the market. Who knew that they met the three girls from the ocean training camp again after a while? The three girls were eating at a roadside stall. When they saw Lin Shen, they insisted on pulling him to eat with them. Lin Shen wanted to refuse, but in the voices of the cute little brother, his legs were not firm enough in the end, and he was pulled to eat something. Lin Shen was going to pay, but he didn't expect Sui to pay the money on her own initiative, and then she took the initiative to ask to be a tour guide to take Lin Shen around. If Lin Shen had money, he wouldn't mind going around with them. It doesn't matter if he spends some money. The problem was that he didn't have much money on him. He wanted to refuse, but was dragged away by the three girls. Fortunately, they didn't ask Lin Shen to buy anything. He bought some things with his own money. Lin Shen looked for a while, but didn't find any more fire-generated eggs. The battlefield was too big. After visiting the area of generated eggs, it was already late. After Lin Shen and Sui separated, they left the battlefield and prepared to visit Instructor Mu. Little Fifth Master, you don't seem to have bought any gifts? There is only one generated egg. How can you go to Miss Bai and Instructor Mu's homes? Uncle Lei knew that Lin Shen had no money on him, so he was going to take some money from the caravan and give it to Lin Shen so that he could buy some more gifts. No, I have my own way. Lin Shen didn't lack anything on him, so he could just take out one or two as gifts. And he didn't plan to go to Concubine Bai, he just planned to go to see Instructor Mu. He picked a gift box on the street and put a set of red super burning helmets and super burning suits in it as gifts. Although these things are not very valuable, they are not easy to find on the mother planet. If they are sold now, they are still very valuable. It can be regarded as a token of my appreciation. My fourth brother has been at the Cape Base for 10 years. He has been living and eating at Instructor Mu's house. He has been taken care of a lot. If he visits him, the gift must not be too bad. Instructor Mu lives in a remote place, not in the prosperous area of the base, and the small yard is not big. After Lin Shen knocked on the door, he saw a gray-haired old man standing inside the door. Instructor Mu, I am Lin Xiangdong's younger brother Lin Shen. My fourth brother has been talking about you at home. He said that he was taken care of by you when he was in the training camp. If I have the opportunity to come to the Cape base, I must come to see you. Under Uncle Lei's hint, Lin Shen knew that the old man was Instructor Mu, and hurriedly stepped forward to say. He had heard from his fourth brother before that Instructor Mu was a very strict person, and he was nicknamed the Devil Instructor in the training camp. But now he looks like a kind old man. His hair is already gray, but he is very neat and tidy, and he has a pair of glasses hanging around his neck, probably reading glasses. This look doesn't seem to be related to the legendary Devil Instructor. Lin Shen also knows that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and he will not be less polite. That kid didn't scold me, it's good. Instructor Mu smiled and opened the door, and said while taking Lin Shen and the others in, you are the fifth child of the Lin family, right? When I lived in your house, you were not born yet. Don't be so polite to me in the future, just call me Uncle Mu. Got it, Uncle Mu. Lin Shen followed Instructor Mu into the yard, and saw that although it was not big, it was very unique, with a few flowers and plants planted, but the embellishment made people feel very comfortable. After entering the living room, Lin Shen put down the gift box. Uncle Mu, this is a little gift. I won't be polite about the gifts you gave me. Leave it there. Let's have a drink at home later. Come on, help me. Let's make some side dishes. Uncle Mu said with a smile. Seeing that Uncle Mu really didn't treat him as an outsider, Lin Shen didn't refuse. He rolled up his sleeves and followed him into the kitchen to help. Xiaowu, I saw your performance on King Kai's planet. You are a good seedling, but you haven't received systematic training. I don't know how that Bradadong taught you. It's just that you are here. If there is nothing else urgent, go to the training camp for a while and lay a good foundation. It will be good for your future, Uncle Mu said while packing up. Lin Shen's mind was not on what Uncle Mu said, because he saw the kitchen. There is something hanging on the wall. Lin Shen didn't know what that thing was, because there was a thick mosaic on it. What is that? It's definitely not a genetically modified egg. Why is there a mosaic? What could be hanging in the kitchen? Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking about it, when Uncle Mu turned to look at him, Lin Shen realized that he had been a little rude and said quickly, brothers and sisters don't want me to go out to fight, they just want me to have a baby safely at home. Raising children, so they didn't teach me that much. They are all young people. Why are they still so pedantic in their thinking? In such a world, who can really be stable for a lifetime? Only if you have the ability, can you be truly stable. Don't listen to them. Come to the training camp with me tomorrow. Uncle Mu saw that Lin Shen seemed to be paying attention to the things hanging on the wall. So he continued, that is the horn of a genetically modified creature. I almost died in its hands during the previous tide of giant beasts in the ocean. At that time I cut off one of its horns and kept it as a souvenir. It emits a scent and is very effective in repelling mosquitoes and odors, so I keep it hanging here. While eating, Lin Shen kept thinking about how to get the fire on the horn. That was the trophy that Uncle Mu had fought so hard for. It was his first time meeting Uncle Mu, so it might be inappropriate to ask for it. It seems that we can only slowly look for opportunities. Lin Shen had to put his thoughts aside for the time being. Fortunately, he had just obtained 2 genetically modified eggs with fire, and they had not yet gotten them to himself, so he was not in a hurry. Uncle Mu told a lot about Lin Xiangdong's previous experiences in the training camp, which were somewhat different from the stories Lin Xiangdong told Lin Shen. When Lin Xiangdong was in the training camp, he was not as invincible as he said when competing with other students. In the training camp, Lin Xiangdong almost never won. Uncle Mu said that Lin Xiangdong had a nickname at that time, the defeated boy, which surprised Lin Shen. This was completely different from the scenery and history he heard from his fourth brother. It seemed that he was not the same person at all. Xiaowu, physical talent is only part of a person's achievements, the key lies here. Uncle Mu pointed to his heart and said, there is an old saying that is very good, as big as the heart is, the stage will be as big as you are. Brother has a big heart, so even if his starting point is very low, among all the disciples I have taught, his future achievements will be the highest. Of course, you have to be big-hearted and have the corresponding execution ability. If you think too much and do too little, you will become a man with too much ambition and a weak hand. Uncle Mu patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, lay the foundation first and go to the training camp tomorrow. I'll teach you myself. Okay, Uncle Mu, I listen to you. Lin Shen was really moved by him. Anyway, he usually has nothing to do, and it is not convenient to show up recently. It is not a bad thing to study with Uncle Mu. His foundation is indeed very poor. Apart from the one-step stabbing technique and immortal trampling, there are no other techniques that he can use. He really needs to improve his foundation. The meal was quite pleasant. When leaving, Uncle Mu gave Lin Shen a registration form and asked him to go back and fill it out. He could just go to the training camp tomorrow. Back at the BMB, Lin Shen told Lin Miao that Uncle Mu asked him to go to the training camp. Unexpectedly, Lin Miao agreed. Whether you study with Instructor Mu, it's not just training, but also learning how to behave, Lin Miao said. By the way, eldest sister, I also met Wan Yanbei today. Lin Shen told the story about Wan Yanbei's meeting today. Lin Miao was silent for a long time before saying, I have known about this for a long time. The reason why I gave up in the first place was because I didn't want him to choose between me and his family. Only then did Lin Shen understand why Lin Miao took the initiative to quit in the first place. She didn't want to make Wan Yan miserable. This is good, let everything be in the past, Lin Miao said with a smile. Lin Shen didn't say anything. The problem between them was inherently unsolvable. It's like the classic multiple-choice question, your mother and I fell into the water at the same time, who are you going to save? Lin Miao's withdrawal was because he did not want Wan Yanbei to solve this problem. Sister, there will be nothing you can't handle. As long as I'm here from now on. Lin Shen patted Lin Miao on the back and said, who are you? If the sky falls, it won't be your turn to bear the burden. Get married and have children as soon as possible. Xiao Bai is also in the training camp. Get rid of her for me. Lin Miao pinched Lin Shen cheek and said viciously. Lin Shen suddenly became depressed. I asked you, why did the eldest sister agree so readily? She is waiting for me here. Back in his room, Lin Shen took out 2 genetically modified eggs with fire, placed them beside him, and soon fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, the first thing Lin Shen did was to look at the 2 genetically modified eggs next to him. As expected, he was not disappointed. The 2 genetically modified eggs were no longer mosaic, and their appearance could be clearly seen. The failed super-based evolutionary Fire falling. After being turned on, it will fall from a high altitude, the speed will become faster, and the destructive power will become stronger and stronger. Lin Shen checked the new fire he had obtained. When he got the information about the first fire, his expression became strange. The fire ability of falling reminded him of a joke he had seen before. There is a technology group, and one day someone in the group raised a question: if a drop of water falls from a height of 10,000 meters, how fast will it be when it reaches the ground, what kind of destructive power it will have, and what kind of impact it will have on people? How much damage is done? The technical experts in the group used various theoretical analysis and various formula calculations to demonstrate how destructive this drop of water would be and how much it could hurt people. Suddenly, a rookie who had just joined the group said, "Haven't you ever been wet in the rain?" The originally lively group suddenly fell into deathly silence, and then the rookie was kicked out of the group chat. The fire ability of falling, like all the previous fire abilities, seems really unscientific. How do I use this ability? Do I have to fall from a high altitude for it to work, or can I achieve the effect of falling by just throwing an object from a high altitude? If I need to fall from a high altitude myself, then the ability is a bit useless. I don't want to kill myself. Lin Shen planned to find time to test this ability later. The failed super-based evolutionary fire, Qinggong water floating. After turning it on, run quickly on the water and you will be able to walk on the water without sinking into the water. The second fire ability made Lin Shen overjoyed. For a person like him who couldn't swim, floating on water was a unique skill. From now on, he no longer has to worry about falling into the water. As long as he can run, no matter how deep the water is, he will not be drowned. Cooperate with the ladder climber. If he uses it, the sea will also surrender under his feet, and there will be no difference between the sea and the peace to him. I wonder if this skill will be effective on that river. Lin Shen thought of the river where the fisherman lived. Lin Shen was thinking about where to go to try out these two fire powers, but Lin Miao came over to wake him up and urged him to report to the training camp. Lin Shen had to fill out the registration form and go to the training camp, but when he arrived at the location of the training camp, Lin Shen was a little confused. The training camps at the Cape base were located next to each other, and the number was astonishing. He couldn't remember the name of Uncle Moo's training camp. It seems that Uncle Moo didn't mention the name of the training camp, right? When he mentioned it, he just said training camp. Lin Shen thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he really hadn't mentioned it. He also thought about how the fourth brother had talked to him about the training camp before, and it seemed that he only talked about the training camp, but not the name of the training camp. Lin Shen originally thought there was only one training camp, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Since they didn't mention the name, Uncle Moo's training camp should be the most famous one. Lin Shen looked around and planned to find someone to ask. Uncle Moo should be famous. It shouldn't be difficult to find out. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to know Uncle Moo's name. Instructor Moo, someone should know it. Lin Shen looked at the young people wearing various training camp uniforms on the street. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he saw the three little girls he met on the battlefield yesterday. Little brother, why are you here? Are you here to find us? The three girls saw Lin Shen and ran over with some surprise. I'm here to sign up for the training camp. I didn't expect there are so many training camps here. Do you know which training camp has a very famous instructor named Moo? Lin Shen said. A very famous instructor named Moo. I don't think I've heard of it. Have you heard of it? Su Yi looked at Bai Shan and Yu Shishir with a confused face. Let me think about it, a famous instructor named Mu. I really can't remember it. Bai Shan and Yu Shishir thought about it, and they were also confused. Think about it again, it should be a more famous training camp. By the way, Bai Shanfei came from that training camp. Lin Shen felt that something was wrong. It stands to reason that Uncle Mu should be very famous. Hearing the three words, Bai Shanfei, Su Yi, and the other two suddenly realized, brother, you are talking about the Shura training camp. It was indeed very famous in the past, but that was more than 10 years ago, and it has been closed for a long time. Bai Shan also said, when you mentioned Bai Shanfei, I remembered that I thought the Shura training camp had closed down a few years ago. After Bai Shanfei came out, I found out that the Shura training camp was still there. Brother, I heard that something happened in the Shura training camp. Several trainees were abused to death during training, and then gradually became unhealthy. Now our ocean training camp is the best. If you want to join the training camp, why not go to our place? We will take care of you. After Yu Shishir said this, Bai Shan and Su Yi also quickly agreed. Lin Shen finally understood why Uncle Mu invited him to the training camp so enthusiastically. Originally, his training camp could not recruit any students now. But since he had already promised Uncle Mu, Lin Shen had to go and take a look. After asking for directions to the Shura training camp, Lin Shen waved goodbye to the three girls. Before leaving, the three girls repeatedly told Lin Shen that if he felt that the Shura training camp was not working, he must go to the ocean training camp to find them. Following the directions given by Su Yi and the others, Lin Shen came to the southeast corner of the base, where there were many training camps. When he found the gate of the Shura training camp, his expression became a little strange. Is this really the training camp that the fourth brother mentioned? Looking at the dilapidated gate and the yard with a lot of weeds growing inside, Lin Shen really couldn't connect this place with the training camp that Lin Xiangdong mentioned. The training camp has produced such a famous person as Bai Shanfei, how could it be so? Lin Shen walked to the gate of the training camp, and the old man guarding the gate was too lazy to pay attention to him and let him go in and out as he pleased. Lin Shen saw several uniformed students running in the yard, running like an 80-year-old old lady. Each of them was lazy and had no energy at all. When Lin Shen was looking at them, they also stopped, panting and looking at Lin Shen. Their eyes seemed a little strange. The training camp was much smaller than expected, with only such a large yard and a few bungalows. The sign of one of the bungalows said office. When Lin Shen walked in, he saw Uncle Mu, who was writing something. Uncle Mu. Lin Shen knocked on the door and called. Uncle Mu was very happy to see Lin Shen, and directly asked Lin Shen to sit down, and asked with a smile, have you filled out the registration form? Filled it out, Uncle Mu. I went back and thought about it yesterday. There are still some things in my hometown. I have to go back in a few days. I can't stay here for a few days. Don't go to the training camp for now? Lin Shen was a little discouraged. Training for a few days is a few days. You learn first. When you go back, I will customize a training plan for you. You can still practice when you go back. It won't affect anything. Uncle Mu took the registration form, looked at it, picked up the official seal, exhaled, and stamped it directly. The tuition for one semester is 13,000 yuan, pay it first. Uncle Mu said with a smile. Lin Shen was speechless, thinking, with the conditions of your training camp, you charge 13,000 yuan for one semester. No wonder no one comes. No matter what he thought, he still had to pay the money, otherwise he would not be able to explain to Lin Miao when he returned. In fact, Lin Shen knew in his heart that Uncle Mu was capable. After receiving the money, Uncle Mu's face suddenly changed, and the smile disappeared from his face, faster than the face changing in Sichuan opera. Xiao Wu, you will be a member of the Shura training camp from now on. When you are in the training camp, you must call me Instructor Mu and obey the instructions during training. Got it, Instructor Mu. Lin Shen stared at Instructor Mu in a daze, thinking, oh my god, how can there be such a person who turns his face away after receiving money? He turns his face away too quickly. Let's go, I'll take you to meet your fellow apprentices first, and then you will start training with them. Instructor Mu said and took Lin Shen to the yard, picked up the whistle hanging around his neck and blew a few times. The trainees who were running lazily came over one by one. Let me introduce you to the new trainee Lin Shen. He will be your junior apprentice in the future. Take good care of him. Instructor Mu introduced the trainees again after he finished speaking. There are only 5 people in total, and basically there is no need to remember them. Instructor Mu also said that Bai Shenfei did not come to the training camp, and now there are only 6 people with her. Okay, just run with them today. To warm up first, and then we will officially start training in the afternoon. Instructor Mu said and left. Lin Shen just wanted to say hello to these trainees, but saw them turn around one by one and continue running slowly. At their speed, the old lady is faster than them run fast. Lin Shen ran after them, feeling that he was not walking as fast as he was walking. But that's okay, Lin Shen is not a person who can endure hardships, so jogging is like walking, and he can also practice walking in the fairy garden. Who asked you to run? Instructor Mu came over again after a while, still carrying something in his hand. Didn't you ask me to run away? Lin Shen looked at Instructor Mu with confusion. I asked you to run, but I didn't ask you to run like that. Put this on. Instructor Mu handed the uniform to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw that the uniform was baggy and not good-looking at all. It was incomparable to the uniforms from the Marine training camp. You spent 13,000 to wear something like this? Lin Shen took the uniform and suddenly felt his arms falling down, almost falling to the ground. Why is this uniform so heavy? Lin Shen looked at the uniforms on the ground in surprise. The senior brothers next to him had expressions on their faces as if they were watching the show. How can I train you if it's not heavy? Put it on and run quickly, don't waste time. Instructor Mu said. After Lin Shen put on the school uniform, he immediately knew why the senior brothers were so awkward when running. It was crazy how fast they could run with such heavy things on their bodies. Young people are always easier to get along with. After a while, Lin Shen became familiar with several other fellow victims. I heard them say that running every day is just the most relaxing activity in daily life. It is not considered real training. You only suffer after you really start training. A few people ran for a while and suddenly saw an image appearing in the sky, and knew that the live broadcast of Caillou had started again. The number of Jenna changers who entered Kaiwang this time was much smaller, but all of them were good players. Most of them were at the crystal base level, and they basically all moved together in groups. Since the last time the Super Combustion Legion was severely damaged by Lin Shen and the others. There seems to have been no movement recently. However, the remaining power of the Super Combustion Legion cannot be underestimated, so the human geneticists are still very careful. They basically fight in groups and rarely act alone. Lin Shen looked at the images in the sky while running, but did not find Concubine by Shen and Ouyang Yudu. Concubine by Shen returned to Haijiao base. It was normal that she didn't go. Lin Shen didn't know why Ouyang Yudu didn't go. Finally got a chance to watch a show, and running was really boring. Lin Shen was looking at it interestingly, but suddenly he saw something was wrong with the image on Mo Xingqi's side. Mo Xingqi led the genetic changers at Cape Base and was hunting a group of alloy creatures when a super burning warrior riding a big red bull came running from afar. Mo Xingqi quickly put his teammates on alert and let go of the surrounded alloy creatures. What surprised them was that the super burning warrior came alone. He was wearing red clothes and a red helmet. He should be at the level of deputy commander. Because the Legion commander was killed by Lin Shen's pet, they subconsciously thought that this super burning warrior was one of the deputy Legion commanders who had escaped before. Although the deputy commander's strength is good, Mo Xingqi and others are at the crystal level, so naturally they are not afraid of him. In the eyes of humans, the leaders of the super burning clan are all the same. In addition, they all wear battle clothes and helmets, so it is difficult to tell who is who. The super burning people look at humans the same way. They can only distinguish different humans from their genetically modified carapace. When the enemy met, there was no need to say anything else. Mo Xingqi and the others immediately rushed forward with their pets, and surrounded the super burning warrior with their pets. Although I don't know why the super burning warrior was left alone, there is no reason to argue with the super burning clan. The relationship between the two parties is life and death, so naturally there is no need to talk about morality. After Mo Xingqi gave an order, the geneticists let their pets launch a siege on him. That super burning tribe is really unlucky. How could he be left alone? The senior brother named Ling Luo said feebly as he ran. That guy Mo Xingqi's strength is pretty good. He should be more than enough to deal with the deputy commander by himself. Why bother? Another senior brother Hifeng also said. Several people were discussing, but suddenly they stopped, and the expressions on their faces became a little stunned. Lin Shen also stopped and looked at the images of Mo Xingqi and the others. More than a dozen crystal-based pets surrounded the super-combustible warrior. The super-combustible warrior didn't even use his basic carapace. He punched several crystal-based pets one by one and knocked them to the ground cleanly. The power of his fists was extremely terrifying. Every time he punched the body of the crystal-based pet, the body of the crystal-based pet was torn apart and exploded. That super-burning warrior looks very strong? Mo Xingqi and the others are in danger, Ling Luo said in a daze. Several other people frowned at the image, and no one spoke. Mo Xingqi and others were shocked and quickly surrounded them while waving their weapons. Bang! The super-burning warrior did not dodge the crystal-based material weapon that was attacking him. He punched the blade with one punch, blasting the knife into pieces. A dozen genetic changes plus so many pets besieged the super-burning warrior. Not only were they unable to gain the upper hand, they were even defeated. Retreat. Mo Xingqi immediately gave the order to retreat, and he himself faced the super-burning warrior. His movement and sword skills are both unpredictable. He doesn't need to fight head-on with the super burning warrior. No matter how powerful the super burning warrior is, he is not afraid. The long sword in Shang-Chi's hand changed, and the person moved quickly like a ghost, leaving behind after images. The sword shadows were like sword rain all over the sky. For a while, it was difficult to tell which one was real and which one was illusory. Shang-Chi's swordsmanship is becoming more and more unpredictable. It seems that he has grown a lot after the battle on Tianqing Slope. He Feng praised. No matter how strong the torrent's power is, it can't be used in front of Shang-Chi, who has weird movement skills. Now there's something exciting to watch. Ling Luo also said. While everyone was admiring Shang-Chi's body and sword skills, the super burning warrior who had been sitting motionless on the back of the big red bull finally moved. The next second, everyone was horrified to find that the sword shadows and afterimages in the sky disappeared, and Shang-Chi's true body appeared in front of the super burning warrior. The long sword in his hand was actually grabbed by the super burning warrior's hand. The blade of the sword. Shang-Chi drew his sword fiercely. But it felt as if the sword was welded and did not waver at all. Crack! The super burning warrior moved his palm slightly and broke Shang-Chi's long sword. He flicked the hand holding the body of the broken sword. And the body of the broken sword penetrated Shang-Chi's shoulder, leaving him no room to dodge. Everyone was shocked. Shang-Chi was already considered a top figure among human genichangers. Only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could be better than him. But in front of this super burning warrior, he was beaten without the power to fight back. This is too terrifying. Go back and tell your compatriots that I, Qingjia, represent the super burning tribe to challenge all human strongmen here. Do they dare to come? Qingjia looked down at Shang-Chi and others arrogantly, just like humans. Looking at cats and dogs on the ground. Damn, this Qingjia is too rampant. Ouyang Yudu and the god of war are not here, otherwise I would just kill him and see if he can still be arrogant. There is no need for Ouyang Yudu and the god of war to take action, a Tian's pet can kill him. Can the super burning tribe be so pretentious? Too arrogant, I can't stand it anymore, come quickly and kill him. For a while, the crowd was indignant, but none of the mutators at the scene was Qingjia's opponent. No matter how angry they were, it was useless and they could only retreat silently. That super burning tribe is really strong. Their speed and strength are both top-notch, and their body strength and toughness are extraordinary. He Feng analyzed. Shang-Chi's body movement and swordsmanship are both very strong, but he is more of a technical type, and his ability to fight head-on is a little weak. If he meets someone who can see through his body movement and swordsmanship, it is inevitable that he will suffer. But that super burning warrior was able to see through his strengths and weaknesses at a glance, which is not simple. Ling Luo also said. What are you doing? Who told you to stop? Instructor Mu's cold voice came from the office, frightening everyone so much that they all started running again. Junior brother, take it easy. You have just arrived and you don't know the depth. Don't bother to keep up with us. Run slowly, otherwise it will take too long. He Feng said to Lin Shen with a smile. Okay, senior brother he. Lin Shen nodded in agreement. This uniform is indeed very heavy, and I don't know what is filled inside, so it is very difficult to run. But after the theory of evolution started to work, although it was still very difficult, his body was gradually adapting, but the adaptation was Obviously much slower, not as fast as adapting to toxins, and he could persist even if he gritted his teeth. Lin Shen still followed at the back and did not fall behind. He Fong and others smiled knowingly when they saw Lin Shen still maintaining his speed and running with them. They have met more than one or two such newcomers. Even when they first joined, they had the same mentality as Lin Shen and felt that they could persevere. Naturally, the result was that they were severely beaten by the society. Instructor Mu's eyes were so vicious. The load he placed on them was exactly the limit they could bear, and they could not hold on for too long. This is the only way for newcomers. It's better to suffer some losses now than to suffer losses later. Fong secretly laughed in his heart. Several people continued to run, and each of them ran as if they were 70 or 80 years old. It's not that they didn't want to run fast, it was because they really couldn't run fast. Every few days, Instructor Mu will adjust the weight for each person, and it will never be easy for them. However, after years of training, their endurance is much stronger than that of ordinary Genachangers. Lin Shen, a newcomer, will definitely not be able to do this. He Fong and the others also recognized Lin Shen and knew that he was the second-generation ancestor. People like him who had never endured hardship would definitely have less endurance. Several people were running slowly like that, and Lin Shen was always at the rear of the crane. After Mo. Xingqi and the others left that area, it didn't take long before they encountered Sui Qinglong and other members of the Sword Alliance. Seeing that Sui Qinglong and the others were going there, Mo Xingqi quickly told them about Qing Jia so that they would not suffer a loss. After hearing this, the people in the Sword Alliance did not underestimate Mo Xingqi because they all knew how strong Mo Xingqi was. The strength of someone who could defeat Mo Xingqi with one move should not be underestimated. According to what you said, the Super Burning Warrior's strength and speed are top-notch, and he must have the blessing skills of strength and speed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to keep up with your sword speed, and it would be impossible to smash the crystal base at will. Material Blade. Sui Qinglong thought for a while and said, if you tell me more about the situation at that time, maybe I can defeat him. Mo Xingqi did not beautify his failure. He said what he had to say and explained the situation in detail. His speed, power, and physical strength are all extraordinary. He must be blessed with skills in this area. And they are not ordinary skills. But he is so unscrupulous, and I have a way to defeat him. Sui Qinglong listened carefully. Afterwards, he said with a smile. What method? Mo Xingqi asked. He also knew Sui Qinglong's strength, which was stronger than his attack ability, but if he could win against Qing Jia, Mo Xingqi was not optimistic about him. Sui Qinglong saw Mo Xingqi's thoughts, took out the pet launcher, and launched a pet. His pet is very special. He is a dark-armored warrior, holding a tower shield in one hand and a strange-shaped weapon in the other. The strange-shaped weapon looks like a hook or a knife, and the guard is like a halberd painted in the sky. There are crescents on both sides, which looks very strange. Brother Mo, my pet is named Yin Yang Wuji warrior. The shield in his hand is the Yin Yang shield, and the weapon in his hand is called the anode blade. These two things correspond to his two innate skills, respectively. Sui Qinglong explained, the skill of the cathode shield is very special. It can rebound power. The stronger the opponent's power, the higher the damage caused by the rebound. But this skill is not the point. The point is the skill of the anode blade. Those who are touched by the anode blade, the human body will fall into a negative state, and the power of various attributes and skills will be reduced. The more times it is touched and the longer it lasts, the more severe the reduction will be. That super burning warrior is so conceited. This yin-yang warrior is his nemesis. Mo Xingqi was overjoyed when he heard this. Although he himself was defeated, he was equally happy that someone could defeat the super burning warrior. This is exactly the reason. The yin-yang wuji warrior is not very fast. He may not be able to hit the opponent when fighting with ordinary crystal-level warriors. However, he is so arrogant. He will definitely confront the yin-yang wuji warrior head-on. This is an opportunity. Sui Qinglong nodded. Road. Everyone felt that this battle was feasible. Even the people watching the battle on the home planet felt that Sui Qinglong's yin-yang infinite warrior was the nemesis of Qingjia. Let the stupid Tauren see human wisdom. There is a price to pay for arrogance. Already looking forward to seeing that Tauren kneel down and sing conquest. Although he felt that this method was feasible, Sui Qinglong decided to fight Qingjia alone just in case. In case Qingjia did not give the yin-yang wuji warrior a chance, he had flying pets to escape. Letting others find a hidden place to wait for news, Sui Qinglong went to the place where Qingjia was alone. Are you Qingjia? Sui Qinglong came to the place and saw a super burning warrior sitting on a boulder to rest. Yes, since you know my name words, you should already have the awareness of death. Qingjia jumped down from the boulder and stared at Sui Qinglong coldly and said, "It's still unclear who will win." Sui Qinglong said, raising his hand and launching the yin-yang wuji warrior. Qingjia just looked at him coldly and made no move. Sui Qinglong didn't talk nonsense and directly ordered the yin-yang wuji warriors to rush forward. The yin-yang wuji warrior was indeed not very fast, probably only at a speed of about 30. He ran up to Qingjia and slashed at him with the yang pole blade. Qingjia directly stretched out a hand and grabbed the anode blade. Sui Qinglong was overjoyed when he saw this, and everyone watching the battle was also overjoyed, feeling that Qingjia would definitely pay the price for his arrogance. Qingjia held the anode blade and frowned slightly. It seemed that he also felt something was wrong, and he could not break the anode blade with force. The yin-yang wuji warrior smashed the tower shield in his hand at Qingjia. Qingjia held the anode blade in one hand, but still had no intention of letting go. The other hand clenched into a fist and directly hit the cathode shield. Bang! There was a muffled sound, but the cathode shield was not shattered by Qingjia. The yin-yang wuji warrior did not even take a step back. Qingjia's body shook slightly. Haha, stupid minotaur. Now you know how powerful it is. Steady, steady. The people who were watching the battle were all smiling, but a green carapace appeared on Qingjia's body, and it quickly wrapped around his body. Surprisingly, Qingjia's carapace did not completely cover his body, and many joints were exposed. Qingjia's shell coverage is only about 70%, which is a bit surprising. For ordinary human mutations, as long as the mutation eggs they use are not too bad, the coverage rate can reach more than 80%. The super burning tribe is obviously stronger than human mutations. Most super burning warriors have a shell coverage rate of 90%, or even more than 95%. Qingjia is so powerful, but the coverage rate is only about 70%, which is obviously contrary to common sense. It's a bit late to use the mutation power now. Sui Qinglong is quite confident in the ability of the yin-yang Wuji warrior. Qingjia has been holding the anode blade. Such a long contact is enough to reduce his attributes and skills a lot. Sui Qinglong roughly estimated that Qingjia's attributes should be reduced by about half now. Even if it is a top-level crystal base, the attributes are reduced by half, which is about the same as the attributes of the alloy level. The power of skills will also be reduced. In theory, Qingjia's current ability is not much stronger than the alloy level. The Yin-Yang Wuji warrior smashed the cathode shield at Qingjia again, but Qingjia still did not choose to dodge, still holding the anode blade in one hand and punching the cathode shield with the other hand. The next second, a shocking scene happened. Under Qingjia's fist, the heavy cathode shield was blasted into pieces, as if it was blown up by a bomb. Impossible. Sui Qinglong was shocked. Obviously, the properties and skills had been weakened by the anode blade, and the cathode shield still had a strong rebound damage ability. Qingjia actually blasted the cathode shield with one punch, which made him unacceptable. Not only Sui Qinglong, but all the humans watching the battle on the mother planet were stunned. Sui Qinglong reacted very quickly. After a moment of shock, he directly hit a colorful crystal bird pet. The colorful crystal bird pet grabbed his shoulders, took him into the sky, and fled to the distance. Because of Sui Qinglong's departure, Qingjia's image gradually moved away. The last scene they could see was that the anode blade exploded like flour in Qingjia's palm. Too strong. With such strength, I'm afraid only Ouyang Yudu and the God of War guards are capable of fighting it. People were shocked. Lin Shen and others who were running were also shocked. That Qingjia's strength is probably not inferior to that of Bai Shiji. He Feng exclaimed. Not only is it not inferior, I don't think Bai Shiji is 100% sure to beat him. Another senior brother Luing also said. It's really annoying to let a super-burning tribe be so arrogant. Ling Luo said with a sneer. Just get used to it. This is just a super-burning tribe that can't even enter the race ranking. When encountering the terrifying existence of those big tribes, humans are even worse. Lu Ying's personality is more pessimistic, and his words are also very sad. That may not be the case. Being invincible at the same level is not just a joke. Although humans are far inferior to those big races in terms of high-end combat power, at the basic transformation level, Junior Sister Bai who practices theory of talent is no worse than any other alien race. He Feng was not very convinced. Several people were talking while running, not realizing that Lin Shen had been following them. It had been more than half an hour, and they still had not pulled away from him. What nonsense are you talking about? You are running so slowly. Didn't you eat breakfast in the morning? Run faster, don't you see that the newcomers are running more easily than you? Instructor Mu's voice came from the room again. When He Feng and the others heard it, they realized something. They turned around and saw that Lin Shen was following them, and he didn't look very tired. Brothers, you have to work harder, don't let junior brother laugh at you. Ling Luo, who was running in the front, sped up. Fuck, I was just looking at that Qingjia just now. He Feng cursed and sped up. They all thought that Lin Shen was able to keep up because he was distracted by watching the video just now and ran very slowly. Now they all took steps and increased their speed as much as possible. But the speed increase was limited. After all, the weight on their bodies was too heavy. After running a few more laps, He Feng and others felt something was wrong. They all started to breathe heavily, but when they turned to look at Lin Shen, they found that he was still relaxed, not breathing heavily like them. It's weird, how come this kid is fine after running for so long? Could it be that Instructor Mu let him off and gave him insufficient weight? He Feng muttered in his heart, but soon denied this idea. Who is Instructor Mu? How could he let him off? Adding water is more like it. This little junior brother has something. Let's not talk about anything else. This endurance is really good. Ling Luo was also surprised. Little junior brother, if you are tired, just tell me, Luing said while panting. Okay, senior brother Lu, Lin Shen responded. Everyone heard his steady voice, full of energy, and no sign of panting, and they couldn't help but feel more confused. Did the devil instructor really let him go? This thought came to their minds again. Instructor Mu in the office looked at Lin Shen outside through the gap in the blinds, his eyes narrowed. This kid is interesting, his endurance is quite good, even better than Dongzi. Back then, maybe he can really become the second 100 defeat king. Instructor Mu watched for a while and saw that Lin Shen was still running the same, but the brothers in front were almost exhausted, so he couldn't help but frowned. It seems that the usual treatment of their training was still not enough, they were not even as good as a newbie, so the next training was doubled. He Feng and several people didn't know that they would enjoy double happiness in the future, so they were still running as hard as they could, but the speed dropped again. Now they have realized that it was not that they were running slowly just now, but that Lin Shen was too good at running. Instructor, are you letting your junior brother go? Ling Luo became more and more tired as he ran, but when he turned around, he saw that Lin Shen was still the same, with no sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help but muttered. He Feng and others also echoed his words. If the weight Instructor Mu put on Lin Shen was really the limit of what he could bear, how could he run so easily? Although his voice was low, Instructor Mu still heard it and walked out of the office, holding a backpack in his hand. Xiaowu, your senior brothers feel that your load is not enough, so I can only add a little more for you. Just carry this. Instructor Mu walked up to Lin Shen and handed him the backpack with a smile. Lin Shen took the backpack and suddenly felt his hands heavy. The weight of this backpack was actually no lighter than the uniform he was wearing. It was twice as heavy. Seeing Instructor Mu bring a backpack to Lin Shen, several senior brothers were happy. The weight inside the uniform can be adjusted, but the weight of the backpack is fixed and cannot be adjusted. A backpack is equivalent to an alloy level weight. If Lin Shen is now at the alloy level, then no matter how much weight his uniform carries, a backpack is enough for him. When they were at the alloy level before, they only carried the weight of the uniform at first, and then started to put on the backpack after the weight inside the uniform was added to the limit. The final qualification line is to run 10 laps in 10 minutes, with the maximum weight of the uniform, plus 2 backpacks, which is 5 kilometers. Of course, that was the result of several years of training. At the beginning, let alone adding a backpack, it was impossible to carry the maximum weight of the uniform. Wearing only the uniform, it was impossible to run 5 kilometers in 10 minutes. After Lin Shen put on the backpack, he suddenly felt that the weight was a bit overloaded, and it was very difficult to run. Originally, he just wanted to learn some basic fighting skills, but now it has become like this. Lin Shen is also a little depressed. People are already here, there is no other way, so I can only keep running. Fortunately, Lin Shen's attributes are top level among alloy level ones, and he can run with such a load. It's just not as easy as before. Even if there is evolution to help him adapt, it will take a process, and it is impossible for him to treat such a load as nothing immediately. Lin Shen ran behind the team, and sweat soon appeared on his forehead. It was also very strenuous to run, and he was almost like several senior brothers, and they all became old ladies strolling. That's right. Seeing Lin Shen's appearance, several senior brothers thought it was normal this time. Instructor Mu observed Lin Shen through the blinds. He Fong and others thought it was normal, but he thought it was a bit abnormal. He Fong and others didn't know how much weight was added to Lin Shen's uniform, but Instructor Mu knew very well that he added the alloy level extreme weight to Lin Shen's uniform. Under normal circumstances, for alloy-based changers who have just started this kind of training, it is already very good to be able to run 5 kilometers under such a load, and the attributes must be top level to be able to do it. Lin Shen was able to keep up with the 5 senior brothers, which meant that his attributes were definitely top level among the alloy level ones. Now he had added a backpack. Theoretically, even if he had top-level attributes, it would be difficult to sustain for a long time. Having top-level strength and speed does not mean that endurance is necessarily strong. Endurance is a standard that cannot be seen in numerical values, and it can only become durable through hard training. Lin Shen knew at a glance that he was not the kind of person who could endure hardships. He could actually keep up with He Fong and the others with the extreme weight and a backpack, which was a bit unusual. Are all the people in the Lin family so interesting? Instructor Mu narrowed his eyes, as if he had seen some fun toys. Junior brother, you are Lin Shandong's biological brother, right? He Fong, who was running in front of Lin Shen, said as he ran. Yes, that's my 4th brother. Lin Shen heard his tone and thought there should be no grudges. So he readily admitted it. That's great. Your 4th brother is my idol. If there is a chance in the future, can you introduce me to the seniors? He Fong said again. Your idol is my 4th brother? Is that true? I heard from Instructor Mu that when my 4th brother was in the training camp, he never won in all the challenges he faced, and his nickname was the 100 Losers Boy. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect He Fong to say that his 4th brother was his idol. Is that what Instructor Mu said? He Fong asked. Yes, what happened? Lin Shen immediately realized that there seemed to be something wrong. It's true that your 4th brother has never won, but his nickname is not the 100 Losers Boy, but the 100 Losers King. He Fong said. What's the difference? It's still the same that he never won. Lin Shen didn't know the difference between the two, as if they were both derogatory terms. Of course it's different. Your 4th brother has never won in a challenge, but he has never challenged the same person. Every time he challenges an opponent who is stronger than the previous opponent, and every time he loses, no one who has been challenged by him dares to fight him again. The title of 100 Losers King is definitely not derogatory, because 100 losses is not the point, the king is. He Fong talked about some of Lin Shandong's past deeds. Lin Shen realized that his 4th brother was not just bragging. He had never won, but he was really good. When he was about to leave the training camp, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the uncrowned king of the training palace. Before Lin Shandong left the training camp, the last person he challenged was Instructor Mu. But no one knew whether he won or lost, because no one saw the battle. Little junior brother, practice well and hold on. Don't embarrass your fourth brother. Lving also encouraged Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't expect that these senior brothers seemed to have a high opinion of his fourth brother. So, I really have to work hard. I can't let the old Lin family lose face. Because of me. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Ling Luo was leading the way, Tianbu. Tianbu now, and Lving followed behind. Fang and Lin Shen were at the end, and the 6 of them ran lap after lap. Originally, Ling Luo and others thought that Lin Shen couldn't hold on for too long. After all, he had a backpack on the first day, and it would be difficult to hold on for too long no matter how loose the uniform was. But after running a few laps, they found that Lin Shen was still catching up. He looked very difficult at first, but now he looked less embarrassed. Before, his clothes were almost soaked with sweat, but now there was less sweat on his forehead. This junior brother is a little. Let's make it a little more difficult. Several senior brothers looked at each other and silently increased their speed. Soon they found that even if they increased their speed, Lin Shen could still keep up. Junior brother, when you were at home before, did you practice with your fourth brother? Fang asked the common doubts of several senior brothers. No, my brother didn't let me learn these, just wanted me to inherit the family business and have children early. Lin Shen told the truth. This made several people stunned. Fang said in disbelief, then what did your fourth brother ask you to practice? You don't need to practice anything, you can eat, drink and have fun. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can get whatever you want. Lin Shen's words made several people envious and about to cry. Junior brother, ask our fourth brother later if the family still needs a younger brother. I can do it. Fang smiled. I have to go back and ask the fourth brother. Lin Shen said with a smile. Seeing that Lin Shen was still able to keep up while running and talking, several senior brothers started to increase their intensity in tacit understanding. Lin Shen was getting more and more tired as he ran. He didn't expect that these senior brothers looked inconspicuous, but they could really run. They all had backpacks on their backs. When Lin Shen came, they were already running. It was unknown how long they had been running. When Lin Shen didn't have a backpack on before, they were all running with backpacks on their backs. Now they have been running for so long, and they are running faster and faster. Their endurance is really extraordinary. Lin Shen didn't realize that these senior brothers were not alloy level, but crystal-based. The weights they carried were also crystal-based, which was different from Lin Shen's. Because Fang and his companions were carrying a much heavier load than Lin Shen, their running speed and endurance were similar. Several people had already increased their speed to the limit, but they still couldn't get rid of Lin Shen. Looking at Lin Shen, who was gritting his teeth and catching up, Fang and his companions looked a little strange. After running 10 laps, several people were almost exhausted. Some bent over and pressed their shaking thighs with their hands. Some people lay directly on the ground, gasping for breath. Because they were all mutants, their internal organs were very powerful, and they didn't need to worry about their bodies being unable to bear lying on the ground after strenuous exercise. At this time, Instructor Mu came out, clapped his hands, and called several people up. Get up. Stretch in groups of 2. Fang and his companions had no choice but to come over and start stretching. In groups of 2. Fang and Lin Shen were in a group. While instructing Lin Shen on how to stretch, he whispered, junior brother, are you and Instructor Mu related? No. Lin Shen was a little confused and didn't know why Hifeng asked this. Then why would he let you go? Hifeng was very suspicious that Lin Shen's backpack had been tampered with. A new trainee, still carrying a backpack, actually ran the whole course, which was really amazing. Let you go? Lin Shen didn't understand what Hifeng meant. Hifeng pointed at his own backpack. And then at Lin Shen's backpack, meaning that there was something wrong with Lin Shen's backpack. Lin Shen misunderstood, reached out and lifted Hifeng's backpack, and immediately felt something different. Hifeng's backpack was obviously much heavier than his backpack. He didn't know that Hifeng was a crystal-based level, and the backpack specially used for crystal-based levels was much heavier than the backpack of alloy level. He thought that Instructor Mu really let him go and deliberately gave him a light backpack. Uncle Mu looks a little ruthless in front of outsiders, but deep down he is still good to me. Lin Shen thought he had wronged Instructor Mu before, and it turned out that he had been taking care of him secretly. Lin Shen felt that he couldn't make things difficult for Instructor Mu since he treated him like this, so he grabbed Hifeng's backpack, brought it to his side and said, Instructor Mu may have taken the wrong one, lend it to me and let me run a few more laps. Lin Shen felt that he had to save Instructor Mu's face, so the best way was to prove that he had the ability to complete the training even if he was not taken care of. Before Hifeng could say anything, Lin Shen had already carried Hifeng's backpack. With the backpack on, Lin Shen immediately felt as if a small mountain was pressing on his back. Luckily, Lin Shen had recently been to King Kai to kill mutants, and had adapted to the strong gravity there, so it was easier for him to carry the weight than ordinary people. And he still had a strength of 31, otherwise it would be impossible to carry this weight bag prepared for the crystal-based level. If it were an alloy-based mutant with less strength, he might not even be able to lift the backpack. Although it felt very heavy, in order not to let Instructor Mu lose face, Lin Shen still gritted his teeth and ran. Hifeng was stunned. He said that Instructor Mu was letting Lin Shen off because he thought that Instructor Mu had tampered with Lin Shen's backpack and the load was not up to standard. Who would have thought that Lin Shen would actually carry his backpack and run? That was a backpack for crystal-based level, and ordinary alloy-based transformers couldn't even lift it. Not only Hifeng, Ling Luo, Lu Ying and the Tian brothers also stared at Lin Shen running on the playground, forgetting to stretch. Instructor Mu had been paying attention to Lin Shen and saw this scene. A strange light flashed in his eyes. What a good Lin family, Xiaowu, his talent seems to be better than Dongzi, I have to polish him well. Lin Shen didn't know that he was wrong. In fact, most people would not have thought that in such a declining training camp, there were only 5 trainees, and all 5 of them were crystal-based. Lin Shen thought that Hifeng and the others were all alloy level like him. These brothers are really good. They can actually run so far with such a terrible load on their backs. I underestimated this Shura training camp. It is worthy of being the place where 4th brother practiced and studied. Even if it is declining, it still has something. Lin Shen thought while running. His speed is comparable to that of an old lady crossing the road. His legs are shaking as he moves. The theory of evolution is already running, but the effect is not very obvious. It can only work slowly. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and continued to run. The people of the Lin family have such a temper. If you are good to me, I will never let you down. Lin Shen felt that his muscles were about to tear apart while running, as if acid water was flowing inside. The uncomfortable feeling is really impossible to express in words. But he still persisted. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has been strengthening and mutating his body so that it can adapt to this level of oppression. The theory of evolution is indeed a very strange evolutionary technique. It has very limited enhancement of the surrounding attributes, or there is no substantial attribute improvement. But it can increase the body's resistance to various things, such as poison, high temperature, low temperature, dizziness, etc. Now, it seems to be able to resist fatigue. However, the strengthening effect of anti-fatigue progresses very slowly, and Lin Shen's body cannot fully adapt for a while, and it is only a little bit of improvement. Theoretically, as long as Lin Shen can bear it, evolution can help him hold on for a long time. Of course, with a load that exceeds his own limit, Lin Shen may not be able to bear it before evolution strengthens his body to that level. Now Lin Shen can only grit his teeth and persist and run as long as he can. I can't lose face for Instructor Mu no matter what. Lin Shen felt that he ran ugly. Rather than running, he was not much faster than walking. He was even slower than some people who walked fast, which was more or less embarrassing. It was already so embarrassing, so he had to finish these 10 laps. At least he had an explanation. He thought so, but he didn't know that the 5 brothers were already numb. They had heard from Instructor Mu that Lin Shen was an alloy-level runner, and an alloy-level runner was running with a crystal-based level weight bag on his back. If Yifeng hadn't just carried that bag, he would have thought that the bag Lin Shen used was fake. As if thinking of something, Luing walked over and picked up the bag that Lin Shen had carried before, and then said to Yifeng and the others, "The weight is fine, Instructor Mu didn't cheat. Do you need to tell me that?" Yifeng curled his lips in disdain. Now he knew that Lin Shen didn't cheat even if he thought with his butt. Our junior brother is really good. How did he do it? I don't think he used any skills. Ling Luo's eyes were always on Lin Shen, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. I can only say that Senior Lin Shandong's brother is strong and different from others. Yifeng exclaimed. The most surprised person was Instructor Mu. He didn't expect that Lin Shen could hold on for so long. No one had ever done such a thing. Even when Lin Shandong was there were many geniuses in the Shura training camp, but no one had ever seen such a monster. When you are at the alloy level, can you carry this? Ling Luo looked at Lin Shen, who was still running, and asked the people beside him. I can carry it, but I can't run. Yifeng said. I can't carry it. Luing shook his head. I can't move it. Tian Buku and Tian Buneo spoke strangely. They had no communication beforehand, but they spoke in unison, as if they were the same person. I'm afraid only junior sister Bai, who practiced talent theory, can do it. Yifeng thought for a while and said another sentence. Is it true that the rumor that Lin Shen has practiced talent theory is true? Lu Ying's eyes were burning with gossip. Do you think junior sister Bai will really abandon Ouyang Yudu and choose junior brother? I think junior brother is handsome and not worse than Ouyang Yudu, so there is no problem choosing him. Tian Buku and Tian Buneo said in unison. Such a long sentence can actually be said by the same person. Several people have already assumed that Lin Shen has practiced talent theory. Only Instructor Mu in the office knows that Lin Shen has not practiced talent theory. Instructor Mu was looking at Lin Shen's registration form. The level filled in on it was alloy, and the column for the basic transformation technique he practiced was evolution. Instructor Mu frowned slightly when he saw that Lin Shen's basic transformation technique was evolution. But after this deliberately conducted entrance test, Instructor Mu discovered that Lin Shen, who practiced evolution, actually had an unusually terrifying potential. Before, Tianqing's Tian also practiced evolution. Could it be that evolution has a mystery that ordinary people cannot understand, and the effect of practicing it can be comparable to talent theory, or even exceed talent theory? Instructor Mu's mood was very complicated. He Feng and the others thought that when Bai Shenfei was at the alloy level, she could actually do what Lin Shen is doing now. But Instructor Mu knew that even if it was a little heavier, Bai Shenfei could carry it and run, but she couldn't run for that long. Talent theory is very strong, so strong that it can challenge higher levels, but it is impossible to be as persistent as Lin Shen. The problem of insufficient endurance was already very obvious in the Battle of Tian Xingpo, when Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei performed. In the case of extreme combat, the combat effectiveness of talent theory is the strongest in the first hour, but as the battle time lengthens, the combat effectiveness of Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei is constantly declining. This is not a problem, all base changers are like this, and this problem can be improved by changing the battle rhythm or self-controlling the distribution of strength. But in the final analysis, it is just to allocate the strong period to different time periods, which does not solve the problem in essence. If they encounter a long-term high-intensity battle, their combat effectiveness will gradually decline like ordinary base changers, but the decline is slower than that of ordinary base changers. Instructor Mu has not seen many base changers like Lin Shen who can always last in a high-intensity state. Do people who practice evolution theory have a chance to defeat people who practice talent theory? Instructor Mu really wants to know the answer to this question. Bai Shenfei actually does not need to participate in the training camp. The Bai family specializes in studying talent theory. No one knows talent theory better than the Bai family. And of course there is no need for others to teach Bai Shenfei. The main reason why Bai Shenfei came to the Cape base to join the training camp was to ask Instructor Mu to help her do the most scientific physical training. This kind of training is quite fruitful. In the Battle of Tian Xingpo, Ouyang Yudu's physical fitness was obviously problematic, but Bai Shenfei was not so serious. The burst of talent theory is strong, and the endurance of evolution theory is long. Which is more important, the burst or the endurance? Instructor Mu is looking forward to the collision of two different styles. Lin Shen ran 10 laps on his own, but he still felt very uncomfortable. He threw down his backpack and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. When running, sweating was not so serious. When he stopped, sweat beads came out, dripping out. Junior brother, your physical fitness is good. He Feng brought a bottle of water to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the water and drank a sip. He immediately felt something was wrong and looked at He Feng in confusion. This is an extract of the base change liquid. Drink it. It's good. For you. He Feng said with a smile. Don't be polite to him. Your senior brother He Feng is the young master of Tianxia Commercial Bank. His family has everything, especially money. Ling Luo said. Lin Shen's heart moved. He had heard of the name of Tianxia Commercial Bank. It was the largest merchant in the Cape base. Its business was not only spread all over the mainland, but also had many channels overseas. If He Feng was really the young Master of Tian Commercial Bank, then he was a real rich second generation. Lin Shen was at most the son of a small shop in the countryside. Senior brother, he is actually from the He family of Tian Commercial Bank. Lin Shen looked at He Feng in surprise. The Shura training camp, which had already declined, actually had big shots. Who would send their descendants here? It's not worth mentioning. We are all human beings. What's the difference? I just have a few more buildings than you, I am more handsome than you, and I have thousands of stores all over the world. It's nothing. Just work hard and you will have it in the future. He Feng had a humble expression on his face. The brothers raised their middle fingers to him in unison, and even had the urge to beat him up. Instructor Mu came out and asked them to eat something and then rest for a while. Lin Shen didn't expect that the training camp would provide meals, so the more than 10,000 yuan was not wasted. When the meals came, he found out that they were just a few bottles of different base mutation liquids, and there was no real food at all. After drinking the base mutation liquid, several people sat at the door together and watched the sky image. Since Wu Qinglong was defeated, he has been actively looking for allies, hoping to use the advantage of strength and numbers to get rid of Qingjia. However, Wu Qinglong's behavior has caused different opinions among humans. Some people think that since Qingjia came alone to challenge the human strongman, he should defeat him one-on-one. Otherwise, even if he defeated Qingjia with more people, the human face would still be bleak. Others think that there is no need to talk about any rules with the super burning tribe. War is not a child's play like the ring. Killing the enemy is victory, and the means don't matter. So when Wu Qinglong wanted to unite with others to besiege Qingjia, some powerful base changers refused him. Everyone knows that their every move is watched by the whole world, and some people don't want others to see their behavior of besieging Qingjia. This hindered Wu Qinglong's actions, and he still can't do anything. Lin Shen agrees with Wu Qinglong's approach. Now humans and Super Burning Tribe are competing for the resources of King Kai, not a sports game where friendship comes first and competition comes second. Solving the problem is the most important thing. If Qingjia doesn't die, many people may die at his hands in the future. After the break, the cruelest training session in the eyes of several seniors began. Running was already so difficult, but that was just a warm-up before the training. Lin Shen thought that the real training would be so cruel, but the real training was actually sitting still. Instructor Mu asked He Feng to teach Lin Shen how to sit quietly. After Lin Shen learned it, Instructor Mu moved a chair and sat opposite them to watch them. And Lin Shen and his friends only needed to sit there in a meditation posture without moving, and they didn't need to practice anything. You could think about anything, or even wander around in the sky, but you couldn't move. It was just sitting and not moving. Lin Shen didn't think it was cruel at first. But after sitting for a while, he felt something was wrong. In essence, Lin Shen was a playful person, and he wanted to try all kinds of new things. It's okay to let him sleep in, but when he didn't fall asleep, you asked him to stay still. Lin Shen gradually found that this was really uncomfortable. Oh my God, who invented this exercise method? It's so torturous. I'd rather run 10 more laps than sit down anymore. Lin Shen felt uncomfortable all over, and even felt itchy for no reason. If Instructor Mu wasn't sitting opposite him, he would definitely not be able to sit still, or at least he would reach out to scratch it. But seeing Instructor Mu staring at him without blinking, Lin Shen could only hold back and not move. I won't come tomorrow no matter what. Lin Shen had made up his mind to withdraw from the camp tomorrow and definitely not come. It didn't matter if the more than 10,000 yuan was thrown away. He didn't care about that little money, and he wouldn't bear this sin. Even if he didn't come tomorrow, he still had to complete today's training, so Lin Shen had to figure out how to get through it. Then practice the Sutra of Greedy Life and Fear of Death. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that this was the only way. He held his breath and began to practice the Sutra of Greedy Life and Fear of Death. Originally, he only practiced this thing when he slept, and he definitely didn't practice it at other times. Now he had no choice but to start practicing the Immortal Sutra, close his eyes, and relax his mind, letting his breath flow slowly with his breathing. When the Immortal Sutra began to work, Lin Shen's heartbeat and blood flow became much slower, and it was getting slower and slower. His heart beat so slowly, sometimes it beat once a minute, sometimes not even once. With the practice of the Immortal Sutra, this interval was getting longer. When practicing the Immortal Sutra, Lin Shen was in a deep sleep, and he didn't feel uncomfortable. When the meditation was over, it was already afternoon. Instructor Mu started to teach them some theoretical knowledge of fighting skills, and the practical class was free activity. He didn't care what you wanted to practice. Lin Shen also saw that instructor Mu only focused on 2 trainings, one was running and the other was meditation. Other theoretical knowledge and fighting practice were just taught casually. Instructor Mu didn't care whether Lin Shen and his friends could learn it or to what extent. After a day of training, Lin Shen returned to his residence. Lin Miao asked him about his training today. He was obviously disappointed to hear that Bai Shenfei was not in the training camp. Lin Shen now thinks that going to the training camp is not bad. He can practice physical fitness and meditation. When meditating, he can practice the Immortal Sutra, which is also considered sleeping. Then he can go to King Kai's planet to hunt metal warriors at night. After returning to his room at night and locking the door, Lin Shen activated the teleportation ability of the watch and came to the colorful desert again. There was still no one around. Lin Shen used the base transformation shell to wrap his whole body, and summoned the evil dragon at the same time. He rode the evil dragon in the desert to find the red and gold warriors. Ordinary blue and gold warriors are no longer useful to him. Now only finding red and gold warriors is useful. But the number of red and gold warriors is too small. He has only encountered 2 in total for so long. The evil dragon flew in the air for a long time. Lin Shen searched the desert below and could see many groups of metal warriors, including blue and gold warriors. Occasionally, purple gold warriors can be seen, but no red gold warriors are seen. Just when he was feeling depressed, he suddenly saw a green light appear in the desert ahead. Looking carefully, there was actually a group of jade-like warriors in front of him. They looked very similar to metal warriors, but their bodies were made of green jade, reflecting green light in the sun. In that green, there was also a purple jade-like warrior, who was obviously a mutant. There are actually groups of crystal-based warriors. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Originally, I thought that all the creatures in the desert were alloy creatures. After running for so long, I saw only metal warriors. I thought it was the same as the situation on Saupa. Lin Shen directly launched his pets and let them fight with the jade warriors below. The frost swordsman challenged the purple jade warrior alone. Kill the crystal-based creature green crystal warrior. The information prompt of the Watch, let him know the real names of these warriors. The Green Crystal Warrior is the crystal-based version of the Green Gold Warrior. It has great strength and high defense, but it is slightly slower and less tough. Their main skills are heavy attack and collision, as well as rapid body recovery. The Mutant Warriors have higher speed and toughness, and also have some skills similar to charging and dominance. Kill the mutant crystal-based creature Amethyst Warrior. It is indeed a mutant crystal. Lin Shen watched the Amethyst Warrior being killed by the Frost Swordsman, and he was not surprised after seeing the information. The Frost Swordsman was sure it was really powerful. After being injured by his sword, the base change fluid in the body was frozen, and the mobility became very poor, and even lost the ability to fight. In the end, which was similar to the solidification of the dead fans. After collecting the base change fluid of the Purple Crystal Warriors, Lin Shen rode the dragon again and found a large number of crystal base warriors in the following desert. Among them, the Green Crystal Warriors were the main ones, and occasionally Blue Crystal Warriors and Purple Crystal Warriors could be seen. After Lin Shen used the base change fluid of the Purple Crystal Warriors and Blue Crystal Warriors, the base change rate increased again, which made him overjoyed. If this goes on, I should be able to achieve a 100% base change rate in this desert. Lin Shen felt that the future was bright and he was just waiting to be promoted to the crystal base. After being promoted to the crystal base level, Lin Shen planned to focus his main energy on the crater planet and lay a foundation for his ascension. It would be best to get some mutant ascension eggs. If he couldn't find the original eggs used for ascension, he could only settle for the next best thing. Even Wei Wufu said that the original seed eggs used for ascension were hard to find. Lin Shen also asked him about it. Although Wei Wufu did not say it explicitly, it might not be that easy to get the original seed eggs used for ascension from Tiancheng. It is impossible to exchange ordinary materials for the original seed eggs from the Wei family. Just thinking about it, I suddenly found a strange thing in the desert ahead. Hey! What is that? Lin Shen saw that a huge mushroom seemed to have grown in the desert. Of course, it was not a real mushroom, but a pile of sand that looked like a small hill. Lin Shen felt that the sand pile was very strange, no matter how the wind blew, and it was impossible to blow out such a sand pile unless it was artificially piled up. Lin Shen let the dragon fly a distance higher in the sky. Within the range of vision, no human or super burning tribe was seen. It was not piled up by humans and super burning tribe, could it be those colorful crystal warriors? Lin Shen was curious, riding the dragon to approach the sand pile, and then flew around the sand pile. Lin Shen was surprised to find that this was not a sand pile at all, but a sand shell glued together with sand, with a small hole underneath leading to it. Lin Shen jumped up from the dragon's back, came to the small hole, picked up the flashlight and shone it inside. After taking a photo, Lin Shen's mouth opened wide immediately, and he saw that there were densely packed ostrich egg-sized mutation eggs inside. Most of them were green crystal-like mutation eggs, a few were blue crystal mutation eggs, and there were some scattered purple crystal mutation eggs. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that after a rough scan, he actually saw 3 red crystal mutation eggs among them. I'm rich. So many mutation eggs should be enough for my mutation rate to reach 100%. Lin Shen was ecstatic and went directly into the small hole. There were too many mutation eggs here. Lin Shen could use the mutated ones himself, and if he couldn't use them, he could give them to his elder sister to sell. However, how to carry so many mutation eggs back was a problem. The backpack couldn't hold so many things. If he wanted to teleport back, he had to be able to touch them or carry them. In the bag, the packages that Lin Shen brought could only hold 100 or 200 at most. There were at least thousands of mutation eggs here, and he couldn't carry them all at once. Take all the mutations away first. Fortunately, I came early. It is indeed beneficial to open up the wasteland. Lin Shen reached out and took out a large package. He shone a flashlight on the base mutation eggs around him and picked out the mutant eggs from it and put them in. This red crystal base mutation egg is a bit strange. Lin Shen picked up a red base mutation egg, but found that this base mutation egg was a bit special. Red base mutation eggs. Lin Shen found a total of 3 just now, but the red color was pink, and this red base mutation egg was obviously darker than those few. It was blood red. Now there is no time to study it. Carefully, Lin Shen stuffed it into the package, and then continued to pick other mutant base mutation eggs. After working for a long time, he collected all the mutant eggs he could see. A total of 34 blue crystal base mutation eggs, 14 purple crystal base mutation eggs, and 4 red crystal base mutation eggs were found. Among the 4 red crystal base mutation eggs, the deep red base mutation egg was included. So many gains, for Lin Shen, it was like finding a treasure guarded by an evil dragon. The key is that there is no evil dragon guarding here. I am a porter, I am good at carrying. I want to move that big house, empty and clean. Lin Shen hummed a song while lying on the pile of green crystal base eggs to rest. With this big treasure, he didn't plan to go anywhere. When the time came, he would teleport back directly. Then he could teleport several times repeatedly to empty the base eggs inside. Think about how much thousands of crystal base eggs would sell. 4. Just this batch of crystal base eggs can make Lin Shen rich. However, Lin Shen is not very good at doing business, so it is better to leave it to his elder sister. After this batch of base eggs is sold, my wealth alone can buy half of the Cape base. In the future, everyone will call me Lin Banching when they see me. In the future, I will only eat eggs laid by chickens. I will only drink milk from cows. I must have 4 bathing workers. I will wipe from front to back and left to right. Lin Shen was thinking about the beautiful life in the future, when he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the cave entrance. Lin Shen was startled and quickly turned off the flashlight, staring at the light at the entrance of the cave nervously. Damn, could it be that the egg-laying came back? Lin Shen was still a little nervous. There were so many genetic mutation eggs here, and it was definitely not possible for 1 or 2 colorful crystal warriors to give birth to them. What if it was a super large group of warriors, with tens of thousands of colorful crystal warriors surrounding him, and it was hard to say whether he could escape. The combat effectiveness of those blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors was still very strong, but they were not as strong as the frost swordsman. It was no problem for the frost swordsman to fight 1 or 2 alone, but if 10 or 8 rushed up, the frost swordsman would only be beaten up. Lin Shen's expression changed constantly, and when he was considering the consequences, he suddenly saw a figure coming in from the entrance of the cave. Although it was pitch black in the cave, looking at the outline of the figure, it was obviously not a colorful crystal warrior, but a human. Half of the man's body went into the cave, and then he stretched out the flashlight to shine inside. Lin Shen stood close to the sand wall, and the flashlight did not scan him. The man saw so many Crystal eggs, and his reaction was the same as Lin Shen's, or even more exaggerated than Lin Shen's. Oh my God, I'm rich, I'm really rich this time. The man shouted in surprise, followed by a burst of laughter. Hey! Why are there only green crystal eggs? Soon the man found something wrong. He obviously also knew something about the colorful crystal warriors. Seeing that there were only green crystal eggs in the cave and no mutant eggs, he felt something was wrong. The man immediately picked up the flashlight and looked around the cave. Ran randomly. Suddenly, the man felt a strong light in front of his eyes, and he couldn't see anything. He reacted immediately and immediately used the flashlight to shine on the other person. Who is it? The man held the flashlight in one hand and compared it with Lin Shen, and covered his face with the other hand. Both of them had a strong light in front of them, and they couldn't see what the person opposite looked like. Friend, you are late. I found this place first. Lin Shen also covered his face with one hand and shone the flashlight on the man with the other hand. This was just a subconscious action. He was wearing a super burning helmet, and others couldn't see his face at all. Nature's gift is naturally for those who see it. Friend, there are so many genetic mutation eggs. Here, you can't take them all by yourself, isn't it beautiful to share them together? The man still shone on Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood what he meant. Generally, humans come in through the Kai-King cultivation device. This time, they are randomly in the desert area, and they may not be able to randomly come here next time. With so many genetically modified eggs, one person certainly cannot take them away at once, and he may not be able to come here next time, so it is useless to occupy them. His idea is good, but Lin Shen is different from him. Lin Shen can record the coordinates and come in repeatedly, so it is not difficult to take them all back. Lin Shen naturally cannot expose the fact that he can teleport at will, so he just asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name before we talk about other things." Lin Shen meant that you should reveal your identity first, and we can talk about it if we are not hostile. Now Lin Shen is a little depressed, because if he comes in by himself, he will not be broadcast out, but the person opposite is broadcasting. So he will be broadcast out. The secret of this sand pit is definitely not kept, but it is also difficult to find this sand pit in the vast desert. Even if it is Lin Shen himself, if he is not located and is thrown in other places in the desert, it is probably like looking for a needle in a haystack to find this sand pit again. Now Lin Shen is thinking about how to get rid of this person, either make him shut up and get out, or kill him. As long as he doesn't come again, Lin Shen can clear this place out by teleporting a few times. Why should we meet before? It's first come, first served. You get the big one, that's your destiny. The remaining brothers drink some soup. We will meet again in the future, and there will be friendship. What do you think? Brothers? The people above did not think so. To reveal his identity, he just said that the two of them are not in conflict with each other. Lin Shen felt that what this man said made sense. If Lin Shen really couldn't take it away, there would be no problem in letting him take it as he pleased. The key is that Lin Shen can take away, and there is no telling how much this person can take away. Lin Shen only brought one package and a few small backpacks. He couldn't take much at one time, because he could go in and out at any time and didn't need to carry so many packages. But others may not be like this. If the other party brings a big package and takes away all the green crystal eggs, Lin Shen cannot accept it. It's okay to drink soup, but it depends on how much you drink. You can't just serve it in one pot. Lin Shen said. You can take as much as you want, that's your business, I don't have any objections, the man said. Lin Shen remained silent, and the two of them were in a stalemate. The man's meaning was very clear. He didn't care how much Lin Shen took. How much he took had nothing to do with Lin Shen. Friend, it's useless for you to keep guard. You can't take the things away, so why are you so persistent? I don't know if I can come here again next time, so there is no point. The people outside continued to persuade. What if I said, I can pack it all up and take it all away? Lin Shen thought for a while and said again. This time it was the other party's turn to be silent. The other party didn't care that Lin Shen took away the mutated eggs on the premise that there were enough green crystal eggs here. As long as they took away enough, they could still be sold at a high price. If Lin Shen took them all away, he would not be able to accept it. Brother, Shaman swordsman, I have something to discuss. After a moment of silence, the person above suddenly reported his name. Lin Shen said in his heart, good guy, you are so soft. This is to squeeze out the registration numbers. What a pity, I have never heard of this name. Is Shaman swordsman famous? Ah. Is this man Shaman swordsman? Real or fake? Let me go. It turns out that this person is Shaman swordsman. I didn't notice it at all before. Haha, Shaman swordsman actually went to King Kai. The person below must be confused now. Shaman swordsman couldn't discuss it with him just now, and he must be regretting it now. This is interesting. I really want to see what that kid's expression looks like now. Lin Shen didn't know Shaman swordsman, but many of the people watching the battle on his home planet knew Shaman swordsman, and they all became a little excited. Unfortunately, the two of them were shining bright lights on each other, and the image was haloed, making it impossible to see what the person behind the flashlight looked like. However, as soon as Shaman swordsman's name was announced, most people felt that the people below were going to suffer. Although Shaman swordsman is not as famous and legendary as Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu, in some places, Shaman swordsman is also synonymous with the strong. As a wandering genetic changer with no identity or background, Shaman swordsman has traveled to many places and left behind many amazing stories. One of the things that is most talked about is that Shaman swordsman picked a base for a woman. Although that base is not a super base, there is an ascended one sitting there. Shaman swordsman destroyed the family in that base in front of the ascended one. And the ascending one was also injured by it, and he died of old injuries not long after. People who know this matter have no lower evaluation of Shaman swordsman than Ouyang Yudu, and even praise him more. After all, Ouyang Yudu is backed by the entire Ouyang family and the Shanai base, but Shaman swordsman is from a grassroots background. It is indeed too difficult to reach this point. Shaman swordsman also went to Tiancheng and helped the Wei family garrison there for 4 years. During this period, he experienced countless beast tides, large and small. Regardless of achievements or experience, Shaman swordsman can be regarded as the pinnacle of human gene changers. However, it is said that Shaman swordsman is moody and has a very weird personality. Just seeing how he destroyed a base family with ascendants for a woman shows how ruthless this person is. From the perspective of a spectator, Shaman swordsman was so easy to talk to at the beginning, which was enough to give him face. It turned out that the person was too unknown. Now that Shiman swordsman reported his name, it was naturally impossible for him to only take half. It's a good name. I'll remember it. If you don't have anything to do, please come back. Lin Shen didn't like this. As soon as these words came out, the faces of those watching the battle became strange. That was the Shiman swordsman, who had singled out the ascended person. Although he failed to kill the ascended person at that time, the ascended person did die because of the battle with him. The people below seemed to have never heard of such a character, and the tone was still, it's still so big, it's like slapping Shiman swordsman in the face. Haha, I guess everyone is confused now about Shiman swordsman. This brother is really awesome. Even the top genius from a super big family can't talk like this when he sees Shiman swordsman. It's over, it's over. We might have been able to take away some of the genetically modified eggs just now. Let alone taking away the genetically modified eggs now. I'm afraid it's hard to say whether we can even save our lives. Brother, you really don't know what kind of ruthless person this Shiman swordsman is. This person is so tough, he must have some confidence. Maybe he is from a super family. It doesn't matter if he comes from a super family. It's not like Shiman swordsman has never taught the geniuses of those big families a lesson before. Talent. Simon Jianka was indeed a little confused. In recent years, he had never met a mutator who didn't give him face. Since brother is so stubborn, then we can only follow the rules of the rivers and lakes. Shiman Jianka sighed. What rules of the rivers and lakes? Lin Shen asked. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Shiman Jianka said. Why don't you say it earlier? Why are you pretending to be polite and saying so much nonsense? If you have the ability, come down and take it. Lin Shen sneered. It makes sense, then I'm sorry. Shiman Jianka said and jumped into the sand shell, standing opposite and confronting Lin Shen. Brother, if you and I fight, it will not benefit anyone to hurt so many mutated eggs. How about this, neither of us will use pets, I will only use 3 swords, if you can block my 3 swords, I will leave today, how about it? Shiman Jianka continued. Good idea, I think it's feasible. Lin Shen replied. Then it's settled, I'm going to draw my sword. As he said that, Shiman Jianka drew his sword out of its sheath. His sword was very narrow, with the blade only 1 finger wide, emitting a faint blue light, as if it was carved from sapphire. When the sword came out, it turned into a blue lightning and stabbed towards Lin Shen at an astonishing speed. Almost at the same time as the sword came out, Shiman Jianka's flashlight went out at the same time. What was even more unexpected was that when Shiman Jianka drew his sword, Lin Shen's flashlight also went out. In the sand cave of the black hole, only the blue lightning flashed through the dark space. There were a series of loud clanging and explosions. The spectators were stunned, and many of them opened their mouths wide, because they saw 2 figures with fluorescent lights flashing on their bodies fighting, and those 2 figures were obviously not human beings, but 2 mutant creatures. Oh my god, these 2 people are scums. They said they would not use pets, but they are talking nonsense. Damn, so insidious. Shiman Jianka was so sincere just now, I thought they really didn't use pets. They should all have pet launchers. I didn't hear any gunshots. They were all Lao Lu. What kind of pet is that? It looks so powerful. The one with a sword, glowing green, looks a bit like a frost warrior, but frost warriors shouldn't have swords, right? The other one glowing red, it can't be the mutated crystal-based creature Deathblade of Tian. Everyone watched the two pets fighting in the dark sand cave, and the faint light on their bodies could not illuminate the darkness. Lin Shen and Jianke were both hidden in the darkness, and no one knew where they were. When the two pets fight, it is inevitable that the nearby green crystal eggs will be affected. In a short time, dozens of them have been broken. The fighting power of the Frost Swordsman is already quite strong, and the opponent's pet is not worse than the Frost Swordsman. For a while, they are evenly matched. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise broke out where the Frost Swordsman and the Deathblade fought. And the shock wave shook the surrounding green crystal eggs and rolled them all around. What happened just now? How could there be a collision in that place? The attacks of the two pets did not go to that position? Didn't you see it clearly? It was Shaman Swordsman and another person. They both wanted to sneak attack each other's pets in the dark, but they just happened to meet. No one succeeded, and the two people fought head-on. Damn. It's so insidious. These two people are really a good match. Bullshit, it's obviously Pan Jinlian meeting Sudaji. One is more evil than the other. Several people gathered together to watch the video and laughed. Laymen watched the excitement. Experts watched the doorway. Most people just watch the excitement. Those who really understand are secretly shocked, guessing who Shaman Jianke met. In such a dark environment, he was able to discover the opponent's calculations while sneaking, and was able to change his moves in time to deal with it. He didn't fall behind after a hard fight. Shaman Jianke's opponent is a bit strong. Lin Shen hid in the darkness, and was a little surprised. He just used the cowardly and fearful sutra, held his breath and quietly approached the battlefield, originally wanting to sneak attack. Unexpectedly, he found that the opponent had the same idea. He discovered Shaman Jianke first. When Shaman Jianke attacked the Frost Swordsman with his sword, Lin Shen directly drew his gun and shot the mutant black-armored centipede at Shaman Jianke. Unexpectedly, Shaman Jianke's reaction was so fast that he changed the direction of the sword halfway and cut the mutant black-armored centipede aside. Such reaction and ability are indeed quite scary. Shaman Jianke was also sweating coldly. He didn't hear Lin Shen approaching. Not even his heartbeat. Suddenly, the mutant black-armored centipede that flew like a black shadow frightened him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't see clearly what was flying over, and he desperately changed his moves to chop the mutant black-armored centipede away. Until now, he didn't know what he had chopped away. This man is weird. Shaman Jianke didn't dare to attack easily again, and didn't even move his position, for fear of revealing a flaw. He didn't know when and where the other party would appear, and he didn't dare to turn on the flashlight. Now that the flashlight was turned on, the other party knew his position, and who knew what insidious tricks were waiting for him. Shaman Jianke didn't dare to move, and Lin Shen didn't dare to move either, and the two of them were in a stalemate again. Only the Deathblade and the Frost Swordsman were playing in the sand cave, and the sonic boom and shock wave were constantly shaking the entire sand cave and causing sand to fall down continuously. Green crystal eggs were rolling everywhere, and many of them were broken. Brother, this is not a solution. No one can benefit from it. How about we talk about it? Shaman Jianke's voice was erratic. And it was unclear where his voice came from. Good, when Lin Shen just said the word good, and saw a cold light flashing from the air, and a crystal-based dart pierced into the sand shell. The green crystal-based dart flashed with fluorescence. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was not in that position, and the dart also missed. It's so insidious, comparable to my brother Shen. Su Tianga, who was watching the video, couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, it wasn't me who was there just now, otherwise I would have been hit by the dart. The younger brother next to him was shocked. Don't dream, there is no need to use darts to kill you. Su Tianga rolled his eyes at the younger brother and said unhappily. Interesting, which family is the person who is fighting against Shimanjianka? His scheming and ability are not inferior to Shimanjianka. How come I have never heard of such a person? Ouyang Juemiao said while watching the video with interest. Sun Jianjia on the side said, there are only a few young people who are capable of fighting Shimanjianka. Your Ouyang Yu has gone to Tiancheng, our Shenfei has returned to the Cape base. Wei Wufu has also returned to Tiancheng, and the one from the Wan family has just gone to an alien planet, so he should not be back so soon. Sun Jian did not include a Tian in the calculation. Although a Tian was powerful, he was still at the alloy level. His own strength was not enough to fight against a genius of Shimanjianka's level. He used a pet launcher just now. His real strength should be a little worse than Shimanjianka. He is not one of the top ones, so he should be slightly weaker. Ouyang Juemiao guessed. That's hard to guess. There are many more. Each of the major families has several geniuses who can be used, and there are also many who are secretly cultivated. Sun Jian pondered. No need to guess. No matter which one it is, it will not be good against Shimanjianka. When he loses later, you will naturally know who he is. Ouyang Juemiao is obviously more optimistic about Shimanjianka. That's true. Sun Jian also agreed with Ouyang Juemiao's point of view, and he also felt that the final winner must be Shimanjianka. The disciple, besides Sun Jian, didn't quite understand. Instructor, I think Shiman swordsman can't do anything to him. If the stalemate continues, he will be teleported out at the right time. Why are you so sure that Shiman swordsman can beat him? The current Shiman swordsman is not the real Shiman swordsman. When he puts down his sword, he will be the real Shiman swordsman. Sun Jian said something that the disciple couldn't understand. You men always like to be mysterious when you talk. If you don't want to teach, don't teach. Is it fun to be so vague? Ouyang Juemiao rolled his eyes at him and said to the disciple with a smile, don't think that Shiman swordsman's name is swordsman, he must be very powerful with a sword. In fact, he is the most terrifying when he doesn't use a sword. In other words, Shiman swordsman didn't show his true strength at all? The disciple was surprised. Watch carefully, maybe you can learn something. Ouyang Juemiao's eyes turned back to the image in the sky. That bastard actually wanted to trick me. He is so shameless. Lin Shen squatted quietly in the corner. He had already crouched down as soon as he said that. As expected, Shimanjianka wanted to kill him by listening to the sound. When Shimanjianka started to speak, his voice was sometimes left and sometimes right. Lin Shen realized that this person was very scheming. Since he could think of this, he might be able to do such a thing. So he took precautions, and he was right. After taking a look at the dart stuck in the sand shell by Shimanjianka, Lin Shen's mind turned and he quietly moved the pet launcher in his hand and pointed the muzzle at the exit of the sand pit. Then Lin Shen carefully picked up the flashlight and threw it out. At the moment it was turned on. Almost at the same time as the flashlight was thrown out, Lin Shen moved quickly and started shooting frantically. The light beams of the electric lights spun in the darkness and flew towards the approximate location of Shimanjianka. Shimanjianka quickly moved his position and rushed out like a ghost. He had seen the firing rate of Lin Shen's pet launcher before, which should be the top 40 speed, so he should not take it lightly. Lin Shen held a pet launcher in each hand and fired frantically. Pet capsules gushed out one by one, and turned into pets in the air and rushed along the moving trajectory of Shimanjianka. Unfortunately, none of them hit, and all the pets hit the sand shell. This man's technique is too rough, and he didn't hit a single bullet. That's Shimanjianka. How can you hit him with a pet launcher? This move is too unsuccessful. Not only did he fail to hit Shimanjianka, but he also exposed his position. He's finished. Lin Shen didn't care and continued to shoot. The firepower of the two pet launchers crossed and covered, and for a while, Shimanjianka's body swayed left and right, making it difficult for him to get close to Lin Shen. Shimanjianka also found an opportunity to throw darts in the gap, but unfortunately he missed every time. He felt that although Lin Shen was not fast, his figure was erratic, and every time he threw a dart, it was a little worse than the position he predicted. Lin Shen used the stepping immortal quart with the crooked way, and it was not easy to hit him with a dart, not to mention in such a dark and unclear environment. Finally, when Lin Shen pulled the trigger again, no pet capsule flew out of the gun, and all the capsules in the two guns were emptied. It's over. Ouyang Juemiao sighed lightly. Sun Jian also shook his head and said, I still can't keep my composure. I want to use two high-speed pet launchers to defeat Shimanjianka. This idea itself is problematic. He can't wait for the pets to besiege Shimanjianka, and he will fall under Shimanjianka's sword. I don't think he will put down his sword today. After Lin Shen's pet capsule was shot, Shimanjianka rushed over, and the sword in his hand turned into a blue shocking lightning. Lin Shen moved quickly, looking at Shimanjianka, who was rushing over, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and raised the pet launcher in his hand. All the pets launched out retreated from the sand shell and flew back to the pet launcher in Lin Shen's hand. Shimanjianka realized that something was wrong, and immediately looked up, only to see that the entire sand shell was shaking. Huge cracks spread rapidly on the sand shell, and a large amount of sand and sand shell blocks had already poured down. Fuck, just snatching a base-changing egg, what are you playing with? Shimanjianka was shocked. Cursed, turned around and rushed towards the exit. Now he has seen that the pets launched by Lin Shen were not aimed at him, and hitting him was just a trick. The real goal is the sand shell. Under the blessing of the pet launcher, the crystal-based pets hit the sand shell with all their strength, and the entire sand shell was blown up. Now the sand shell is about to collapse, and they will all be buried under the sand shell. No one knows how thick the sand shell is. It is conservatively estimated that it is more than 10 meters thick. It is unimaginable how terrible the destructive power will be when such a heavy object falls down. In Shimanjianka's opinion, Lin Shen will perish together with the enemy. He tried desperately to rush out before the sand shell completely collapsed, but he couldn't find the location of the cave entrance. The exit seemed to be blocked by something, and the cave was pitch black. Shimanjianka rushed to the approximate location of the cave entrance while shining a flashlight. His face turned green when he saw it. He saw a big red bull crashed into the cave entrance and blocked it with its body. The cave entrance was not big to begin with, and it could only accommodate one person to crawl in. The body of the Red Bull crashed in and got stuck inside. It was impossible to break it through with brute force or push it out. Unless the bull and the sand shell were broken through together, but in that case, the sand shell, which was already collapsing rapidly, would collapse even faster. After Shimanjianka rushed out, he grabbed the two hind legs of the big Red Bull and pulled it back desperately. Only by pulling it out could he have a chance to rush out. But before Shimanjianka pulled the big Red Bull out, he heard a loud bang and the whole sand shell collapsed. Countless sand blocks and sand grains fell like a mudslide, burying everything underneath. The spectators were all stunned when they saw the sand shell that looked like a big tomb after the collapse. No one expected such a result. There was only one thought left in their heads: he is so cruel, he doesn't even want his own life. The sand in the colorful desert is very special and hard to imagine. Sand, the shell, just stuck the sand together. After being broken up, it poured down and buried the person directly in the sand and sand blocks that were tens of meters thick. Sand is different from ordinary soil. Even if you hold your breath and want to dig it out, the sand will continue to fill the dug part. Moreover, the body is pressed by the sand and there is no way to move. The gravity of King Kai is strong, and it is difficult to climb out from it. Being pressed by such heavy sand and without air to breathe, the base changer can hardly hold on for long. This person is too desperate. Ouyang Juemiao was also stunned. He had seen people who didn't care about their lives, but he had never seen such a desperate person. He would die with others at any time. He didn't go to that point at all. Under the sand, Lin Shen huddled in the corner motionlessly, and the shell on his body seemed to be coated with a layer of blood film. This was the blessing given to him by the Blood Jade Mountain god. After absorbing the ascension liquid, relying on the blessing provided by the ascension fluid, Lin Shen huddled in the corner of the sand shell and survived the collapse. The heavy sand on his body almost crushed his shell. Fortunately, the energy of the ascension fluid was strong enough, and the blessed membrane and the toughness of the shell itself still managed to hold on. He had no intention of crawling out, and quietly waited for the countdown to end. He could hold his breath all the time and didn't need to worry about dying from lack of oxygen. Whether Shiman Jianka could crawl out alive or not, Lin Shen would win. Even if Shiman Jianka was lucky and didn't die today, he couldn't dig out the genetic mutation eggs buried underneath. The next time Shiman Jianka teleported over, the chance of finding this place would be extremely low. Lin Shen could come directly next time, and then slowly dig out the buried green crystal eggs. Who is that ruthless person? It's a pity that I didn't even leave my name. It's strange, why didn't I see his image projection? Could it be the Super Burning Clan? Shiman Swordsman won't just die like this, will he? This incident tells us a truth. No matter how strong you are, you can't waste your strength. If you encounter a truly ruthless person, you will still be beaten. I really want to see what that person looks like. The people watching the battle were talking a lot, and they were a little timid in their hearts. They thought that they should be modest and cautious and not push others into panic, otherwise the lesson of Shiman Swordsman would be right in front of them. Lin Shen didn't know what they were thinking. When the time came, he held his package and sent it back. His countdown time was different from that of Shiman Swordsman. After returning to his room, he looked out the window and saw that the projection of the sky was still there. When I went out and took a closer look, I saw that the Shiman Swordsman's exclusive perspective was still dark. I didn't know if He was dead or still buried underneath and lingering. Lin Shen was too lazy to look at the results. He went back home and took a shower. Then he opened the package and played with the mutant eggs one by one. Now it's stable, and the rate of change is 100%. Lin Shen was happy in his heart. The genetically modified eggs are collected first and can be slowly digested over a period of time. Seeing that it was already daybreak and the time was almost up, Lin Shen opened a few blue crystal eggs and drank the liquid inside. Until he couldn't drink any more. Then he went to the Shura training camp with a big belly. The first part of the training was to warm up. Lin Shen's backpack was replaced by Instructor Mu with one specifically for the Jingji level. Lin Shen didn't feel anything was wrong. The weight was the same as that of Yifeng and the others. He felt that it should be like this. Running with weight is really tiring, but it is very beneficial for the body's digestion and absorption of metamorphic fluid, which Lin Shen did not expect. I was running behind a few senior brothers when I saw a familiar figure walking in from the gate. Concubine by Shen is here. Lin Shen looked at the moving mosaic with some envy. Several senior brothers were greeting Concubine by Shen. Fang also winked at Lin Shen, then leaned closer and whispered, "Come on, little junior brother, I'm optimistic about you. Don't let your wealth go to others. Don't let Ouyang Yudu go to your own junior sister. That kid took advantage. Senior brother, Concubine by Shen, and I really have nothing to do with each other." Lin Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's nothing now, it'll be fine once we hook up." Fang winked, with an expression that said, "I understand." Lin Shen couldn't explain clearly and was too lazy to explain, and continued running with them. After Concubine Bai arrived, she did not run with them. She went directly into the office to find Instructor Mu. She also saw Lin Shen and seemed a little surprised. Before entering the office, she deliberately turned back to look at Lin Shen. "Junior brother, you see that junior sister Bai still cares about you. I think there's something funny in that look." Fang deliberately ran side by side with Lin Shen and touched him with his elbow. Lin Shen couldn't see the look in Concubine Bai Shen's eyes, nor did she know what kind of look was interesting. Concubine Bai Shen entered the office, looked at Instructor Mu who was drinking tea, and asked directly, "Why is Lin Shen here?" "I just joined our training camp yesterday. I will be your junior brother from now on. Get along well," Instructor Mu said with a smile. His attitude towards Concubine Bai Shen was completely different from his attitude towards his other senior brothers who had suffered great grievances. "Instructor, my endurance is still not enough. Please continue to strengthen my training." Concubine Bai Shen did not dwell on Lin Shen's question and explained her thoughts directly. Instructor Mu pondered and said, "Your endurance is already very strong. I know what you are thinking, but a Tian's endurance cannot be achieved by simply training. Even if I increase the intensity of your endurance will increase. It will also be very limited, and it is impossible to reach the level of a Tian. Is there really no other way?" Concubine Bai Shen showed a look of disappointment in her eyes. "At least there is no good way now. This is limited by the evolution technique, and it cannot be solved by training. Let's do this. I will formulate a training plan for you first. You can practice it first, and you can still make some improvements. Then I will think of other ways," Instructor Mu said. "Okay." Concubine Bai Shen nodded slightly. Lin Shen and his senior brothers were still running laps. When they saw Bai Shenfei coming out of the office, they did not come over to run laps. Instead, they went to the side and picked up a strange ball. Like a gymnast, they let the ball turning around. Why doesn't she run laps with us? Lin Shen asked Feng beside him. She is different from us. Running circles is no longer useful to her. Feng explained with a smile, she used to run more than us. Junior sister Bai is a veritable martial arts idiot. She doesn't need to be watched by the instructor. How can she compete with others? All cruel. A person with such a great talent is still working so hard. Lin Shen felt a little ashamed. He felt that he had worked very hard recently, but compared with concubine Bai Shen, he seemed lazy. Haha, I'm just telling you, Shiman swordsman definitely won't die that easily. He's still alive. As expected. Ling Luo suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up at the sky, and saw a man crawling out of the sand grave with a shameless face. The carapace on his body was covered with scratches, and it looked like it was badly worn. After crawling out, the genetically modified carapace on Shiman swordsman's body could no longer bear it and retracted it. He lay on the ground, gasping for air, looking like he was really suffocated. Is he the Shiman swordsman? Lin Shen saw that the Shiman swordsman was still, he is quite young, about 20 years old. He is not very handsome, but he is also good-looking. His facial features are regular, and he has the temperament of a warm and handsome big brother next door. If you only look at his appearance, you can never imagine that he is so scheming. It's a pity for that ruthless man. He fought hard and burned himself to death, but he still couldn't do anything to Shiman Jianke, and instead lost his own life. Luing sighed. He is a talent. To force Shiman Jianke to this point. Tian Buku and Tian Buneo said in unison. They all lamented that it was a pity that the man died, but they didn't know that the man was right next to them. Lin Shen didn't say anything, but just followed them and listened to them talking about Shiman Jianke. Lin Shen only then knew that Shiman Jianke was so awesome. When he was in the crystal base, he killed an ascender. Based on this record, Shiman Jianke can be regarded as the top of the top, and even Ouyang Yu can hardly suppress him. After all, Ouyang Yudu had no record of killing an ascender. The talent theory claimed that he could challenge a higher level, but no one except Bai Zai had such a record. Lin Shen was thinking about it, but suddenly saw Bai Shenfei put down the ball and walked over here. I have something to tell you. Bai Shenfei walked directly in front of Lin Shen and said. Several senior brothers immediately started to make a noise, and some people whistled. Little junior brother, you are blessed. Feng also pushed Lin Shen and pushed him towards Bai Shenfei. Sister Bai, I'm still training. If you have anything to say, wait until the training is over, otherwise Instructor Mu will have an opinion. Lin Shen stopped and said. I told the instructor. Bai Shenfei said and walked to the small house beside. Lin Shen had no choice but to follow. The small house was where they usually rested. Now they were training and there was no one inside. Tian, sit down. Bai Shenfei sat down next to her table and pointed to the chair opposite. Sister Bai, call me by my name. Lin Shen said helplessly. Okay. Bai. Shenfei smiled slyly, but Lin Shen couldn't see it. After Lin Shen sat down, Bai Shenfei asked directly, your endurance is so strong, is it because you practiced evolution? Yes. Lin Shen admitted it directly. Although his endurance is not entirely due to evolution, evolution is the one that has the greatest effect and is the most important. Can you tell me about your theory of evolution? Bai Shenfei thought for a while and said, I just want to know how to make my endurance stronger. You can put forward any conditions, as long as I have them. Of course. You can also refuse, that is your right. Lin Shen didn't care. Even if he told Bai Shenfei, she would not be able to practice it. My method is only suitable for people who practice evolution. It's useless even if I tell you. Lin Shen said. You just need to tell me the principle. Whether it works or not is my own business. You just need to consider whether you are willing to exchange and what you want. Bai Shenfei has a very straightforward temper. Lin Shen wanted to say no, but looking at Bai Shenfei in mosaic, he couldn't help but think about it again. This is an opportunity to take away the fire, but if I say that, will she misunderstand? Lin Shen felt that Bai Shenfei would definitely misunderstand, and he had no way to explain. Seeing Lin Shen hesitate, Bai Shenfei knew that he was tempted, so he said again, as long as I can do it, anything is fine. Really anything is fine? Lin Shen was eager to move. Yes, you can have anything you want, as long as I have it. Bai Shenfei answered with certainty. If I let you sleep with me. It's very simple, pure, without a trace of impurities, free from vulgarity, hugging and sleeping, nothing else. What do you think? Lin Shen still couldn't help his desire for fire, and said carefully. He was really curious. What kind of fire would a living person have? Bai Shenfei's face suddenly changed after hearing Lin Shen's words, staring at Lin Shen without saying a word. Even if he couldn't see Bai Shenfei's expression, Lin Shen knew that Bai Shenfei's face must not be very good now. Don't worry. I just said if. It's really just if. Lin Shen hurriedly made up. Okay, I promise you. Bai Shenfei's sudden words stunned Lin Shen. He didn't expect that Bai Shenfei would actually agree, and agreed so readily. Now can you tell me the principle of how evolution makes your endurance stronger? Bai Shenfei said coldly. Yes, I will tell you, no problem. If you feel that this answer does not satisfy you, the previous agreement can be cancelled. Lin Shen felt that he was taking advantage of someone's misfortune, and that principle might be of no use to Bai Shenfei, and he felt a little sorry. If Bai Shenfei regretted it after listening, Lin Shen would also accept it. Go ahead. Bai Shenfei was very direct, and seemed to not take it seriously at all. In fact, the principle is very simple. Evolution itself has the effect of strengthening physical endurance. The harder the body is squeezed, the more effective the endurance strengthening of evolution is. Lin Shen talked about the endurance part of evolution, but did not say anything else. In what form did the strengthening of evolution begin? Bai Shenfei asked again after thinking. What kind of form is hard to say. Let me give you an analogy. People who use knives often practice with knives, so they will have thick calluses on their hands holding the knives. It takes a long time of practice to let the skin regenerate and form calluses repeatedly. Evolution can accelerate this process, allowing me to get calluses in a relatively short time. I don't know if you can understand what I mean. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. You mean that the evolution you practice can make your body adapt to the environment quickly? Bai Shenfei thought for a moment and said. Yes. Lin Shen had to admire that. Bai Shenfei was really smart. He only said a little, and Bai Shenfei guessed the key. After getting Lin Shen's affirmative answer, Bai Shenfei was obviously a little disappointed. Just like what Instructor Mu said, it was a problem of evolution. Unless she changed to evolution, it could not be solved and had no reference value. If you are not satisfied with the answer, what you said before can be invalidated. Lin Shen said again. I will definitely do what I promised. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the Qingzhou courtyard, don't tell anyone, otherwise I will kill you. Bai Shenfei left an address, turned around and walked out of the hut, and then left the training camp. After Lin Shen came out, He Feng and the others asked them what they said, and Lin Shen dealt with it. Today's training made Lin Shen feel very boring, and he was inexplicably distracted. Until the end of the training in the evening, Lin Shen still couldn't believe that it was so easy to get the fire from Bai Shenfei. There was still some time before 9 o'clock, so Lin Shen returned to the B&B and took a shower first. After taking a shower and making sure that he didn't smell, he changed into a set of washed and dried clothes. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Shen went out to the green bamboo courtyard. The location of the green bamboo courtyard was not difficult to find. It was a separate courtyard in the villa area, with a sign of the green bamboo courtyard hanging on it. The low fence could not block Lin Shen's sight. There were a lot of green bamboos planted on both sides of the yard, but they were not ordinary green bamboos, but a kind of mutated alloy bamboo. The door of the yard was not locked. Lin Shen called out and heard the voice of Bai Shenfei from inside the house, so he pushed the door and walked in. Standing outside the house, Lin Shen actually became nervous. He had never slept in the same bed with a woman, so it was inevitable that he would be a little nervous. His fingers pressed on the door handle, but he hesitated to press it. There was no sound inside. Although everything was normal, Lin Shen always felt that the air today seemed to be a little wrong, as if the oxygen content in the air had decreased, making him feel a little difficult to breathe, and a little short of breath. He really wanted to hear what concubine Bai said, even if she regretted and drove him away. But the room was silent, without any sound, only the light from the electric lamp shone through the drawn curtains, appearing dim and blurry. Senior Sister Bai, I'm coming in. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, pressed the handle, pushed the door open and walked in. The style of the living room decoration is very simple. In addition to some necessary furniture, there is only a zither on the north balcony. Bai Shenfei was sitting on the sofa that looked like a tofu block. When she saw Lin Shen coming in, she didn't react. She was still holding the communicator and looking at something. After Lin Shen saw Bai Shenfei, the tension in his heart was relieved a lot. Bai Shenfei's whole body was a mosaic, and nothing could be seen. The tense atmosphere disappeared at once. Lin Shen was not so nervous, but Bai Shenfei was a little nervous. She had dressed up deliberately today, and her clothes were carefully selected, which was a little different from her usual dress. Although she didn't wear makeup, she combed her hair carefully and tied it up in a bun that she rarely used. Compared with her usual coldness, she was more free and easy, and didn't look so cold. Bai Shenfei was devoted to practicing talent theory. Although she didn't dress up much, she was still very confident in her appearance. Such careful dressing originally thought that at least Lin Shen could get a compliment. But Lin Shen looked at her for a while, said nothing, and sat down next to Bai Shenfei. This couldn't be blamed on Lin Shen. He saw a mosaic, He couldn't even see what Bai Shenfei looked like, what clothes she wore, how she dressed. He didn't know how to praise her. Sister, if you have any special circumstances, you can postpone it. Although Lin Shen was not so nervous, he still felt a little weird. Bai Shenfei turned her head and stared at Lin Shen. She wanted to slap Lin Shen twice with her backhand. Originally, she was very nervous, not knowing whether it was right or wrong to do this. I don't know if it was a rebellious psychology, or she wanted to fight against fate. She was actually very repulsive to being with Ouyang Yudu. As for Lin Shen, it can only be said that she doesn't hate him, and it can't be said that she has any feelings. If Lin Shandong hadn't asked her to help take care of Lin Shen, she would never have had any intersection with Lin Shen in her life, and she couldn't even look at Lin Shen more. But the last time in the underground sewer, when she woke up and saw Lin Shen sleeping beside her, Bai Shenfei felt a little angry and resentful, and even had the urge to kill Lin Shen. In addition, there was a little ripple in her heart that was hard to explain. Although the misunderstanding was resolved later, that ripple planted a small seed. Even so, Bai Shenfei still walked on her own path very firmly, because Lin Shen had not practiced the talent theory. The seed was almost impossible to germinate, let alone bloom and bear fruit. But later, Lin Shen's performance again and again made the seed sprout uncontrollably. It was not because of Lin Shen himself, but because Lin Shen made her see a glimmer of possibility. A person who practiced the theory of evolution could actually do that, so why couldn't she break through the talent theory herself? Why must she obey God's arrangement? It was because of Lin Shen's performance that she saw a glimmer of hope to fight against fate. She wanted to try if she didn't choose the destined person, whether she could still go on. When she agreed to Lin Shen, she seemed to be very casual, as if she didn't take it seriously at all. In fact, only she herself knew what price and determination she had paid. Agreeing to Lin Shen meant that she would embark on a path of fighting against the heaven, which was a way to fight against the heaven. If this road was blocked, she would probably never achieve anything in her life. Although this road was not chosen for Lin Shen, she wanted to resist fate herself, but at this point, Lin Shen actually said such hesitant words, which made her feel a little insulted. Is my charm really so bad? Then why do you still make such a request? Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen, feeling ashamed and annoyed in her heart, but she couldn't say this anyway. I will do what I say. It's up to you whether you come or not. Bai Shenfei said expressionlessly and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. At this point, there was no reason to retreat, and Lin Shen followed with a ruthless heart. Concubine Bai pushed the door open and entered a bedroom on the second floor. Lin Shen followed her in and closed the door. When Concubine Bai heard the door close, her heart suddenly beat uncontrollably. A blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and even her ears were burning red. Concubine Bai pretended to be calm, walked to the bed, took off her shoes and sat in the quilt, pointed at the long sword hanging next to the bed, and said coldly, if you want to sleep, sleep, but if you have any other thoughts, I will kill you. Don't worry, I promise I don't have any other thoughts. Lin Shen swore hurriedly. Just this sentence made Concubine Bai's face a little colder, and she pulled the quilt to sleep on the inside, with her back to Lin Shen. I'm sorry. Lin Shen took a deep breath, sat down by the bed, and took off his shoes. It has to be said that men are really visual animals. Although Lin Shen is still a little nervous now, because he can only see mosaics, he really doesn't have any other thoughts in his heart. When concubine Bai felt Lin Shen lift the quilt and come in, her body trembled involuntarily. She had never been so close to a man before. She even had the urge to turn around and push Lin Shen off the bed, but she also had a sense of inexplicable expectation. Lin Shen got into the quilt and slowly moved behind concubine Bai. He stretched out his arms from behind and embraced her, holding the waist of Bai Shenfei. I should be able to get the fire this time. Lin Shen felt Bai Shenfei's body tremble, but pretended to know nothing and hugged her to sleep. Bai Shenfei's hair exuded a light fragrance, which smelled very good. The physical contact made both of them feel a little awkward. Lin Shen felt a little charming in his heart, but when he saw the thick mosaic in front of him, he suddenly felt nothing. Fortunately, I can't see it, otherwise if I can't hold it back and do something that makes Bai Shenfei misunderstand, not only can I not get the fire, but I may also be chopped off. Lin Shen took a deep breath, and then began to practice the Immortal Sutra, and quickly slept through the night and got the fire first. Lin Shen didn't have any bad thoughts, and fell asleep soon, but Bai Shenfei, who was hugged, was stiff and her mind was flying randomly. If he does something out of the ordinary, what should I do? Should I really draw my sword and kill him? Bai Shenfei was tangled in her heart. Hu Siban thought for a long time, but Lin Shen behind him didn't move at all, and Bai Shenfei gradually calmed down. Soon, Bai Shenfei realized that Lin Shen seemed to be asleep. This discovery made Bai Shenfei suddenly feel inexplicably resentful. Am I really so unattractive that you can still sleep like this? After waking up, Lin Shen felt refreshed. He turned over and hugged something. His palm was placed in the most comfortable position, in the most comfortable posture, as if he was holding something. The grip was very comfortable, soft and elastic, and one hand could not control the whole situation. Suddenly, Lin Shen realized that he was not in his own bed. Thinking of where he was, his body stiffened. Lin Shen was awakened by fright, and his hand quickly retracted, staring at the graceful figure in front of him. The simple white dress outlined a beautiful curve, not exaggerated, but just right. The black hair was scattered, and only the side face could be seen. The long eyelashes were slightly upturned, and the white cheeks had obvious lines. Just a side face made Lin Shen feel the kind of innocent heartbeat when he saw the beautiful girl next door when he was a teenager, and his heartbeat could not help but speed up a few points. Seeing that the beauty was still sleeping and was not awakened, Lin Shen couldn't help but get up slightly and stretch his neck to see the beauty in full view. It was the first time that he saw the appearance of Bai Shenfei. After just one glance, Lin Shen regretted it a little. He regretted that he actually fell asleep yesterday and did nothing. This face makes people dream back to their first love at a glance. The feeling of heartbeat seems to make people several years younger all of a sudden, as if they have returned to the age of looking forward to beauty. Looking carefully, although Bai Shenfei's facial features are very delicate, they are not top-notch when taken out alone, but when combined together, that face is so comfortable no matter how you look at it, and it makes people feel heartbeat no matter how you look at it. That temperament is different from any other beauty. No matter how many beauties there are, you can recognize her at a glance. Even people with face blindness may find it difficult to mistake this face with other beauties. Speaking of extreme beauty, Xiaoya and Xiaona are truly perfect. There is no flaw in their facial features, figure, hair, and skin. But their beauty is a little too perfect, lacking a bit of human taste. Bai Shenfei's beauty, pure and pure, carries A bit of human desire. That temperament can only be described as falling in love at first sight. Of course. Another word can also be used, lust for beauty. If I could see this face yesterday, even the Buddha couldn't stop me from making mistakes. Lin Shen was glad that he didn't see this face yesterday. Have you seen enough? Bai Shenfei opened her eyes and looked at Lin Shen coldly. Lin Shen suddenly felt like a basin of cold water was poured down from the top of his head, and the few bits of beauty in his heart were mostly washed away. Bai Shenfei, who opened her eyes, had a very different temperament from before. She became cold and difficult to approach, and people couldn't have any other thoughts. She was still beautiful, but her beauty made people feel a little difficult to approach. Lin Shen stood up a little embarrassedly. It was the first time in his life that he had peeked at a woman. He had always looked openly before. "Senior sister, you're awake," Lin Shen said, casually, trying to ease his embarrassment. "My promise has been fulfilled, you can leave." Bai Shenfei still lay there, saying coldly, "Ahem. Senior sister. Then I'll take my leave first." Lin Shen didn't know what to say, so he had to leave the room. Bai Shenfei's cheeks were flushed. She didn't fall asleep at all. Lin Shen's grab made her mind go blank. For a moment, she didn't know how to react, so she could only pretend that she was not awakened. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing from below, Bai Shenfei got up from the bed, walked quickly to the window, and looked at Lin Shen through the gap in the blinds. There is no turning back. I must find a way of my own. Bai Shenfei used Lin Shen to cut off her own retreat and other thoughts. No matter what was ahead, she could only go on. Even if there were thorns all over the mountain ahead, she could only walk in blood. Promise Lin Shen just to be able to put aside other thoughts and walk out of her own way wholeheartedly. Lin Shen walked on the way home, but his expression was very strange. He got the fire from Bai Shenfei, but it seemed that he didn't get it completely. Perfect superbase. Evolution fire, rebellious, destiny is like a cloud to me, and I rebel against the world. Complete rebelliousness can break many restrictions between heaven and earth, and is not bound by any laws and orders in the universe. With rebelliousness, there is a chance to evolve into the ultimate state of the life matrix, and the current completeness is 10%. It is really strong, and the perfect superbase evolution fire is indeed extraordinary, and it can be described as invincible. But Lin Shen found that he could not use this fire ability. After a closer look, he found that this thing was incomplete, only 10%, and there was no way to use it. What does this 10% completeness mean? Does it mean that I have to sleep with Bai Shenfei 9 more times, or that there are 9 other humans with fire waiting for me to harvest? Lin Shen was a little confused for a while. No matter which one it is very difficult to do it. Lin Shen is very regretful now. If he had known earlier, he would have asked to sleep a few more times. Now he can't find an excuse to try again. God, why are you making things so difficult for me? Do you think I'm not tired enough? Lin Shen was depressed. After returning home, Lin Shen continued to eat some mutant crystal eggs and continued to digest and improve his mutation rate. Recently, he didn't plan to go to King Kai again. The buried green crystal eggs could not be taken away in a short time. He himself couldn't take them. Now the whole world saw those green crystal eggs. If he sells them in large quantities now, anyone can guess his identity. It seems that this batch of green crystal eggs is not easy to sell on the market. When Wei Wufu comes, I will ask him if he has any channels. If he takes them to Tiancheng, no one should be able to trace me. I wonder if this batch of green crystal eggs can be exchanged for an original egg for ascension? Lin Shen plans to wait for Wei Wufu to come back. For several days, Lin Shen trained and slept every day, and the base mutation rate was also rising. Lin Shen estimated that even if he didn't use the 4 red crystal base mutation eggs, he should be able to achieve a 100% base mutation rate. What kind of pet can be hatched from this? Crimson egg? Lin Shen was hesitating whether to hatch the special crimson egg. Sometimes this rare base mutation egg may be more valuable if it is not hatched than if it is hatched. Many base mutation practitioners want to use this top-quality base mutation. The only pity is that we don't know what kind of creature this genetic egg is, and what its innate skills are. I think it is in the same series as the blue crystal warrior and the purple crystal warrior, and not much different. While Lin Shen was thinking, the watch hidden close to his body suddenly vibrated. Why does the watch vibrate by itself? Could it be that weird guy is here? Lin Shen was startled and quickly took out his watch, only to find that a message appeared on the watch. The days without you are really boring. Lin Shen found that it was a text message, and there was a signature red heart under the message. What is this? Could it be that the watch itself is not only a transmission device, but also a communicator? If so, then this message should be sent by someone else to the weirdo. Lin Shen looked at the message and thought to himself. With this tone, the red heart who sent the message must have a special relationship with the weirdo, and it is very likely that he has lost contact with the weirdo. I wonder if I can reply to the message. Lin Shen studied it for a while and found that he could actually reply to the message. After clicking on the message, the watch projected a virtual light and shadow of the reply message. Lin Shen did not reply to the message. He was still a little suspicious. Did the weirdo find out that he was not dead and was setting a trap to lure him in? Where on earth have you been? Why haven't you come back yet? This world is so boring. Only when I encounter some difficult problems occasionally can I feel a little bit of happiness. By the way, I recently encountered an interesting question. I sent it to you for you to see. If you are still alive, please send me a message after you solve it. The watch vibrated again, and another message came. Lin Shen had just finished reading it, and the watch vibrated again. This time the message was not text, but a video. Lin Shen was a little stunned. After reading it, the question mentioned by Red Heart turned out to be a very ordinary fingering. The video is a person using a fingering, and it is only one move, which seems to be very simple. At the beginning, Lin Shen really thought that this fingering was very simple, but after watching it several times, Lin Shen found that things were not that simple. A seemingly simple finger actually contains many unexpected changes. Lin Shen didn't realize it at first, but when he saw another text message coming later, he realized that there were so many changes in this seemingly ordinary finger. This is my solution. I think with your intelligence, you should have a better solution. The message was signed by Red Heart A. Who is this Red Heart A? This solution is too bizarre and weird. Lin Shen used his solution to infer the changes of that finger. The more he deduced, the more he felt that the finger was mysterious, but at the same time he was surprised at Red Heart A's martial arts attainments and cultivation, and his solution was even more incredible. Lin Shen looked at the finger technique and the corresponding solution. Many times, but still couldn't fully understand it. Interesting, it's really interesting. What is the origin of that weirdo? His friends are so powerful. It seems that he is stronger than I thought. Lin Shen became interested, but he didn't dare to reply to Red Heart's message. He just took Red Heart's solution to study. He found that this finger was similar to the piercing method taught by Wei Wufu, but it was more bizarre and bizarre than the piercing method taught by Wei Wufu, and the force method was also more mysterious. Professional things still need professionals to do. I don't know when old Wei will be back. This kind of thing should be done by him. Lin Shen was struggling to reverse the deduction and missed Wei Wufu. With him, it should be easy to reverse the deduction. Lin Shen only needs to pick the fruit. Well, let's study it slowly first. Lin Shen didn't know when Wei Wufu would come, so he could only study it by himself. These days, a new batch of base changers entered the Kai King planet, among which there are many top crystal base strongmen. Their target is naturally Qingjia. Sui Qinglong has contacted many top base changers and planned to surround and kill Qingjia. After several young geniuses were defeated or even killed, Sui Qinglong's team finally arrived at Qingjia's place. Under Sui Qinglong's command, more than a dozen top base changers from major families cooperated, attacked from a distance and defended nearby, set up a battle formation, and besieged Qingjia for nearly a day. In the end, Qingjia broke the battle formation and killed many mutated crystal pets. 2 of the mutated ones died, and the others escaped in a panic to save their lives. Qingjia, covered in blood, stepped on the bodies of the mutated ones and raised his middle finger to Sui Qinglong and others who were fleeing, making people all over the world feel ashamed. Lin Shen also watched this battle when he was training in the training camp. Instructor Mu asked them to suspend the training for the first time and watched the whole process of this battle carefully. Lin Shen could only say that the defeat of Sui Qinglong and others was not the fault of the war. They had done well enough. Although the cooperation was not perfect, there was no mistake. The reason for the defeat was simply because Qingjia was too strong. When the Horn Sun Qingjia's head flashed with light, and his body was covered with a layer of green light, the whole world seemed to dim except for him. Those human prides became vulnerable under Qingjia's fist. The mutant crystal base was destroyed by a punch. Crystal creatures that were bigger than mammoths could not withstand his punch and their bodies were torn into pieces. The battle formation that could suppress him was blasted into pieces in a short time. In just a few breaths, it collapsed like a river bursting its banks. One by one, they could only flee in embarrassment. That Qingjia of the Super Burning Clan is really something. It should be a talent skill that stimulates potential, right? The effect seems to be no worse than the talent theory. He Fong commented. It lasts longer than the talent theory. If junior sister bifaces him, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Luing was as pessimistic as ever. Very strong. Ling Luo commented with only 2 words. Speed, strength, hardness and toughness have all been greatly enhanced, and the key is that endurance has also been enhanced. This is very unscientific. Potential is overdrawn, and endurance should be worse. Tian Buku and Tian Buneo still talked the same way, as if they had added a reverberation effect. Lin Shen, what do you think? Instructor Mu looked at Lin Shen. This was the homework he gave to several brothers. After watching the battle, they had to have their own evaluation and could not learn from other brothers. I don't understand. Lin Shen shook his head. He really didn't understand. His foundation was a little poor. He couldn't understand the cooperation of Zhuo Qinglong and others. So he didn't know where they lost. He just felt that Qingjia was very strong, as if his strength was crushing. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just let you experience it yourself. Instructor Mu showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this smile, He Feng, Ling Luo, and others almost subconsciously retreated a distance, leaving only Lin Shen standing in the front. Very good, I like students who actively ask for progress, so you can demonstrate it. Instructor Mu said with a smile. Demonstrate what? Lin Shen felt something was wrong and stepped back. But he was still a step too late. Demonstrate how to get beaten. Instructor Mu said and threw a punch. His punch was as fast and fierce as Qingjia's, and even the unstoppable momentum was exactly the same. Lin Shen finally understood that Instructor Mu was going to use him as a punching bag to demonstrate Qingjia's boxing to all the brothers. Lin Shen quickly retreated to dodge. Instructor Mu deliberately controlled the strength and speed, but his punch style was the same as Qingjia's, and his strength and speed were only about the same as Lin Shen's. Instructor Mu's fist fell like a storm, not giving Lin Shen any time to think or dodge. He could only stretch out his arms to block by reflex. The attack was like a raging sea, with no sign of stopping. Lin Shen retreated again. And again. His arms felt like they were about to be broken under the continuous attack. There was no room for fighting back, and even blocking was very difficult. He could only retreat to resolve most of the attacks. But retreating could not get rid of Instructor Mu's attack. He was like a torrent that swept everything. His punches became more and more fierce, faster and faster, and stronger and stronger. Lin Shen soon realized that Instructor Mu did not increase his strength and speed. The reason why he felt that Instructor Mu's punches were getting faster and heavier was because his strength was like a wave upon a wave. The strength and speed were constantly superimposed, so it was getting faster and heavier. Bang! Lin Shen could no longer block Instructor Mu's fist with one arm, so he could only cross his arms to block his fist. The power of this punch made Lin Shen's body fly into the air and fly back more than 10 meters before falling down. After landing on the ground, his body still couldn't control it and retreated backwards, as if there was some invisible force pushing his body, making him continue to retreat uncontrollably. Lin Shen felt like his body was pushed back by waves, and finally he couldn't control his body and fell to the ground, still unable to stop rolling out 7 or 8 meters before stopping. This technique is called stacking wave power. The core technique used by Qingjia is this kind of superposition of power and continuous surge of power. Coach Mu walked over, stretched out his hand to pull Lin Shen up from the ground, and explained at the same time. It looks like Qingjia's final burst broke the battle formation of Zhuo Qinglong and others. In fact, before that, Qingjia had already accumulated quite strong strength, and finally he was able to be unstoppable. Coach Mu explained in detail the skills and practice methods of Dailing Jin. Everyone listened carefully, but the practice of Dailing Jin requires hard work and cannot be achieved overnight. Moreover, if you don't have enough talent, it is difficult to continuously stack waves of strength, and it is difficult to create waves of strength higher than one wave. In addition to strength, talent and control and sensitivity to the trajectory of strength, endurance is also very helpful for practicing Dailing Jin. Only if your endurance is good enough and you can continuously use Dailing Jin, can you stack strength and speed too. A certain extent. When Mu Lianguan was talking about this, he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and glanced at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that Instructor Mu meant that I am very suitable for practicing Dailing Jin? Since Instructor Mu hinted at him like this, Lin Shen hurriedly listened to his explanation of the practice method of Dailing Jin, without missing any details. Lin Shen took out a diary and wrote down the main content and key details of what Instructor Mu said. His memory is average, and sometimes he forgets things, so it is safer to write it down. After Instructor Mu finished explaining, he took another look at what Lin Shen wrote down, and then asked them to go running again. Stretching and meditation classes after running are indispensable, but the subsequent technical theory class was replaced by free practice time. Lin Shen found a sandbag and started practicing Dailing Jin. Instructor Mu secretly observed Lin Shen in the office. Seeing Lin Shen start to practice Dailing Jin, he couldn't help but admire it. His advice was not in vain. But after watching for a while, Instructor Mu's brows wrinkled into a Sichuan shape. Lin Shen's endurance is indeed very strong, but his fighting technique talent is really not praiseworthy, and can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with Dailing Jin. You need to find the feeling of momentum to get started. But seeing Lin Shen practice over and over again, there is no sign of getting started at all. He couldn't feel the flow of power, so he couldn't feel the existence of momentum. If he couldn't comprehend momentum, he couldn't use it to create waves of overlapping power. In other words, Lin Shen had been practicing for so long, but it was all in vain. Whether or not one can comprehend momentum depends on the sensitivity and comprehension of power. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacked. Anyway, he practiced over and over again, but he was just using brute force to punch, and there was no sign of momentum at all. With such good physical conditions, how can his comprehension and technical talent be so poor? Instructor Mu watched for a while, and the more he watched, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageously poor. Compared with Lin Xiangdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent was simply too bad. Instructor Mu even went down to the field in person to let Lin Shen feel the real overlapping power. Unexpectedly, among his brothers, he was the one with the least sense of momentum. How can there be such a big difference between two people who are born of the same mother? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone has different talents and teaching should be tailored to the individual. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, he will think about other ways. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a way that suits him. Because of Instructor Mu's encouragement, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time. But there was no sign of getting started. Looking at the other brothers, they all had some interest, and Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that it is good endurance and is good for using the stacking wave force, it is difficult for me to even get started. I am afraid that it will be difficult to achieve success in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shen simply gave up, returned to the hut to drink some water, and then began to rest. There was a radio in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news on the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, he heard several radio hosts talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most radio hosts are laymen. Some said that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some said that King Jiaji became invincible, and some said that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a while, no radio host said the 3 words stacking wave force. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice stacking wave force again. Although his talent is not very good, what if he happens to succeed? Lin Shen had just walked to the training equipment area when he saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to try again? But what excuse should I find? Lin Shen was obsessed with getting the fire of rebellion against heaven. Bai Shenfei was his only hope at the moment. After all, up to now, he had not seen a second living person with fire on his body. He could only think of a way with Bai Shenfei. You, come here. Bai Shenfei walked directly in front of Lin Shen and said. Then turned and walked towards the cabin. Lin Shen's endurance is indeed very strong, but his fighting skills are really not good, and can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with stacking waves. You need to find the feeling of momentum to get started. But seeing that Lin Shen practiced over and over again, there was no sign of getting started at all. He could not feel the flow of that kind of power. So naturally, he could not feel the existence of momentum. If he could not comprehend the momentum, it would be impossible to use the momentum to set off waves of stacking power. In other words, Lin Shen had practiced for so long, but it was actually a waste of effort. Whether or not you can comprehend momentum depends on your sensitivity to power and your comprehension. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacks. Anyway, he just uses brute force to punch, and there is no sign of momentum at all. With such good physical conditions, how can his comprehension and technical talent be so poor? Instructor Mu watched for a while, and the more he watched, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageously poor. Compared with Lin Xiangdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent is simply too bad. Instructor Mu also went down to the field in person to let Lin Shen feel the real stacking wave power. Unexpectedly, he was the one with the least sense of momentum among his brothers. We are brothers from the same mother, why are the two people so different? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone has different talents, and teaching should be tailored to the students. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, then he will think about other ways. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a way that suits him. Because of the encouragement of Instructor Mu, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time, but there was no sign of getting started. Looking at the other brothers, they all had some interest, and Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that it has good endurance and is beneficial to the use of stacking waves, it is difficult for me to even get started, and I am afraid it will be difficult to achieve success in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shen simply gave up, returned to the hut to drink some water, and then took a rest. There was a radio in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio, listening to various news on the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, I heard several radio hosts talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most of the radio hosts are outsiders. Some said that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some said that King Jiaji became invincible, and some said that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could possibly defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a while, I didn't hear any radio host say the 3 words stacked waves. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice Dailang Jin again. Although his talent is not very good, what if he happens to succeed? Lin Shen just walked to the training equipment area and saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to try again? But what excuse should I find? Lin Shen's mind is to get the fire of rebellion against heaven. And Bai Shenfei is his only hope at present. After all, up to now, he has not seen the second living person with fire on his body, so he can only think of a way with Bai Shenfei. You, come here. Bai Shenfei walked directly in front of Lin Shen and said, then turned and walked towards the cabin. Lin Shen's endurance is indeed very strong, but his fighting skill talent is really not flattering, and can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with Dialing Gene. You need to find that kind of momentum to get started. But seeing Lin Shen practice over and over again, there is no sign of getting started at all. He couldn't feel the flow of that kind of power, so naturally he couldn't feel the existence of momentum. If he couldn't comprehend momentum, it would be impossible for him to use it to create waves of overlapping power. In other words, Lin Shen had been practicing for so long, but it was actually a waste of effort. Being able to understand momentum depends on the sensitivity and understanding of power. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacks. Anyway, after practicing, he is just punching with brute force, without any momentum at all. Sign. With such good physical condition, how can you have such good understanding and technical talent? So bad? Instructor Mu looked at it for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageous and ridiculously bad. Compared with Lin Xiangdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent was simply inferior. Instructor Mu even went out in person to let Lin Shen experience the real strength of the waves. Unexpectedly, among the several brothers, he was the one with the least sense of momentum. We are both from the same mother, so why are the two people so different? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone's talents are different, and teaching should be based on their aptitude. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, then he will think of other ways. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a way that suits him. Because of Instructor Mu's encouragement, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time. But there was no sign of getting started. Seeing that the other senior brothers were more or less interested, Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that I have good endurance and a bonus for using the Dialing gene, it is difficult for me to even get started, and I am afraid it will be difficult for me to achieve success in the future. With this thought, Lin Shen simply gave up. Returned to the hut, drank some water, and then lay down and started to rest. There was a radio placed in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news from the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, I heard several radio anchors talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most of the radio anchors were laymen. Some said that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some said that King Jiaji became invincible, and some said that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a long time, I didn't hear any radio anchor say the words Dialing Gene. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice the wave strength again. Although his talent is not very good, but if it happens, he will become it. Lin Shen had just walked to the practice equipment area when he saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to give it another try? But what excuse should I make? Lin Shen's heart was to get hold of the rebellious fire, and concubine by Shen was currently his only hope. After all, until now, he had never seen a second living person with fire in his body, so he could only find a way with concubine by Shen. Come here. Concubine by Shen walked directly to Lin Shen and said, then turned and walked towards the cabin. Lin Shen's stamina is indeed very strong, but his fighting skills talent is really not to be praised, it can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with dial engine. You need to find the feeling of momentum to get started. But watching Lin Shen practice over and over again, there was no sign of getting started. He can't feel the flow of power, so naturally he can't feel the existence of momentum. If he can't understand the momentum, he can't take advantage of it to set off waves of energy. In other words, Lin Shen's practice for so long was actually in vain. Being able to understand momentum depends on the sensitivity and understanding of power. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacks. Anyway, after practicing, he's just punching with brute force, without any momentum at all. Sign. With such a good physical condition, how come his understanding and technical talent are so poor? Instructor Mu looked at it for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageous and poor. Compared with Lin Xiangdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent was simply inferior. Instructor Mu even went out in person to let Lin Shen experience the real strength of the waves. Unexpectedly, among the several brothers, he was the one with the least sense of momentum. We are both from the same mother, so why are the two people so different? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone's talents are different, and teaching should be based on their aptitude. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, then he will think of other paths. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a path that suits him. Because of Instructor Mu's encouragement, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time, but there was no sign of getting started. Seeing that the other senior brothers were more or less interested, Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that I have good endurance and a bonus for using the Dialing gene, it is difficult for me to even get started, and I am afraid it will be difficult for me to achieve success in the future. With this thought, Lin Shen simply gave up, returned to the hut and drank some water, then lay down and started to rest. There was a radio placed in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news from the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, I heard several radio anchors talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most of the radio anchors were laymen. Some said that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some said that King Jiaji became invincible, and some said that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a long time, I didn't hear any radio anchor say the words Dialing gene. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice the wave strength again. Although his talent is not very good, but if it happens, he will become it. Lin Shen had just walked to the practice equipment area when he saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to give it another try? But what excuse should I make? Lin Shen's heart was to get hold of the rebellious fire, and concubine Bai Shen was currently his only hope. Finally arrived so far, he has not seen a second living person with fire in his body, so he can only think of a way with concubine Bai Shen. Come here. Concubine Bai Shen walked directly to Lin Shen and said, then turned and walked towards the cabin. Lin Shen's stamina is indeed very strong, but his fighting skills talent is really not to be praised. It can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with Dialangjian. You need to find the feeling of momentum to get started. But watching Lin Shen practice over and over again, there was no sign of getting started. He can't feel the flow of power, so naturally he can't feel the existence of momentum. If he can't understand the momentum, he can't take advantage of it to set off waves of energy. In other words, Lin Shen's practice for so long was actually in vain. Being able to understand momentum depends on the sensitivity and understanding of power. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacks. Anyway, after practicing, he's just punching with brute force, without any momentum at all. Sign. With such a good physical condition, how come his understanding and technical talent are so poor? Instructor Mu looked at it for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageous and poor. Compared with Lin Xiangdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent was simply inferior. Instructor Mu even went out in person to let Lin Shen experience the real strength of the waves. Unexpectedly, among the several brothers, he was the one with the least sense of momentum. We are both from the same mother, so why are the two people so different? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone's talents are different, and teaching should be based on their aptitude. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, then he will think of other ways. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a way that suits him. Because of Instructor Mu's encouragement, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time, but there was no sign of getting started. Seeing that the other senior brothers were more or less interested, Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that I have good endurance and a bonus for using the Dialang gene, it is difficult for me to even get started, and I am afraid it will be difficult for me to achieve success in the future. With this thought, Lin Shen simply gave up, returned to the hut and drank some water, then lay down and started to rest. There was a radio placed in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news from the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, I heard several radio anchors talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most of the radio anchors were laymen. Some said that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some said that King Jiaji became invincible, and some said that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a long time, I didn't hear any radio anchor say the words Dialang Jin. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice the wave strength again. Although his talent is not very good, but if it happens, he will become it. Lin Shen had just walked to the practice equipment area when he saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to give it another try? But what excuse should I make? Lin Shen's heart was to get hold of the rebellious fire, and concubine Bai Shen was currently his only hope. After all, until now, he had never seen a second living person with fire in his body, so he could only find a way with concubine Bai Shen. Come here. Concubine Bai Shen walked directly to Lin Shen and said, then turned and walked towards the cabin. Lin Shen's stamina is indeed very strong, but his fighting skills talent is really not to be praised. It can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with Dialangjian. You need to find the feeling of momentum to get started. but watching Lin Shen practice over and over again, there was no sign of getting started. He can't feel the flow of power, so naturally he can't feel the existence of momentum. If he can't understand the momentum, he can't take advantage of it to set off waves of energy. In other words, Lin Shen's practice for so long was actually in vain. Being able to understand momentum depends on the sensitivity and understanding of power. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacks. Anyway, after practicing, he is just punching with brute force, without any momentum at all. Sign. With such a good physical condition, how come his understanding and technical talent are so poor? Instructor Mu looked at it for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageous and poor. Compared with Lin Xiangdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent was simply inferior. Instructor Mu even went out in person to let Lin Shen experience the real strength of the waves. Unexpectedly, among the several brothers, he was the one with the least sense of momentum. We are both from the same mother, so why are the two people so different? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone's talents are different, and teaching should be tailored to their aptitude. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, then he will think of other paths. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a path that suits him. Because of the encouragement of Instructor Mu, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time, but there was no sign of getting started. Looking at the other brothers, they all had some interest, and Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that it has good endurance and is beneficial to the use of stacking waves, it is difficult for me to even get started, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to achieve success in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shen simply gave up, returned to the hut to drink some water, and then began to rest. There was a radio in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news on the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, he heard several radio hosts talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most of the radio hosts were outsiders. Some said that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some said that King Jiaji became invincible, and some said that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could possibly defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a while, no radio host said the three words stacked waves. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice Dailang Jin again. Although his talent is not very good, what if he happens to succeed? Lin Shen had just walked to the training equipment area when he saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to try again? But what excuse should I find? Lin Shen was obsessed with getting the fire of rebellion against heaven, and Bai Shenfei was his only hope at present. After all, up to now, he has not seen the second living person with fire on his body, so he can only think of a way with Bai Shenfei. You, come here. Bai Shenfei walked directly in front of Lin Shen and said, then turned and walked towards the cabin. Lin Shen's endurance is indeed very strong, but his fighting skill talent is really not flattering, and can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with Dailang Jin. You need to find that kind of momentum to get started. But seeing Lin Shen practice over and over again, there is no sign of getting started at all. He couldn't feel the flow of power, so he couldn't feel the existence of momentum. If he couldn't comprehend momentum, he couldn't use it to create waves of overlapping power. In other words, Lin Shen had been practicing for so long, but it was all in vain. whether or not one can comprehend. Momentum depends on the sensitivity and comprehension of power. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacked. Anyway, he practiced over and over again, but he was just using brute force to punch, and there was no sign of momentum at all. With such good physical conditions, how can his comprehension and technical talent be so poor? Instructor Mu watched for a while, and the more he watched, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageously poor. Compared with Lin Xiongdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent was simply too bad. Instructor Mu even went down to the field in person to let Lin Shen feel the real overlapping power. Unexpectedly, among his brothers, he was the one with the least sense of momentum. We are both born of the same mother, so how can there be such a big difference between the two of us? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone has different talents, and teaching should be tailored to the individual. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, he will think about other ways. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a way that suits him. Because of Instructor Mu's encouragement, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time, but there was no sign of getting started. Looking at the other brothers, they all had some interest, and Lin Shen was a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that it has good endurance and is a bonus for using the stacking wave force, it is difficult for me to even get started, and I am afraid it will be difficult to achieve success in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shen simply gave up, returned to the hut to drink some water, and then rested. There was a radio in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news on the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, he heard several radio anchors talking about Switching Long's defeat. Most of the radio hosts are laymen. Some say that Switching Long's strategy failed, some say that King Jiaji has become invincible, and some say that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei can possibly defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a long time, no radio host said the 3 words Dialing Jin. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice Dialing Jin again. Although his talent is not very good, what if he happens to succeed? Lin Shen just walked to the training equipment area and saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to try again? But what excuse should I find? Lin Shen's heart is to get the fire of rebellion against the sky, and Bai Shenfei is his only hope at present. After all, up to now, he has not seen the second living person with fire on his body, so he can only think of a way on Bai Shenfei. You, come here. Bai Shenfei walked directly in front of Lin Shen and said, then turned and walked towards the cabin. Lin Shen's endurance is indeed very strong, but his fighting skills are really not good, and can even be described as poor. It is not easy to get started with the stacking wave force. You need to find the feeling of momentum to get started. But seeing Lin Shen practice again and again, there is no sign of getting started at all. He can't feel the flow of that kind of power, so naturally he can't feel the existence of momentum. If he can't understand the momentum, it is impossible to use the momentum to create waves of stacking power. That is to say, Lin Shen has been training for such a long time, but it is all in vain. Whether or not one can comprehend momentum depends on the sensitivity and comprehension of strength. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacks. Anyway, he just uses brute force to punch, and there is no sign of momentum at all. With such good physical conditions, how can his comprehension and technical talent be so poor? Instructor Mu watched for a while, and the more he watched, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageously poor. Compared with Lin Shandong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent is simply too bad. Instructor Mu even went down to the field in person to let Lin Shen feel the real stacking wave power. Unexpectedly, he was the one with the least sense of momentum among several brothers. How can the difference between the two people be so big when they are from the same mother? Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone has different talents, and teaching should be tailored to the student's aptitude. Since Lin Shen is not talented in this area, he will think about other ways. With Lin Shen's physical condition, there will always be a way that suits him. Because of the encouragement of Instructor Mu, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time, but there was no sign of getting started. Looking at the other brothers, they all had some interest, and Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that it has good endurance and is good for using the stacking wave force, it is difficult for me to even get started. I am afraid that it will be difficult to achieve success in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shen simply gave up, returned to the hut to drink some water, and then took a rest. There was a radio in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news on the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, he heard several radio hosts talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most of the radio hosts are laymen. Some say that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some say that King Jiaji has become invincible, and some say that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei can possibly defeat Qingjia. Anyway, after listening for a long time, no radio host said the three words, Dilang Jin. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, turned off the radio, and planned to go out and try to practice Dilang Jin again. Although his talent is not very good, what if he happens to succeed? Lin Shen just walked to the training equipment area and saw Bai Shenfei walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to try again? But what excuse should I find? Lin Shen's heart is to get the fire of rebellion against the sky, and Bai Shenfei is his only hope at present. After all, up to now, he has not seen the second living person with fire on his body, so he can only think of a way on Bai Shenfei. You, come here. Bai Shenfei walked directly in front of Lin Shen and said. Then turned and walked towards the cabin. Little junior brother, it's great. It's only been a few days, and junior sister Bai has talked to you twice. Alone. I think this can work. Come on. He Fong slapped Lin Shen on the back, saying it was to cheer him up, but it felt a bit harsh. Why does junior sister Bai look down on me, who is handsome and elegant? Ling Luo lamented. You can't even practice theory of talent, and you still have the nerve to say it? Tian Buku and Tian Buneo complained together, and the effect was doubled. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Ying also said. Lin Shen thought to himself, I came to the hut to talk and made you envious. If you knew that I slept with Bai Shenfei for a night, you would be jealous and crazy. For the mental health of his senior brothers, he decided not to let them know about this anyway. Of course, the main reason was that he was afraid that they would go crazy and harm him. Senior sister Bai must have something serious to ask me. I'll be back soon. Lin Shen trotted to the small dark room. If concubine Bai wants to ask Him something again, wouldn't the opportunity come again? Lin Shen seemed to see the fire of rebellion waving at him. When he came to the hut, Concubine Bai was fiddling with the radio. The radio station she tuned to was talking about Qingjia. After listening for a while, Lin Shen felt that the radio host was really unreliable. He was just talking nonsense seriously. What kind of analysis is that? He just pretended to know something and made guesses based on his imagination. What do you think of Qingjia? Concubine Bai sat down and looked at Lin Shen and asked. Today, Concubine Bai wore a black combat uniform, and her temperament was even colder. Lin Shen now finally understood why people always sighed at Concubine Bai's beauty. She was really beautiful. I'm just a small alloy level. What can I think? Lin Shen said with his hands spread out. I plan to fight Qingjia. What do you think my chances of winning are? Concubine Bai ignored his words and continued to ask. Since Concubine Bai had already asked this question, it would be a bit unreasonable for Lin Shen to refuse again. After all, the two of them had slept in the same bed. You should ask Instructor Mu about this question. He just taught us the dialing gene used by Qingjia. He is also your instructor and has trained you for so many years. His opinion should be more pertinent. If he says that you have little chance of winning, then don't go. Lin Shen organized his words and said. I also know dialing gene. Although I only watched it once, it won't be worse than Qingjia. Concubine Bai said lightly. You learned it after just watching it once? Lin Shen widened his eyes, almost unable to believe his ears, and thought to himself, such a talent is really about to make me cry with envy. I have practiced for so long and haven't even entered the door. She actually said that she can learn it after watching it once, and it is not worse than Qingjia. I practiced talent theory. It's nothing to learn such a little trick. Concubine Bai said as a matter of course. Her remarks dealt a heavy blow to Lin Shen's young heart. The powerful stacking wave force in his eyes turned out to be a trivial trick in the eyes of Bai Shenfei. God knows how much Lin Shen wanted to master this trivial trick in the eyes of Bai Shenfei. The key to winning or losing is not the stacking wave force. In terms of skills and explosive power, I will not lose to anyone, but his endurance is better than mine. Bai Shenfei stared at Lin Shen and said. I really can't help you with this, unless you change to the theory of evolution, but I suggest you don't do that. Lin Shen thought, what if Bai Shenfei is crazy and can't think it through, and she will abolish her level and reform the theory of evolution, and the general theory of evolution will not have that effect. In the end, Lin Shen was still afraid of being poked in the back. No need to reform, I just need you to help me. Bai Shenfei seemed to have thought it through a long time ago, and said directly, when you practice the theory of evolution, can I watch from the side? It would be best if I can feel the changes in your body. This. Lin Shen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The theory of evolution is not something he can practice whenever he wants. It must be stimulated by something, and the theory of evolution will work automatically, and then it will really work. Although practicing the theory of evolution can also stimulate the flow of power, it basically has no effect. If you want to increase endurance, weighted running is a good way to activate the theory of evolution. But think about running while the beautiful Bai Shenfei touches you randomly. The scene is really a bit out of place. Of course, the main reason is that this is not in Lin Shen's interest. If Bai Shenfei finds out that there is something wrong with his theory of evolution, it will be a bit troublesome. Lin Shen's eyes turned, my theory of evolution is a bit special. I need to practice it while sleeping in bed. It seems inconvenient, right? Bai Shenfei stared at him with clear eyes, and her eyes seemed to say, "Do you think I'm stupid?" It's not like I haven't seen people practicing the theory of evolution. Ahem, I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. The theory of evolution I practice is a version modified by a master, and the practice method is different from that of ordinary people. Lin Shen changed his face. Besides, there is no need for me to lie to you. If I have any ideas about you, wouldn't it be better for me to directly propose conditions? Bai Shenfei understood what Lin Shen meant, and her cheeks flushed slightly. You don't have the chance to make any more conditions, Bai Shenfei said as she stood up and left. She had already cut off her own retreat, and her mentality had changed. As a tool, Lin Shen was already dispensable. This dispensable means she no longer needed Lin Shen to strengthen her faith. Before she was sure of her feelings, she would not give him a chance. Lin Shen was slightly startled. He did not expect that Bai Shenfei would be so determined. It's really over now. Is the rebellion against heaven really going to end like this? Lin Shen wanted to cry, but had no tears. That was the rebellion against heaven that could make him invincible in the universe. At this point, Lin Shen had no choice but to follow Bai Shenfei out of the cabin. As soon as he left the cabin, he heard Ling Luo shouting at him at the door, "Junior brother, someone is looking for you." "It's a beautiful woman," Ling Luo shouted loudly, and the whole training camp could hear it. Jealous, naked jealousy, this is clearly shouted to Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen did not care much. He did not know many people in the Cape base. Apart from Bai Shenfei, the only one who could be called a beautiful woman was his eldest sister, Lin Miao. Although the eldest sister was already in her 40s, the difference between a mutator in his 40s and a mutator in his 20s was not too big. If it weren't for her many experiences, which made her temperament more like a mature career-oriented woman, people would definitely believe that she was in her 20s. Lin Shen thought as he walked towards the gate, and Bai Shenfei also walked towards the gate, intending to leave the training camp. But when Lin Shen got closer, he was slightly startled when he saw the person opposite senior brother Ling Luo. "Yi Yuzhen, why is she here?" Lin Shen was a little surprised. He had never thought that Yi Yuzhen would appear here. Bai Shenfei also saw Yi Yuzhen. Yi Yuzhen, who was originally looking at Lin Shen, seemed to have a sixth sense burst out. Her eyes actually moved away from Lin Shen and looked at Bai Shenfei. The moment the two people's eyes met in the air, Lin Shen seemed to see invisible sparks bursting in the air. Seeing that both Bai Shenfei and Yi Yuzhen were looking at him, Lin Shen pretended to be calm and was about to introduce the two to each other, but Yi Yuzhen got there first. Yi Yuzhen had a look of surprise on her face. She took a step forward and took Bai Shenfei's hand, and said excitedly, "I have watched the Sky Dome video for a long time and have always liked you, Sister Bai. Sister Bai, you are the idol of all of us female mutants. I didn't expect that I would actually see you in person today. I don't know how many people will envy you to death. Sister Bai looks younger and more beautiful than in the Sky Dome video. She is less than 30 years old at most, right?" Lin Shen listened to Yi Yuzhen's compliments, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. After Yi Yuzhen finished speaking, she let go of Bai Shenfei's hand, then stood beside Lin Shen, naturally took his arm and said, "Sister Bai, you are my Shinshin senior sister, right? Shinshin likes to play too much, and his life is more casual. Without me to take care of him, it must be a mess. I must have troubled you, Sister Bai, right? Ling Luo, who was standing by, exclaimed in his heart, awesome, awesome. It seems that every sentence is a compliment, but in fact, she first said that Bai Shenfei is old, then established her sovereignty, and also insinuated that Lin Shen would only look for her because he was lonely. This woman is really too high. He didn't trouble me. Bai Shenfei shook her head lightly. Junior sister, you can't do this, you have to be more intense, more intense. Ling Luo shook his head secretly after hearing this. Compared with Yi Yuzhen, Bai Shenfei was too inferior, and her response was not strong at all. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Bai Shenfei glanced at Lin Shen, then turned around and walked out of the training camp. Sister Bai, Shen and I will treat you to dinner together next time when we have time, Yi Yuzhen said with a smile. Okay. Concubine Bai turned her head and looked at her, then looked at Lin Shen and said, I agree to the bed. After saying that, Concubine Bai left without looking back. Ling Luo's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Several senior brothers, such as Yifeng, who were watching the excitement not far away, were eating melon seeds and drinking tea. When they heard this, they all burst out laughing. Yi Yuzhen's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he turned his head to look at Lin Shen. It's over, it's over, junior brother is dead this time. He has such a beautiful girlfriend, but he's still hooked up with junior sister Bai. He's courting death. Yifeng whispered to the people next to him. He will be slapped on the spot. Luing said. Maybe junior brother will have to lie down today. Tian Buku and Tian Bu now looked gloating. Seeing Yi Yuzhen walk in front of Lin Shen and stretch out his hand to Lin Shen's face, Ling Luo hesitated whether to stop the fight. Xiao Shen, why didn't you take good care of yourself during the time I was away from you? You've lost weight. Yi Yuzhen held Lin Shen's cheek with her delicate jade fingers, with a distressed expression on her face. Oh my God, what kind of fairy girlfriend is this? God, how can you favor that bastard so much? Yifeng and the others all had the urge to stab Lin Shen. Ahem. I'm fine, I shouldn't have lost weight. Lin Shen touched his face and didn't feel thin. You just don't know how to take care of yourself. You can't eat well, you can't dress well, it's so cold, your hands are so cold, and you don't even know to wear gloves. Yi Yuzhen said, protecting Lin Shen's hands with both hands, rubbing them gently, and breathing on his red lips, with a look of pity on his face. Ling Luo felt like he was going to vomit blood, his teeth were clenching, and he cursed in his heart, Lin Shen. You are so good, I thought you were an honest man when I saw your thick eyebrows and big eyes. But I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. You have such a good girlfriend, but you are still fickle and flirt with Bai Shimi. Are you still a human being? You are a big scumbag, how can you have such a good woman like you? Yifeng and others also stared at Lin Shen, as if they wanted to eat him. Brother, I have something to go back first, please tell the instructor for me. Lin Shen hurriedly pulled Yi Yuzhen away. He was afraid that Yi Yuzhen would continue to perform, and several brothers would really rush up and chop him. After leaving the training camp, Lin Shen let go of Yi Yuzhen's hand and asked in confusion, how did you know I was here? If I want to know, I will know naturally. Yi Yuzhen said with a smile. You came here to find me, does Mrs. Yi know? Lin Shen said helplessly. She is she. I am me, I decide my own affairs. Yi Yuzhen tilted her head and looked up and down at Lin Shen, as if thinking about something important. What are you looking at? Although Lin Shen was thick-skinned, he still felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by her. Yi Yuzhen looked at him for a while, then nodded with satisfaction and said, "My vision is really good. The boyfriend I chose is excellent. Even Bai Shenfei wants to snatch him. Then I am relieved that I didn't choose the wrong person." Lin Shen stared at Yi Yuzhen in a daze, not knowing what to say for a while. He really couldn't guess this woman. "My excellent and lovely boyfriend, where are you going to take your beautiful girlfriend?" Yi Yuzhen took Lin Shen's arm and leaned against him, with a peach blossom face and a smile. "It's getting late, let's go to dinner first." Lin Shen had to admit that he liked Yi Yuzhen a little. A scumbag woman is really good in everything except being a scumbag, not to mention that Yi Yuzhen can't really be considered a scumbag woman. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to take Yi Yuzhen to a restaurant for food, but Yi Yuzhen wanted to visit the night market at Cape Base and eat some local snacks. From beginning to end, Yi Yuzhen did not mention the matter of Bai Shenfei and the bed, which made Lin Shen feel a little guilty. After shopping for a long time, Lin Shen sent Yi Yuzhen back to where she lived. Only then did Lin Shen know that the Yi family actually had an industry in Haijiao Base. By coincidence, it was also in the villa area, only 2 rows away from the Qingzhou courtyard where concubine Bai Shen lived. There was a sign of Zizhou courtyard hanging on the door. Why such a coincidence? Lin Shen was a little frightened. Seemingly sensing the doubts in Lin Shen's heart, Yi Yuzhen said with a smile, "My grandpa used to help people at the Haijiao base. They gave this to my grandpa. This is my first time here." Lin Shen suddenly realized that Yi Yuzhen's grandfather was Yi Jingxin. He had been of great help to the Haijiao base during the sea monster tide. Let alone a villa, as long as Yi Jinping wanted it, he could have given him the entire villa area. Not a big deal. The matter about concubine Bai Shen. Lin Shen felt that he still had to explain. However, Yi Yuzhen pressed Lin Shen's lips with her fingers to stop him from speaking. "Don't say anything. I believe you." After Yi Yuzhen said seriously, he stood up on tiptoes and kissed Lin Shen on the forehead. Then turned around and pushed the door into the yard, walked to the steps in front of the door, and turned around again. "Come, look at Lin Shen and wink, I've stamped it, you will be mine from now on." After saying that, Yi Yuzhen pushed the door in and closed the door. Looking at the small courtyard that looked particularly warm under the dim street lights, Lin Shen subconsciously touched his forehead, and red appeared on his hand, presumably from Yi Yuzhen's red lips. On the way back, Lin Shen was in a tangled mood. When he flirted with Yi Yuzhen before, in addition to wanting to get married and have children as soon as possible, he did have a revengeful mentality. But after getting to know her more, Lin Shen found that Yi Yuzhen was not the same as he thought before. You can say she is tea, but you can't say she is bad. A woman like this, who is considerate, gentle, well-behaved and sensible, with a high appearance and willing to spend time and thoughts on you, how many men can't resist such tea? But the better Yi Yuzhen is, the more hesitant Lin Shen is. Others don't know about his family, but Lin Shen himself knows it very well. The troubles that the 4th brother and the 3rd brother, who are so powerful, can't solve must be huge troubles. It's okay that he didn't have the ability before, but now that he has the ability, he can't just ignore it. What's more, there will be no eggs under the overturned nest. Even if Lin Shen doesn't think about it or care about it, if the 3rd brother and the 4th Brother can't solve it, how can he be immune? Lin Shen didn't know if they could solve the problem. If they couldn't, or the result was even worse, he would die, but what about the people around him? People are so cheap. Lin Shen cursed. He didn't think about these things. It was most important to quickly upgrade his level. Lin Shen didn't take Bai Shenfei's words before leaving to heart. It was obvious that she said it deliberately to anger Yi Yuzhen. Back home, Lin Shen opened another mutant egg and drank the liquid inside. When he was about to go to bed, he felt that the death powder was moving. He was happy and took out the capsule. Made of death powder. Sure enough, the capsule made of death powder was slowly changing, and soon it turned into a long, crystal-clear dark red rope. Mutated Death Crusher, super-based crystal-based creatures can evolve. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Base Transformation Talent, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor Piercing Thorn, Super Base Instant Speed, Super Base Refining, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting. Super Base Soul Harvesting, after killing a certain creature, it can produce a soul suppression effect on creatures of the same race. The more souls of the species are harvested, the stronger the soul suppression effect is, and the soul suppression effect is permanent. The attributes of the dead powder are as expected, and there is nothing surprising. The extra soul harvesting skill should be a deterrent skill according to the skill introduction. After killing a large number of creatures, it will have a deterrent effect on the creature. How much effect this deterrent has can only be known through actual combat. Anyway, I couldn't sleep, so Lin Shen took out his watch and teleported to King Kai, intending to find a place to try out the effect of soul harvesting. And how strong is the combat capability of the dead powder after promotion? Killing ordinary crystal-based creatures is difficult to reflect the true value of the dead powder. Lin Shen thought about it and planned to use the green crystal warrior as a target for practice. Riding the dragon in the sky, Lin Shen found 2 lone green crystal warriors. He jumped off the dragon's back and used the dead powder in his hand as a spear. With just one shot, he pierced the head of the green crystal warrior. Ordinary green crystal warriors can't stop the dead powder at all. Lin Shen shot back and pierced the head of another green crystal warrior. Under the blessing of super instantaneous speed, the green crystal warriors didn't even have room to dodge. It's boring. Lin Shen frowned slightly. This level of battle was not stressful for the dead powder at all, and it couldn't test how strong its ability was. The main problem was that it was useless for Lin Shen to kill these green crystal warriors. It was a pure waste of resources. Lin Shen's philosophy has always been not to kill unless it is useful. Since it is useless, he doesn't want to kill casually. It's better to wait until I am promoted to the crystal base before going to the crater planet for experiment. Lin Shen felt that he should be able to challenge the crater planet. The skills have been tested, and there is no point in continuing. After killing 2 green crystal warriors, the information of Green Crystal Warrior 2100 appeared under the soul harvest skill. There was some effect, but it was not very obvious. When the green crystal warrior saw the dead fan with soul harvest, he hesitated for a moment, and then immediately pounced on him. Riding the dragon in the sky, looking for mutated purple crystal warriors and red crystal warriors. Because he ate too many blue crystal eggs, the blue crystal base transformation fluid is now useless to Lin Shen, and it is useless to kill them. There is No need to sell them for money, Lin Shen is not short of money, and it is easy to cause trouble. There are too few red crystal warriors in the desert, and no one has been found so far. If it weren't for the 4 red crystal eggs in his hand, Lin Shen would have doubted whether there was such a thing as a red crystal warrior. It's really what you think, just thinking that you haven't seen a red crystal warrior. A large group of green crystal warriors appeared in the desert in front. The number is probably more than 300 to 500. Among the hundreds of green crystal warriors, there was a crystal-based warrior with a peach-colored body, which was the red crystal warrior that Lin Shen was looking for. However, with hundreds of green crystal warriors around, it would be difficult to kill him alone, and killing hundreds of green crystal warriors would be a waste of time. It's a good opportunity to see how strong the dead fans are. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pulled out the dead fans that were wrapped around him, then threw them to the group of green crystal warriors below. The dead fans, whose fighting power was released, turned into a huge state. A giant monster with a body of 100 meters long, with a huge mouth like a crusher, swallowed several green crystal warriors in one bite. The green crystal warriors had no ability to resist the dead powder at all, and were crushed in the instant they were swallowed. The attacks of those green crystal warriors hit the dead powder, but they had no effect at all. Although it was a red crystal body, it was more elastic than rubber. All attacks on it were dissolved and rebounded, and could not hurt the dead powder at all. The dead powder was like a dragon entering a flock of sheep, killing the green crystal warriors and frightening them. Some of them even began to run away. If there was such a dead powder in the Battle of Tian Xingpo, it would have been able to defend Tian Xingpo by itself. Lin Shen was extremely happy. The red crystal warrior jumped up and punched the dead powder. The sonic boom was deafening, and a white air cone formed with his fist as the center. The red crystal warrior seemed to have a high IQ. He had not made a move until now, and now he suddenly made a move when the dead powder had its back to him. This punch hit the dead fan's body directly, and the terrifying force pressed the dead fan's body into deformation. Like a balloon being pushed inward by a needle, the dead fan's body was extremely deformed, as if it would burst at any time. The red crystal warrior's punch was so powerful that even Lin Shen was a little worried that the dead fan's body would be pierced. Bang! The loud noise startled Lin Shen, but it was not the sound of the dead powder's body exploding, but the sound of the red crystal warrior being bounced away. The dead powder, whose body was extremely deformed by the pressure, did not break apart, but bounced the red crystal warrior into the air. The deformed body of the dead powder instantly returned to its original state, and turned around and swallowed the red crystal warrior that was bounced into the air. As the red gear-like teeth rotated, the body of the red crystal warrior was also crushed and swallowed directly. It's strong. Don't swallow my red crystal warrior, Lin Shen was surprised and happy. The fighting power of the dead powder was indeed extremely strong, not inferior to that of the dragon hunter Kiwis. Who is stronger between the two? We have to fight to know. After the dead powder ate the red crystal warrior, the remaining green crystal warriors all scattered, one faster than the other. The dead powder turned around and stared at a green crystal warrior, who was so scared that he couldn't even run away. He stood there trembling, and then a scene that surprised Lin Shen happened. The green crystal warrior actually trembled and offered his pet key in front of the die-hard fan. Wild genetically modified creatures actually offer their pet keys. Isn't it said that most wild genetically modified creatures would rather die than surrender? Lin Shen immediately thought of the soul harvesting skill of the die-hard fan. He hurriedly looked at the information on his watch and found that the value of the green crystal warrior in the soul harvesting skill had reached 100,100, and there was an additional value of 1,100 for the red crystal warrior. Soul harvesting actually has such benefits? Then in the future, as long as the die-hard fans kill enough genetically modified creatures, can't they turn wild genetically modified creatures into pets at will? Lin Shen was ecstatic. Originally thought it was just a deterrent skill. Not very useful, but unexpectedly it had such benefits. After accepting the pet key of the green crystal warrior and turning him into a pet capsule, Lin Shen ordered the die-hard fan to chase other green crystal warriors. Soon Lin Shen discovered that soul harvesting could not make the green crystal warrior offer his pet key 100%. The probability is only about 1 in 10, but the deterrent effect is still very good. Those green crystal warriors dare not fight with the dead powder at all. When they see it, they just run for their lives. Killing 100 red crystal warriors is not realistic. Why does this skill feel a bit useless? Lin Shen frowned slightly. The number of mutant creatures is already rare. King Kai is already a planet with super mutations. It is almost impossible to find 100 red crystal warriors. It is even more difficult to fight for a 1/10 probability and let the red crystal warriors offer pet keys. After thinking about it, Lin Shen felt that this skill is not used on the same level of basic mutant creatures. Only by killing ascended creatures at a higher level can the value of the soul harvesting skill be reflected. Killing 100 ascended creatures of the same race can deter their kind, and even make the ascended creatures offer pet keys on their own initiative. No matter how many revolutions the ascended creatures are. As long as the race is the same, it can be effective, which is too cool. I have to be promoted to the crystal base as soon as possible and go to the crater planet. There are a lot of ascended creatures waiting for me there. Lin Shen wished he could be promoted to the crystal base right now. He took a look at the current base mutation rate, which was already 69, not far from 100%. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue looking for the red crystal warriors. As a result, he did not find any red crystal warriors, but found that the soul harvesting of the dead fans also worked on the blue crystal warriors. After a blue crystal warrior saw the dead fans appear, he turned around and ran away. His reaction was the same as that of the green crystal warriors, who were all very afraid of the dead fans. Lin Shen studied for a long time before he figured out that the green crystal warriors, red crystal warriors, and blue crystal warriors were all base mutation creatures of the same series. The deterrence of killing the green crystal warriors had an effect on the blue crystal warriors and other mutant warriors, but the effect was slightly worse. Similarly, the deterrence gained from killing the red crystal warriors also worked on other mutant warriors. This is much more comfortable. In other words, now there is a chance for the die-hard fans to make the red crystal warrior give up the pet key, but the probability is much lower. Lin Shen instantly felt that the value of this skill was higher. According to this model, the creatures in the crater should all belong to Adragon-type basic creature. Killing any one of them will also have deterrence on other dragon-type creatures. If you count it this way, this soul harvester is better than Kiwi's dragon-killing talent, but it just needs to grow slowly. Lin Shen secretly calculated which ascended creature to kill first when he went to the crater in the future. A tower-shaped building appeared in front of him. Lin Shen immediately recognized that it was the Kai King Tower. After thinking about it, he let the evil dragon fly over. I don't know if it's bad luck or something else. Lin Shen has come in so many times, but this is the first time he has seen the Kai King Tower. However, Lin Shen also knows the information about the Kai King Tower. Many radio anchors used to broadcast news about the Kai King Tower. Although the popularity is not as high as before, you can still often hear radio stations broadcasting news about the Kai King Tower. Lin Shen had also seen people break into the tower, so he was familiar with the situation inside the KO Tower. For example, the first floor of the KO Tower was an absolutely dark space, and even the light from a flashlight could not illuminate the first floor. Some people speculated that there was something omnipresent in the first floor, like fog, but that thing was even softer than fog, and people could not feel that thing, but light could not pass through, and was blocked, so created the illusion of absolute darkness. In addition to darkness, there is also a crystal-based creature similar to a poisonous bee in the first layer. Its attack contains toxins. After being stung by it, nothing can be seen except an almost invisible small hole on the surface of the body. But after being poisoned, it will be like catching a cold. The body will be hot, but it will feel very cold, and the body will feel soft and weak. Fortunately, the crystal-based creature is not fast in other aspects except for its relatively fast speed. There are two ways to pass the first layer. One is that you have the ability to identify the location by sound. And the speed of attack is fast enough to kill the crystal-based creature in the dark, and then find the door to the second layer in the dark, and you can pass it. The second method is simpler. Your shell is hard enough, or your body is hard enough to withstand the effects of the toxins. You can find the door to the second layer under the attack of the crystal-based creature, and you can also pass it. If you can only withstand it, and your body is poisoned, you will face a hard battle in the second layer, and you will not be able to rush to the third layer at that time. The 1st to 9th floors are guarded by different crystal-based creatures, and the environments are also different. If you want to reach the 9th floor, your overall ability must be top-notch. If you rush to the 9th floor, you will be ranked by time. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. The reward for the 9th floor is a 41-speed pet launcher. For ordinary mutators, it is already the best of the best. Lin Shen wants the pet launcher, but he is not very interested in the crystal-based creatures in the tower. Because the 9 crystal-based creatures in the tower are not mutants, but ordinary crystal-based creatures. The reason why they seem so powerful is that the environment of each floor of the tower is the most favorable to them. Their power can be maximized in such an environment. Even if they are replaced by mutant crystal-based creatures in such an environment, they may not be their opponents. For example, the 2nd floor is a high-temperature environment. The 2nd floor is guarded by a hot rock giant. The hotter the environment, the harder the body of the hot rock giant is. In such a high-temperature environment, ordinary mutations cannot beat the hot rock giant. Lin Shen landed in front of the Kai King Tower, put away the evil dragon, and pushed the door directly. The challenge of the Kai King Tower was too simple for Lin Shen. He only needed to release the dead powder to get everything done. The darkness of the 1st floor was of no use to the Daifans. It was not a creature that acted by vision. It found the crystal-based creature in the darkness at the first time and swallowed it in one bite. The 2nd floor swallowed it in one bite. The 3rd floor swallowed it in one bite, and the fourth floor. Swallowed it in one bite. The crystal-based creatures in the 9-story tower could not stop the dive fans at all. Lin Shen easily passed through each level. In fact, he just used his shell to withstand the special environment of each floor, and there was no battle that required him to take action. In front of another King Kai tower, Jianke pushed the door open with a smile. He had made the most perfect preparation this time. He had studied how to pass each floor quickly. It was easy for him to pass the 9th floor, but he had to do it the fastest to get the first place and then get the total reward for passing the King Kai Tower. Since he was here, he had to do his best and take the final reward, otherwise why bother? So much, this was Jianke's idea. Perfect, everything was perfect. Jianke was very satisfied with his performance. The steps he took to pass each level were exactly the same as he calculated, without any mistakes. The time he used was also calculated very accurately. If he continued at this speed, his ranking would definitely surpass Ouyang Yudu, who was currently ranked first. Congratulations on completing the KO Tower trial. Your total time is 1 minute and 54 seconds. You can leave your name in the KO Tower. What is your name? It's that simple to be strong. It's 5 seconds faster than I expected. I easily ranked first. It's too easy. There's no challenge at all. After taking the reward, Jianke heard the voice in the KO Tower and said casually, "Swordsman. Swordsman's name is in the KO Tower. According to your ranking in time, you are currently ranked second. Goodbye." The voice in the KO Tower sounded again. Second. Are you mistaken? 1 minute and 54 seconds. It should be the first. Ouyang Yudu took 2 minutes and 10 seconds, okay. Jianke was shocked, but he had been teleported out of the KO Tower. How could he be the second? I remember that Ouyang Yudu took longer than him. Such a beautiful clearance, I feel. It is the best, he must be the first, there must be something wrong with the scoring system of King Kai Tower. Every level was almost perfectly passed, without any delay, definitely the first. Definitely the first, faster than Ouyang Yudu. If there is no mistake, I will eat the King Kai Tower. The people watching the game also felt that Jianke should be the first, not the second. Jianke stood in front of King Kai Tower, looked up at the name engraved on the tower, and was slightly stunned after seeing the ranking clearly. The people watching the game were also stunned when they saw the ranking. The name of Jianke was indeed ranked second, but the first place was not Ouyang Yudu. Now Ouyang Yudu was only ranked third, which was indeed lower than Jianke. The name ranked first was the 5 words Big Red Bull Knight, which was naturally Lin Shen. Lin Shen just wanted to get a reward and didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he naturally wouldn't use his own name. Because he didn't enter through the KO device, and there was no live video of him, so it was not appropriate to use the name Tian, which would bring trouble to Tiancheng, and others would think that Tiancheng had a way to bypass the live broadcast. Lin Shen thought about it and remembered that someone had given him such a nickname before, and no one knew that the Big Red Bull Rider was him, so he just used it directly. Big Red Bull Knight, he appeared again, he actually got the first place in the Kai King Tower. 1 minute and 34 seconds, my god, how can it be so fast? It would take so long to run up without fighting? I knew Big Red Bull Knight was strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. That's not right. Why is there no video of Big Red Bull Knight? When did he rush up to the tower? Big Red Bull Night has never broadcast live. I have said long ago that he is definitely not human. He doesn't even dare to show his face. It is absolutely correct. Big Red Bull Night must be human, otherwise why would he save mosaiced and others? The question that was not discussed by many people was brought up again. People are discussing whether Big Red Bull Night is human or not. Shimanjianka looked at the name and time on the tower and his face was not very good. He thought he had done it perfectly, but he didn't expect that someone was faster than him, and by so many seconds. Shimanjianka knew in his heart that even if he did it again, he would definitely not be able to surpass the performance of the Big Red Bull Night. Why is my luck so bad recently? I met a ruthless guy when I dug an egg, and I met a weird guy when I broke into a tower. Who is this Big Red Bull Night? Shimanjianka thought about it, and suddenly his heart moved. Fuck, it can't be one person? The more Shimanjianka thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Others thought that the ruthless man in the sand shell was dead, but he didn't think so. With such a scheming mind, how could he easily perish with others? So he thought that the ruthless man was definitely not dead. Thinking about the fact that there was no live broadcast of the ruthless man and the Big Red Bull Night, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that these two guys might be the same person. Unfortunately, he had no way to confirm it, so he could only hope that he would have the opportunity to meet the Big Red Bull Night, and then confirm his guess. He reached the top of the ranking today, making the name of the Big Red Bull Night famous all over the world, but no one knows how strong the Big Red Bull Night is, and no one has even seen the Big Red Bull Night take action. Lin Shen also wanted to know what reward he would get if he ranked first, so when he passed the level, he also sprinted at full speed. The only difference between him and Shimanjianka is that Shimanjianka does not have a diehard fan. The fighting power of diehard fans is really off the charts, and the key is to adapt to various environments. They can be big or small, hard or soft, can fly or swim, and can pass almost all environments. Shimanjianka needs to overcome different environments in the 9 levels, face different crystal-based creatures, switch different pets, and adjust his own status. Lin Shen does not need to consider these at all. A diehard fan can handle everything, and the environment has little impact on him. He just needs to rush forward. And sprinting is what Lin Shen is best at. Stepping on the immortal court will only rush faster, and he can't stop at all. I don't know if this ranking can be maintained to the end. Lin Shen is not sure that he will rank first until the end. After all, there are too many fierce people in this world, and someone may break his record one day. After leaving the KO Tower, Lin Shen had another pet launcher in his hand, with a 41 speed burst of 10 shots, which was indeed a top-notch product. No, I must sell the pet launcher in my hand as soon as possible, because the value of this thing will definitely drop sharply in the future. Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. After waiting for a while, the countdown ended and Lin Shen returned to his room. It was not yet dawn, and Lin Shen set a shorter time this time, so he could sleep for a while when he came back. In the morning, Lin Shen basically did not eat now, and all of it was replaced by base change fluid, just to achieve 100% base change rate as quickly as possible. As soon as he went out, Lin Shen saw a red cool sports car parked across the road, and many people were looking at the car. The production line of the car was almost destroyed at the beginning, and because the Parts of the car were not produced in the same place, it was very difficult to assemble a car in the past. As the various bases grew stronger, the passages between them were opened up, and the situation was much better. But no one went back to the car production line, because the car was no longer practical. You can only drive inside the base. Outside the base, there are wild plants everywhere, and the roads are severely damaged. Who would spend so much effort to rebuild the roads? Even if it is repaired, God knows when a genetically modified creature will pass by there, and damage is also a common thing. So now there is basically no car production line, and most of the existing cars are those that have not been damaged. The red sports car in front of him looks very new from the paint, and it looks very expensive at first glance. Unfortunately, Lin Shen doesn't know much about cars and doesn't know what brand it is. Get in the car, I'll take you to the training camp. When Lin Shen was looking at the sports car, the window was lowered, and Yuzhen waved to him from the driver's seat. Where did you get the car? Lin Shen sat in the co-pilot seat and saw Yuzhen wearing a black hip skirt and black stockings today. The whole body curve and long legs were like a magnet, making people's eyes can't help but keep glancing at the long legs. It's someone else's, borrow it too. Drive for a few days, Yuzhen said, and started the car directly. The next second, Lin Shen was really surprised. This was not a car at all, it was a flying machine. The car flew vertically, and under Yuzhen's control, it flew towards the training camp. Is this something from another planet? Lin Shen asked, curiously as he looked inside the flying machine. Yeah, do you want to try it? It's very simple, Yuzhen asked. Okay. Lin Shen really wanted to try it. Yuzhen pressed a button on the screen, and a steering wheel popped up in front of Lin Shen, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Yuzhen told Lin Shen how to drive. Lin Shen tried it, and it was indeed very simple, even simpler than driving a car. This flying machine was too advanced and easy to operate. Lin Shen felt that this was the right way to go. The more high-tech something is, the simpler it should be to operate. Is it fun? Yuzhen held up his chin and asked Lin Shen, who was having a lot of fun. Fun. Lin Shen really liked to play, especially these novel things. If you like it, take it and play with it. I'll give it back when I don't want to play with it anymore. Yuzhen handed the control crystal card of the aircraft to Lin Shen. Forget it, it's not yours. It's not good to break it. Lin Shen didn't take it. It doesn't matter if the thing is broken. It's not a big deal. As long as you are fine. Yuzhen stuffed the crystal card into Lin Shen's shirt pocket. Then I won't be polite. Lin Shen said as he drove, is this thing fueled? No, it's acid. Energy block extracted from the base transforming liquid. The mother planet does not have the manufacturing technology of solid energy blocks yet, so it can only be imported from alien planets. The entire aircraft is made of base transforming materials. The strength is okay, but at such a high speed, it will definitely not work when hit. You still have to be careful when driving. Yuzhen introduced. Lin Shen had heard from Tian Xian before that there were aircraft on alien planets, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. He thought it was a very bulky thing, but he didn't expect it to be so light, almost the same as a car. And this thing doesn't have the jet in science fiction movies. Whether it is vertical landing or flying, it is very smooth. I don't know what The principle is. After playing for a while, Lin Shen drove the aircraft to a remote open space near the training camp, landed it, and returned the control chip in his hand to Yi Yuzhen. What's wrong? Yi Yuzhen was slightly startled. I've had enough fun today. I'll come find you next time I want to play. Lin Shen came down from above and said with a smile. Okay, I'll pick you up after you finish training. Let's go to the Winery Street Market. Yi Yuzhen took the control chip and said. Okay, but don't open this. Lin Shen patted the aircraft and said. I thought you would like it. If you don't like it, just return it later. Yi Yuzhen said. It's not that I don't like it, it's too eye-catching. I don't want to be on the news. Broadcast of Shanghai Cape Radio tomorrow. Lin Shen smiled. After Yi Yuzhen left, Lin Shen secretly sighed. The Yi family has a deep foundation in the Cape base. They can get the aircraft of alien stars. This thing may not be available even if you have money. He also wanted to go to the Winery Street Market recently, but he has never found the free time. Yi Yuzhen asked him to go together today, which was just what he wanted. The Winery Street Market, the Sand Field, and the Salt Field are the three major markets of the Cape base. Lin Shen had been to the Sand Field before, and he also planned to go to the other two markets to see if he could find any more fire-producing eggs. After arriving at the training camp, he still did three things first: running laps, stretching, and sitting meditation, followed by theoretical teaching, and then free activities. Lin Shen had not practiced the Dialing gene for the past 2 days, and Instructor Mu did not force him. No matter how good Lin Shen's physical condition was, it would be useless if he could not comprehend the essence of Dialing gene. Instructor Mu was considering what kind of skills Lin Shen was suitable for. Lin Shen was alone and had nothing to do, so he took a dead powder to practice the rod method he learned from the fisherman. Instructor Mu, who kept an eye on Lin Shen from time to time, looked at him for a while, and his face gradually became strange. Did that kid do it on purpose? Instructor Mu found that the techniques Lin Shen practiced were very complicated and strange. He could learn such a complicated technique, but he could not get into the Dialing gene technique. That only required repeated practice. It seemed like he did it on purpose. Instructor Mu originally thought that Lin Shen's brain might not work very well, and his comprehension was very average, so he was only suitable for some relatively simple and direct techniques. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. After a day of training, Lin Shen walked out of the training camp gate and saw Yi Yuzhen waiting outside the gate. The two walked to the Winery Street Market together and ate something on the way. Unlike the battlefield, there are no stalls in the Winery Street Market during the day. There are shops on both sides. Only at night will stalls be set up in the middle of the street. The stalls here are not as formal as those in the battlefield. There is no obvious regional division. There are all kinds of things sold on the stalls. Many stall owners are not professional. They may hunt during the day and sell them at night, or they may be some old things that the mutants can't use, and they take them out to exchange for some money. Yi Yuzhen changed into her usual sportswear and looked around the stalls. She seemed to be curious about everything. She bought a lot of shiny bracelets and necklaces, most of which were made of fragments of mutant creatures and were not worth much. Yi Yuzhen also bought a lot of bracelets for 10 yuan for 3 strings. Lin Shen followed her for a long time and didn't see the fire. By the way, I'll give this back to you. After visiting the night market, When Yi Yuzhen was sent back, Yi Yuzhen took out a canvas bag and handed it to Lin Shen. What? Lin Shen took it with some doubts, opened it and saw that it was full of pet capsules. The mutant siren god general has hatched? Lin Shen saw the appearance of those pet capsules clearly, and was immediately delighted. It was hatched before I came here, and it has been tamed. Yi Yuzhen sighed and said, I originally wanted to wait for you to pick it up, but I thought you might not go to my house again, so I'd better send it to you. Lin Shen didn't say anything, and took out the capsules and keys of the 2 mutant siren god generals from it and read their information. Siren god general, mutated crystal-based creatures, can evolve strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.2. Toughness, 40.2. Base transformation talents, mutated ocean heart, mutated wave-breaking blade, mutated heart understanding, mutated twin demon heart. The attributes and skills of the 2 mutant siren god generals are exactly the same, even the numbers after the decimal point are the same. Generally, crystal-based creatures should have 3 innate skills, but they have 4. The heart of the ocean gives them special benefits when fighting in water. The breaking wave blade is an explosive skill that gives the trident a stronger destructive power. The heart of heart is more special, and it can enhance combat capabilities after being activated. The longer the battle lasts, the greater the increase. The last twin demon heart, the information says that it allows them to have telepathic abilities with each other, but the specific function is unknown. Lin Shen thinks that this skill may allow them to cooperate more tacitly, and it should be useful when 2 against 1. Lin Shen, I'm leaving. Yi Yuzhen, who was standing aside, said softly. Leaving so soon? Did Madam Yi urge you to go back? Lin Shen asked. Yi Yuzhen shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with my mother. You have met her and should have some understanding. People as arrogant as her disdain to restrict others. If she really doesn't want me to see you, then there are 10,000 ways to prevent me from seeing you. Lin Shen thought carefully, Madam Yi really has that kind of personality. She never said that she would not let him see Yi Yuzhen. I'm leaving this time and it may take a long time before we can see each other again. I hope that we can still chat and eat like we do now. Yi Yuzhen said. Of course it's okay. Lin Shen felt that what Yi Yuzhen said was a bit strange, and wondered if Mrs. Yi didn't allow her to meet him again, but Yi Yuzhen had just said no, so there was naturally no such possibility. I've known you for so long, but I haven't given you anything yet. This is my first pet. I'll give it to you as a souvenir. Yi Yuzhen took out a crystal egg and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was slightly startled, and after thinking about it, he took it, and then took out something and handed it to Yi Yuzhen. Although I have a lot of pet launchers on me, this is the only one that I didn't rob, so I'll give it to you. The pet launcher that Lin Shen gave to Yi Yuzhen was the prize of the King of the World Tower. Yi Yuzhen took the pet launcher, fiddled with it for a few times, and seemed to like it very much. He also held the gun with both hands, closed one eye and aimed at Lin Shen, pretended to shoot, and even made a sound of shooting with his mouth. Lin Shen pretended to be shot, which made Yi Yuzhen laugh. What time do you leave tomorrow? I'll send you off, Lin Shen said after Yi Yuzhen finished laughing. You send me home, and I'll send you back. People who don't know would think we are inseparable. Yi Yuzhen blinked and said, if you really want to, you don't have to send me off. Come find me when you have time. Of course. Lin Shen nodded. Then it's settled. Yi. Yuzhen turned and walked into the villa. When he closed the door, he looked at Lin Shen meaningfully and said, I have a mysophobia and don't like to share anything with others, especially personal belongings, such as a bed. Lin Shen wanted to explain, but Yi Yuzhen had already closed the door. Back home, Lin Shen originally wanted to go to King Kai, but after thinking about it, he didn't go to King Kai in the end. Instead, he set a time and teleported to the crater planet. With Kiwis and Dai fans, it shouldn't be difficult to kill some ordinary first-level ascended creatures. Lin Shen now wanted to improve his soul harvesting skills, which would be very useful in the future. With his familiarity with the area, he quickly found a crater where several pterosaurs lived. Lin Shen didn't dare to enter the crater to fight the pterosaurs. He loaded several steel-grade pet capsules and directly shot the pterosaurs inside with the angel revolver. At first, the pterosaurs just swallowed the steel pets and had no intention of rushing out. But Lin Shen kept shooting at them. After a while, one pterosaur couldn't stand it anymore. It sprayed a scimitar with a flash of green light from its mouth, rushed out of the crater in mid-air, and killed Lin Shen. Lin Shen was well prepared and rode the dragon and ran away. After the scimitar rushed out of the crater, white steam immediately emerged. The energy of the scimitar itself conflicted with the special gas on this planet, which weakened the flying speed and force of the scimitar. Even so, the speed of the scimitar was much faster than that of the dragon. When it was about to catch up with the dragon, Lin Shen shot Kiwis out. Kiwis flew towards the scimitar in mid-air, and with the acceleration of the firing speed, he actually grabbed the handle of the scimitar with both hands. The dragon patterns on his body lit up, and he held on to the scimitar tightly. No matter how the scimitar flew in the air, he could not get rid of it. The pterosaur found that its life base was caught, and it could no longer bear it, so it flew out of the crater. Lin Shen rode on the evil dragon, stretched out his hand to pull out the death powder, and let it turn into a spear. He stared at the pterosaur with a green glow all over his body, ready to attack at any time. The pterosaur ignored Lin Shen and rushed directly towards Kiwis. Kiwis grabbed the scimitar with both hands and forced it not to fly back to the pterosaur. His dragon-killing talent was indeed powerful. He could control his life base by force with only his crystal body. Of course, the environment also contributed to this. White frost had formed on the scimitar, and the energy that could burst out was severely suppressed by the environment. Seeing the pterosaur rushing towards Kiwis, Lin Shen jumped up and let the evil dragon rush towards the pterosaur. The attributes of the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon are not as strong as those of the pterosaur, but its skills are all to strengthen the body. And it also has the ability to regenerate the body. It can almost be regarded as the strongest meat shield. Pet of the base transformation level. The evil dragon and the pterosaur collided with each other, and the pterosaur immediately scratched several deep wounds on the evil dragon's body, and it fell directly. They were not at the same level at all. However, the pterosaur was also blocked by this, and its body paused for a moment. In such a moment, Lin Shen threw the death powder in his hand at the pterosaur. The pterosaur flapped its wings, but had not adjusted its flying posture yet. It had no time to dodge and could only bite the death powder with its teeth. If it was really a spear, the pterosaur would definitely be able to bite it. Unfortunately, the death powder was not a real spear. Its originally straight body suddenly softened and twisted in space like lightning, avoiding the Pterosaur's bite. After the death powder dodged the pterosaur's bite, its body became straight again, and it accelerated instantly, piercing the pterosaur's body with armor-breaking power. At such a close distance, the pterosaur had no room to dodge and was directly pierced by the death powder. After the sharp tail pierced into the pterosaur's body, the body of the death powder softened again and entangled with the pterosaur's body, and the last bite was on the pterosaur's dragon wing. The pterosaur was entangled by the death powder, and its body was injured again, and it immediately let out a scream. Its speed and strength suddenly exploded, and its speed became extremely fast, like a blue fighter jet, shooting out in the air. When the injured dragon fell to the ground, the wounds on its body had recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye when it stood up. It pounced on the pterosaur again and stopped it. Lin Shen also launched pet capsules to the pterosaur, and the frost swordsman and the blue moon swordsman were launched to besiege the pterosaur from different directions. As the main force, the evil dragon continued to fight with the injured pterosaur and suffered the most poisonous blows and the most serious injuries. It can only be said that fortunately its body is relatively large, and its body tolerance and recovery ability are strong enough to barely survive. If it were any other pet, even if Kiwi's was so seriously injured, he would probably have died long ago. Of course, if Kiwi's hadn't controlled the life base of the pterosaur, they would not have been qualified to fight with the pterosaur at all. Even so, Yudu's blue moon swordsman was accidentally cut in half by the dragon wing of the pterosaur, which made Lin Shen feel so painful. Fortunately, after a while, the superbase solidification of the dead powder took effect, and the pterosaur's body gradually began to stiffen, especially the dragon wing bitten by the dead powder, which was already somewhat out of control. The frost swordsman was like a fish in water here. The low temperature here was a great blessing to him. The frost sword in his hand slashed on the pterosaur. Although it could not cut the pterosaur's body, the frost coldness also limited the dragon wing's ability to move. After fighting for more than an hour, the pterosaur could not even maintain its flying posture. Its body fell to the ground stiffly. It seemed to be still very fierce with its teeth and claws, but in fact it was already at the end of its strength. Not long after, the pterosaur's body was completely unable to move, and it turned into a blue pterosaur statue. With the death of the pterosaur, the scimitar controlled by Kiwi slowly calmed down, and finally the pterosaur spirit in the knife stopped moving. Killed the first-level ascended creature, the super source pterosaur. Found the first-level spiritual base pterosaur scimitar. With the advantage of the environment and the suppression of the dragon killer talent skill of Kiwi's, it is still so difficult to kill a first-level ascended creature. If there is no environmental advantage, I don't know how strong the super source pterosaur can be. Lin Shen sighed in his heart at the strength of the ascended creatures. The dead fan was relieved, but Lin Shen was a little troubled when he looked at the corpse of the supersource pterosaur. Although the solidification of the dead powder is a cross-level weapon, the ascension fluid in the body of the supersource pterosaur has already solidified, and I don't know if it can still be used. Kiwi's came back with the pterosaur scimitar spiritual base, but he didn't expect that the dead fan suddenly turned around. His body turned into a huge state and swallowed the pterosaur scimitar in one gulp. Oh my god, why are you eating this thing? Spit it out. For me, I still need to sell it for money. Lin Shen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The dead fan had already swallowed it. Forget it, I don't need it now anyway, and I don't know who I can sell it to. Lin Shen thought about it and realized that it was really useless before he ascended. Lin Shen packed up his things and went to the crater again, ready to do the same thing, asking the die-hard fans to kill more supersource pterosaurs to increase its deterrence against these supersource dragons. Lin Shen didn't dare to provoke those supersource creatures that looked very strong, so he could only lure and kill the supersource pterosaurs and supersource triceratops. While Lin Shen was fighting on the crater planet, Yi Yuzhen had already left the mother planet. She didn't just leave the Cape base, but left the mother planet and went to the planet of the Emperor. Barbarians. A large cosmic clan like the Emperor Barbarians has many other races under their command, and a large number of geniuses from various races will come to the Emperor Barbarians to practice. The Diamond Tribe is also happy to see the geniuses of various tribes gathered here. After all, the universe is too big. It is impossible to conquer the entire universe by relying on the Diamond Tribe alone. The talents of various tribes are also very important too. The Diamond Tribe. Yi Jingren has been to the Diamond Tribe before, and has a good network of contacts in the Diamond Tribe. Yi Yuzhen has reached the limit of the basic transformation level. According to Mrs. Ye's arrangement, he needs to go to the Diamond Tribe to practice and ascend. Almost at the same time when Yi Yuzhen left the mother planet, a dark and thin man came to the homestay rented by the Lin family and asked to see Lin Miao. Lao Hei, if you come for him, you don't have to say anything. Lin Miao looked at the man and said, Lin Miao, since I'm here, whether you listen or not, I must finish what I say. Lao Hei said with a cold face. Say what you want to say, it can't change anything. Lin Miao said firmly. It really can't be changed. The person is already dead. What else can be changed? Lao Hei sneered. Lin Miao's expression changed. Lao Hei, what do you mean? Who died? Who else could it be? Of course it was that idiot. Lao Hei didn't look happy at all. Are you lying to me? Lin Miao's face turned pale. Lying to you? I really don't have the time or the mood. Lao Hei took out something from his backpack and threw it to Lin Miao. He's dead, and now only this is left. He asked me to give it to you. If you want to keep it, keep it. If you don't want to keep it, then throw it away. Lin Miao caught the thing, took it in his hand and took a closer look. His face turned pale, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell down. Lin Miao was holding an egg that looked like a crystal-based egg. It was crystal clear and contained no mass. But it was not a crystal-based egg. Inside the egg-shaped crystal, there was a lifelike gray six-winged phoenix pattern. This was a spiritual base, but there was obviously something wrong with this spiritual base. There was no light or energy fluctuation. Six-path phoenix, Lin Miao looked at Lao Hei with pleading eyes as if he wanted to grab the last straw. Yes, it's just as you thought. He failed to ascend and died. This is his unfinished life base. Seeing Lin Miao's appearance, Lao Hei couldn't bear to say anything cold and sighed, keep it well. Even if he dies, he hopes to stay by your side and satisfy his last humble wish. Hearing Lao Hei's words, Lin Miao seemed to be drained, staring blankly at the spiritual base in his hand. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Lin Miao muttered to himself, tears dripping uncontrollably. He did everything he could. Now he can stay by your side as he wished. It's not disappointing. Keep him. Lao Hei shook his head. I will. No one can take him away from me again. Lin Miao said with empty eyes, not knowing whether he was talking to Lao He or to himself. Lao He looked at Lin Miao like this, sighed, said nothing more, turned around and prepared to leave. Did he leave anything for me? Lin Miao asked, looking at Lao He's back. Find a good man to marry. Lao He didn't look back, and left directly after saying that. I found it. But it's too late. Lin Miao hugged the spirit base in his arms, huddled in the corner, and there was no light in his eyes. On the huge planet that was dark and lightless like the dark domain, there were terrifying creatures hiding in the shadows everywhere. In the ancient castle that looked like a black monster, a beautiful woman with bat-like black wings on her back and goat-like horns on her head was lying on the sofa, enjoying the blood-like liquid in the cup. The entire dark wall opposite her suddenly lit up, and an image of a similar figure wearing armor appeared on it. Your Highness Catherine, the human Wan Yan Bei who is engaged to you has failed to ascend and has been confirmed dead. The Diamond Man said. Catherine didn't care about what she heard. While drinking the liquid in the cup, she said, it is rare for a human to be able to cultivate successfully and achieve the body of the six paths Phoenix. A mere human can even fail to ascend. Your Highness, don't worry about such a waste. The man on the screen said. Catherine didn't comment, but just said lightly, if the ascension fails, the physical body can be destroyed. Is the spiritual base still there? The physical body is destroyed, the spiritual base is not complete. And it is a half-disabled waste. The man thought for a while and answered. Take it back. Since it is my person, even if only the ashes are left, you have to scatter them in my garden. Catherine said calmly. A waste spiritual base is not even qualified to be a fertilizer. Why should your Highness? The man's words were not finished. Kaiser Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. A strange creature lying next to the sofa like a dog raised its head. Bloodshot in its eyes, staring at the man on the screen, a man who was far away on an unknown planet, and his head exploded like a watermelon. The screen was in chaos. Several men from the Diamond tribe dragged the corpse away. One of the men, who was trembling, stood in front of the screen and bowed his head to Kaiser Shan. What's your name? Kaiser Shan looked at the Diamond Man and asked lightly. Your Highness, I am the deputy commander of Hanji Star, UE. The Diamond Man answered carefully. Very good, you will be the commander-in-chief of Hanji Star in the future. You know what I want, bring the things back. Kaiser Shan said lightly. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will go to find the Wan family right away. UE was surprised and happy, and saluted again. Very good. Kaiser Shan turned his head away, and the screen went out. Failed to ascend, all thoughts are sad, do you think you can escape from my palm like this? Even if you become a demon and fall into hell, you can only be buried at my feet. Catherine drank the liquid in the cup in one gulp, her eyes were extremely cold. Why are there so many boring people in the world? Catherine picked up a very old mechanical watch, turned on the watch, and the address book appeared in the projected holographic image. But there was only one contact name in the address book, and the note was Spade Ace. Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Where did you go? You disappeared without a word, which makes people very bored. I originally wanted to find a substitute to play with, who knew it was so boring. Catherine looked at the motionless avatar of Spade Ace, her beautiful eyes turned, and she seemed to have thought of a good idea again. You're entering me if you don't reply to my message, right? I'll make you reply to me. Catherine muttered to herself, picked up her watch and pointed It at the strange beast next to the sofa, smiling. "Baby, come on, smile at the camera." The strange beast, which was crawling next to the sofa like a dog, slowly raised its head and showed a weird smile to the camera. Catherine took a picture of the strange beast's smile, then clicked on the Spadeace chat bar and sent the video directly. Lin Shen was hunting the supersource pterosaur on the crater planet, and suddenly felt the watch on his wrist vibrate. He looked down and found that it was the message from the red heart ace again. Now at the critical moment of hunting the supersource pterosaur, Lin Shen had no mood to read his message. He ignored it and continued to command the battle. After fighting for most of the night, this was already the fourth supersource pterosaur he had let out. With the cooperation of Kiwis and the dead powder, it was not difficult to kill the supersource pterosaur, but how to keep its ascension liquid was a problem. Kill it with the dead powder. After the supersource pterosaur died, the ascension liquid in the body of the supersource pterosaur solidified. The ascension liquid was so hard that it could break teeth, and it was impossible to eat it. Let the dead powder entangle the spirit base, and Kiwis kill the supersource pterosaur. The ascension liquid was saved, but the spirit base would definitely be swallowed by the dead powder. The dead powder, that glutton, was really a worry. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shen decided to keep the ascension liquid, and let the dead powder eat the spirit base, if it could ascend. After killing another pterosaur, there were no pterosaurs in the crater, and Lin Shen climbed to the top of the mountain to look inside. There were no ascending eggs in the nests of those pterosaurs. When Lin Shen was about to leave, he suddenly saw the green magma below rolling up, and there seemed to be something inside. Lin Shen quickly hid his head and looked down secretly. After a while, he saw a creature slowly floating up from the cyan magma. It was a very strange pterosaur. Lin Shen had also seen many creatures in craters on this planet. Although they looked very different, they looked like various dinosaurs. But their bodies were all made of a kind of steel-colored material, which was similar. But this pterosaur was different. Its body was black, and the surface looked like a large area of nanocoating, and there were some cyan stripes. Those fine lines seemed to be filled with cyan magma, and the strong cyan light was very dazzling. Mutated and ascended? Lin Shen was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw a mutated ascended creature. After the mutant supersource pterosaur flew out of the cyan magma, it landed in a pit on the mountain wall and shook off the cyan magma on its body. Lin Shen looked carefully and found something strange. He always thought that the cyan in the mountain was magma, but looking at the cyan material shaken off the pterosaur, it didn't seem to be magma. After the magma cools down, it should form volcanic rocks and ash, but the green liquid that fell from the pterosaur did not solidify, but evaporated. What on earth are those green liquids? Lin Shen regretted that he had not read much, and his knowledge reserve was not enough at the critical moment. The mutant supersource pterosaur croaked a few times. The sound was very unpleasant, and his head shook from side to side, as if looking for something. Is it looking for those pterosaurs? It's a pity that they have all been killed by me, Lin Shen thought to himself. The mutant supersource pterosaur croaked for a while and finally quieted down, lying motionless in the pit, as if asleep. Lin Shen did not dare to provoke this mutant supersource pterosaur. Killing ordinary pterosaurs can only be said to be reluctant, so it is better not to take risks. When he was about to quietly retreat down the mountain, he suddenly heard a plop sound from below. He looked inside again and saw that something rushed out of the green liquid. Another mutation. Lin Shen saw that the one crawling out of the green liquid was actually a supersource Triceratops. However, the body of this supersource Triceratops is also black and gray, and is covered with cyan light patterns, which is very similar to the mutant supersource pterosaur. Looking at the cyan light patterns on their bodies, Lin Shen's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that the cyan liquid in the crater is actually dragon blood, the blood of these supersource dragons? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, but it was not dragon blood in the traditional sense, but the ascension liquid in their bodies. The ascension liquid taken from the pterosaurs that Lin Shen had killed before did not have a cyan light, but was just a transparent liquid, so he had never thought about it in this regard. But when he saw the cyan light patterns on the two mutant creatures that were the same color as that liquid, he suddenly realized that the cyan liquid in the pool might really be their ascension liquid. It's just that after they died, the ascension liquid in their bodies lost its activity, so it would not glow or heat. When they were alive, the ascension liquid in their bodies should also glow and heat. That's not right. There's so much cyan liquid in the pool. How could there be so many super dragon creatures that were bled? Lin Shen thought about it and felt something was wrong. He couldn't figure out what was going on. He was even more puzzled about where these two mutants came from. Lin Shen had been luring and killing pterosaurs here for most of the night, and he had never seen these two mutants. Now they suddenly came out. Could it be that they had been lurking in the cyan liquid before? Or are there so many craters connected under each other? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard two strange cries. The previous mutant pterosaur discovered the mutant Triceratops and flew up with its wings flapping. It opened its mouth and sprayed out a black-gray scimitar with cyan electric patterns. The scimitar slashed directly at the mutant Triceratops, and the mutant Triceratops also opened its mouth and sprayed out a black trident with cyan electric patterns. The two life bases flew in the air at an incredible speed. Lin Shen couldn't see their flight trajectory clearly. He could only see two blue-black lightning flashing and colliding in the crater. Lin Shen secretly thanked himself for not provoking them. At such a speed, if the distance was not too far, he would not even have a chance to fight back and would be killed directly. Shock waves exploded in the crater. Surprisingly, the crater was unexpectedly strong and was not destroyed in such a terrifying battle. The rocks on the mountain wall kept breaking and peeling off. After a while, Lin Shen was surprised to find that the crater he thought was not a real mountain, but something artificially built like a cooling tower for a power plant. There was a black substance under the rocks, like a black ceramic coating. Lin Shen did not pay attention to the black substance before, and thought it was part of the mountain rock, but as the rocks outside peeled off, it looked wrong. The black substance was very smooth and neat, and it was obviously not integrated with the rocks outside. The more the rocks outside peeled off, the more it could be seen that the entire crater seemed to be this black substance. The battle between the two mutant creatures could only leave some traces or pits on the black substance, and failed to completely destroy it. The outer layer of rocks fell down and landed in the cyan liquid. They were quickly burned and melted, and finally disappeared and turned into green smoke. This planet should be much larger than our home planet, and there are such craters everywhere. If these craters are artificially built, who has such a big hand to build so many craters on a planet? What is the purpose of these craters? Is it just to keep these supersource dragons in captivity? Lin Shen was full of questions, but he couldn't get an answer for a while. The battle between the two mutant dragons continued, but neither of them could take advantage. The life bases kept colliding with each other, and the two supersource dragons also started close combat and the killing was dark for a while. After watching for a while, Lin Shen found a new problem. Theoretically, both Triceratops and pterosaurs can fly, and pterosaurs are better at flying because of their dragon wings. But whether it is Triceratops or pterosaurs, when they fight, they often rush into the cyan liquid and do not fly all the time. Every time they rush into the cyan liquid, the cyan light pattern on their bodies will become brighter and brighter. This gave Lin Shen a new guess. The cyan liquid might not be their ascension liquid, but it could definitely replenish their energy. The reason why the supersource dragon could not leave the crater was not because the crater itself had any magical effect, but because the energy emitted by the cyan liquid resisted the external environment and protected the supersource dragon from the external environment. Could it be that the supersource dragon is not a native creature on this planet, but was brought here from an alien planet? Lin Shen felt more and more that this was likely the case. Lin Shen hid outside, thinking of picking up a bargain. If the two mutant creatures were both injured, he could benefit. These two mutant creatures were stronger than Jingguyuan. It was estimated that it would not be as simple as a turn. If he could get their spiritual base, he could definitely sell them for a high price. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's plan soon fell through. The mutant pterosaur was beaten back and plunged into the green liquid, and soon disappeared. Its scimitar life base also flew away, and no one knew where it went. After driving away the pterosaur, the Triceratops climbed up the mountain wall and lay down in a pit, looking like it was asleep. Lin Shen was a little depressed. He originally wanted to pick up a bargain, but now he didn't pick up any bargain. The gas mist rolled in the crater, and the rocks that fell into the green liquid turned into black and gray smoke. The smoke flew out and accumulated on the mountain wall, gradually forming a rock ash layer, covering the black substance below. What a weird place. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. He didn't know where the people who built this place came from, but they had such a magical method. There was a mutant Triceratops here, so Lin Shen didn't dare to go down. He planned to find another crater, go in and get some cyan liquid, and study what it was. The supersource dragon can rely on the energy provided by the cyan liquid to restore the consumed energy. Can these cyan liquids be used as ascension liquid? When he was about to leave, he found that the Triceratops below moved, got up from the pit, and then plunged into the cyan liquid and disappeared. That is a mutant ascension egg. When Lin Shen looked at the pit where the Triceratops had just slept, his eyes suddenly lit up. There was actually a black egg with cyan electric patterns inside. Without thinking, it must be the one that the Triceratops had just given birth to. So they fought to the death, just to grab a place to give birth. Lin Shen finally understood. Lin Shen stared at the mutant ascension egg below, and was a little hesitant for a while. He was afraid that if he went to get it now, the Triceratops would suddenly come back and move the mutant ascended egg to another place after discovering it. If he didn't take it now, there would be no chance for the Triceratops to come back. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and summoned the evil dragon directly, letting it fly into the crater to get the mutant egg out. The evil dragon obeyed Lin Shen's order, flew into the crater, and dived towards the mutant ascended egg. As its body got closer and closer to the green liquid, Lin Shen clearly saw That green smoke was coming out of the evil dragon's body, like a stone pot smoking on the fire. Lin Shen was secretly shocked. He didn't feel how high the temperature was inside the crater when he was outside. Now he saw that the temperature inside was much higher than he imagined. If his flesh and blood body went down, he would be roasted through the alloy shell. Fortunately, the evil dragon's body was really strong. Under such high temperature, it managed to grab the mutant-ascended egg. Seeing the evil dragon flying out at high speed with smoke all over its body, Lin Shen was overjoyed. After leaving the mountain pass, the evil dragon directly dropped the mutant-ascending egg. Lin Shen saw that its claws were actually melted by the heat. The mutant-ascending egg rolled down along the crater. Lin Shen hurriedly chased it and saw that steam was constantly coming out of the mutant-ascending egg. The green light pattern on it was extremely hot, and it was it that burned the evil dragon's claws. The environment here is also very low in temperature. The high and low temperatures are constantly convecting, forming a large amount of steam, which is constantly flowing around the mutant-ascending egg, like a white steam vortex. Lin Shen was immediately worried. If this goes on, the energy in the mutant-ascending egg will continue to be consumed, and it is likely to become a dead egg. But if it is said that it is brought back to the crater, Lin Shen is a little unwilling. Let the eggs die. At least I can sell the materials, and the liquid inside can be used as mutation ascension liquid, which will be just what I need in the future. Lin Shen summoned Kiwis and asked him to push the mutant ascension egg away from the crater to prevent the mutant triceratops from coming. Even with the suppression of the environment, Lin Shen did not dare to provoke the mutant triceratops. Looking at the time, there was less than an hour before he could go back, so Lin Shen simply did not go to other places to hunt super source dragons and waited for the countdown to end. When the countdown ended, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and pressed one hand on the mutant ascension egg. Although it was protected by the shell, Lin Shen still felt like he was touching a red-hot iron plate. Fortunately, the watch had teleported him back, and the mutant ascension egg also came to his room. Not good. Lin Shen saw that the metal floor in contact with the mutant ascension egg was actually turning red, and then he realized that something was wrong. Because of the existence of the mutant ascension egg, the temperature in the room was getting higher and higher. In a short while, the curtains were about to spontaneously combust. Lin Shen used his watch again, without hesitation, and teleported himself and the mutant ascending egg back to the crater planet. Although there were other ways, Lin Shen didn't want others to see the mutant ascending egg, so he could only teleport it back. It would be troublesome to bring it back. If I didn't bring it back and left it outside, the mutant ascending egg would definitely become a dead egg. After thinking about it, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and asked the evil dragon and Jeeves to cooperate and send the mutant ascending egg back. After he returned, he planned to find a place to store the mutant ascending egg, and then come to get it. This time, Lin Shen only booked an hour. After sending the egg back, the time was almost up. When he returned to his room again, it was already light. After getting up and washing, he did not see his elder sister preparing breakfast for him as usual, nor did she urge him to go to the training camp. Did the elder sister go out? Lin Shen saw Uncle Lei practicing Tai Chi in the yard and asked in confusion. No, the master has not gone out today. I am also wondering. The master has never gotten up so late. Maybe he was too tired from talking about business yesterday. Uncle Lei thought for a while and said, Lin Shen frowned slightly and turned to walk towards the elder sister's room. Eldest sister, are you there? Lin Shen knocked on the door of the room first and called again. Xiao Wu, what's the matter? Lin Miao's voice came from the room. Lin Shen immediately felt something was wrong. Lin Miao's voice was fine, but her mood was wrong. He had never heard her elder sister sound so depressed. Lin Shen pushed the door open without hesitation. The door was not locked. He saw her elder sister sitting on the bed, holding something in her hand. Sister, is that a spiritual base in your hand? Lin Shen looked at her and asked uncertainly. Wan Nian is so sad. Lin Miao couldn't hold back any longer when she saw Lin Shen, and burst into tears. What happened? When I saw him a few days ago, he was fine. Lin Shen hurried over to comfort Lin Miao. The ascension failed, and only this unfinished spiritual foundation was left. Lin Miao cried and told the story again. Maybe this is fate. Lin Shen was about to say something to comfort Lin Miao, but Uncle Lei knocked on the door outside. Master, the Wan family is here and wants to see you. There are a lot of people here, and it looks a little wrong. Uncle Lei said. What are they doing here? Lin Shen couldn't help but frowned. Lin Miao wiped the tears from his face, stood up and said, no matter what, they are all his family members. You go and entertain them first. I'll change my clothes and tidy up, and I'll go out right away. Okay. Lin Shen got up and went to the living room first. But just as he walked to the front yard and hadn't entered the living room, he felt that something was wrong. There were many base changers from the Wan family in the yard. Judging from the situation, they didn't seem to be here to talk properly. Regardless of the people in the yard, Lin Shen walked into the living room and saw a strange, middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. Visitors are guests. No matter how big your background is, unless you are a relative or elder, it is impossible to take over the host's seat, which makes Lin Shen feel even worse. Where is Lin Miao? The man only saw Lin Shen coming in, but not Lin Miao, and frowned immediately. Lin Miao is my eldest sister. My name is Lin Shen. What is your name? Lin Shen looked at him and asked. You have no right to speak here. Call Lin Miao out. The man had no intention of reporting his name. Even though he had recognized Lin Shen as a second-generation ancestor, he did not take him seriously at all. In the eyes of the man, what second-generation ancestor is just the son of a local rich man with 2 acres of land in the countryside, and cannot be compared with a family like the Wan family that has entered the interstellar. Lin Shen was unhappy, thinking, you come to my house to find my sister, and you are so arrogant in my place. Who do you think you are? Is the Wan family so great? This is not the prosperous base of the Wan family, nor is it the mansion of your Wan family. Who can speak and who can't speak is not up to you. Lin Shen stared at the man coldly and said. The man seemed to be disdainful of saying anything to Lin Shen, and glanced at the base changer beside him. The base changer took a step forward and grabbed Lin Shen's head with one hand. Lin Shen took out the angel revolver and shot at his hand. The capsule of the mutant black armor centipede rushed out of the barrel, turned into a fighting posture in the air, and bit the palm of the base changer. At such a close distance and such a fast speed, the base changer seemed to be prepared and reacted. A crystal-based carapace appeared on the palm of his hand, and he changed from grabbing to punching the mutant black armor centipede, and actually blasted the mutant black armor centipede. Away. The mutant black-armored centipede was blown into the yard, and its wings vibrated rapidly before it flew back. In the eyes of those ignorant country bumpkins, you are a second-generation ancestor. In front of my Wan family, you are just a country bumpkin. Don't challenge my patience. The consequences will be unbearable for your Lin family. The man said lightly, and he didn't seem to look at Lin Shen. The mutant who punched the mutant black-armored centipede also returned to the man's back and didn't continue to attack. Lin Shen turned around and saw that it was the eldest sister who came. No wonder the mutant didn't continue to attack. Uncle Guotao. After Lin Miao came in, she pulled Lin Shen behind her and gave the man a junior salute. Our two families don't have much friendship, nor are we relatives, so there's no need to be polite. Wan Guotao continued with a cold face, the unformed spiritual foundation of Nianbei is with you. It's my Wan family's thing, give it back. Lin Shen couldn't stand Wan Guotao's attitude anymore, and was about to get angry, but was held down by Lin Miao. You are just Nianbei's uncle, not his father, and not his uncle. It's his freedom to leave his things to whomever he wants. Why should I give it to you? Lin Miao looked at Wan Guotao and asked. She couldn't possibly give anyone the last thing that Wan Nianbei left for her. He is a member of my Wan family. Everything he has belongs to my Wan family. I am naturally qualified to deal with it. Wan Guotao said coldly, I ask you for it for Nianbei's sake. I want to give you the last respect. Don't force me to do something that makes you embarrassed. The living people have paid everything for your Wan family. Don't you even let a dead person go? Lin Miao's face also looked a little ugly. If you are alive, you are a member of the Wan family. If you die, you are a ghost of the Wan family. Wan Guotao said coldly, I will say it again for the last time. Return the things. What if you don't return it? Lin Shen knew that the thing was Lin Miao's last thought. With the attitude of the Wan family, it could not be returned anyway. Then die. Wan Guotao didn't say any nonsense at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the base changer next to him attacked again. He came to Lin Shen in an instant and punched him in the chest. Stop. Lin Miao didn't want to see Lin Shen get into trouble. She knew how powerful the Wan family was. Not to mention Lin Shen, even if Lin Xiangdong destroyed the life bases of 5 ascenders with one blow, the Wan family still didn't take him seriously. The things left by Wan Nianbei were important, but Lin Shen's life couldn't be lost because of them. But the base changer of the Wan family didn't give Lin Miao any chance at all. His fist didn't weaken at all. With a terrifying sonic boom, he hit Lin Shen more violently with the force of thunder and lightning. He was determined to kill Lin Shen. Killed on the spot. Lin Shen was furious, stretched out his hand to pull out the death powder, held the death powder like a spear, and stabbed directly into the fist of the base changer. Looking for death. The base changer looked gloomy, and continued to bombard Lin Shen, not caring about the death powder like a spear. Ah! The tip of the gun collided with the fist, and the base changer screamed, and his fist was pierced directly by the death powder. Everyone in the Wan family was stunned. They didn't expect that the gun in Lin Shen's hand could pierce the fist of the crystal base. If you can talk, talk. If you can't talk, get out. You are not welcome here. Lin Shen stared at Wan Guotao and said coldly. Do you really Think you can be arrogant just because you have a powerful crystal pet? A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Wang Guotao didn't mean to talk at all. With a thought, a spiritual sword with golden light appeared in front of him, as if it would pierce Lin Shen's body in the next moment. Ascendance. Lin Shen's expression did not change. He just stretched out a hand and grabbed Lin Miao's hand, and looked at the people on the other side of Wang Guotao. Lin Shen really didn't care about an ascender, but the Wan family was not just an ascender. Here's the thing. Lin Miao felt miserable. Even though she was unwilling, she could only hand over the things that Wan Yanbei left for her. The dead are gone, and the living have to live on. It's too late. Wang Guotao had no intention of leaving them alive. The spirit sword turned into lightning and blasted at Lin Shen and Lin Miao. But after the sword light flashed, there was no trace of Lin Shen and Lin Miao. They actually have a teleportation device on them? Wang Guotao's face was a little ugly, and he was a little confused. It is rare to see a teleportation device that can be carried with you on the mother planet. Lin Miao thought he was doomed, but he found that the scenery in front of him changed, and he came to a colorful desert. Is this the desert of King Kai? Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen in surprise. Lin Shen nodded. This watch transmission device was found by me from Hulu Mountain. It can be freely transmitted to King Kai. It can also be entered and exited at a fixed time. I only had time to adjust the time to 30 days just now, so we are safe for these 30 days, but after 30 days, we will be teleported back to the original place. If Wang Guotao is still waiting for us there, he may not give us the opportunity to adjust the transmission again. We are safe for the time being. What about Uncle Lei and the others? Lin Miao worriedly said. The Wan family is looking for us, Uncle Lei and the others are just employees of the Lin family, and that place is not the Cape base. Even if they are from the Wan family, they can't kill people at will in the Cape base, but Uncle Lei and the others will inevitably suffer. Lin Shen had already figured out why he chose to teleport to King Kai. If he had just taken action directly, Uncle Lei and the others would probably have been killed on the spot. Only when he and Lin Miao left, Uncle Lei and the others had the possibility of survival. Xiaowu, this is my business. I'll give him the things. If he wants to kill me, just kill me. Don't worry about it. Lin Miao said. Sister, you saw it just now. He is determined to kill us. It's useless to give him the things. Lin Shen knew that Lin Miao was worried and confused, so he said calmly, Sister, leave this matter to me. I think these 30 days should be enough for me to be promoted to the crystal base. By then, he may not be able to kill me. He is an ascender, and you are not his opponent even if you are promoted to the crystal base. Lin Miao shook her head and smiled bitterly. That may not be the case. Your brother is not an ordinary crystal base. Sister, believe me, give me time, I will definitely be able to do it. Lin Shen knew that time was running out, and he must do everything he can to prepare for the battle against the Wan family. Lin Shen's eyes were not just Wang Guotao, but just Wang Guotao. He had the blessing of the halo of offering sacrifices to heaven, so it was not difficult to kill him. If they killed Wang Guotao, they would have to break up with the Wan family completely, and he must have the capital to fight against other ascenders of the Wan family. No matter how strong the Wan family is, on the mother planet, at most they can only fight with the ascendant. As long as they have the strength to kill the ascendant, no matter what interstellar family you can only lie down on the mother planet. Unlike killing the super source dragon on the crater planet, the ascendant on the mother planet is not restricted by the environment, nor is it affected by the talent of the dragon killer. Even if it is just a first-level ascendant, it is still difficult to kill. Just like the battle with Xinggu Yuan, Lin Shen was at an absolute disadvantage, and this time there was no black-capped mushroom beast to help him. What's more, with the foundation of the Wan family, it should not be as simple. As a first-level ascendant, there should be stronger ascendants. Lin Shen didn't want to waste the attack of the heaven sacrifice halo on a first-level ascendant. Summoning the evil dragon, Lin Shen planned to find as many mutant crystal-based warriors as possible. In addition to wanting to obtain the mutant base transformation liquid, Lin Shen must also practice his combat skills. It is definitely impossible to compete with the ascendant in attributes and physical strength. You can only rely on pets and skills. Maybe you can win a chance. Isn't this a Tian's mount? How come it's here with you? Lin Miao was a little surprised to see the dragon. Because I am a Tian. Lin Shen smiled. You are a Tian. Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen up and down as if she was meeting him for the first time. Because of some reasons, I used that pseudonym. Now is not the time to explain these things. We have to hurry up. Lin Shen took Lin Miao with him and let the dragon fly in the air to find mutant crystal warriors. Finding a purple crystal warrior surrounded by a group of green crystal warriors, this time Lin Shen did not let his pet take action, but went down to fight himself. When the black carapace appeared on Lin Shen, Lin Miao was completely convinced that his brother Lin Shen was really the Tian who shone brightly in Tian Xingbo. At this time, Lin Miao didn't know whether she should be happy or thankful. She had tried very hard to let Lin Shen live a stable life. But today, she realized that fortunately Lin Shen had grown up. Otherwise she would not be able to protect this brother at all. Lin Shen stepped on the fairy court, and the dead powder in his hand was sometimes hard and sometimes soft. He used the stabbing method taught by Wei Wufu and the rod method taught by the fishing man. He even integrated the finger method of the red heart A. But now Lin Shen is not very proficient in using it except the stabbing method. Seeing that Lin Shen, an alloy base changer, could kill with ease among hundreds of crystal base warriors, Lin Miao felt uncomfortable and proud. What made her uncomfortable was that she could not take good care of Lin Shen, and she put Lin Shen in danger because of her. What made her proud was that her younger brother, like his brothers, was a rare person in the world. In addition to drinking the base change liquid, Lin Shen fought crazily every day and honed his skills in actual combat. He had never worked so hard before. After a lot of actual combat, Lin Shen found that the skills that were difficult to learn before were actually not that difficult, just because he had not worked hard before and his mind was not all on it. Even the skills of stacking waves, Lin Shen also realized the reality of momentum in actual combat. He did not practice the layered waves force deliberately, but in the process of constantly using the stepping immortal court, Lin Shen suddenly realized that the so-called layered waves force and the inexhaustible momentum of the stepping immortal court had the same effect. With this level of understanding, Lin Shen suddenly understood, and he could use the stack easily. Lang Jin. He also gave up part of the fishing guy's pole skills and only practiced those tricks that he was more comfortable with. It's not that the other moves are not good, it's just that because of time constraints, he doesn't have time to ponder the moves that make it difficult for him to practice. Now he needs to practice his skills as much as possible, otherwise he will not be able to be effective in the battle against the Ascended Ones. As for the fingering technique for the Ace of Hearts, Lin Shen also worked hard, and it was also the most painstaking technique. In a battle with the Ascended Ones, if nothing else is reliable, then you can only rely on acupuncture skills. Once this fingering technique has been mastered, and combined with the acupuncture points, it will be his biggest killer weapon. Fortunately, the fingering method of this move is very similar to the stabbing method taught by Wei Wufu, and the stabbing method taught by Wei Wufu can be directly used as the basis of the fingering method. The more Lin Shen studied this fingering technique, the more he felt that it was magical. As for the new message sent by the Ace of Hearts, Lin Shen never had time to read it. Until one day, Lin Shen encountered a bottleneck while practicing fingering, and wanted to see what other messages the Ace of Hearts sent, so he clicked and took a look. After just one glance, Lin Shen's eyes straightened. In the image was a very strange creature. At a quick glance, it looked like a wolf in a cloak, grinning at him. The smile was indescribably weird. Lin Shen glanced at the smiling wolf face, and suddenly felt confused in his mind. His thoughts spread out uncontrollably, as if he was possessed, and his body started to move on its own. Lin Shen picked up the watch, selected the Ace of Hearts in the address book, and then pressed the communication button. Catherine, who was far away on the home planet of the Imperial Barbarians, was attending an important gathering. She suddenly felt the vibration of her watch. Then she took a look and found that it was a communication request from the Ace of Spades. A hint of joy suddenly flashed in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I have something to do. You continue." Catherine completely ignored the reactions of the other people and left the hall quickly. After going out, she couldn't wait to press the agree button. But the moment Catherine pressed the consent button, the communication was disconnected, and the image on the other side had not yet been projected. "You broke the ghost illusion of the netherworld, Yellow Spring Wolf, so quickly. You are worthy of it." Catherine was not angry, and her face was full of satisfaction. Her expression was like she had encountered a fun game and wanted to play it all the time, and didn't want it to end so quickly, so even if the game failed, she was still very happy. "Let me think about how to continue this game." Catherine's red lips curled slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Lin Shen was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the timely effect of evolution theory, which allowed him to recover a little bit of consciousness, the communication would have been connected. It can control people's brains just through a video. What is the origin of that creature? Lin Shen was secretly shocked and felt that he had to be more careful in the future. The message sent by Red Heartache could not be read casually. Not long after, Red Heartache sent another message, and this time Lin Shen had no intention of clicking it to read it. Putting the matter of the Red Heart Ace behind him, he continued to practice various techniques. As time passed, Lin Shen's various techniques became mature, and the base mutation rate was almost reaching 100 points. At the Cape base, not long after Lin Shen and Lin Miao entered King Kai, all the people in the Lin family caravan were taken to the living room. "Give me a result." Wang Guotao glanced at them coldly, and the people around him already knew what to do, and took everyone away to prepare for torture. "Did I go to the wrong place? Isn't this the Cape base, but the Xingshi base?" A voice came from outside the door, and Instructor Mu pushed the door and walked in. After he received the news, he rushed over as soon as possible, but it was too late. Mu Qingchuan, this is my Wan family's business, and it has nothing to do with you. Wan Guotao said coldly. You ran to the Cape base and wanted to beat and kill my students, and said it has nothing to do with me. I don't know what has to do with me? Instructor Mu walked to Uncle Lei and others and looked at Wan Guotao and said. Wan Guotao seemed to be a little afraid of Instructor Mu, and was not as overbearing as when he talked to Lin Shen and the others. Lin Miao took something from our Wan family, I must take it back. Wan Guotao said. What did a Miao take from you that is worth your Wan family making such a fuss? Instructor Mu frowned. It has nothing to do with you, I must take this thing back, even if it takes all the strength of the Wan family. Wan Guotao's words have made his attitude clear. Instructor Mu was also a little surprised. Wan Guotao's words were to tell him that if someone wanted to stop the Wan family, then the Wan family would persist to the end without hesitation, and there would be no room for negotiation. You should also know how the fourth child of the Lin family performed in Jinshui Lake. Leave a way for others so that we can meet again in the future. I will be a peacemaker. You take the things and save their lives. It will be good for both your Wan family and the Lin family. Instructor Mu said. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. The things must be taken back, and I will also take their lives. If your disciple Lin Xiangdong wants to fight to the death, let him come to my Wan family. As long as he has the ability, he can kill anyone in the Wan family. Wan Guotao directly rejected Instructor Mu's proposal. Instructor Mu was shocked. He didn't know what Lin Miao had taken from the Wan family that made the Wan family determined to take her life. Instructor Mu knew that this matter was not as simple as taking something. It was no longer something he could solve alone. There were so many ascenders in the Wan family, and he couldn't handle it no matter how powerful he was. The ascenders of the entire Cape base combined would not be much stronger than those of the Wan family. These people are just employees of the Lin family caravan. The Lin family's affairs have nothing to do with them. I guarantee them that they will not participate in the Lin family's affairs again. Give them a way out. Instructor Mu pointed at Uncle Lei and others and said. Okay, I'll give you Mu Qingchuan this face, but you can't interfere in this matter anymore. Wan Guotao said. Instructor Mu frowned slightly, but Uncle Lei suddenly saluted Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu, thank you so much. Although my last name is not Lin, I have been with the Lin family all my life, and I don't plan to leave the Lin family in the future. I think I am a member of the Lin family. They are coming for the Lin family, and I will not abandon the Lin family. Even if I die, I can't watch them attack the main family and Xiao Wuya. So I don't need your guarantee, and you don't need to promise them anything, just be yourself. Instructor Mu, we don't need you to promise us anything, please just be yourself. Several old family members of the caravan stood up and saluted Instructor Mu. They are not giving up their lives, but they are using their lives to ask Instructor Mu not to give up Lin Shen and Lin Miao. Many of these old family members are old people who have followed the Lin family to conquer the world since Lin Shen's parents' generation. They have shed blood and fought with several generations of the Lin family, and they are not comparable to ordinary employees. They all had a lifelong friendship with the Lin family. They were old now, but they still worked for the Lin family. It was not just because they received the salary from the Lin family, but also because of the friendship that generations had exchanged their lives for. They were afraid of death, but the spirit in their hearts made them willing to face the fear of death. With people like them, there were naturally more people who were afraid of death, and they immediately asked Instructor Mu to save them. This was understandable. It was just a job, and there was no need to risk one's life. For others. Instructor Mu looked at Uncle Lei and others, and sighed softly. If you die like this, not only will you not be able to solve any problems, but the Lin family siblings will not be able to see you again. Our families, things here are not as simple as you think. Let's all go. Someone will naturally take care of things here. After speaking, Instructor Mu turned to Wan Guotao and said, I took him away, and I will not interfere in matters here again. Okay, I trust your character, Mu Qingchuan, let him go. Wan Guotao waved his hand and asked the geneticists who were guarding Uncle Lei and the others to retreat. Let's go. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it outside. Instructor Mu interrupted Uncle Lei, who was about to say something, pulled him and walked out. If he didn't leave, those old family members wouldn't leave either, and the other people had already run out without him having to say anything. After leaving the courtyard, Instructor Mu asked Uncle Lei and the others to explain the matter clearly. He only knew that people from the Wan family came to trouble the Lin family siblings, but he didn't know what was going on. Uncle Lei and the others didn't know what the situation was, but they just guessed that it was related to Wan Yanbei, and they were not clear about it. This matter is not that simple. Instructor Mu frowned and said after hearing this. Instructor Mu, you have to save our master and the fifth master. Just return the things to them. Why do you have to take the lives of the master and the fifth master? Uncle Lei prayed. This matter can no longer be solved by my intervention, but don't worry, I will go find Hai Dashio right now. Only by Hai Dashio's intervention can it be possible to save their lives. You go to the training camp first, and I will just go find Hai Dashio. Instructor Mu asked Uncle Lei and the others to go to the Shura training camp first, while he went to Hai Mansion. Uncle Lei and others were all happy when they heard that Instructor Mu wanted to invite Hai Dashio to come forward. Hei Daisu is not really named Hei, it is just a nickname for her. There are so many training camps in Haijiao Base, forming a training camp association. Hai Dashio is the president of the association and the actual person in power of Haijiao Base. Only Hai Dashio can mobilize those ascendants in Heijiaji. Instructor Mu has some relationship with Hai Dashio, so it is not difficult to persuade Hai Dashio to come forward. After all, this is Haijiao Base. People from the Wan family act recklessly and kill people at will in Haijiao Base. As the leader of Haijiao Base, it is impossible for Hai Dashio to watch them do such things. After Instructor Mu met Hai Dashio, things went very smoothly. Hai Dashio had already known about Wan Guotao and had planned to meet Wan Guotao. The reason why she hadn't gone until now was because she was waiting for Instructor Mu to come and beg her. I can help you, but there is a condition. Hai Dashio looked at Instructor Mu and said with a smile. The Shura training camp is yours. Instructor Mu knew what Hai Dashio wanted and gave the training camp's title deed to Hai Dashio without her having to say anything. He came to Hai Dashio and already made up his mind. Okay, let's go. Hai Dashio didn't waste any time and led people to the B&B where Lin Shen and the others rented. It was no longer convenient for Instructor Mu to show up again, so he could only wait for Hai Dashio to come back. After waiting and waiting, Hai Dashio finally came back, but he saw that something was Wrong with Haidashio's face. I can't take your training camp. Haidashio returned the land deed to Instructor Mu. What do you mean? Instructor Mu didn't answer, looking at Haidashio and frowning. He didn't believe that Haidashio couldn't even deal with Wang Guotao. With Haidashio's energy, even if she beat Wang Guotao today, Wang Jia couldn't do anything to her. Instructor Mu thought Haidashio had taken greater advantage of the Wan family, so he left him alone. Haidashio saw Instructor Mu's thoughts and sighed, "Old Mu, you are mistaken. I took your training camp. Even if others give me huge benefits, I will not look at it twice." Then why don't you care whether you are Haidashio from Haijiao base? Instructor Mu asked doubtfully. In addition to Wan Guotao and another ascended person, the Wan family has 12 ascended people outside the base, and Wan Shuilu is also there. The Wan family only wants the Lin family siblings, and they will not hesitate to start a war for this. They are serious, there is. No, you're joking. Haidashio sighed, "Old Mu, you should understand my difficulty. Once the war starts, the price will be too huge, no matter whether I win or lose. I can't fight for the Lin family and the Wan family." Instructor Mu looked solemn. 14 ascended ones from the Wan family have come, and even Wan Shuilu has come. Just for the Lin family siblings. How is that possible? It's just 2 genetic changers. I don't think it's necessary. But they did come. Wan Shuilu and the other 12 ascended ones are outside the base. They have already given me face by not entering the Cape base. What can I do? What to do? We can't really go to war with the Wan family, right? We can't have so many people die just for the sake of 2 people. Haidashio said helplessly. Instructor Mu also knew that it was impossible for Haidashio to start a war for Lin Shen and Lin Miao, so he could only leave Haidashio. After some inquiring with someone, they confirmed what Haidashio said. The 12 ascendants of the Wan family were stationed outside the base, so it was not difficult to find them. You brat, how did you provoke Wang Jia? When Instructor Mu was worried, concubine Bai Shen came to the training camp. Instructor, what happened over there at Lin Shen? Concubine Bai Shen knew a little bit, but she wasn't quite sure what happened. I haven't figured it out yet. All I know now is that Lin Miao and Wan Yanbei from the Wan family were together before, but later they separated because the Wan family objected. Recently, Wan Yanbei failed to ascend and died, and people from the Wan family suddenly came to see him. The Lin family brothers asked them to hand over something, so they did not hesitate to dispatch 14 ascended ones, and now there are 12 of them outside the base, including Wan Shuilu. Instructor Mu told the story in detail. Just give them the things. When she heard that the Wan family had dispatched 14 ascendants, concubine Bai's expression also changed. It's not a question of whether to give or not. The Wan family is determined to kill the Lin family siblings. Instructor Mu said helplessly. Where are Lin Shen and Lin Miao now? Concubine Bai Shen thought for a while and asked. They should have teleporters on them. I don't know which planet they were teleported to, and their lives were temporarily saved. But you also know that the teleporters on the home planet have time limits, and they will eventually teleport back. Wang Guotao and another ascendant from Wanjia is guarding the place where they teleported away. Once they teleport back, they will inevitably die. After hearing this, concubine Bai turned around and left. Instructor Mu stopped her and asked, Where are you going? I want to go back home. Bai Shenfei said and quickly left the training camp. After leaving the training camp, Concubine Bai left the Cape base directly and rushed back to the Bai family overnight, hoping to use the power of the Bai family to allow the Wan family to save the lives of the Lin family siblings. After hearing what Concubine Bai Shen said, Bai Jingxing, the head of the Bai family, looked at her and asked, "Did you choose Lin Shen?" "Yes." Concubine Bai Shen nodded without hesitation. She knew that only in this way could Bai Jingxing come forward to protect Lin Shen. "Let's find someone else, no one can save his life," Bai Jingxing said. "Why? If the Wan family wants something, just give it to them." Concubine Bai Shen was shocked. She didn't expect that even Bai Jingxing said that he couldn't save their lives. "I probably know something about Wan Yanbei. If the things are returned, the Wan family will not let go of the lives of the Lin family siblings," Bai Jingxing said. "Why?" Concubine Bai Shen was puzzled. Wan Yanbei was spotted by a princess of the Imperial Barbarian clan. After ascending to the Imperial Barbarian tribe, he would go to the Imperial Barbarian clan and become the concubine of that princess. The Wan family did not ask Wan Yanbei's wishes, and tried their best to facilitate this matter. But Wan Yanbei already has someone he likes, and she must be Lin Shen's eldest sister. With Wan Yanbei's talent and ability, it is impossible for her to fail in her ascension. Anyone can figure out the reason why she failed. It must be Wan Yanbei. I would rather die than join the Imperial Barbarians. So the Wan family sent out so many ascended people and wanted to kill the Lin family siblings, because of the relationship between the Emperor and the Barbarian princess? Concubine Bai Shen understood and became desperate. "I think it must have something to do with the Emperor Barbarian princess. Otherwise, how could the Wan family be so violent? The Lin family is not worth it. They just don't want the Emperor Barbarian princess to have any dissatisfaction. The world is so cruel. A little evil thought by the strong will cost the weak his life or even the life of the whole family. Remember, only by becoming stronger can we control our own destiny and avoid becoming the ant stepped on by the strong." Bai Jingxing said calmly, "The Lin family brothers are destined to die no matter what, and Ouyang Yu is very good. You have been at the basic transformation level for long enough, and you should break through." Concubine Bai Shen kept silent. She wanted to save Lin Shen, but she didn't know how. If she were just one ascendant, she might be able to fight tooth and nail, but among the 14 ascended individuals from the Wan family, there was nothing anyone could do. Concubine Bai Shen thought for a moment, turned around and left. She was going to the Blackbird base to try her luck. Now only Lin Shandong could possibly save Lin Shen and the others. She knew that there might be a slight possibility that Lin Shandong destroyed the life base of 5 ascendants in the Ranger base with one blow. The key is that when things have reached this point, it is impossible to ask anyone except Lin Shandong to take action. The only ones who have the ability to stop the Wan family are those big families who have stepped into the interstellar world. But no big family would go to war with the Wan family for the 2 Lin family siblings. Wanjia is backed by the Imperial Barbarians, and is itself a top-ranking existence among human alien forces. Lin Shen and Lin Miao continued to hunt for mutated creatures in the desert. Lin Miao witnessed Lin Shen's strength and many powerful pets. Lin Shen did have many mutated pets, some of which were indeed very strong, but compared with the Ascenders, there was still some gap. Lin Shen gave Lin Miao 2 of his pet launchers, and most of the mutated crystal-based pets were also installed in the two pet launchers, so that Lin Miao could use this. Time to get familiar with controlling those mutated crystal-based pets. Once the war with the Ascenders started, Lin Miao had to at least be able to survive. Lin Shen only left the dead fans and some ordinary crystal-based pets, and the others, including Kiwis, Frost Swordsman, Siren God General, etc., were temporarily used by Lin Miao to get through this difficult time. Lin Miao herself was very smart and her level was also crystal-based, but because she had always been in charge of the family business, she had almost no practical experience before. But the talent was there, and she got started very quickly. Her ability to command multiple pets to fight was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Most people would be in a mess if they commanded several pets at the same time, but Lin Miao could command more than a dozen pets to fight at the same time, and he could also take into account the details of each pet's movement, etc. On the 23rd day of arriving at King Kai's planet, Lin Shen's base mutation rate reached 100%. Lin Shen found a place where there were no base mutation creatures nearby, and asked Lin Miao to protect him. He took out the original egg given by Tu Xiaodao, swallowed it, and began to upgrade to the crystal base. Lin Miao looked at the wonderful changes on Lin Shen's body, and did not dare to be distracted to look more. He released all the pets and guarded around Lin Shen to prevent accidents. It stands to reason that there are no base mutation creatures nearby, so there should be no accidents. Just thinking about this, Lin Miao looked around, but suddenly his face changed. I saw a large number of green crystal warriors appearing on the sand dunes around me, and they were everywhere, but the number of them that appeared was probably more than 1,000. How could this happen? Lin Miao's face was a little ugly. He looked at Lin Shen, who was upgrading to the crystal base, and could only grit his teeth and let the pets line up. But more and more green crystal warriors appeared, which made Lin Miao feel a little uneasy. What was even more terrifying was that blue crystal warriors had begun to appear, and then purple crystal warriors were seen, and even a very rare red crystal warrior was seen. Lin Shen specifically looked for red crystal warriors, but couldn't find them, and now a red crystal warrior appeared here. And there was more than one red crystal warrior. As more and more green crystal warriors appeared, there were more and more blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors, and 2 red crystal warriors had already appeared. The number of green crystal warriors had exceeded 10,000, and they were still coming out in an endless stream. Lin Miao's brain was running fast, thinking about how to resist the terrifying number of crystal-based warriors. A crimson warrior appeared. His body was like a crystal condensed from blood, flashing a blood-colored halo in the sun, and he actually held a blood crystal spear in his hand. He actually had a weapon that other warriors did not have. With the battle cry of the Crimson Warrior, the green crystal warriors and warriors of various colors rushed towards Lin Shen's position. Like a tide, Lin Shen has been killing people wantonly in the desert for more than 20 days. In addition, he has been eating the genetically modified eggs of various warriors, which has already aroused the anger of the warriors. This siege was obviously premeditated. As the commander of the siege, the Crimson Knight must be very smart, otherwise he would not have chosen such a time. Looking at the warriors rushing in like a tide, Lin Miao can only be thankful that Lin Shen gave her enough pets, which are strong enough and numerous enough. Lin Miao was distracted and multitasking, controlling a group of pets and resisting the tide-like offensive. Under Lin Miao's command, the pets cooperated seamlessly. With frontline meat shields, backline output, and mobile pets to support possible loopholes at any time. Lin Shen's pets are indeed strong enough, but if it were not for Lin Miao's command, as long as there was a loophole, those warriors would rush in and disturb Lin Shen, who was undergoing genetic transformation, which would be a big trouble. The two red crystal warriors wanted to entangle Kiwis, but Lin Miao did not give them this opportunity. The battle formation formed by pets constantly rotated and attacked, and each pet was moving around and would not be trapped in one place. Seeing that the attack had not been successful for a long time, the Crimson Warrior was extremely angry and roared again. With his roar, all the warriors seemed to be crazy, their eyes were bloodshot, and they began to attack the pet battle formation more frantically. Lin Miao struggled to support it. It was not difficult to kill the warriors who rushed up, but the difficulty was that she could only guard the motionless Lin Shen and not let any warrior rush in. Fortunately, Lin Miao did it. Relying on the cooperation between the pets, she blocked wave after wave of attacks. Seeing that the changes in Lin Shen seemed to be about to end, Lin Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Once Lin Shen was promoted successfully, they would no longer need to fight with these warriors, and they could just ride on the dragon and fly away. These warriors could not fly, so they could do nothing to them. Lin Miao did not dare to relax, and kept looking at the battlefield while adjusting the position of the pets. Suddenly, Lin Miao found that there was something wrong with the sand below. Realizing something, Lin Miao rushed towards Lin Shen immediately. The sand below suddenly exploded, and a giant scorpion with a deep red body that seemed to be carved from blood crystal emerged. Its tail turned into a streak of blood and stabbed towards Lin Shen. Lin Miao had already used all his pets to resist the tide of warriors' attacks, and he had no pets left. With nothing to use and Lin Shen, who was being promoted and unable to move, behind her, she could only hold on and grab the scorpion tail that was attacking like lightning. But the power of the scorpion tail was obviously enhanced by skills. Lin Miao grabbed the scorpion tail with both hands, but it was difficult to stop the impact of the scorpion tail. The tip of the scorpion tail was about to pierce into Lin Miao's chest. Suddenly, a golden light bloomed from Lin Miao's arms. The scorpion tail pierced the golden light and was bounced back. The ball of golden light flew out of Lin Miao's arms, as if it grew in the wind, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a golden six-winged phoenix that was larger than a helicopter. The golden light on the phoenix's body was dazzling, and it raised its head to the sky and let out a phoenix cry, which made the entire battlefield pause. The next second, 6 phoenixes flew behind Lin Miao, as if they were hugging her from behind. 4 of the phoenix wings wrapped her body, and the other 2 pairs of phoenix wings vibrated, carrying Lin Miao's body into the sky. After circling in the air, the 6 phoenixes turned into a golden stream of light and flashed by. Bang 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 bang. It was like golden lightning blooming in the desert, instantly cutting the bodies of all the warriors within a few hundred meters near Lin Shen in half. The crimson giant scorpion desperately drilled under the sand, but its tail did not have time to drill in and was cut off. Above the desert where the killing sound was originally deafening, there was only a golden stream of light harvesting lives. Wherever it passed, everything was cut open, without even a chance to react. Even the red crystal warrior was no exception. And the upper and lower bodies were separated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, within 1,000 meters, there was no complete creature except Lin Shen and those pets. Lin Shen was successfully promoted to Jingji. When he opened his eyes, he saw the corpses of green crystal warriors on the ground in front of him, and he was immediately shocked. Subconsciously looking for Lin Miao, fearing that something might happen to her eldest sister. With so many crystal-based creatures fighting so fiercely, no matter how strong his pets were, it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed, resulting in such terrible results. But when Lin Shen saw Lin Miao, he couldn't help but be startled. Lin Miao had just landed on the ground, and a golden phoenix with 3 pairs of wings was slowly spreading its wings around Lin Miao. After the 6-winged phoenix put down Lin Miao, it circled and danced around Lin Miao, flying smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a small egg-shaped spirit base and fell into Lin Miao's hand, with 6 wings inside. The gray pattern of the phoenix also lost its luster. It was the spirit base that Lin Shen had seen before. Lin Shen was greatly surprised. Theoretically speaking, the spiritual base must be activated by an ascended person in order to be effective. The spiritual base left by Wan Yanbei was a waste product that had not yet been formed after he failed to ascend. It's a bit incredible that the scrap spirit base can activate itself and have independent consciousness. Sister, what's going on? Lin Shen walked over and asked Lin Miao. Lin Miao held the 6 paths phoenix spiritual base and recounted what had just happened. Lin Shen was secretly shocked. The intelligence of these genetically modified creatures should not be underestimated, and they actually set up such a killing plan. Fortunately, there are 6 phoenix spiritual bases, otherwise they would have succeeded. No wonder the Wan family wants to get back the spirit base, no matter what. It seems that the spirit base left by Wan Yanbei is not easy. Lin Shen's thinking was a little distracted, thinking that the Wan family wanted to get back the spirit base for this reason. Base. No matter what, with the 6-path phoenix spiritual base, Lin Miao's safety is guaranteed, and it will not be so easy for the ascended ones to touch her. Lin Shen no longer needs to be distracted from taking care of Lin Miao, and can focus on fighting Wan Guotao and other ascendants of the Wan family. Although Lin Shen only saw Wan Guotao and another ascendant, he was mentally prepared to face the entire Wan family in the future. But he didn't know yet that there were 12 ascendants from the Wan family outside the Cape base. Fortunately, the 12 ascended ones were inconvenient to enter the base because they were worried about the Cape base, which gave Lin Shen a chance. Sister, just try and see if you can communicate with the 6 paths phoenix and master it as much as possible. Lin Shen asked Lin Miao to try to control the 6 paths phoenix, while he himself was studying the abilities after being promoted to Jingji. When he used the original egg to advance to the crystal base, the genetic carapace changed again. The shape of the carapace became more angular, and the color of the carapace was still black, but turned into translucent black-gray crystals. The hieroglyphic pattern is still there, and the color is less obvious, as if it grows inside the black and gray crystal. From the appearance point of view, the changes in the basic carapace are not particularly big, not as big as when the alloy is upgraded. But Lin Shen knew very well that the improvement brought by being promoted to Jingji was no less than that of being promoted to alloy. User, ultra-based crystal-based organisms can evolve strength, 55. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Fundamental change rate, 1%. Life theory activity upper limit, 400. Basic talent, super basicization, super basic text. Super basic recasting. Super base recasting, the power that cannot kill you will eventually make you stronger. All pain and Suffering will become the cornerstone for you to rebuild your glory. Lin Shen was very lucky that the talents he had obtained were not duplicated and they fit perfectly. The talent of recasting, currently, is a very powerful recovery ability. If the base carapace is cracked, penetrated, or even shattered, as long as Lin Shenren is not dead, the base carapace can be recast and restored. Coupled with the enhancement of super basics and the continuous absorption of the power of the world by super basics, Lin Shen is a fighting machine that is difficult to kill. As for how effective this talent of recasting can be, it still needs to be tested in actual combat. Lin Shen found a green crystal warrior and tried it. Ordinary green crystal warriors could not damage his crystal carapace and could not leave any traces on it. Even the mutated blue crystal warriors and amethyst warriors can only leave some scratches on his carapace with a full blow of their skills, and those scratches can be automatically restored in an instant. Lin Shen even asked Kivis to attack his carapace. After Kivis used his skills, he could damage his carapace, but he could recover in the same instant. Lin Shen discovered that the effect of the recasting talent was not limited to the genetic transformation of the carapace. It was also effective on his flesh and blood body, but the effect was not as obvious as the carapace, and the recovery was slightly slower. There was not much time left, so Lin Shen collected the genetic mutation fluids of those mutated warriors to continue to increase his own genetic mutation rate and prepare for his future ascension. Once he can ascend, he no longer needs to fear anyone on his home planet. Instead of hunting mutant warriors, Lin Shen spent all his time practicing various techniques and becoming familiar with his own talents. Kivis, Frost Swordsman and Dead Fan were all used as sparring partners by Lin Shen. Both Kivis and Dead Fans are strong enough and can be said to be at the peak of genetic transformation, but as long as Lin Shen uses his natural abilities, it is not difficult to defeat them. It's a pity that there are no ascended creatures on Kaiwang. Lin Shen really wants to go to the crater planet and test his combat effectiveness with those super source dragons, but he can't do it now. Isn't there a ready-made ascending combat force? Chaoyuan dragon had no hope, so Lin Shen set his sights on the Six-Path Phoenix. The Six-Path Phoenix was indeed not an ordinary spiritual base. It could actually respond to Lin Miao's thoughts, and its combat ability was even more terrifying. Just the speed was faster than Jinggu Yuan's red jade sword. Moreover, the Six-Path Phoenix could attack and break at the same time. It could wrap Lin Miao with its wings and fight with her. Unfortunately, the Six-Path Phoenix could only respond to Lin Miao's thoughts. Lin Shen also tried to control it, but there was no reaction at all. Lin Shen was very suspicious whether it was Wan Yanbei's obsession attached to the Six-Path Phoenix that allowed Lin Miao, a base changer, to control it. Sister, let the Six-Path Phoenix attack me. Lin Shen could not improve much by fighting with ordinary crystal-based creatures. He needed a stronger pressure to train himself. No, I can only communicate with it simply, it's difficult to control it finely. If I let it attack you, it will regard you as an enemy and will not show mercy. Lin Miao refused immediately. No need to show mercy, when I face the ascenders of the Wan family. They will not show mercy either. If we can't even take the attack of the 6 phoenixes, then we will die if we go back. Lin Shen said. Lin Miao also understood this truth. Although he was very worried, he could only do what Lin Shen said. Lin Shen first activated the Super Base Text, Super Base Transformation and Super Base Recasting, the hieroglyphs on the black and gray crystal. carapace on his body began to glow and heat. The entire carapace began to gradually turn red, and soon it was burned golden, becoming more and more brilliant. Finally, it suddenly cooled rapidly, making Lin Shen's carapace crystal clear, like a flawless transparent crystal. The hieroglyphs in the crystal turned into three-dimensional forms, constantly flowing, and each word exuded brilliance, like an ancient mysterious spell. Lin Shen, with all his skills turned on, seemed like a god from ancient times, exuding a sacred aura all over his body, which was completely different from the usual black carapace state. In this state, Lin Shen, the full-strength attack of the dead fans could only leave some scars on him, and it was difficult to cause serious damage to him, and even the carapace was difficult to completely penetrate. Come on. Lin Shen stared at the 6 phoenixes in the air. Be sure to be careful. Lin Miao repeatedly reminded him before communicating with the 6 phoenixes and letting them launch an attack on Lin Shen. The 6 wings vibrated, turning into a golden lightning, and instantly passed by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's body flew backwards directly, the shell on one side of his chest was broken, and blood splashed out. Lin Shen flew backwards for hundreds of meters and hit the sand dune, knocking a big pit in the sand dune, and the sand splashed everywhere. Xiao Wu. Lin Miao was startled and ran over quickly. I'm fine. Lin Shen climbed out of the sand pit, and the wounds and shells on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Miao was relieved when he saw this. No, my speed is still a bit worse than Fei Xingjie. I can't stand still and wait to be attacked. I can only move to have a chance to compete with Fei Xingjie. Lin Shen knew where his problem was. This time, he held the dead powder and used the technique of stepping on the fairy court. His body kept moving quickly, changing positions, and killed the 6 phoenixes again. Lin Miao also communicated with the 6 phoenixes again, letting it attack Lin Shen. The golden lightning flashed by, and Lin Shen didn't have time to swing the dead powder in his hand, and his shoulder was scratched again. But this time the wound was obviously much lighter than the last time, and he didn't fall down like last time. Come again. Lin Shen knew that he was on the right track. Relying on the skills of the immortal court, he had a chance to fight against the ascended. Fighting again and again, Lin Shen would be injured every time, but he was also making progress. Lin Shen constantly integrated various skills into the immortal court, the rhythm of the crooked way, the aerial leverage technique of the ladder, and the momentum of the stacking wave. Lin Shen needed to be able to fight with the ascender in the air. If he only practiced ground combat skills, it would be impossible to touch the body of the ascender. The ascender could watch the battle from high in the sky and kill Lin Shen with only the spirit base. In that case, Lin Shen would not have any chance of winning. Lin Shen gradually became proficient in stabbing, fingering and pull techniques. He ignored some of the places he didn't understand and didn't know how to practice, and only practiced the ones he could understand and know how to use. The dead powder in his hands was soft and hard, stabbing and swaying, and the various techniques of entanglement, pulling and whipping were simply weird and unpredictable. With only this technique, there are probably few people among the base changers who can be his opponents. Unfortunately, his opponent is an ascender. But this is not enough. Lin Miao watched Lin Shen being injured by the 6 phoenixes again and again, and got up to fight again and again, and his mood was quite complicated. Growth is the product of helplessness. Lin Miao sighed in her heart. If she could choose, she hoped that Lin Shen would never have to grow up. In the environment of the desert, the world power absorbed by the super base text can allow Lin Shen to persist in the super base state for nearly an hour. Then he can only leave the super base state, rest for a few minutes, wait for the super base text to absorb enough world power to replenish consumption, and then he can use the super base power again. In the meantime, Lin Shen discovered another characteristic of the super base text. The more intense the battle, the stronger the power fluctuation generated by the struggle, and the more world power is absorbed. Once, Lin Shen and the Six-Path Phoenix fought hard for several times, and the shockwave of the power shock was very serious. The world power absorbed by the super base text was obviously much stronger. Of course, the so-called hard fight actually means that Lin Shen could not avoid the attack of the Six-Path Phoenix, and he could only fight hard despite being injured. As a result, the Six-Path Phoenix was not injured, and Lin Shen himself was seriously injured. If it were not for the innate ability of recasting, he might not be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. As time passed, Lin Shen was able to persist longer and longer in the battle with the Six-Path Phoenix. He also gradually discovered that the Six-Path Phoenix did not rely solely on speed, it also had its own body movements, and it was quite strange and mysterious. In order to understand the behavior pattern of the Six-Path Phoenix, Lin Shen tried to imitate the posture of the Six-Path Phoenix and found that some of its postures could make his movements in the air smoother, but they were only a small part of the postures, and most of the postures were useless. This discovery surprised Lin Shen very much, and he randomly integrated it into the stepping immortal court, making his battle in the air smoother. As the research deepened, Lin Shen felt that he could only win by fighting the Ascendant in close combat, and he must not keep a distance. Otherwise he would suffer a great loss. Although the immortal court also needs distance to increase the speed, Lin Shen can move in a relatively small space without such a long straight line distance. As long as he can hit the ascended person, Lin Shen will don't be afraid of not being able to kill them. The upper limit of attributes for ordinary ascendants is 80, but most first-turn ascenders will definitely not reach this upper limit. Only those who have ascended multiple times can have attributes that exceed the upper limit of 80. Lin Shen's current strength attribute is 56. This is because his fans are constantly growing, and under the influence of the infinite strength contract, Lin Shen's strength is also increasing. 56 strength, coupled with the blessing of super basicization, Lin Shen's strength attribute is no worse than that of ordinary ascendants, and is even stronger than some ascenders with lower strength. Coupled with the skills of the dead fans and the blessing of his own strength, there is no problem in piercing the carapace of ordinary ascended ones. Even if it can't be penetrated, there are still some points that can be used. The only thing he had to worry about was whether he could get up close. If he couldn't get up close, Lin Shen's disadvantage would be too great. He also had no life base to use, so he couldn't attack the ascendants from a distance. Fortunately, Wan Guotao and the others were definitely waiting for Lin Shen in the room, so there was no problem of not being able to get close at first. A few days later, Lin Shen was still no match for Six-Path's Phoenix, but it was not that easy for Six-Path's Phoenix to hurt him. Lin Shen tried to fight the Six-Path Phoenix from the moment he turned on the super basicization, instead of waiting until it was finally formed. This could greatly increase the duration of the super basicization. However, when super basing first started, the strengthening effect on the body was not that strong, and the defense would be relatively low, making Lin Shen's injury more serious. However, Lin Shen also discovered a very wonderful phenomenon. This phenomenon can only occur during the superbasic heating stage. During the process of hyperbasing and heating, if the carapace is damaged, the recasting ability will allow the carapace to recover quickly. The more serious the damage the carapace suffers during this process, the more times it needs to be recast. When the carapace undergoes the process of rapid cooling, the strength of the damaged and recast areas will increase a lot. Unfortunately, this improvement is not permanent. Once the superbasing fails, this effect will also disappear. Lin Shen can be sure that this is a special change caused by the combination of superbasicization and superbasic recasting. This can only happen if you have these two talents at the same time. This discovery gave Lin Shen a little more confidence. He used hyperbase in battle, and the beating he received first could be converted into the hardness of the carapace later. Of course, Lin Shen could even find someone to beat him up before the battle, so that after the carapace is superbased, it becomes hard enough, and then he can fight the ascended one. The old saying is indeed true. If you want to learn to hit people, you must first learn to be beaten. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. He has been practicing various techniques, and his mutation rate is slowly increasing. His die-hard fans have added a little more strength to him, and now he has 57 strength points. Lin Miao was very worried about Lin Shen's situation. Lin Shen was indeed growing, but he could never defeat the six-path phoenix. Lin Shen saw the worry of the eldest sister and said with a smile, "I don't need to break the life base of those ascendants, I just need to kill them. Killing them is much easier than breaking the life base." Lin Shen didn't say a word. There were no acupuncture points on the life base, so he couldn't touch the life base. Time passed day by day, and the 30-day time limit was approaching. Concubine Bai Shen waited anxiously at Suanio base, hoping to wait for Lin Xiangdong. It's a pity that Lin Xiangdong didn't return to his home planet at all. And he didn't know what happened on the home planet, so how could he come back so coincidentally? Instead of waiting for Lin Xiangdong, he did wait for Wei Wufu, who came back from Tiancheng. After Concubine Bai Shen told Wei Wufu what happened, Wei Wufu turned around and rushed to Tiancheng without saying a word. Wei Wufu knew that he could not stop the Wan family from killing Lin Shen and Lin Miao by relying on his own strength alone, so he could only ask the elders of the family to take action. But Wei Wufu was not sure whether he could ask the elders in his family to take action, but now there was only one way to go, and he had to give it a try anyway. Concubine Bai Shen knew what Wei Wufu wanted to do, but she didn't have high hopes for the Wei family. She once heard from the elders in the family that a person in the Wei family once died outside the world, but the elders of the Wei family did not come forward to avenge him. Even if he treats his own people like this, Lin Shen is not from the Wei family. Will the elders of the Wei family really leave Tiancheng for him? Concubine Bai Shen didn't know if the Wei family would make an exception because of Wei Wufu, but the hope was really slim. She could only stay at the Blackbird base, hoping to wait until Lin Xiangdong. Concubine Bai Shen had been in contact with Instructor Mu and knew that Lin Shen had not sent back yet, so there was still a glimmer of hope. After Wei Wufu rushed back to Tiancheng, he came to Tiancheng's Shindi Hall. This place was built by the Wei family to suppress the underground space and is the forefront of human defense. Wufu, why are you back so soon? Wei Chongqing was slightly startled when he saw the anxious look on Wei Wufu's face. He knew his grandson very well, and even if he was attacked with swords and axes, it would be impossible for him to change his color. Master, Wufu, please help me. Wei Wufu knelt directly in front of Wei Chongqing, knocked his head on the ground, and refused to get up again. What happened? Wei Chongqing looked solemn. Wei Wufu usually spoke word by word. Today's sentence was already very fluent for Wei Wufu. Lin Shen, friend, it's a big disaster. Wei Wufu still didn't raise his head and just said. Wei Chongqing kept listening until he understood what Wei Wufu meant, and then reached out to pull Wei Wufu up. But Wei Wufu refused to get up and insisted, Master, Wufu, please. Any one of you can save your life. You can do this for him. This person is very important to you, right? Wei Chongqing asked softly. Yes. Wei Wufu only answered one word. Wei Chongqing nodded and continued to ask. Is his life more important than yours? Yes. Wei Wufu answered with another word without hesitation. Wei Chongqing nodded again. You are willing to trade your life for his, because you think he is very important to you, and you are not wrong. When Wei Wufu thought there was hope and looked up at Wei Chongqing, he heard Wei Chongqing continue. But for me and the Wei family, no one's life is more important than this line of defense. And if any of your other grandfathers leaves here, they will be taken advantage of by those terrifying creatures in the underground space. By then, not just 1 or 2 people will die, but hundreds of thousands of people. Not to mention outside the celestial city, even if we are in this underground hall, we can't leave half a step away. The slightest mistake will be a disaster. Thousands of people died to save one person. Warrior, I have no choice. Great love means no love, and being affectionate is unfeeling. I can't explain it, and I can't explain it clearly. Wei Chongqing closed his eyes, unable to face it. A pleading look towards his grandson. Master, Wufu, I understand. Wei Wufu kowtowed to Wei Chongqing 3 times. The third master of the Lin family entrusted me, Wufu, to leave. Master, take care of yourself. Say it. Wei Wufu stood up and left. Since the elders in his family cannot go to the Cape base, he can only go by himself, not asking for the result, just asking for a clear conscience. Wei Wufu, where are you going? Are you going to find a Tian? Wei Wufu was stopped by Ouyang Yudu before he left Tiancheng. Yes. Wei Wufu replied. Ouyang Yudu's eyes lit up immediately. He came to Tiancheng just to find a Tian. But after asking everyone in Tiancheng, no one except Wei Wufu knew a Tian. When he asked Wei Wufu before, Wei Wufu had always refused to say who a Tian was. Unexpectedly, Wei Wufu admitted so readily today that he was going to find a Tian. I'll go find him with you. Ouyang Yudu said. No. Wei Wufu refused directly. Why? Ouyang Yudu frowned. Dead end. Wei Wufu said solemnly. Speak clearly, what dead end? Ouyang Yudu frowned even tighter. Wei Wufu roughly explained it. Although it was difficult to understand, Ouyang Yudu understood it. You mean, a Tian is Lin Shen? Ouyang Yudu widened his eyes. Isn't Lin Shen practicing theory of talent? No. Wei Wufu shook his head. Haha, interesting, really interesting, let's go, I'll go with you, such an interesting thing, how can I be left out? Ouyang Yudu pulled Wei Wufu and walked out of the city. Haha, I'm finally back. In the desert, Shiman Swordsman looked up to the sky and roared excitedly. He finally teleported to this desert again. He wanted to find the place where the sand shell was as soon as possible, hoping To get ahead of that person and dig out all the green crystal eggs inside. Summoning a mount, Shaman swordsman looked at his surroundings and then ran wildly in one direction. After walking for a long time, Shaman swordsman suddenly heard something in the desert on the left. He was curious and hesitated, then rushed to the left to see what happened there. After running not far, I saw the corpses of green crystal warriors everywhere. The number was probably in the thousands. There were also corpses of blue crystal warriors, amethyst warriors, and even the corpse of a red crystal warrior. Near these corpses, two people, a man and a woman, were looking at him. Second ancestor? Shaman swordsman looked carefully and recognized the man, but felt shocked in his heart. He knew about Lin Shen, the second ancestor, and had seen some images of Lin Shen, but his impression of Lin Shen was that he had something special in him and that he was not strong enough. But after seeing so many green crystal warriors and mutant warriors being killed, if this was Lin Shen's doing, then his strength was not that simple. With a thought in his mind, Shaman swordsman rode his mount to the depths of the forest. He turned over and asked with a smile, "I am Shaman swordsman. I have heard about the name of the second ancestor for a long time. Sure enough, there is no one who can kill so many green people, despite his great reputation. Crystal warrior and mutant warrior. Your abilities are as strong as the rumors. Your Excellency, you have given me the award," Lin Shen said politely. He heard the sound of hoofbeats just now, but he didn't expect that it was Shaman swordsman who came. He thought to himself, we are really destined to meet this guy again, and we met him again in the desert. Lin Shen had no intention of arguing with him about the past, and planned to let him leave quickly with a few perfunctory words. As for the corpses on the ground, Lin Shen had no intention of taking them. If Shaman swordsman wanted them, just let him take them. Shaman swordsman was about to say something, but suddenly he sniffed vigorously with his nose, as if there was some peculiar smell in the air. "Are you that ruthless person?" Shaman swordsman's expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at Lin Shen and shouted. Lin Shen was slightly startled, but he didn't expect Shaman swordsman to recognize him. The environment was so dark at that time, and Lin Shen was wearing a battle helmet and his face was not exposed. Shaman swordsman should not be able to recognize him. Thinking of Shaman swordsman's nose twitching hard just now, Lin Shen suddenly realized, is this guy born in the year of dog? He can actually distinguish people by smell. Okay, I didn't expect the second-generation ancestor to be a ruthless person. Today is the day to put an end to the relationship between you and me. Shaman swordsman pulled out his sword and pointed at Lin Shen and said, "There's no enmity between us, right? We're just each seeking our own benefits." Lin Shen had other things in mind and was too lazy to talk to him so much. He pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, "If you feel you're at a loss, take these away as compensation." Shaman swordsman was slightly startled when he heard this, and then said angrily, "Who do you think I am, Shaman swordsman? I am not a beggar. I will naturally grab what I want, and there is no need for others to give me charity." Lin Shen was stunned for a while and thought to himself, what kind of theory is this? If you insist on robbing someone if they don't want it for you, is it still honorable to be a robber? As if he had read Lin Shen's thoughts, Shaman swordsman proudly said with a flick of his sword, "Waiting for charity from others is getting something for nothing. Robbery by yourself relies on skill and pays for merit. Of course it is different. There seems to be nothing wrong with what you said." Lin Shen suddenly felt that What Shaman Swordsman said seemed to make sense. Of course, the premise is that Shaman Swordsman is not robbing him. So there is no point in robbing him. Okay, tell me how you want to rob it. The thing is. Here, you can rob it as you like. Lin Shen pointed at the corpse of the mutated warrior on the ground and said. Now it's time to deal with Shaman Swordsman. He's made it clear that you can take it. As you like. It seems wrong if he robs it, and it doesn't seem right if he doesn't grab it. Aren't these enough? I still have some genetic fluid here, you can grab it too. Lin Shen threw several bags of genetic fluid on the ground. Anyway, he will be teleported back soon. When the battle of life and death comes, it will be inconvenient to carry these burdens with him, and he had no intention of taking them with him. Shaman Swordsman was a little dumbfounded. Why was the ruthless man today completely different from the ruthless man that day? If he didn't have absolute confidence in his sense of smell, Shaman Swordsman would have begun to wonder if he had found the wrong person. Shaman Swordsman was not afraid of his opponent being cruel, but Lin Shen's behavior made him confused as to how to continue. If you're worried about my plot or that I'm going to sneak up on you, that's okay. Let's leave now. Lin Shen said as he prepared to leave with Lin Miao. Wait a minute. When Shaman Swordsman saw that Lin Shen actually left just as he said, most of his doubts disappeared. What else? If you want anything else, just say it. Lin Shen turned around and asked. Are you suffering from some terminal illness? Shaman Swordsman looked at Lin Shen and asked thoughtfully. How could a person suddenly become so desireless if he was not terminally ill? Especially a ruthless person like Lin Shen, who would rather use such brutal means than let him take away anything last time, is even less likely to be so wishless. If Lin Shen is really terminally ill, no matter how much he robs, it will still be boring. He, Shaman Swordsman, is not yet in such a state of poverty that he needs to rob something. The state of a dying person and things. What? Terminal illness? Lin Shen couldn't help but be startled. There is no terminal disease, what do you mean? Shaman Swordsman said, pointing to something on the ground. It's no longer needed. Lin Shen smiled and said. Why can't you use it? Those are mutation fluids. Are your mutation rates already full? Shaman Swordsman didn't believe Lin Shen's words. Who would think there were too many mutation fluids? Even if you don't use it yourself, you can still sell it for a big price. You don't know what happened at Haijiao Base? Anyway, this matter will definitely spread in the future. And Lin Shen has nothing to hide, so he gave an overview of his current situation. Wanjiao's geneticists blocked you. In Cape Base? You teleported to Kaiyu again. There were no images of you in the previous sky projections. In other words, you have the ability to teleport to Kaiyu at any time. Star's teleportation device? Shaman Swordsman suddenly thought of many things. Not bad. Lin Shen readily admitted. After this battle with the Wan family, I'm afraid no one knows about this matter, and there is no point in hiding it. I see. Shaman Swordsman pondered for a moment. Nodded and said, no wonder you are so desireless. It turns out it's almost the same as having a terminal illness. You are bound to die anyway. Why don't you give me all the good things you have now? Your pets are very good, your pet transmitters are also very good, and there are also things that the Wan family wants. Give them to me now, so as not to make the people of the Wan family cheaper. You've given yourself a bad breath. The word shameless was written all over Shaman Swordsman's face. Okay. Seeing that he could say such shameless things so naturally, as if he had done a great deed, Lin Shen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Have you really figured it out? Shimanjanka was overjoyed when he heard this. I figured it out. As long as you can beat me, you can take whatever you want. Lin Shen pulled out his death powder and pointed at Shimanjanka. Then it's a deal. Shimanjanka didn't waste any words and stabbed Lin Shen with a sword. His sword was very fast and the blade was very thin, which was not conducive to chopping. He also took the path of stabbing, and the only thing he wanted was to be fast. His sword was fast, and Lin Shen's spear was faster and longer than his. Shimanjanka's sword couldn't touch Lin Shen at all, and the spear was already in front of him. Shimanjanka could only move to dodge and try to get close. Lin Shen's spear missed, and seeing Shimanjanka approaching, it seemed that there was no better way. Seeing this, Shimanjanka was about to cut off Lin Shen's hand holding the gun with a sword, but Lin Shen blocked his sword with his gun. You are still young. Shimanjanka's sword touched and left, without any real strength, and was about to cut Lin Shen's neck. Unfortunately, as soon as his sword moved, the death powder in Lin Shen's hand had already wrapped around like a poisonous snake, and directly wrapped around Shimanjanka's arm holding the sword. Shimanjanka had never seen such a weird weapon, and immediately used his other hand to grab the death powder wrapped around his arm, trying to pull it apart. Who knew that as soon as his hand touched the death powder, the body of the death powder wrapped around him again, wrapping up his other arm. Lin Shen held the other end of the death powder and threw it hard, throwing Shimanjanka up. Lin Shen swung the dead powder around his head like a lasso. Shimanjanka, whose arms were tied, swung around in the air again, and his head was about to spin. It was a pity that there were no big trees or beams here, otherwise he would have been hung up directly. Suddenly, a shell appeared on Shimanjanka's body. The shell swelled like a balloon, and then suddenly shrank, leaving a gap in the dead powder's entanglement. Shimanjanka took the opportunity to get out, and after landing on the ground, he stared at Lin Shen and said, Is there something? Your thing is not a weapon, but a pet? Is there anyone who stipulates that pets cannot be used as weapons? Lin Shen said with a smile. Yes, there is indeed no one who stipulates that pets cannot be used as weapons. Shimanjanka nodded, his eyes still staring at Lin Shen. Lin Shen kicked the sword that Shimanjanka dropped on the ground to him with his foot. Your sword. I can't use a sword against you anymore. Shimanjanka caught the sword, but directly stuck it into the ground. So, you are better without a sword than with a sword? Lin Shen looked at him with interest. That's for you to judge, Shiman swordsman said, rushing towards Lin Shen again. Lin Shen didn't feel that this punch was anything special, the speed and strength were not stronger than when he used a sword. Lin Shen waved the death powder and stabbed it again. Shiman swordsman put his hands together and actually clamped the spear. The death powder used the same trick again and was about to wrap around. But this time, Shiman swordsman wiped his hands, and the body of the death powder suddenly spun like a drill. Lin Shen was caught off guard, and the hand holding the death powder was immediately bounced off. Shiman swordsman grabbed the spinning death powder, shook it a few times in his hand, and then threw it to Lin Shen again. Now we are even, Shiman swordsman said with a cold face. This spiral force is quite powerful. Lin Shen caught the death powder, and the death powder was still spinning in his hand. Lin Shen squeezed it tightly to stop it. No one has stipulated that we can't use spiral force, right? Shimanjanka said as he rushed forward again. Lin Shen didn't use his full strength, but only maintained his strength at a level similar to Shimanjanka, and fought with Shimanjanka. Soon Lin Shen discovered that this Shimanjanka was not as strong as Ouyang Yudu, nor did he have as comprehensive fighting skills as Wei Wufu, but his ability to control strength was very special. Before at Tian Xingpo, Ouyang Yudu had also used the technique of using force to fight force, but for Ouyang Yudu, it was just a technique. Shimanjanka's entire person seemed to have become a converter, and any force that came to him could be converted by him. Others used force to fight force, but he used the force of others as his own. The tip of the gun pierced his body, his muscles sank inward, and then he actually bounced the tip of the gun out again. Is this guy really human? He has trained his body to this level, he is simply a monster. Lin Shen knew that there were only two ways to break Shimanjanka's force-releasing technique. One method is to use absolute strength or speed, so that he has no time to convert the force. And then he can break it naturally. Lin Shen's strength is enough, and with the armor-breaking and instant speed skills of his die-hard fans, he can break it in 9 out of 10 cases. Another method is to find his flaws and use skills to break Shimanjanka's force-releasing technique. No matter how much a person trains his body, it is impossible to train every part of his body to release force. As long as you find the place on his body that cannot release force, that is, his weakness, you can break his force-releasing technique. Lin Shen was quite interested in his force-releasing technique, so he did not use force to break it, and he just happened to use Shimanjanka to test the results of his hard practice during this period. Although Shimanjanka was all over his body, it can relieve the force, but Lin Shen's moves are too weird and unpredictable, and the combination with the dead powder is simply bizarre to the point of being outrageous. Many of the moves are things that Shimanjanka has never seen or heard of, and it is very difficult for him to deal with them. It is not easy to borrow Lin Shen's strength to counterattack Lin Shen, especially when the dead powder is wrapped around him. It makes Shimanjanka very uncomfortable. He is not afraid of hard weapons, but this kind of soft weapon is very unfriendly to him. The two people kept fighting, and no one was able to take advantage. No more fighting. Shimanjanka suddenly stepped back and jumped out of the battle circle, shaking his head and said, "Why don't you fight?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. "The moves of your pet weapon are too damn insidious, and it's uncomfortable to fight," Shimanjanka said, and he got on his mount and turned around and left. "You don't want the things?" Lin Shen shouted. "If you can't win, you're too embarrassed to ask for it. Next time, I'll beat you and then I'll steal your things." Shimanjanka ran away without looking back, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "That man is quite interesting," Lin Miao said with a smile. "If you are not as strong as him and are his enemy, you won't think he is interesting." Lin Shen didn't want to care about Shimanjanka. There were only a few days left in the countdown, and he had to keep working hard. Shimanjanka was just a base changer. It was not easy to beat him with skills, and it would be even more difficult to fight against an ascender. Lin Shen didn't know that Shimanjanka had a record of killing an ascender, and he was not an ordinary crystal base. Even if Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu came, they didn't dare to say that they would definitely beat him. A few days later, the countdown ended, and Lin Shen and Lin Miao were ready, waiting for the last second of the countdown to arrive. Finally, the countdown returned to 0, and the two only felt The scene in front of them changed, and returned to the familiar living room. Wang Guotao and Lu Qingxue waited in the yard for 30 days. Because they had not waited for Lin Shen and Lin Miao to teleport back, they were inevitably a little impatient. But no matter how impatient they were, they had to wait. They had to kill Lin Miao and take back Wan Yanbei's unfinished spiritual foundation. The Wan family's backer on the alien planet was the Diamond Tribe. If they disobeyed the master's order, they would naturally have no good end. Although Catherine only said that she wanted to take back Wan Yanbei's unfinished spiritual foundation, in the eyes of the Wan family, why did Catherine have to take that useless waste spiritual foundation? The biggest possibility was to warn the Wan family. Catherine already knew about Wan Yanbei and Lin Miao, and also knew that Wan Yanbei's last wish after his death was to give his unfinished spiritual foundation to Lin Miao, so she wanted to take away Wan Yanbei's spiritual foundation. The way that would satisfy Catherine the most was naturally to take back the spiritual foundation and kill Lin Miao. Only in this way could Catherine's face be preserved, and the Wan family could continue to develop relying on the big tree of the Diamond Tribe. They also thought that Catherine might not know Lin Miao at all, but they were unwilling to take risks. In their opinion, even if they destroyed a small family on the mother planet, the risk was much smaller than betting that Catherine didn't know. So what if the Lin family had ascenders, just 1 or 2 ascenders? No matter how strong they were, there were plenty of ascenders in the interstellar Wan family. The death of a few ascenders, even if the Wan family on the mother planet was destroyed, was better than leaving a thorn in Catherine's heart. But they didn't expect that a small family like the Lin family would have a portable teleporter in their hands. For 30 days, the interstellar Wan family had been constantly urging them. Wan Guotao and others were already very impatient, but they could only wait patiently. Damn Lin Shen and Lin Miao, as long as they teleport back, they must be made to disappear from this world as soon as possible. And they must never be given the opportunity to activate the teleporter again. Wang Guotao and Lu Qingxue stared at the place where Lin Shen and Lin Miao disappeared. Once they teleport back, he will launch an attack as soon as possible and will not give them any chances. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air where they were staring. Lu Qingxue and Wang Guotao mobilized their life bases from their bodies without hesitation. Although ascenders usually have ascended pets, their first reaction is usually to use their life bases, because life bases are like parts of the body, like limbs such as hands and feet, and have the fastest response speed. To use a pet, even if it is an advanced pet launcher, you have to pull out the pet launcher and press the trigger, which is naturally not as fast as using the life base. The life bases of the 2 people broke out of their bodies and killed Lin Shen and Lin Miao respectively. When Lin Shen and Lin Miao were teleported back, Lin Miao's body had been wrapped by the 6 phoenixes, and the carapace on Lin Shen's body was also brilliant, with a layer of blood film on the outside. The talent skills were fully activated, and before that, the 6 phoenixes broke the carapace again and again and recast it, so that the strength of the carapace after cooling reached a very terrifying level. Lin Shen knew very well that the first time they came back was the most dangerous time. As long as they survived this level, they could think of a way in the future. Wang Guotao's life base was a sword, and he went straight to Lin Miao, while Lu Qingxue's life base was a knife, and he slashed at Lin Shen with terrifying force, so fast that he couldn't dodge at all. The 6 phoenix wings on Lin Miao's body vibrated, blocking Wang Guotao's sword. Lin Shen looked at Lu Qingxue's knife slashing at him, but he didn't retreat. but advanced, and the death powder in his hand, like a spear, stabbed directly at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue sneered at this, and he didn't even use the base transformation shell, because there was no need. The speed of the life base is much faster than that of the base transformer. Lin Shen's gun couldn't reach him at all, and his body would be cut in half by his life base. The Ascender has an absolute crushing advantage against the base transformer. The fact is indeed as Lu Qingxue expected, his life base knife cut into Lin Shen's body first. But this knife did not split Lin Shen directly in half as he expected. This knife only cut a wound on the carapace on Lin Shen's shoulder, and the blade could not cut any further after entering a little more than an inch. The carapace that was recast with the help of the 6 phoenixes was already extremely strong. 2. Be safe, Lin Shen also used the blessing skill of the Blood Jade Mountain God. LV Qingxue was just an ordinary Ascender with a strength attribute of more than 60. It was quite difficult to directly split Lin Shen's body. LV Qingxue had never thought that this would happen. What was even more unexpected was that the spear in Lin Shen's hand suddenly accelerated, so fast that he could not dodge in time. The main reason was that the distance was too close. A hall was only this short. Lin Shen held the death powder and almost stretched his arm to penetrate LV Qingxue's body. At such a close distance, LV Qingxue was not prepared at the beginning, so how could he dodge now? But an Ascender is an Ascender. In just a moment, LV Qingxue still used the base-changing carapace. Until this moment, Lu Qingxue still didn't take Lin Shen's attack seriously. The attack of the mutant couldn't even leave a mark on his shell, let alone hurt him. But when the dead pimple hit his chest, Lu Qingxue's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw something incredible. The spear in Lin Shen's hand pierced through his mutant shell, pierced through his heart, and went out from his back. It's impossible. This is Lu Qing. The thoughts in Shue's heart are also the thoughts in the hearts of everyone present. The moment that should have been tense, there was a moment of silence. Lu Qingxue didn't believe that his genetically modified carapace, which had a hardness of 64, could be pierced by a genetically modified person. Wang Guotao couldn't believe that such a thing would happen, and the other one family's genetic changers couldn't believe it even more. But things were unfolding before our eyes. Lu Qingxue was an ascended person. His life base failed to kill Lin Shen. Instead, Lin Shen shot him through the heart and base carapace. They were all in shock and disbelief, but Lin Shen pulled out the dead fan without any hesitation. As the dead powder was pulled out, blood like spring water spurted out from the wound. Lu Qingxue covered the wound on his chest and stared at Lin Shen, but the wound on his back was still filled with blood. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. He struggled but could no longer stand up. He wanted to say something, but only blood spurted out. An ascended person died like this. Wang Guotao was shocked and angry. Lin Shen didn't pause at all. He moved like lightning and shot Wang Guotao again. Now that he has reached this point, it's either you die or I live. There is nothing to say. All he needs to do is kill the enemy and let himself stay alive. To everyone's surprise, Wang Guotao actually flew up and smashed a big hole in the roof. He actually wanted to escape. Wang Guotao was noble and arrogant, but that was when he had absolute strength to crush others. Lin Miao actually had 6 Phoenix spirit bases, which was beyond his expectation. Wan Yanbei failed to ascend, and he was already dead. His life base was not fully formed. Theoretically, it was a waste spirit base and could not be used at all. Even if it was formed, it would be impossible to activate the spirit base without the power of an ascender. An unfinished waste spirit base was actually activated by a base changer, which was beyond his understanding. What's more terrifying is that Lin Shen, a base changer, actually stabbed the ascender Lu Qingxue to death with one shot. Although a big factor in this was that Lu Qingxue was too arrogant, he didn't even use his skills, and he didn't use any tricks, but he was stabbed to death directly, but this was already terrifying enough. At least, it can be shown that Lin Shen, a base changer, has the ability to kill ascenders. 1-on-2, 1. Guotao was not sure at all. He did not want to take risks. There were 12 ascenders of the One family outside the base. Lin Shen and Lin Miao were doomed to die. He did not need to take risks. In this situation, Lin Shen soared into the sky without hesitation and chased out of the hole created by Wan Guotao. Instructor Mu had been in a small building nearby, paying close attention to every move here. Suddenly, he heard a terrifying sound coming from the courtyard and gritted his teeth and wanted to rush over. But before he rushed out, he saw a figure breaking out of the room. It turned out to be Wan Guotao, and another figure followed him out later. This situation was something Instructor Mu had never expected, and he was stunned for a while. Not only did Instructor Mu not expect it, but the ascenders sent by Hai Daxiao to monitor the situation here were also dumbfounded by this situation. He thought of various situations, but he had never thought that Wan Guotao would be the one who escaped. The person who chased Wan Guotao out had a brilliant base transformation shell, like a god from ancient times, and his whole body seemed to radiate holy light. He had never seen a person's base transformation shell so gorgeous and dazzling. It was obviously only a base transformation level, but just looking at the base transformation shell, it made people feel that he was ridiculously strong. After Lin Shen rushed out of the house, he directly used the death powder as a javelin and threw it at Wan Guotao in the air. Wan Guotao saw the death powder flying like dark red lightning and sneered in his heart, looking for death. The base transformation shell wrapped his whole body, and at the same time, he pulled out a spiritual base sword and slashed at the flying death powder. The speed of the death powder was fast enough, but in Wan Guotao's opinion, this speed was not fast enough for him to cut it with one sword. At the same time, his life base sword also penetrated the roof of the house from the bottom to the top and pierced Lin Shen in the air like lightning. No matter how strong a base changer is, it is still just a base changer after all. It has no flying ability and cannot change its flight trajectory in the air to avoid the attack of the life base. Almost at the same time when Wan Guotao's spiritual base sword slashed the dead powder, his life base sword also reached Lin Shen's body. Everything happened too fast. When Instructor Mu realized that the person chasing behind might be Lin Shen, it was too late to rescue him. But a strange scene happened. The spiritual base sword in Wan Guotao's hand slashed on the straight spear, but the spear suddenly became extremely soft. After the spiritual base sword slashed on it, it had no power at all. Instead, the dead powder was like a rope, using the power of his slash to directly entangle. It entangled the spiritual base sword, and also entangled Wan Guotao's hand holding the sword. On the other side, Lin Shen was in the air, his left foot touched the back of his right foot, and he moved a distance away. Wan Guotao's life base sword almost brushed Lin Shen's body and rushed into the sky, leaving a long mark on Lin Shen's shell. Boom! The golden six-path phoenix broke through the air, turned into a golden lightning, and rushed towards Wan Guotao in the air. The speed of the six-path phoenix was too fast. Wan Guotao had no time to dodge, and even had no time to tear off the dead powder wrapped around his hand. He swung his sword and slashed at the six-path phoenix. The dead powder was extremely cunning. Its body went directly along the arm and wrapped around Wan Guotao's body. The spiritual sword in Wan Guotao's hand and the phoenix wings of the six-path phoenix fought hard. The spiritual sword was directly cut off by the phoenix wings, and Wan Guotao's body was also shocked and flew backwards in the air, just flying towards Lin Shen's position. While he was still flying backwards, Wan Guotao threw away the broken sword in his hand, grabbed a pet launcher, and shot directly at Lin Shen a few meters away. This is a pet launcher with a speed of up to 80. He has seen that Lin Shen's power is very strong, which can be said to be ridiculously strong, even comparable to some ascenders. But his speed was still not fast enough, and he was not able to completely avoid his life-based attack just now. He definitely could not avoid the ascended pet launched by this 80-speed pet launcher. The ascended pet directly hit Lin Shen's body. If it couldn't kill him, it would take half of his life, and it would still be a dead end. But at the moment he fired, Lin Shen's speed suddenly soared wildly, to an incredible speed. Lin Shen didn't expect that there would be such a good thing. Wan Guotao would actually use an advanced pet launcher to hit him. The seven-step war was launched, and Lin Shen's speed soared directly to 80. The distance of several meters was reached in an instant, and Lin Shen rushed in front of Wan Guotao. Wan Guotao was shocked again, angry again. He couldn't figure out how Lin Shen's speed could suddenly soar to a level that he couldn't even catch up with. He stretched out his hand to hit Lin Shen, but felt that his arm was tied by a rubber band. Although he stretched it out forcefully, his speed was much slower. The dead powder wrapped around him was stretched long and thin, but it didn't break. Lin Shen flashed past him, dodged his fist, and at the same time, a finger fiercely tapped his ribs. Wan Guotao thought that he should have no problem forcibly resisting Lin Shen's finger, but after that finger was pointed at his body, Wan Guotao suddenly felt his body stiffen and couldn't move. 6 phoenixes flew in the air, and Wan Guotao had desperately controlled his life base to fly back, trying to block the 6 phoenixes, but he was still a step late. The 6 phoenixes flashed past Wan Guotao and directly cut Wan Guotao's body in two. Wan Guotao's upper body was separated from his lower body, his eyes widened to the extreme. And he could not believe until his death that he would die here. Don't kill him. Almost at the same time when Wan Guotao was cut in half, Instructor Mu's voice came over, but it was a little too late. Instructor Mu? Lin Shen landed on the roof and looked at Instructor Mu with some confusion, wondering why he was begging for Wan Guotao. Instructor Mu saw Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a wry smile, "You killed Wan Guotao. And you have a mortal feud with the Wan family." "It's already a mortal feud," Lin Shen said. "The Wan family has 12 ascenders outside the base, who are only stronger than Wan Guotao. Among them, there is Wan Shuilu, a 7th-turn ascender." Instructor Mu sighed. 12 ascendants. Lin Shen's face also changed. He thought that after killing Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue, the Wan family would send more ascendants, and there should be some time for him and his elder sister to escape first. He didn't expect that the Wan family actually had 12 ascendants outside the base. But Lin Shen did not regret his choice. Even if he didn't kill Wan Guotao, the Wan family would not let him go. Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue are only first-level ascendants. Among the 12 ascendants outside, there are still 7th-level ascendants, which is quite scary. The attributes of an ascended person at the 1st level are at most 80. The attributes of an ascended person at the 7th level are equivalent to 60% more attributes. If calculated based on the top 80 attributes, the attributes of an ascended person at the 7th level can reach 128. Just absolute attribute suppression can crush the first turn ascendants of the same level. Lin Shen was not too worried about this 7th turn ascendant, because over such a long period of time, the attributes accumulated by the sacrificial halo had exceeded 150. Adding in his own attributes, when he struck with all his strength, other attributes can reach over 190, and strength can exceed 200. As long as he seizes the opportunity well, he has a high chance of killing the 7th turn ascendant in one blow. But no matter how powerful this blow is, it can only kill one ascended one. There are 12 ascended ones outside. After killing the 7th turn ascendant, it is still easy for the remaining ascendants to surround and kill the 2 siblings. Even if they are both first turn ascendants, Lin Shen and Lin Miao still have no chance, not to mention that they cannot both be first turn ascendants. Instructor Mu wanted to say something else, but suddenly he saw a dozen figures coming from outside the base, trying to break into the base by force. The noise of the battle just now was already very loud. Wan Shuilu and others outside the base heard the sound and saw Wan Guotao's life-based sword soaring into the sky. Knowing that something was wrong, they no longer cared about Hai Dashio's face and directly attacked. Rush into the Cape base. Hai Dashio's side was also well prepared. Originally, it was just to prevent the Wan family from taking the opportunity to harm the Haijiao base. They never thought that Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue would be killed. But no matter what, Hai Dashio couldn't let the Wan family start a war within their own base. Hai Dashio flew into the sky with many ascenders from Haijiao base, and stopped the 12 ascendants from Wanjia who were about to rush into Haijiao base. Wan Shuilu had already seen Wan Guotao lying dead on the street, Lin Shen, Lin Miao, and the 6 Paths Phoenix standing with Instructor Mu, and was greatly surprised. He recognized the Phoenix of 6 Paths at a glance as Wan Yanbei's spiritual foundation. He did not expect that the useless spiritual foundation could actually be used, and he also saw that Wan Guotao was killed by the Phoenix of 6 Paths. Could it be that there are other reasons why Catherine wants Wan Yanbei's spiritual foundation? A thought flashed through Wan Shuihui's mind. Hai Dashio, an ascended member of my Wan family died in your Cape base. Are you going to protect the murderer, or did you originally plan to go to war with my Wan family? Wan Shuilu first seized the moral high ground with one sentence. Hai Dashio said calmly, the person who killed you, the ascended member of Wanjia, is a member of the Lin family and has nothing to do with our Haijiao base. However, my Haijiao base is not a place for others to trample on. I don't care if you beat me to death. If I want to fight you out, no one can act arrogantly in my base. They have been inside your base for the rest of their lives, and I have to wait outside for the rest of their lives? Wan Shuilu said coldly. Within today, the people of the Wan family and the Lin family must leave the Haijiao base and settle their own affairs. No one can harm the people and things in our Haijiao base, otherwise there will be a war. We, Haijiao, the base will stay with you until the end. Hai Dashio confronted Wan Lulu without giving in. Okay, Haijiao base has the rules of Haijiao base. I respect the rules of Hai Dashio and Haijiao base and wait outside until midnight. Wan Shuilu looked at Lin Shen and Lin Miao inside the base. And turned around. Out of the base. Seeing Wan Shuilu and others guarding outside the base, Hai Daxiu asked the other ascendants to stay here and watch, while he flew to Lin Shen and Instructor Mu. You also heard what I said just now. I can only keep you until 0 o'clock, otherwise Wan Jiaxing will start a war in the base. I don't know how many people will be affected. I can't bear the price. Hai Daxiu looked at Lin Shen and said. She was very curious about Lin Shen. It was really surprising that a genetic changer who came out of a place like the Blackbird Base could leapfrog and kill the ascended ones. What's the difference between them going out now and dying? Instructor Mu sighed. Sorry, Haijiao Base does not belong to me alone. I have no right to save other people's lives. Hai Daxiu said. You can help us by such a long time. My siblings, are extremely grateful. Lin Miao said with a slight salute. Lin Shen also knew that Hai Daxiu was not related to them, and he had no obligation to make enemies of so many ascended people from the Wan family. For their sake, Hai Daxiu didn't drive them out immediately because he had bought them so much time for the sake of Instructor Mu. Lin Shen can now choose to teleport to another planet again, but if he does that, when he and Lin Miao come back, they will not only have to face Wan Jia, but also the ascension of Hai Daxiu and Haijiao Base, who will also become their enemies. Hai Daxiu had already bought them this day's time. If he ran away now, it would be equivalent to forcing Hai Daxiu and the others to Wan Jia's side, and the consequences would be even more serious. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't run away now, so he could only take a risk. He had no intention of leaving until midnight. The biggest advantage for Lin Shen in the day Hai Daxiu had bought was that he could go out alone and the eldest sister could still stay in the base until midnight. With this time difference, their siblings would not be besieged together. If they fight, they will definitely not be able to defeat him. If two people go out and are besieged together, even the 6 phoenixes cannot protect Lin Miao. Now Lin Shen only has one chance. If he can kill the 7th level Wan Shuilu with one blow and deter the remaining Wan Jia ascended ones, he can survive today. Lin Shen restrained himself, the genetically transformed carapace on his body bowed to Instructor Mu and said, Instructor, I want to leave the city alone. Please help me take care of my eldest sister first. Hearing what Lin Shen said, Instructor Mu and Hai Daxiu were startled and looked at each other, neither understanding what Lin Shen meant. Xiao Wu. Lin Miao wanted to say something after hearing this, but was stopped by Lin Shen. Sister, you must listen to me this time. Lin Shen could not explain now, but looked at Lin Miao firmly. Although Lin Miao didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do, she chose to believe in Lin Shen. At this point, it was a dead end. Before she died, she was willing to leave her trust to Lin Shen. You siblings can only stay at the base until midnight. Hai Daxiu misunderstood Lin Shen's meaning and thought that Lin Shen also wanted to let Instructor Mu and Haijiao Base protect Lin Miao. This was of course impossible. Even if Lin Shen dies, it is impossible for the Wan family to let Lin Miao go, and it is even impossible for Hai Daxiu to keep Lin Miao. I know. Lin Shen nodded slightly, then took out the watch. Hai Daxiu couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Lin Shen taking out his watch, thinking that Lin Shen wanted to teleport to another planet again. Lin Shen handed the watch to Lin Miao and then said, Take the teleportation device. If you have a chance, rush out of the base and use it to teleport away. Lin Miao had no intention of taking it, and just said calmly, "You and I, brother and sister, can only live and die together, there is no reason to live alone." Okay. Lin Shen knew the eldest sister's temper, and it was true that teleportation could only temporarily survive and could not solve the real problem. After putting away his watch, Lin Shen saluted Instructor Mu again. "Instructor Mu, I will ask you to take care of my eldest sister for the time being." After saying that, Lin Shen turned around and walked towards the gate of the base. What on earth does this guy want to do? A man sitting in a private room on the second floor of the tea house watched Lin Shen walk to the gate of the base alone, his eyes full of curiosity. "Brother. He is the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen you mentioned. It's such a pity that he is going to die before he can talk to him." The girl next to him, who looks a bit boyish, sighed and said, "There is nothing we can do about it. Among the 12 ascended people of the Wan family, there is also a 7th ascended Wan Shuelu. There are no more than 10 families on the mother planet that have the ability to suppress them. Unfortunately, those families should have no reason to rescue the Lin family siblings." Tu Xiaodao shook his head and said, "Didn't you say that you have a good relationship with that Lin Shen? Before he dies, won't you go to see him?" The girl asked again. "If he dies, everything will disappear. It's meaningless to say anything now. I hope someone can help him." Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Lin Shen walked to the gate of the base and saw the 12 ascended people of the Wan family standing not far from the base, from a distance. They all saw Lin Shen and stared at him coldly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen walked out of the base and walked towards the Wan family's 12 ascensions. Lin Shen carried Wan Guotao's sword and Lu Qingshua's knife on his back, and Wan Guotao's 80-speed pet launcher hung on his waist. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate the spirit base, and the ascension pet launcher couldn't be used either. Wan Shuelu and others were a little surprised when they saw Lin Shen walking out alone. They didn't expect him to come out so soon. Lin Shen took off the knife and sword on his back and threw them on the ground while walking. The Wan family didn't quite understand what Lin Shen was doing, and didn't attack him for a while. Their main target was the spirit base of Lin Miao, and Wan Nianbei and Lin Shen could only be regarded as killing them by the way. They didn't see how Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue were killed, and they all thought that Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue were killed by the 6 Paths Phoenix, and they didn't pay much attention to Lin Shen. Lin Shen said nothing and continued to move forward. At the same time, he took off the pet transmitter from his waist and threw it on the ground. "Hi." Daxiu and Instructor Mu, who were standing on the parapet and watching, were also confused by Lin Shen's actions. They didn't know what Lin Shen was doing. After Lin Shen threw away the pet transmitter, he was still walking towards Wan Shuelu, and his eyes were always fixed on Wan Shuelu. Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue were both killed by me, and the ascenders of the Wan family are no more than that. Wan Shuelu, since you insist on going your own way and want to die, then come out and die," Lin Shen said as he walked towards Wan Shuelu. As soon as these words came out, all the people who were watching in the dark showed astonishment on their faces. They racked their brains, but they didn't expect that Lin Shen would say such a thing after walking out alone. "Haha, this person is really interesting, but it's a pity that he is about to die." Shiman Jianka sat on the wall watching the show, and couldn't help laughing when he heard what Lin Shen said. Instructor Mu and Hai Daxiu were both stunned. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen a base mutation act so arrogantly in front of an ascender. You, student, are you really not sick? Haidasho looked at Instructor Mu and asked with a complicated expression. I think I am not sick. Instructor Mu couldn't figure out what Lin Shen was doing. The ascenders of the Wan family were not angry, but just looked at Lin Shen like a clown. In their opinion, Lin Shen said these words just to put the responsibility on himself and to clear Lin Miao of any connection. But such an idea was obviously too naive. Not to mention that the Wan family was originally targeting Lin Miao. Even if they were not targeting Lin Miao, they would not let Lin Miao go after killing Lin Shen. Since they had made a move, they must cut the grass and root it out, and not leave any trouble. Wan Shuilu glanced at the ascender Lu Zhong beside him. Lu Zhong understood what he meant and summoned his life base directly. A glazed hammer broke through the air and smashed towards Lin Shen. Although the speed of hammer-type life bases is not as fast as that of swords, their destructive power is generally much stronger than that of swords. Lin Shen's base-transformed carapace appeared on his body, and at the moment when the glass hammer came over, he also moved left like a phantom. Lin Shen's speed was fast enough, but it was still much slower than the hammer, and he was not able to completely avoid it. The hammer hit Lin Shen's shoulder, shattering the carapace on his shoulder. Fortunately, the hammer only hit his shoulder and did not hurt his vitals. The hammer turned in the air and hit Lin Shen again, faster. Lin Shen moved quickly, but his speed was obviously not as fast as the hammer, and he was swept across his ribs by the hammer again. A large crack suddenly appeared on his carapace, and blood oozed out. Just now, he was so arrogant, and I thought he really had some ability, but it turned out to be just like this. The girl next to Tu Xiaodao was slightly disappointed. He must have his reasons for doing this. Tu Xiaodao frowned and said, He's been beaten like this, what's the point of reasoning? If he gets hit a few more times, he'll probably be killed. Can we go down and reason with the King of Hell? The girl curled her lips and said, Brother, you said this guy is so powerful, but I think he's just a big talker. You've probably been fooled by him. Maybe. Tu Xiaodao didn't say anything else. Lu Zhong's hammer hit Lin Shen again and again, cracking the carapace on Lin Shen's body, but he couldn't kill him. At this time, some people have noticed that something is wrong. The carapace on Lin Shen's body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it is getting redder and more golden, just like a red-hot iron block. Every time Lu Zhong's sledgehammer hits the carapace, iron flowers are sprayed, like hot magma splashing. But he still failed to kill Lin Shen on the spot. Instead, Lin Shen's speed seems to be getting faster and faster. What kind of talent is this? It seems that he is getting stronger with each battle. The girl was a little surprised. Not only him, but everyone watching was a little surprised at Lin Shen's performance. He, a base changer, was able to withstand so many attacks from the ascenders, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The recovery ability of the carapace was also amazing, which was not something that ordinary base changers could do. Could he be able to kill Lu Qingxue? This talent is quite powerful. Haidasho seemed to have realized something. The sledgehammer hammered Lin Shen again and again, and the carapace was constantly deformed by the hammer, just like an iron embryo being forged. The forged crystal-clear carapace, which was emitting brilliant light, suddenly cooled down rapidly, and white mist rose up. In the mist, Lin Shen, who was emitting brilliant light, punched the glazed hammer life base that was coming at him. Again. Boom. The glazed hammer was actually smashed open by Lin Shen. The power of Lin Shen's punch was actually able to compete with the life base of the Ascended One. Lin Shen's punch was more than just a punch. He has been using the Immortal Garden to avoid the bombardment of the sledgehammer. In fact, he can completely avoid it, but he did not completely avoid it. He just avoided the vital points and used the sledgehammer to hammer the carapace and enhance the strength of the carapace. At the same time, he was also building up strength by stepping on the Immortal Court. Stepping on the Immortal Courtyard is getting stronger with each step, which is similar to Dialing Jin. Rather than saying that Lin Shen understood the Dialing Jin, it would be better to say that he just learned the flexible use of stepping Immortal Court. Every time Lin Shen took a step, the momentum on his body became stronger. After taking so many steps, the momentum on his body became higher and higher, and it was like a huge wave. Under such a superposition of strength, Lin Shen was not much weaker than Lu Zhong in strength. Under the full force of the bombardment, he forcibly knocked the sledgehammer backwards. The continuous force, like the surging force of huge waves, made the sledgehammer unable to hold back its momentum and hit Lu Zhong directly in front of him, making a big hole in the ground. Instructor Mu's eyes widened when he saw it. You brat, you have obviously practiced Dialing Jin to this point, but you just don't show it in class. Are you just teasing me? Brother, this person is really a bit strong. The girl looked at Tu Xiaodao in surprise and said, it is already very strong, but this kind of power is not enough to fight the Ascended Ones, let alone scare away Wan Shuilu. It is still a dead end. Tu Xiaodao sighed. This punch is interesting. Shiman Swordsman's eyes narrowed into a thin line. Seeing that his life base was smashed to the ground by a genetic changer, Lu Zhong suddenly became furious. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and the sledgehammer flew into his hand, and he was about to rush out and kill Lin Shen. If my men don't kill the unknown people, Wan Lulu, I won't let your men come out to die. Lin Shen said calmly. You are looking for death. These words immediately angered Lu Zhong. He was like a tiger coming out of the gate and hit Lin Shen's head with a hammer. A thunderous halo appeared on the hammer. This was Lu Zhong's blessing of his innate ability on his life base, in order to kill Lin Shen with one blow. Wan Shuilu and other ascendants just watched, with no intention of taking action. Lin Shen is indeed very strong, and can be said to be invincible among the genetic changers, but for the ascendants, such power is still not enough. Lu Zhong's full blow was not something Lin Shen could withstand. Thunder and lightning flew across the sky and reached Lin Shen's head in an instant. However, Lin Shen didn't seem to have time to dodge, and watched helplessly as Lu Zhong held the hammer with both heads and dropped from the sky. The hammerhead was shot with lightning, and it was about to hit Lin Shen's head. At this time everyone thought Lin Shen was doomed before he could escape. But for some reason, Lu Zhong was inexplicably stunned in the air. In just this moment of stunned silence, Lin Shen suddenly moved. The dead powder in his hand instantly turned into a spear, and he jumped up, passing by Lu Zhong in the air. The dead powder passed through Lu Zhong's throat. The moment Lin Shen and Lu Zhong passed each other, he reached out and grabbed the dead powder from behind and pulled it out. Lu fell heavily to the ground, holding his neck that was bleeding profusely, and wanted to struggle, but it was too late. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and the big hole in his neck was gushing with blood. It seeing that he could no longer survive. Everyone was shocked. They did not see how Lu Zhong was killed by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's power is indeed very strong, it can even be said to be ridiculously strong. It is a power that a genetic changer cannot possess. But that kind of power can only be regarded as very ordinary for an ascended person, and it is impossible to kill Lu Zhong easily. In their opinion, it was more like Lu Zhong didn't resist and ran into Lin Shen's spear. How Lin Shen did it, they still haven't figured it out yet. Wan Shui, as I said just now, don't let your minions die. Lin Shen held a spear in his hand and pointed at Wan Shui. When Lin Shen said these words just now, the ascended ones of Wan family thought he was crazy. But now that Lu Zhong was still alive beside him, with blood flowing all over the floor, no one could treat Lin Shen's words as crazy anymore. Your teleporter is good, Wan Shui said calmly. Lin Shen suddenly felt a chill in his heart, knowing that Wan Shui had seen through his trick. The shot just now was indeed not his true strength. He just opened a message on his watch when Lu Zhong rushed over, allowing Lu Zhong to see the smiling face image of the Netherworld wolf sent by Face of Hearts. Lu Zhong's mind was suddenly fascinated, and without even resisting, Lin Shen shot him through the neck. I originally thought that this trick could be used once or twice, but I didn't expect that Wan Shui would see through it so quickly. But even if they see through it, so what? As long as they see this video, their sanity will still be affected. Unless they don't look at Lin Shen, but in that case, Lin Shen still takes advantage. Now that he had been seen through, Lin Shen simply projected the image on the watch. He has watched it many times himself. With the help of the theory of evolution, he has become immune to the smile of this netherworld wolf, but others will inevitably be affected when they see it. Sure enough, everyone who saw the image of netherworld wolf's smiling face was stunned. Lin Shen rushed towards Wan Shui and others without hesitation, but before he could rush over, Wan Shui felt a surge of energy rising from his body. Weird blood-colored particles arose. The blood-colored particles gathered together on his head, forming a strange life base, with 1,000 hands and eyes, 3 heads, and 8 legs. The blood-colored life base was like a demon or a ghost, with countless arms spread out, and there was a closed eye on each palm. It had 3 heads, the head in front was like a Buddha, the left was a bird head, and the right was a tiger head. The tiger head roared, and the people who were confused by the smile of the netherworld yellow spring wolf suddenly regained their consciousness after the roar. The face of the Buddha in front emitted a series of whispers like the devil's murmurs, and the whispers actually made Lin Shen's watch lose its original function, as if the energy was exhausted, and the projected image also disappeared automatically. I originally only wanted to kill you, but you used that despicable method to kill my Wan family's ascender. Now even if you want to die, you can't. Even if I peel off your skin and pull out your bones, I can't forgive your sin. I will make you experience all the pain in this world, and you can't live or die. As Wan Shui spoke viciously, the eyes of the demon-like life base opened one by one, as if they were alive. In each blood-red eye, a strange blood-red halo bloomed, like the eyes of a fierce ghost in hell. 7th life base. Bloody Hell King. Instructor Mu's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Wan Shui would directly use his 7th life base to deal with Lin Shen. Lin Shen stared at the bloody prison king, who had transformed into a 7-turn life base, but still rushed over at full speed. The reason why he threw away his sword and knife, and even threw away Wan Guotao's pet launcher, was just to attract the attention of Wan Shuilu and others, so that they would not attack him. The first time they saw him distance, he needed to shorten the distance, only when the distance was close enough he would have a chance to kill with one blow. But in the eyes of others, Lin Shen actually rushed directly towards the bloody prison king. This move was tantamount to seeking death. The first reincarnation of the life base of the ascender will increase the attributes by 10%, but it is not just to increase the attributes. The ability of the base transformation talent will also be improved in each reincarnation. At the same time, the talent of the life base itself will also be improved. Ordinary life bases generally do not have life base talents, and only mutant life bases have life base talents. With the reincarnation of the life base, the power of the life base skills will also continue to increase. The Bloody Prison King of the 7th transformation is a very rare 3-talent mutant life base. Among them, the Eye of the Prison King is a very domineering life base talent. Among human ascenders, it can be regarded as a life base talent that can be ranked. Most ordinary ascenders, if they have the opportunity to be promoted, will not choose to reincarnate too many times. Too many reincarnations require too many resources to consume. Most human ascenders will try to break through after the 5th transformation, instead of spending all their time on flying upgrades. Staying in flying upgrades for a long time, the input and output are almost not proportional. For the sake of a 10% enhancement for each reincarnation, it is not cost-effective for ordinary ascenders to spend a lot of resources and time later. Only those ascenders with truly outstanding talents and special life-based talents will pursue a higher number of reincarnations. Wan Shuilu is such a person. With his ability, he has a great chance of breaking through the flying upgrade at the 5th transformation, but he still stays in the flying upgrade just to pursue the limit of 10 transformations. After the 5th turn, the resources required for each reincarnation are too huge. Until now, he has only reached the 7th turn and is about to break through to the 8th turn. On the countless palms of the Bloody Hell King, blood eyes are shining with halos, and countless halos are intertwined, as if countless devil eyes are staring at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, who was rushing forward, stopped as if his body was imprisoned. It seemed that only the devil-like Bloody Hell King and the strange blood eyes in the sky were staring at him. I have always heard that the Blood Sea Reincarnation Sutra of the Universe Clan Hyao has a chance to condense the mutant life base, Bloody Hell King, after ascending, and the Bloody Hell King has a very small probability of having the talent of the Eye of the Hell King, which can transform the power of the life base into a gaze that can imprison all things. Today I finally saw it with my own eyes. It is really amazing. Tu Xiaodao exclaimed. Is it possible for Lin Shen to break the Eye of the Hell King? I don't know. If it's because of sympathy for the weak or for some other reason, the girl doesn't want Lin Shen to be killed like this. It's very difficult. Tu Xiaodao pondered and said, to break the eyes of the prison kings. Eyes, as far as I know, there are only 2 ways. What method? The girl asked hurriedly. There are some life-based skills that can restrain the prison king's eyes, such as the Phoenix Purple Chi Ju practiced by the way. Family. After ascending, there is a chance to condense the Purple Chi Phoenix life base. Some Purple Chi Phoenix life bases have a talent skill called Purple Chi Eastward Divine Light, which can break the eyes of the prison king's eyes. There are several similar life-based talents. Unfortunately, Lin Shen is still a base changer, so this method is not feasible. What? Is another way? The girl said anxiously. There is another way that is relatively simple. The eyes of the prison king's eyes are transformed from the power of the bloody prison king himself. As long as the power can exceed the bloody prison king, the eyes of the prison king's eyes can be broken with absolute power. Tu Xiaodao said. Lin Shen is a base changer. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the 7th life base. Then he is dead? Is there no other way? The girl said. At least I haven't heard of any other methods. The reason why Wan Shuilu pursues high reincarnation is to maximize the effect of the eye of the prison king. As an ascender, unless the number of reincarnations exceeds Wan Shuilu, it will be difficult to break his eye of the prison king. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. What Tu Xiaodao knew was also known to Instructor Mu and Hai Daxiu, so when Instructor Mu saw Wan Shuilu directly use the bloody prison king, he knew that Lin Shen was in trouble. Instructor Mu stood up, but was held down by Hai Daxiu. Your teaching ability is unmatched, but your number of reincarnations is too low, not as good as Wan Shuilu. If you can't break the eye of the prison king, it's useless to go. Hai Daxiu shook his head. I kept Lin Shen. If I do nothing and watch him being killed, how can I face Shandong, that stinky boy, in the future? I can't let him point at my old face and scold me, right? Instructor Mu said. You promised Wan Guotao that you would no longer interfere in the affairs of Lin Shen and the Wan family. Hai Daxiu said again. I'd rather be the villain who breaks his promise and gets rich. It's just an old face, so it doesn't matter. Instructor Mu said as he was about to push Hai Daxiu's hand away. But Hai Daxiu's hand was like a mountain, pressing Instructor Mu so hard that he couldn't move. You. Instructor Mu's face suddenly changed. Old Mu, you can give up this face. But you can't give up your life. You can blame me, but I just want you to live. Hai Daxiu's life base surged out like water, wrapping Instructor Mu in a water ball. In the water ball, dragons entangled Instructor Mu's body, making him unable to move. Instructor Mu tried his best to break the dragon's restraints and stand up. But it was difficult to break Hai Daxiu's life base for a while. It's over. Shimanjianka, who was sitting on the wall, stood up and planned to leave here. He met Lin Shen in the desert and knew about this. After being teleported back from King Kai, he rushed to the Cape base to watch the fun. It was indeed a good show. Lin Shen's ability was very strong, but facing the 7th-turn bloody prison king, he had no chance. Lin Miao, come out, otherwise I will cut off Lin Shen's flesh piece by piece, making him unable to live or die. Wan Shuilu stretched out his hand and sucked the spiritual knife that Lin Shen threw on the ground into his palm, and slowly walked towards Lin Shen. The bloody Hell King was floating above his head, and the eyes of the Hell King's eyes imprisoned Lin Shen so that he could not move at all. The super basic text on Lin Shen's body was still shining with brilliant light, but no matter how hard he tried to burst out his strength, he still could not move at all, and the dead powder in his hand was also unable to move. Wan Shuilu walked in front of Lin Shen, but still did not see Lin Miao come out. He did not hesitate to cut Lin Shen's arm with a knife, wanting to cut him into a human stick. First, don't you have a super strong recovery ability? Then let me see if you can regenerate your broken arm. If you can, I will cut you 1,000 times and 10,000 times. If Lin Miao doesn't come out, I will keep cutting. Wan Shuilu's eyes were extremely cold. Stop. A golden stream of light flew out from the cape base, and it turned out to be Lin Miao. Wrapped in 6 phoenixes. Lin Miao couldn't just watch Lin Shen being killed. She should die first. This was her business. Wan Shuilu saw Lin Miao and heard her voice, but he had no intention of stopping and kept slashing. Down with the Lingji knife in his hand. Lin Miao gritted his teeth, and his eyes almost burst out with fire, but there was nothing he could do. When Haidashio saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The girl next to Tu Xiaodao couldn't bear to watch anymore. She turned around and said to Tu Xiaodao, "Brother, let's go." Tu Xiaodao stood up silently. He wanted to help Lin Shen, and he was not afraid of Wan Jia. But he is no match for Wan Lu Shui, and if he goes up there, he will only die. What's more, there are 11 ascended ones from the Wan family watching closely, so he doesn't have the ability to defeat many with one person. Oh, you taught me how to be a low-key person and accumulate strength. Why did I make such a mistake? Tu Xiaodao sighed inwardly and turned to look at Lin Shen for the last time. But at this glance, Tu Xiaodao's pupils shrank sharply, and his face showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Shen, who was imprisoned by the eyes of the 7th-turn prison king, suddenly saw blood on his body, and his body started to move. Impossible. The eyes of everyone who saw this scene were so wide that they almost popped out of their eyes. How could a genetic changer escape from imprisonment under the eyes of the 7th-turn prison king? This is not logical at all. Haidashio, Instructor Mu, Tu Xiaodao, and many ascendants from the Wan family all stared at Lin Shen with wide eyes, their faces full of horror and disbelief. Wan Shuilu, who slashed at Lin Shen's arm with a knife, couldn't believe that a mere genetic changer could break the imprisonment of the 7th-turn prison king's eye. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wan Lu Shui was horrified, because Lin Shen not only broke free from the imprisonment of the eye of the prison king, but his fist also produced a terrifying and harsh scream at a speed that Wan Lu Shui could not match, punched over fast, really too fast. Even Wan Shuilu, a 7th level ascender, felt that his movement speed became as slow as a turtle at such a speed. With such a close distance and such a fast punch, Wan Shuilu had no chance to dodge. A genetically modified carapace appeared on his body, and at the same time he desperately changed the cutting trajectory of the knife in his hand to meet Lin Shen's fist. The eyes in the palm of the 7th-turn bloody prison king above him were also wide-eyed, and they tried their best to restrain Lin Shen's actions. It doesn't work at all. The blood halo in his eyes seemed to be distorted by terrifying power, completely unable to restrain Lin Shen's body. Boom! Lin Shen's fist, glowing with brilliant light and halo of blood, met Wan Liu's long knife. After just a moment of contact, the Lingji knife was shattered into slag with a turn, and exploded like tofu under Lin Shen's fist. Lin Shen's fist did not pause at all, and with the sound of thunder, it directly hit Wan Shuilu's chest. Blood, broken bones, internal organs, and carapace fragments spewed out from behind the stream of water like a volcanic eruption. Standing behind Wan Shui and facing him, the ascendant of Wan Jia was hit by the spurting thing. His body was riddled with holes, and the blood formed a large spray-shaped fan-shaped area behind him. The bodies of the nearby ascended ones were more or less splattered with blood. After reacting, they all retreated in shock, away from the ascending ones. When he subconsciously turned to look at Wan Shuilu, he stepped back in horror. A big hole was blasted out of Wan Shuihui's entire chest, and his seventh turn ascended body and base-transformed carapace were shattered to pieces by one punch. Many of the 10 remaining ascendants from the Wan family had the urge to turn around and run away, flying into the air. In their eyes, Lin Shen was no longer a person, he was simply a monster. The body of a genetic changer can erupt with such terrifying power. What else can it be than a monster? Tu Shaodao's open mouth did not close for a long time. Shiman swordsman, who was already preparing to leave, froze on the wall, staring blankly at Wan Shuilio's body slowly falling down. Haidashio was also stunned, and stayed there for a long time without moving. Instructor Mu's eyes were filled with ecstasy, and then there were countless questions in his heart. Isn't that kid an alien monster wearing human skin? Even Lin Miao, who rushed out of the base, stopped in the air and looked at Lin Shen and Wan Shuilu, who fell in front of him in disbelief. As Wan Shuilio's body collapsed, the bloody Hell King's life base above his head also lost its spirituality and fell to the ground. The eyes of the prison king in countless palms also closed, and there was no more halo. Lin Shen slowly retracted his fist and looked at the other ascended ones from the Wan family. Under his gaze, those ascending ones who were usually aloof turned back subconsciously like frightened birds, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Generally. Don't you want my life? I'm right here. Lin Shen acted calmly, as if the god of death was staring at those ascendants, but in fact he was panicking inside. Why don't these guys run away? The power of my heaven sacrifice halo has been destroyed. It's over. If we keep fighting, we won't be able to defeat these 10 ascended ones. What can we do? When Lin Shen said this, those ascendants seemed to have woken up from a dream, turned around and fled into the sky. All stop. A sword light flashed, stopping the ascendants who were about to fly away into the sky. I saw one person among those ascendants, standing there and not running away, still staring at Lin Shen coldly. A sword above his head that shone with golden light, like the sun, circled around like lightning, stopping all the ascendants who wanted to escape. Wang Guliu, what are you doing? If you don't leave now, do you want us all to die here? One of the ascendants said angrily. No one will die. Wang Guliu didn't look at him, just stared at Lin Shen and said coldly, do you think it's normal for a genetic changer to be able to explode with such power? What if he still has the ability to do that? Do you think he will let us go? Now that he has not come forward, there is only one possibility, he can no longer exert that kind of power. These are all your guesses. Before the Ascended One could finish speaking, he was interrupted by eternal flow. So, I'm here to be the touchstone. If he can still burst out with that kind of power to kill me, you guys won't be too late to escape. If he can't even kill me, one turn ascendant, just a genetic changer, you guys, what are you afraid of? Wangoliu said, and the sword as bright as the sun above his head turned into a golden rainbow and struck Lin Shen. It was only a little bit successful. It's a pity that the Wan family is not an ordinary family after all. Someone can stand up at the critical moment. Shiman swordsman narrowed his eyes. His judgment was the same as that of the eternal style. It should be impossible for Lin Shen to explode again. Such terrifying power. Don't come over, I'm enough here. Lin Shen stopped Lin Miao, who wanted to rush over to help. With his eyes slightly focused, he took a step forward and dodged the sword of the eternal flow in the posture of stepping on the fairy court. Almost at the same time, Lin Shen opened the information on the watch, and the smiling face of the nether yellow spring wolf was projected again, forming a not-so-large holographic image above Lin Shen's arm. Just now, it was because of the suppression of the Bloody Prison King that the watch could not be started. Now that the Bloody Prison King has lost control, Lin Shen naturally cannot leave it unused. The moment the image of the nether yellow spring wolf was projected, the sun-like life-based sword of the eternal flow actually burst out. With strong light, radiating light like a small sun. The light and shadow projected by the holographic image were disturbed by the light on the sword, and the picture became distorted and blurred, and it was difficult to play a role. Lin Shen could only continue to move his feet quickly. The life-based sword like a small sun kept killing and slashing, and the speed was already quite fast in one turn. Fortunately, Lin Miao understood what he meant and did not rush over to help, but just watched from a distance. Even if the siblings joined forces, they were still no match for so many ascenders, and the deterrence of the previous punch would completely lose its effect. Lin Miao's failure to come over was a deterrent, but the deterrence did not come from Lin Miao. Although this one Gulu has only one turn, it is more difficult to deal with than that Wan Shui Lu. Lin Shen knew that he had really met his opponent. Although Wan Shui Lu was powerful, he never regarded Lin Shen as an opponent. Arrogance was his original sin. Wan Gulu was far less powerful than Wan Shui Lu, but it made Lin Shen feel more difficult. Originally, Lin Shen thought that he had scared off these ascenders from the Wan family, but he did not expect that the situation would be reversed by Wan Gulu. You really can't underestimate these families that can leave their mother planet. No one knows how many outstanding talents there are among them. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Did you see that? He no longer has the ability to make that attack. He is just a base changer. At most, his strength is stronger than that of ordinary base changers. His strength and speed are not as good as those of ordinary first-turn ascenders. Kill him together in an instant. Wan Guliu shouted loudly to other ascenders. He had no other way, because he only had one life base, no pets, and no other spiritual bases. Wan Guliu was not so poor, because Wan Shuilu was his eldest brother. Because Wan Shuilu gave birth to the life base of the Bloody Prison King, all the resources of their family were invested in Wan Shuilu, just to raise Wan Shuilu's life base to the 10th turn as soon as possible. If Wan Shuilu, who has the life base of the Bloody Prison King, was born in the interstellar Wan family, the Bloody Prison King would have already reached the 10th turn. Unfortunately, he was born in the Wan family of the mother planet. Although they are both Wan families, the Wan family members who stayed in the mother planet are basically eliminated. The resources and environment in the universe are naturally much better than those on the mother planet. Who would not want to gain a foothold in the universe if they have the ability? How could they guard the mother planet? Those who can go out are like the capable people who come out of the ravines. They have worked hard to create their own world outside. Those who can't go out, relatively speaking, are naturally much less capable. Although Wan Shuilu can also enter the universe to work hard, there is still a gap between the Wan family on the mother planet and the Wan family on the Hanji star. Resources and other aspects will not be inclined to Wan Shuilu. They all have the surname Wan, but their bloodline has branched. In order to enable Wan Shuilu to grow up as soon as possible, their bloodline has done its best to support Wan Shuilu. As Wan Guliu's younger brother, he is also willing to give everything he can. Even if his contribution is insignificant and he can only hunt some first turn ascending creatures, he also gave all the spiritual bases he can get to Wan Shuilu. Wangulu was very clear-headed. As long as Wan Shuilu grew up and broke through the ascension, their branch of the Wan family bloodline would be able to leave the mother planet. If one person succeeded, all the family members would rise to heaven. However, Wan Shuilu, who was highly expected by their family, was killed by a base changer on the mother planet. This was a devastating blow to Wangulu, the branch of the Wan family bloodline. No one could have imagined that a 7-turn ascender who had almost no opponents on the mother planet would die just like that. Wangulu also could not imagine why the base changer could kill the 7-turn ascender. But he no longer had time to dwell on those problems. Wan Shuilu was dead, and the Wan family had to continue to live. He had to minimize the losses. He thought that Lin Shen could not hit the power of the second attack, which was not entirely a guess. In fact, he noticed some details. When Lin Shen used that terrifying power, a blood-colored halo bloomed on his body. After Lin Shen used it, the blood-colored halo on his body shattered and rose, and it looked like it had dissipated. Instead of normal talent skills, after using it, the aura will converge normally. Coupled with various speculations, Wangulu determined that Lin Shen could not make a second attack, so he wanted to take a risk. He wanted to take back the 7th transformation spiritual base Bloody Prison King. Only in this way could he recover the losses to the greatest extent. But Wangulu couldn't take it himself. He had already seen that Lin Shen had been circling around the Bloody Prison King and had never left the Bloody Prison King. Obviously, Lin Shen also knew the importance of the Bloody Prison King and would not let him take the Bloody Prison King away. Eternal Life also has a clear understanding of Lin Shen. Lin Shen has the ability to kill and ascend at close range, so he must not give Lin Shen the chance to meeting. Now as long as other ascendants attack Lin Shen together, Lin Shen will definitely die. Even if he doesn't die, as long as he is forced to leave the vicinity of the Bloody Prison King, Lin Shen will still die after Eternal Lu gets to the Bloody Prison King. Eternal Life was fortunate that Lin Shen was still just a crystal base. If he was an ascendant, even if he was just an ascendant, he would have already picked up the Bloody Hell King and used it. As for those who ascended, it would be difficult for them to escape, let alone kill Lin Shen. Brother Guliu, this person is extremely cunning. When he fought Lu Zhong just now, he deliberately hid his strength and deceived Brother Lulu. The result was a one-shot kill. We must not fall into his trap again. Let's retreat for now, and we'll make long-term plans when we get back, said an ascended person. Wangulu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He never imagined that he would have such a group of cowardly pig teammates around him. It's reached this point, and they don't even dare to take action. Haha, are all the ascended ones from your Wan family as timid as mice? Lin Shen laughed and mocked. Wangulu Qiang suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "You should all know what the order from Han Jixing is. If you fail to get the things back this time, you should also know the consequences. You think clearly." The ascended ones, who had originally wanted to run away regardless of Eternal Flow, couldn't help but hesitate again after hearing Eternal Flow's words. Of course, they knew that if they could not get back Wan Yanbei's spiritual base, the Diamond Tribe would not let the Wan family go, and it might be a disaster that destroyed the family and the clan. But they looked at Lin Shen, and when they heard Lin Shen's ridicule, they were very afraid and did not dare to Make a move easily. Lin Shen's punch really scared them. They were afraid that Lin Shen was waiting for them to make a move. What are you still looking at? Kill him together. Only in this way can we survive. Wang Guliu said again. Wang Guliu, you are so scheming. You don't go up, but urge them to die. Your scheming is much stronger than your brother Wan Shuilu. Lin Shen said while avoiding Wang Guliu's life-base attack. The Ascenders who were originally tempted by Wang Guliu's words and wanted to make a move hesitated for a while. Yes. Brother Guliu, why don't you go up? The Ascenders immediately cast their eyes on Wang Guliu. After Lin Shen said this, they realized that the eternal flow only released the life base, and he himself did not go up. If Lin Shen was really as he said, his strength was at most similar to that of an ordinary first-level ascender. Or even worse, then why didn't he rush up and kill Lin Shen together with the life base? Ascendants like to use the life base to fight, but that's just because it is very difficult to get close to the Ascendant in the battle, so generally they rarely fight close to each other, but it doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to fight close to each other. In fact, the combat ability of the Ascendant itself is not inferior to the life base. Lin Shen is not an Ascendant, he can't fly, and he doesn't have the ability to attack from a distance, so why doesn't the eternal flow go up? Wang Guliu wanted to kill all these idiots with one sword, but he had to suppress his anger and said, you just need to use your life base to strangle him remotely like me. If you are afraid of damaging your life base, then release your pets. There is no risk. Wang Guliu knew that he couldn't explain it now. If he said that Lin Shen had the ability to kill the Ascenders at close range, it would only make these Ascenders more suspicious. Wang Guliu, do you really want to kill me? Then don't hide it. Release your pets. Lin Shen said. Wang Guliu saw that several Ascenders hesitated again, and he was so angry. It can only be said that the Ascenders on the Mother Planet are too cautious after leaving the Mother Planet because of the limitations of their own strength, so that too many Ascenders on the Mother Planet become suspicious and dare not take any risks. When they are rampant on the Mother Planet and have no opponents, they really act like big bosses, as if they don't care about anyone. But once they encounter something that they cannot understand, the temperament they have developed while struggling to survive on the alien planet will be exposed. The truly powerful and capable Ascenders will not stay on the Mother Planet for a long time. In the final analysis, among these Ascenders, the only one with the real surname Wan, besides Wang Guliu, is Wan Feixiong, the first-turn Ascender. The other Ascenders joined the Wan family to rely on the big tree for shade, and to use the interstellar resources of the Wan family to hunt ascended creatures on alien planets. When it comes to risking their lives, how many are really willing to risk their lives? Wang Guliu can't say that he has no pet at all. How can others believe that the younger brother of the seventh-turn Ascender Wan Shuilu doesn't even have an ascended pet? If he says it, others will not believe it, and will only be more suspicious. Uncle Xiong. They don't know the weight of the order, don't you know it too? If we can't take the things back, how can we explain to the princess of the Diamond Tribe? Wang Guliu plans to start with Wan Feixiong. Uncle Xiong, I don't need you to do anything. Release your giant flame dragon and leave the rest to me. After the task is completed, my brother's bloody prison king spiritual base will belong to you. Wang Guliu said. Wan Feixiong's expression changed after hearing this, and his eyes looking at the bloody prison king were full of greed and desire. Lin Shen saw Wan Feixiong's eyes and knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, Wan Feixiong was moved by Wan Guliu. It was indeed as Wan Guliu said. If they failed to complete the task, the emperor barbarians would investigate them, and their fate would definitely not be good. Now he didn't need to take risks. He just needed to release the giant flame dragon. If it could be done, it would be done. If it couldn't be done, he would run away. If it really succeeded, the value of the bloody prison king of the seventh turn was simply inestimable. He might not be able to get such a spiritual base in his lifetime. Okay, nephew. Guliu, I'll help you. He said so, but he stepped back a little, pulled out the pet launcher, and fired a pet capsule at Lin Shen. Don't. Wang Guliu really didn't expect that Wan Feixiong would be so bad that he actually launched the flame dragon at Lin Shen. Wan Feixiong could have kept the flame dragon by his side and only let the flame dragon use the life base to attack Lin Shen from a distance. Who knew that he would shoot the flame dragon at Lin Shen? It was too late for Wang Guliu to stop him, so he could only take advantage of the situation and kill Lin Shen without hesitation. If Lin Shen rushed to deal with the flame dragon, he could take the opportunity to take away the bloody prison king. If Lin Shen avoided the flame dragon's attack, he could only retreat. In addition, the attack of Wang Guliu's life-base sword would also force Lin Shen back. And Wang Guliu would have a chance to take away the bloody prison king. If Lin Shen chose to fight hard, he would not need to take the bloody prison king. With the flame dragon and his life-base sword, the three of them would surround and kill Lin Shen together, and he would definitely kill Lin Shen. That Wan Feixiong is really funny. He actually used it like this ascension pet. Is there something wrong with his mind? The girl next to Tu Xiaodao said with a smile. He felt that Wan Feixiong was really stupid. But Tu Xiaodao said, if you really think Wan Feixiong is stupid, then the person who is making fun of him is actually you. What do you mean? The girl's face was filled with questions. Do you think he really had a mental disorder that made him shoot his pet at Lin Shen? You are too naive to think so. He did it on purpose, just to force Wan Guliu to take action. Only in this way can he test it. Come out, will Lin Shen still be able to use that terrifying power? Tu Xiaodao said disdainfully, you think they are so scared? Why haven't they left yet? They also know that Lin Shen may not be able to fight with that kind of power. They also want the seventh-turn bloody prison king, but they are afraid of taking risks, so they just it allows eternal life to take risks. Ah, wasn't that Wang Guliu tricked by him? He is so pitiful. The girl said. No, Wan Guliu actually knows very well what Wan Feixiong is thinking. This is probably what he wants. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. While they were talking, the flame dragon had already landed in front of Lin Shen, opening its mouth to spit out its life essence. Lin Shen did not retreat but advanced. After dodging the attack of the sword, he rushed towards the flame dragon and punched it directly. Wan Guliu was ecstatic when he saw this, and cut off Lin Shen's retreat with the Mingji sword, and accelerated himself towards the bloody prison king Mingji. But when Wan Guliu rushed towards the bloody Hell King's spirit base, he suddenly saw a huge figure appear out of thin air behind the bloody Hell King's spirit base, opened a huge mouth like a crusher, and swallowed the bloody Hell King's spirit base in one gulp. Wan Guliu was shocked and angry, and punched the huge creature with a punch, trying to blow it up directly. It was just a crystal-based creature, and he thought that with his own strength, he could instantly blow it up and dig out the bloody Hell King in its belly. But his punch on the body of the huge creature was like hitting a balloon, and the abdomen of the huge creature was hit inward to an exaggerated degree, as if it would explode at any time. In the end, it did not explode, but the huge body bounced out, flew a long way, and hit the alloy wall of the base, knocking down the alloy wall and creating a large gap. Lin Shen dodged the claw attack of the flame dragon. In front of him with the steps of the immortal courtyard. With the momentum of the overlapping waves, he punched the red dot under the belly of the flame dragon. At the same time, the angel revolver in his other hand hit the belly of the flame dragon and fired a shot. The gunshot sounded almost at the same time as the fist hit. The capsule in the gun hit the belly of the flame dragon and failed to be fired. But this was enough, because the pet capsule Lin Shen fired was the Dragon Hunter Kiwi's. Although it failed to be fired, the pet capsule hit the flame dragon, which was enough to make Kiwi's dragon killer talent work and weaken the power of the flame dragon. Lin Shen's punch brought the momentum of overlapping waves and hit the acupuncture points on the abdomen of the flame dragon. With the power of a punch, the flame dragon's weakness was forcibly blasted open, and the fist was inserted into it. The gushing ascension liquid drenched Lin Shen. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the flame dragon, which was about to spit out its life force, soared directly into the air, then fell heavily to the ground, completely motionless, not even its claws moved. Wan Feixiong and the others were horrified that Lin Shen had killed the flame dragon with one punch, and they suspected that Lin Shen still had that terrifying power, and they became more and more suspicious. How could they know that the flame dragon was not actually dead, but was hit by Lin Shen's acupoints and could no longer move? They had no idea that there was such a power as acupoint tapping in the world, and seeing that the flame dragon was completely motionless, they thought it was dead. Lin Shen took another step forward, rushing towards Wang Gulu with a terrifying momentum. His body seemed to be pushed forward by layers of huge waves, giving people an unstoppable idea. Wang Gulu had the same idea in his heart, but he knew that he must not retreat. If he retreated this time, the mentality of the other ascenders would be completely exploded, and they would never be able to help him kill Lin Shen again. Wang Gulu gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. His aura also exploded, and his fists rushed towards Lin Shen with a shocking force. His carapace stood up like the reverse scales of a dragon, and the edges were shining. The reverse scale killing fist was the most destructive skill among his innate skills. Lin Shen also had no intention of retreating. He rushed up with the momentum of stepping on the fairy court, and rushed towards Wang Gulu's reverse scale killing fist with the momentum of a huge wave. Boom! Like an atomic bomb explosion, the air waves were like rings, and the dust rushed up into the sky like a mushroom cloud and exploded. Wang Gulu's ascender body could not withstand the shocking momentum raised by Lin Shen, and was knocked back repeatedly, and his legs plowed two deep grooves on the ground. Strong. Really too strong. Tu Shaodao's eyes lit up. He saw that this punch was Lin Shen's own strength. The power of a punch could actually repel the ascender. Although it was a built-up move, it was already very surprising. The punch that killed Wan Shuilu was only an external force after all. In Tu Shaodao's opinion, it didn't mean anything. Wang Guliu was knocked back and only suffered a slight injury. He forced the blood to swallow, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. A sword shadow attacked from behind Lin Shen. Because of the impact of the full-strength attack, Lin Shen had not completely gotten rid of the impact of the collision, and his control over his body was a little worse. When he found that the sword that was Originally as radiant as the sun, had lost its radiance at some point and attacked like a ghost. It was already a little too late. He only managed to avoid the vital points. The sword passed through his waist and pierced the carapace on his left waist, revealing the injured waist muscle inside, and blood immediately flowed out. See, his strength is just like this. At most it is about the same as the first level ascender. If you don't kill him now, when will you wait? Wang Guliu roared at Wan Feixiong and other ascenders. Then let's fight. Lin Shen took a firm step forward and rushed towards Wan Guliu wantonly, seemingly ignoring Wan Feixiong and the others. The broken shell and wounds on his waist also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shen's fists were like surging prehistoric fists, one after another, continuous jabs, combined with whip-like kicks, setting off waves of terror. He actually suppressed the upgraded Wan Guliu and beat him back step by step. Didn't you see it? What are you waiting for? Kill him together, it will only take a moment. Wan Guliu roared to the sky while fighting with Lin Shen. Wan Feixiong and the others were still hesitant. Lin Shen didn't care, and even revealed all the flaws behind him to them. As long as they sacrificed their life base, it seemed that they could directly attack and kill Lin Shen. But just because of this, they instead hesitated again. They're just a bunch of trash. No matter how many times you call them, they won't come down. Lin Shen's crazy attack continued, and he said contemptuously at the same time. Wan Feixiong and other ascended ones, being insulted by Lin Shen, felt more and more fearful in their hearts. Brother Guliu, he just wants to provoke us to take action. There must be a conspiracy. If we can't fulfill his wish, we should retreat as soon as possible. An ascended person said. Pfft. Wan Guliu couldn't hold it back and spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He was already fighting very hard, and his scale reverse killing fist was extremely destructive, able to tear Lin Shen's carapace apart every time, leaving deep marks. However, Lin Shen's carapace recovered too quickly, and the deep tear marks could be restored immediately. What makes Wan Guliu even more uncomfortable is that Lin Shen's strength is getting stronger and faster, not to mention his speed is getting faster and faster. The key is that his rhythm is very weird, and the note of each blow makes Wan Guliu feel that he has been hit at his core. An uncomfortable time. The life-based sword flew around them, but rarely found a chance to attack Lin Shen. He seemed to have become Lin Shen's shield, but he couldn't get rid of it. Lin Shen's jabs and kicks are also very strange. The jabs are fast and hard. They are obviously just simple jabs, but they make people feel unpredictable. The leg technique is even more weird. Each leg seems to take an unusual path and can be thrown from an unexpected angle. It is as weird and sinister as a steel whip. Under Lin Shen's crazy attack, the situation of Wan Guliu has become very bad, and it seems that he can't hold on for too long. Wan Feixiong and others are still hesitating. The people who are watching the battle secretly have already decided the overall situation. Once Wan Guliu dies, the ascenders of the Wan family will retreat in all likelihood. Wan Guliu suddenly yelled, "If the Lin family siblings don't die, all of you will die." He suddenly said this, and no one knew what he meant. It has come to this point, he can't protect himself, what's the point of threatening? But the next second, Wan Guliu forced himself to retreat. Although he couldn't get rid of Lin Shen's continuous attack, it was enough for him to raise his hand to take out a watch-shaped transmission device and directly press the transmission switch. When Lin Shen shouted that sentence, he had already realized something, and he violently rammed into Wangoliu with all his strength, but he was still a step late. He hit nothing with this collision. And Wangoliu's figure disappeared out of thin air, probably teleported away. At this moment, the faces of the ascenders, such as Wan Feixiong, changed drastically. The Wan family had a teleporter that could be used to transport to the Wan family on Hanji Star. They had always thought that it was on the head of the Wan family, but they did not expect that it would be on Wangoliu. Damn it! Wan Feixiong cursed in a low voice. Their performance today must have been recorded by Wangoliu. Now that Wangoliu has teleported to the Wan family on Hanji Star and handed the video to the Wan family, their fate can be imagined. Wan Feixiong also thought that the teleporter might not be in the hands of the head of the family, but he never thought that it would be in the hands of Wangoliu. He used to think that the biggest possibility should be in the hands of Wan Shuilu. After all, Wan Shuilu is the most important training target of the Mother Star Wan family. If it was in the hands of the head of the family, they should not be too worried. They are the main fighting force of the Mother Star Wan family. If the head of the family sells them, it is equivalent to destroying the Mother Star Wan family. But it is different in the hands of Wangoliu. His eldest brother died, and they were shirked in every way and refused to help. Wangoliu would definitely not show mercy to them. Just like what Wangulu said before teleporting away, if the Lin siblings don't die, they will all die. This is not just a threat. The only way now is to kill the Lin siblings and take back Wan Yanbei's spiritual base. Otherwise, when the Hanjixing Wan family sends people over, they will not be better off than death. Brothers, if we don't do this today, we may be more uncomfortable than death. Don't hide it. Fight for your life. Wan Feixiong said, and took out the pet launcher directly, launched another ascending pet, and summoned his own life base at the same time. These ascenders are all smart people. How can they not understand what is going on now? They can also see that although Lin Shen is strong, he has never erupted with such terrifying power again. If they work together, it should not be difficult to kill Lin Shen in a short time. Several ascenders gritted their teeth and launched their ascending pets, and the ascending pets fell to the ground one by one. Looking at those ascending pets landing, one by one, they were about to spray out their life bases, and Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. Wangulu's move was really powerful, forcing Wan Feixiong and the others to fight desperately. Lin Shen was not able to deal with so many ascended pets now. The pets he had were all at the base transformation level, one level lower than the other, not to mention that they were not in the advantage of numbers. Even if Kivis and Dai Fan could fight against the first level ascended pets, the other pets did not have that ability. Moreover, there were still Wan Feixiong and the other spiritual bases to deal with, so there was no chance of winning this battle. It seems that I can only teleport to King Kai and stay there for a while. Lin Shen had already begun to think of retreating. Knowing that it was impossible, there was no need to risk my life. As long as I had the Green Mountains, I would not be afraid of running out of firewood. Just as I was thinking about retreating and taking my eldest sister to King Kai, I suddenly heard the sound of hooves coming from the teleportation place. The sound of hooves at this time was very inappropriate. Everyone's eyes could not help but look in the direction of the hoof sound, and saw two horses running towards the battlefield. The mounts under their crotches were spitting white foam while running. Before they could rush into the battlefield, the two mounts fell to the ground. The two riders flew up, not caring about the life or death of their mounts, and rushed into the battlefield. Old Wei. Lin Shen was slightly startled when he saw that the people coming were Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. Let's talk after the fight. Wei Wufu's purple crystal armor emerged, and he rushed directly towards an ascender. Tian, you tricked me so badly. Ouyang Yudu looked at Lin Shen and said, then turned to look at the ascenders. His eyes fell on one person, narrowed his eyes, and said, take care of them first, and then settle the score with you later. 3 of the 12 ascenders of the Wan family outside the base died, and 1 left. Now there are only 8 left. Wei Wufu, this matter has nothing to do with your Wei family. Wan Feixiong saw that Wei Wufu ignored him and rushed towards an ascender, so he had to look at Ouyang Yudu and said, you Shanai base, you really want to be an enemy of our Wan family, can you, Ouyang Yudu, make this decision? I can't, but it doesn't matter. Ouyang Yudu said as he rushed towards the ascender. Quick battle, quick decision. Wan Feixiong asked the 2 ascenders to suppress Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu first, and he and the other 5 ascenders continued to besiege Lin Shen, in order to kill Lin Shen and Lin Miao as quickly as possible and take back the 6 Phoenix spirit bases. This belongs to me. Tu Xiaodao flew out of the base and stopped an ascender from the Wan family. It's been such a long time since we last met, and Tu Xiaodao actually ascended. Wan Feixiong's face was very ugly. Just when he was about to say something, he saw another figure jumping down from the wall of the base, holding a rapier in his hand, and stopped another ascender. Shiman swordsman, you are a wandering mutator, and you dare to be an enemy of my Wan family? Wan Feixiong was extremely angry. Tu Xiaodao himself is an ascender, and he was born in an overseas super base. Wan Feixiong can understand that he dared to jump out. How could a Shiman swordsman dare to jump out? When did the Wan family fall to this point, as if anyone could step on it? I don't want to be an enemy of the Wan family. I just saw that the mutators killed the ascenders just like playing. And I also want to try what it feels like to kill an ascender with my own hands. Shiman swordsman said as he rushed up. Lin Shen was a little stunned. He could understand that Wei Wufu came to help him. Why did Ouyang Yudu and Shiman Jianka also jump out, and that Tu Xiaodao, how come he has ascended so quickly? It's been a while since we last met. Lin Shen originally wanted to run, but with so many people on board, the situation was not that bad, so he didn't plan to run anymore. Big sister, they are here to help, let's go too. Lin Shen couldn't handle so many ascended pets and ascenders by himself, so he asked Big Sister to help. Lin Miao communicated with the 6 phoenixes without hesitation, and the 6 phoenixes turned into a golden streamer and rushed into the battlefield. Lin Shen was not idle either, and beat Kiwi's out, letting him face a dragon-type ascended pet. The dead fan can't be counted on. It swallowed the bloody prison king's life base of the 7th turn, and it couldn't digest it at all. Its body was twisted and struggling there, and it seemed that it had no combat power. If you can't swallow it, can't you spit it out? You are so greedy, even greedier than me. Lin Shen cursed in his heart. If the situation had not been too urgent at the time, he would never have allowed his diehard fans to get involved with the bloody Hell King's life base, which was a 7th turn mutated life base. Lin Shen rushed into the group of ascended pets, with the momentum of stepping on the fairy court, and fought with those ascended pets, together with the 6 phoenixes. Let's kill him together. Wan Feixiong commanded his life base, to bombard Lin Shen, and the other three ascenders also commanded their life bases to kill Lin Shen. Many ascended pets spewed out their life bases, and countless streams of light rushed towards Lin Shen and the six phoenixes. For a time, the sky was full of streamers. The sound of gas explosions and gas rings continued to explode, and the surrounding space suddenly became turbulent, with violent air waves everywhere. Lin Shen rushed into the group of ascended pets. His body movements were extremely strange, and he was spinning in the pet group. Instead, those ascended pets became obstacles for Wan Feixiong and others to kill Lin Shen. The speed of the six phoenixes was too fast, and its body movements were extremely mysterious. It was even more difficult to hurt it. At this time, Wan Feixiong and others regretted it very much. Anyone could see that Lin Shen really couldn't hit that terrifying punch. If they hadn't been suspicious, they would have killed Lin Shen with Wan Gu Lu at that time, and how could they have ended up like this? It's not too late to kill him now. Don't worry about the six phoenixes, just kill Lin Shen with all your strength. Wan Feixiong roared and commanded his ascended pet to distance himself from Lin Shen. In the distant sky, a huge black bird flew over again. A graceful figure jumped up from the back of the black bird and pounced on an ascender of the Wan family. The ascender had to call back his life base, to fight this sudden person. Bai Shenfei, why is she here too? How can so many people help the kid from the Lin family? Could it be that this is a conspiracy against my Wan family? Wan Feixiong felt more and more that something was wrong. Bai Shenfei of the Bai family, Wei Wufu of Tiancheng, Ouyang Yudu of the Shenai base, Tu Xiaodao of the overseas super base, the families behind these people. If you take out one of them, the Wan family will be afraid of them, but they will be a little bit afraid. Now that so many people have come out to help Lin Shen and fight against the Wan family, one has to think more. But now it is too late. He can only kill Lin Shen and Lin Miao with all his strength and take back the six phoenix spirit bases to survive. Wei Wufu walked towards the ascender on the opposite side step by step. The shells on his body were stacked up layer by layer, just like a heavily armored mecha warrior, making the already tall and majestic Wei Wufu look even more domineering. The Wei family has guarded a city for thousands of years, and I have always admired it very much. The Wei family has always been at peace with the world, so why bother with this kind of thing? Zhu Keiling's life base, the purple and red life-taking hook, was suspended beside him, looking at Wei Wufu, and said, I am here, he is here. Wei Wufu still walked over step by step. Do you know that I am a third-turn ascender? Zhu Keiling said again. Yes, it's you. Wei Wufu chose Zhu Keiling, the most difficult bone to chew. I pity your Wei family and don't want to hurt you, but you want to force me to a dead end. You can't blame me. Zhu Keiling's eyes condensed, and the purple and red life-taking hook turned into a rainbow light and shot at Wei Wufu. Ouyang Yudu didn't say any nonsense at all. The white jade shell on his body, like a fairy helmet, protected his whole body, and rushed directly to another second-level ascender. The life base of the ascender was a relatively common sword. The sword brought thousands of sword shadows and enveloped Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu's eyes were bloody, and he didn't care whether those sword shadows were real or illusion. He rushed directly. The sword shadows disappeared, and a sword pierced Ouyang Yudu's chest. Ouyang Yudu, no matter how famous you are, or how strong your talent is, you are just a base changer. You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. The ascender looked at Ouyang Yudu, who was pierced in the chest, and said coldly. Ouyang Yudu had no interest in speaking. His body, pierced by the sword, paused for a moment before he pounced on the ascender again. The ascender snorted coldly, wanting to let the life base penetrate Ouyang Yudu's body and attack him again. But the sword trembled in Ouyang Yudu's chest and could not fly out. A trace of light red blood flowed out along the sword body, but instead of dripping down, it covered the life-base sword. The color of Ouyang Yudu's blood was terribly light, just a light pink, and the color of blood was almost invisible. The ascender rushed up, wanting to fly into the sky and distance himself from Ouyang Yudu. When the ascender fights with the base changer, as long as they keep a distance, they will have an absolute advantage, but it is still late for him to keep a distance now. Ouyang Yudu pounced in front of him like a ghost and entangled the ascender forcibly. Every move was a style of fighting that disregarded himself and died together with the enemy. At first, the ascendant was a little afraid of the Ouyang family of the god's love base, so he didn't kill Ouyang Yudu, but soon he found that Ouyang Yudu was like a madman, attacking without defending, which made him very uncomfortable. You forced me to do this. The ascendant didn't hold back and punched Ouyang Yudu's chest directly. He was a second-level ascendant, so how could he be afraid of the power of a base changer? No matter how strong Ouyang Yudu's power was, he couldn't break his shell. The target of the ascendant's punch was the hilt of the life-base sword inserted in Ouyang Yudu's chest. After this punch, the life-base sword could directly penetrate Ouyang Yudu's body and fly out from the back. His punch hit the hilt, and the life-base sword immediately passed through Ouyang Yudu's chest at a high speed, but Ouyang Yudu just grabbed his arm that was swinging the fist. But at this moment, Ouyang Yudu showed a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. He grabbed his arm with both hands and turned around violently, as if using an over-the-shoulder throwing gesture. Her back bumped into his arms. The life-based sword that penetrated Ouyang Yudu's chest also penetrated the ascendant's chest. The ascended one's eyes bulged. He had never seen humans fighting like this. There was no such move in the world. Ouyang Yu was the first to end the battle. On the other side, Tu Xiaodao and an ascendant were facing each other in the air. But the battle hadn't even started yet. Friend, you are not a direct descendant of the Wan family, so why bother working for the Wan family? After Tu Xiaodao stopped the one-turn ascendant, he had no intention of doing anything and entered the persuasion mode. If I can't kill the Lin family siblings today, Han Jixing Wan family won't let me go. The ascendant also knew Tu Xiaodao's identity and hesitated to take action. That's not easy. Don't go back to the Wan family. If you follow me from now on, what will happen to Han Jixing's Wan family? Tu Xiaodao said with a smile. This. The ascended person hesitated. Society is not about fighting and killing. You have to follow the right people. With the virtue of Wanjia, you work for them wholeheartedly, but you still have to worry about whether they will kill you. Is Wanjia like that worth your life in the future? Follow me, as long as you do things well for me, I won't let you end up like this. Tu Xiaodao continued to persuade. But my family is all in Wanjia. The ascended person was hesitating, but suddenly he saw a cold light flashing past, and a life-based flying knife was inserted into his heart. You. The ascended person couldn't believe that too. Xiaodao was actually a second-level ascended person. What was even more unexpected was that the second-turn ascendant actually planned a Sneak attack on his first turn ascendant. The right way is to defeat the weak with the strong. A lion must fight a rabbit with all his strength. We must keep this principle in mind in the next life. Tu Xiaodao said calmly. The sword in Shiman swordsman's hand has been cut off by the spirit base. The second turn ascendant has a red spear and life base, and kills Shiman swordsman again and again. Shiman swordsman seemed to be weightless, and the sonic boom and strong wind brought by the spear could blow him away. The second turn ascendant looked at the limp Shiman swordsman who was moving with the wind, and seemed to be able to kill him in one go. However, when the life base flew over, the force of the gun directly pushed the Shiman swordsman away. As if his body had no weight. Unless the gun doesn't carry any power, you won't be able to touch Shiman swordsman. This feeling made the ascended person very uncomfortable. Shiman swordsman and his life base were like the anode of a magnet. Facing the anode, there seemed to be something between them, and the life base could not get close to Shiman swordsman no matter what. What made him even more depressed was that as soon as his life base spear retreated, Shiman swordsman rushed forward again, making the ascended one very uncomfortable. Killing him, but not being able to kill him. Not being able to care about him, is simply more uncomfortable than nougat. The sword in concubine Bai's hand was able to withstand the life of an ascended person without being damaged. It looked like it was not ordinary at first glance. Her swordsmanship and body skills are extremely consistent with the innate talent theory. It can be said that the Bai family has studied innate talent theory for so many years, and all the results are in the body of Bai Shenfei. The strength and speed she can unleash, as well as the combination of body and sword skills, make her combat power far exceed that of ordinary genetic changers. Although it is still a bit difficult to kill Feisheng and gain the upper hand, it is not that easy for Feisheng to hurt her. Carrying the Wei Wufu of Zhu Kailing, the third-level ascendant, by himself is like a human arsenal. His skills and combat experience were too rich, and he actually got close to Zhu Kailing, making it difficult for Zhu Kailing to distance himself. His life base was also tied up, making it difficult for him to exert his true combat power. At first, he wanted to rely on the hardness of his carapace to withstand Wei Wufu's attack, and take the opportunity to severely damage Wei Wufu. This was also a shameless way of bullying Wei Wufu by relying on his high level and attributes. But after he was punched by Wei Wufu, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. The power of Wei Wufu's punch actually ignored the defense of his carapace and injured his flesh and blood and internal organs. Fortunately, his ascended body is strong enough. If it were an ordinary ascended person, his internal organs would probably be broken by Wei Wufu. Zhu Kailing now regrets it extremely. He should not have said those nonsense in the first place, and allowed Wei Wufu a chance to get close. What kind of ghosts and monsters are those? Hai Daxiu said as he watched everyone fight, but he couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Everyone who participated in this battle today looked like ghosts. Even people like Hai Daxiu felt a little emotional in their hearts. When she was their age, she wasn't as powerful as them. These young people should be the most promising among the young generation of our home planet to go out. Instructor Mu was in a good mood. After finishing speaking, he said angrily, Hai Daxiu, why don't you let me go? It must be released, but not now. Hai Daxiu said. Hai Daxiu, you are really getting better and better as you live. Those young people dare to stand up. Where has your previous pride gone? Instructor Mu said angrily. As they get older, they can ignore the consequences, but I can't. Hai Dashio didn't get angry and said with a smile, when they did something wrong, their elders would wipe their butts. If I did something wrong, who would wipe my butt? At this age, I can only be the one who wipes my butt. Old Mu, you are not young anymore, and your temper should be restrained. If it weren't for your temper, how could you have had such problems with your life base back then? How could you be as good as you are now with your talent? Achievements, haven't you learned a lesson? People live not just to go far. I just want to walk my own path and see the scenery I like. Instructor Mu said. You are noble and casual. If something happens to your disciples and grandchildren, who will wipe their butts? As long as there is nothing wrong with your life foundation, would you be able to let people from the Wan family bully the Lin family siblings today? Hai Dashio said in one sentence. Instructor Mu said nothing. Lin Shen and Six Paths Phoenix teamed up to deal with numerous ascending pets and Wan Feixiong and others. He took the immortal garden to its extreme, with the speed getting faster and faster, and the momentum it created getting stronger and stronger. Every step took was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The turbulent air waves swept up the chaotic air waves around him. It was like riding the wind and riding the waves. His speed was not weaker than the flying level, and the raised air waves were even more intense. One wave after another. The surrounding battles continued to break out. In this turbulent environment, the effect of super basic text is getting stronger and stronger, and more world power can be absorbed. The hyperbasing continued without any signs of fading, due to lack of strength. Lin Shen wandered among many ascended pets alone, and had to face so many life-based attacks, but he became increasingly stronger. Wan Feixiong already felt that something was wrong. The three ascended ones, plus so many ascended pets, could not suppress the Lin family siblings. To make matters worse, as something happened to the ascended ones fighting Ouyang Yudu and the others, the ascending pets participating in the battle also withdrew from the battlefield, and the restrictions on Lin Shen became weaker and weaker. What kind of monsters are these? Wan Feixiong felt a chill in his heart when he saw that Wei Wufu was fighting inextricably with Zhu Kailing, who was in the third rank. He also saw that all the ascended ones in the battle between Ouyang Yudu and Tu Xiaodao had been killed, so how could they still dare to fight? Brothers, today either he dies or I die. Only by killing them can we survive. Road, hard work. Wan Feixiong roared, seemingly desperate. But who knew that when the other two ascended ones rushed forward, he would duck out of the way, take back his life base, turn around, and fly away, not even wanting the ascending pets. This operation stunned the other two ascendants, who were already trying to fight for their lives. Their momentum immediately disappeared, and they had no intention of fighting again. Can you run away? Lin Shen jumped up and rode the wind, his body making waves in the sky. His speed was no slower than Wan Feixiong. Wan Feixiong was startled when he saw Lin Shen chasing after him through the air. He didn't care anymore and threw out his life base, trying to stop Lin Shen. After all, Lin Shen is still a genetic changer. He has no flying ability and has no way to use force in the air. As long as he used his life base to block him, Lin Shen would no longer be able to pursue him. Even if the life base is damaged, it doesn't matter. Compared with the small life, the life base is naturally nothing. Unfortunately, his calculation was wrong. Lin Shen was in the air. and jumped up again like a strange bird, avoiding Wan Feixiong's life base, and his speed increased instead of decreasing. The body broke through the sound barrier, carrying a long white wave of air, like a white cloud dragon passing across the sky, chasing after Wan Feixiong. Die. Wan Feixiong was horrified. Seeing that it was difficult to escape, a three-turn Lingji knife appeared in his hand and struck directly at Lin Shen, behind him. When Lin Shen arrived in front of Wan Feixiong, he jumped up again and dodged Wan Feixiong's Lingji sword like a dragon. Lin Shen stepped on Wan Feixiong's head with one foot. Boom! White air waves crossed the sky, and the clouds were blown away. The blast wave caused rows of cloud waves to ripple in the sky. Lin Shen stepped on Wan Feixiong's head and fell to the ground, creating a large crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The surrounding soil and gravel rose in a ring, shaking several meters high. When the dust fell, Lin Shen was seen standing in the pit, with Wan Feixiong under his feet, his head already broken into pieces like an exploding watermelon. Warm reminder. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. It's over. Instructor Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Hai Daxiu's life base was taken back, and he was freed from the suppression. No, this is just the beginning. Hai Daxiu shook his head. Instructor Mu stared at Hai Daxiu in a daze, and seemed to realize something, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Hai Daxiu also looked at him and said calmly, "You haven't left the mother planet for too long. Do you know how far the Wan family has developed now?" Without waiting for Instructor Mu to answer, Hai Daxiu continued, "The Wan family now has its own base on Hanji Star, a planet under the Diamond Tribe, and has more than 30 alien planets. There are more than a dozen Nirvanas on the surface, and there are already 5-digit ascenders on Hanji Star. Nirvanas can't return to the mother planet, and new humans born on alien planets can't return to the mother planet. If they don't go out through the mother planet's transmission device, there is no way back." Instructor Mu pondered. "You are right. Those who have achieved nirvana cannot return to the mother planet, and those who have ascended to the new human race cannot come to the mother planet. Do you know how many of the Wan family members who have left the mother planet are ascenders now? There will be no less than 1,000 people, and most of them have experienced many years of experience, and they will not be low-level ascenders." Instructor Mu's expression became more and more serious. He knew what this meant. If the Wan family was really determined to kill the Lin family siblings, after watching the video of this battle, there might be hundreds of high-level ascenders teleported back to the mother planet. Hai Daxiu looked at the sunset outside the window and said, "Their battle is over, and our battle has just begun. Are you going to help Lin Shen and the others?" Instructor Mu was surprised and happy. Not to help them, but to help all the young people without backgrounds on the mother planet. They have proved their value and impressed me. Hai Daxiu said seriously. "What are you going to do?" Instructor Mu asked. "Come with me, let's convince those old guys in the Supreme Hall of Humanity to at least get half of them to agree to pass a Mother Planet Act to restrict the alien families from interfering too much in the Mother Planet's affairs," Hai Daxiu said, looking at Lin Shen and others outside, and said, "Before we succeed, they can only temporarily leave the Mother Planet." Where to go? Instructor Mu pondered. The other few people have their own family arrangements behind them. Lin Shen, Lin Miao, and that Shiman swordsman, if they are willing, can go to the giant ring star first. Haidasho already had a plan in mind. Why is it the giant ring star? Instructor Mu was a little puzzled. As far as he knew, it should not be the sphere of influence behind Haidasho. Behind the Wan family is the Emperor Barbarians. If they go to our planets, the Emperor Barbarians can still reach out. The giant ring star is the sphere of influence of the Celestials. I don't need to say much about the relationship between the Celestials and the Emperor Barbarians. The Emperor Barbarians can't reach out. Only there can they really get rid of the threats of the Wan family and the Emperor Barbarians. Haidasho said. It is indeed feasible. Instructor Mu said thoughtfully. Old Mu. Start over, it's not too late now. I know that you have spent a lot on training young people on the mother planet in the past few decades, but you should also know that most of the transmission devices from the mother planet are in the hands of major families. No matter how many young people you train, they can only go to those major families in the end. You have to open up a channel for them to rise. Not just train them. Haidasho stared at him with burning eyes. I know it's hard to start over, but I believe you can do it. Instructor Mu stared at Haidasho in a daze, and laughed for a long time. As long as you are not afraid of me holding you back. Who dares to say that, Wu Tsuxing? Mu Qingchuan is a person who holds you back. You were a unique existence back then. Haidasho also laughed. What, Wu Tsuxing, you are slapping me in the face. Instructor Mu smiled bitterly. No, in my heart, you will always be the Mu Qingchuan who dominated the contemporary era. Haidasho's eyes were serious, without any joking intention. Except for Wei Wufu, all the battles have ended. Except for Zhu Kailing, the 14 ascenders of the Wan family who came to the Cape base, this time can be said to be completely wiped out. The ascender who fought against Shimin Jianka finally died under his own life base and was killed by Shimin Jianka. Zhu Kailing wanted to escape, but unfortunately he couldn't get rid of Wei Wufu. Are you okay? Lin Shen walked over to see Ouyang. Yudu's injury. Being injured will only make me feel more comfortable. Ouyang Yudu ignored the wound on his chest, and the wound did not heal. The strange thing was that his skin and flesh were torn, and the wound that looked serious did not continue to bleed. Lin Shen was relieved when he was sure that Ouyang Yudu's injury did not need to be treated. He really didn't expect that Ouyang Yudu would help him. What puzzled Lin Shen even more was Shimin Jianka. Seriously speaking, he and Shimin Jianka were enemies, not friends. Shimin Jianka's help to him was more surprising than Ouyang Yudu's help to him. But when Lin Shen went to see Shimin Jianka, he only saw his back, as he had already ridden away on his mount. Xiaodao, thank you. Lin Shen saw Tu Xiaodao coming over with a girl, and thanked him seriously. I'm doing my best. Tu Xiaodao pointed at the girl next to him and said, this is my little sister, Tu Xiaoyao. Small waist? Lin Shen was slightly startled, and looked at the girl's waist, which was indeed very thin. The girl smiled and spat. Where are you looking? It's the demon of the demon, not this waist. So that's how it is. Lin Shen suddenly realized. It's only been a short time. I didn't expect you to be a second-turn ascender. After greeting Tu Xiaoyao, Lin Shen looked at Tu Xiaodao and exclaimed. I was inspired by you. You made me understand that everything else is empty, only level and strength are the most important. I don't need to challenge the opponent above my level. I just need to be higher in level and stronger than my opponent and crush him. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen and said, originally, I came out this time to crush you and Ouyang Yudu. Now it seems that my level is not high enough. I need a higher level and stronger strength. After I go back this time I will not come out again before the 10th turn. See you after the 10th turn. After that, Tu Xiaodao took Tu Xiaoyao and said goodbye. Lin Shen looked at Tu Xiaodao in a daze. He didn't remember when he had inspired Tu Xiaodao. Wei Wufu was as stable as a machine. No matter what the situation was, he would hardly make a mistake. But Zhu Kailing didn't have such a good heart. So many ascenders came together, and now he was the only one who hadn't died. Lin Shen and others were watching the battle. He had begun to get impatient, and even couldn't wait to get rid of Wei Wufu and escape from here. But the more he wanted to escape, the more he couldn't get rid of Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu was still not impatient or reckless, and he had always been fighting with Zhu Kailing in the most perfect way. Seeing that Lin Shen seemed to be coming over, Zhu Kailing had to choose to take a risk, but Wei Wufu seized the opportunity and punched Zhu Kailing on the back. The force went straight through his heart, and Zhu Kailing's mouth spurted blood. Not only did he fail to escape, but the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Wei Wufu had a blank expression on his face, and he entangled Zhu Kailing to continue to output steadily. Zhu Kailing, who had no intention of fighting and was injured, couldn't stop it. He was hit again and again by Wei Wufu, and he didn't know how many times he was hit. In the end, he was beaten so hard that his broken internal organs were ejected from his mouth, and he was almost dying. Old Wei, you are really strong. Lin Shen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This guy really fought against the third-level ascender head-on without any injury. Although the Wan family's ascenders are not elites, most of them are at the bottom of the ascenders. But killing an ascender with a base changer is already a very horrifying thing. It's just because these people are too strong that people mistakenly think that the ascenders are not that strong. Originally, Lin Shen planned to find Uncle Lei and the others, but was stopped by Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu told Lin Shen that Uncle Lei and the others were in the Shura training camp and had nothing to do for the time being, which made Lin Miao breathe a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the Wan family should not be able to kill people in the Cape base, Lin Miao was still afraid of a possible event. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu went to the training camp with Lin Shen and the others, and Bai Shenfei naturally went with them. Instructor Mu did not avoid them and directly told them that he would send Lin Shen and Lin Miao to the giant ring star. Lin Shen originally planned to find a place to ascend as soon as possible. After hearing about the giant ring star, he was very excited. His previous plan was to find a place on the mother planet to take shelter temporarily, and then teleport to King Kai and not come back for a long time. Going to the giant ring star is obviously better than this plan. If we leave, what will happen to the Sueño base? Lin Miao was a little worried about the people of the Lin family. The Wan family wants you, and those people are not surnamed Lin. Killing them is meaningless to the Wan family. But for the sake of safety, it is better to temporarily dismiss them and let the core members stay at the Cape base temporarily, and then return to the Lin family when you come back later. Instructor Mu said. When can we come back? Lin Miao sighed. That depends on when the Supreme Hall can pass the bill. Instructor Mu sighed. This is not something that his power can influence. At least more than half of the members of the Supreme Hall must vote in favor before the bill can be passed. The Supreme Hall is composed of human forces that have left the mother planet, and most of the members are from those large families on alien planets. The human Supreme Hall was originally established because it is difficult for humans to survive in the universe, and they can help each other. But today, the Supreme Hall has become a platform for all human forces to fight for their own interests. Lin Shen wants to go to the giant ring star, but he still has a concern. That is, the original seed eggs used for ascension have not been found yet. If he goes to the giant ring star, when he needs to ascend, he can't find the original seed eggs on the giant ring star, so he can only use ordinary ascension eggs to ascend. It's okay to teleport back from the giant ring star, but it will be difficult to go to the giant ring star again after teleporting back. It takes a lot of resources to open the teleportation device to the giant ring star once, and it is impossible for others to open a teleportation just for him. Instructor Mu, can you give us some time to discuss it? Lin Shen said. Yes, but it has to be fast. Wangulu should be teleported to the Wan family on Hanji Star. The people of the Wan family should arrive at the mother planet soon. You don't have much time, Instructor Mu said. Okay, I know. Lin Shen called Wei Wufu and wanted to talk to him alone. When they were in a deserted place, Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu, Old Wei, are there any original eggs for ascension in Tiancheng? Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen and said, All exchange eggs. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood that Wei Wufu meant that he wanted him to exchange all the harvests this time for original eggs. This harvest was indeed a lot. There were more than a dozen ascending pets, and even more basic pets, and they were all high-end products. In addition to the spirit base and pet transmitters, etc., it can be regarded as a huge fortune on the mother planet. But when he thought about it, the smile on Lin Shen's face disappeared again. Old Wei, tell me the truth, you are not giving me the original eggs you use for ascension, are you? Lin Shen stared at Wei Wufu and said, No. Wei Wufu shook his head. Lin Shen was relieved. Although those things were valuable, the original eggs for ascension were priceless. To be honest, Lin Shen actually got a huge bargain by exchanging those things for original eggs. But these are easy to say, as long as they don't occupy the original seed eggs used by Wei Wufu for his ascension, the favor can be repaid slowly in the future. After discussing with Wei Wufu, Lin Shen decided to go to Zhuangxing with Lin Miao first. Wei Wufu took the things back to Tiancheng. After Wei Wufu finished dealing with all the things here, he would go to Zhuangxing to find Lin Shen and bring the original seed eggs to him. After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu finished discussing, when he returned to Instructor Mu and the others, he saw Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei being taken away by two groups of people, respectively. Looking at their appearance, they looked like prisoners being escorted. There were people around them, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Lin Shen guessed that they were most likely ascenders. When Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu turned around and smiled at him, opened his mouth and said something, but no sound came out. Lin Shen looked at his mouth shape and guessed that he seemed to say, I will come to you again. Bai Shenfei also glanced at him, but said nothing, and followed those people out of the training camp. What's wrong with them? Lin Shen asked Instructor Mu in confusion. They helped you kill the ascendant of the Wan family, which is not a trivial matter. But you don't have to worry, the Bai family and the Ouyang family have a lot of influence in the Supreme Hall. The Wan family can't do anything to them, and they dare not make enemies with the Bai family and the Ouyang family at the same time. Instructor Mu paused and continued said, they took concubine Bai Shen and Ouyang Yu back, mainly to protect their safety and avoid accidents. It's time for you, have you decided? Instructor Mu, please help us talk to Haidaxio and thank her for her help. We want to go to the giant ring planet. We don't know how much it will cost. We will try our best to get it together. If we can't get it together now, can we pay it in installments? Lin Shen said. I have already discussed this matter with Haidaxio. It is indeed a bit difficult for you to pay the teleportation fee now. You can pay it back slowly after you arrive at the giant ring star. Instructor Mu sighed and said, actually, now is not the best time for you to leave your home star. Now that the home star has the resources of Kaiwang, it is more suitable for the development of gene changers. You can only go to the alien planet after you ascend. It is the best choice. Although the resources on the giant ring star are far more than those of the home planet, and there are more resources than Kaiu, the genetic mutation resources are not as good as those of Kaiu in the entire universe. The planet can match the mutant resources of Kaiwang. Lin Shen is not worried about this problem. He has a teleportation device in his hand. Even if he reaches the giant ring planet, he can still enter Kaiu planet at any time. Lin Shen couldn't hide it from Instructor Mu, so he told him that his watch could teleport to the King of Planets. It turns out that the place your teleportation device is teleporting to is Kaiu. That's great. You can reach the perfect rate of fundamental change on Kaiu first. After you ascend, the resources on the giant ring planet will also be of great benefit to you. Help, let me think about it, there are several areas in the giant ring planet that are more suitable for your development. Instructor Mu took the watch and looked at it, planning for Lin Shen's future. Instructor Mu thought in his mind and unconsciously rubbed his watch with his fingers. The watch suddenly vibrated with a message. Instructor Mu, who was rubbing his watch with his fingers, accidentally came across the message. The message was immediately opened and the image was projected. Lin Shen didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Instructor Mu just looked at it for a while, and Red Heart happened to send a message. The image in the message was projected directly and presented in front of several people. Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, but after closing his eyes, he remembered that he had already seen it, and it was impossible to close his eyes if there was a problem. Fearing that Instructor Mu and Lin Miao would get into trouble, Lin Shen quickly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Miao. Seeing Lin Miao's expression, Lin Shen realized that there must be something wrong with the image sent by Red Heart A. But it was different from the previous problem. Lin Miao stared at the image with her eyes, and her face became very strange. She turned her head and looked at Lin Shen. The strange expression made Lin Shen realize that something was wrong. Lin Shen looked at Instructor Mu again. His expression was calm, but his eyes were as strange as Lin Miao's. Lin Shen was confused, but he was sure that the image information this time did not have the ability to confuse people. The eldest sister and Instructor Mu were both sober. What strange video did Red Heart ascend? How could it make Big Sister and Instructor Mu look at me like that? Lin Shen couldn't help but be curious and looked at the video. After seeing this, Lin Shen's expression became strange. He finally knew why. Big Sister and Instructor Mu's expressions were so complicated. The video in the message turned out to be a bunny girl dancing. You say it's exposed, but the bunny girl didn't even show a bit of flesh below her neck. You say it's conservative, but the black stockings are all the way to the thighs. The key is the dance. She danced. It's hard to say what's wrong with it, but anyone who sees it will have a lot of imagination. Xiao Wu, you've finally grown up. Lin Miao patted Lin Shen's shoulder, his face full of relief. It's normal. For men. But don't be too addicted, be moderate, don't hurt your body, and affect your practice. Instructor Mu returned the watch to Lin Shen and said meaningfully. No. Lin Shen wanted to explain, but Instructor Mu gave him an expression that said I understand, patted his shoulder, and then left. Lin Shen was so depressed. If he had really seen it, it would be nothing, it was normal. The key point was that he didn't see it, which was a bit aggrieved. This figure is really good. Lin Shen took the watch and took another look. It was really attractive. The most eye-catching thing was that this bunny girl looked like a real bunny girl. She didn't wear fake bunny ears, but really had two pink bunny ears. What does Red Heart A mean? Why did you send this to me? In order to understand Red Heart A's intention, Lin Shen watched it very seriously. The video was just a dancing video of more than 3 minutes. There was nothing else, no text or sound. I really didn't know what Red Heart A meant by sending this to him. Lin Shen remembered that before this, Red Heart A had sent him a message that he didn't open. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen turned out the message that he didn't read, guessing that the message should contain the reason why Red Heart A sent him the bunny girl video. No matter how powerful Red Heart A is, at most he can use information to influence his brain. With the theory of evolution, there shouldn't be a big problem. He clicked on the message and saw that there were only texts, but no images in it. You are not dead, why did you hang up? You should at least reply. It doesn't matter if you don't want to pay attention to me. I recently found something interesting and sent it to you for your appreciation. It is said that the video of the Moon Rabbit Queen hides the mystery of the disappearance of the Moon Rabbit tribe. Take a good look and reply if you find anything. After reading it, Lin Shen didn't understand what Red Heart A meant. Judging from the content, the protagonist in the video should be the queen of the Moon Rabbit tribe. But Lin Shen had never heard of the Moon Rabbit tribe. Red Heart A seemed to mean that the Moon Rabbit tribe disappeared mysteriously, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Lin Shen clicked on the video again and looked at it. It was a normal dance, nothing special. But it seemed inappropriate for the queen of a race to dance like this. She didn't look like a queen, but more like a dancer. I don't know where this Red Heart A comes from. Why does he have nothing to do all day and make these weird things? Lin Shen closed the message and planned to pack up his things. He was going to the giant ring star tonight. There was nothing else to pack. He carried the things he used on a daily basis with him. He could just carry them with him. The only trouble was the dead fan. After swallowing the 7th turn Bloody Hell King, he couldn't digest it and his body was still in a gigantic state. Once it became smaller, a big lump would bulge in its stomach. It would be difficult to move, let alone fight. This guy seemed to be in great pain. Although he didn't twist and wriggle in pain anymore, he lay there motionless. I think it was not very comfortable. There was no time to wait for it to digest, so Lin Shen had to change it back to capsule form. After meeting Haidashio roughly told Lin Shen and his sister about the channels to the giant ring star, and then gave them some information. And they would slowly read it when they arrived at the giant ring star. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lei and the others, Lin Shen and Lin Miao went to the place where the teleportation device was. It was a little different from what Lin Shen had imagined. Looking at the teleportation device that looked like a small mountain, Lin Shen thought to himself, this is indeed different from the Kai King training device. No wonder Lao Wei didn't see it at the beginning. The real teleportation device is too big. As if he had seen through Lin Shen's thoughts. Hai Dashou explained, the watch is just the trigger of the transmission device, which is the main body of the transmission device. The watch trigger itself is only used to start the transmission device, and does not require too much energy. However, every time the transmission device is turned on, it requires energy. This type of transmission device is already considered small, and there are many larger ones than this one. Transmission devices of the size of the Kai King training device are also very rare in the universe. This transmission device can only transmit point to point. After you are transmitted to the main body of the transmission device on the infantry star, the owner of the high mansion there will arrange for you to continue to transmit according to the previous arrangement. It will take 4 transmissions in the middle to reach the giant ring star. Hai Dashou reminded them again. Are you leaving now? Lin Shen asked. After Hai Dashou finished speaking. Wait a minute, there is another person who wants to go to the giant ring star with you. Hai Dashou looked at the time, it should be here soon. As he was talking, someone was brought over. Lin Shen saw the appearance of the person clearly and realized that the person Hai Dashou was talking about was Shimin Jianke. After leaving the home planet, you have to take care of each other. It's not easy for humans out there, so help if you can. Hai Dashou said, and urged them to enter the teleportation device. I'm used to being alone. I don't like to help others, nor do I like others to help me. Let's go our separate ways in the future. Shimin Jianke said with a sneer. Lin Shen and Lin Miao both smiled and said nothing. Under Hai Dashou's arrangement, the 3 people entered the teleportation device. After a while of spinning, the scenery in front of the 3 people had undergone tremendous changes. The volume of the giant ring star is unknown how many times larger than the human home planet. It is estimated to be at least hundreds of times larger. The gravity here is also much greater than that of the human home planet, similar to Kaiwang, or even stronger. The living environment is similar to that of the human home planet. The oxygen content in the atmosphere is higher and the composition is slightly different. Ordinary humans have almost no way to survive in the giant ring star. When genetic changers get here, they will also encounter many problems. It will take a period of time to adapt and the help of some medicines to be able to live normally in the giant ring star. When Lin Shen and the other 3 first arrived at the giant ring, they obviously felt difficulty breathing. Although there was plenty of oxygen, they just felt uncomfortable breathing, as if they couldn't breathe. The digestive system was also affected. After arriving here, I started to vomit and have diarrhea. My headache felt like my brain was being cut with a knife, and my whole scalp hurt like needles. There were also many black spots on their bodies, which were made of black fluff. The 3 of them looked like moldy steamed buns, accompanied by fever and edema. The 3 of them are all at the crystal base level and have taken special potions. The situation is still so pessimistic. It is hard to say whether they can survive it if they are replaced by Lower-level base changers. Shaman swordsman originally planned to go out alone after teleporting to the giant ring star. But now this guy is stuck between the bed and the toilet. He will fall down when the wind blows. He even walks unsteadily, let alone wandering around. Lin Miao's condition wasn't much better. Lin Shen just started to feel a little uncomfortable. Due to the theory of evolution, he was fine after lying down for less than 10 hours. Brother Lin, I have taken over so many human genetic changes, and you are still the first one to adapt to the environment of the giant ring so quickly. Have you been to the giant ring before? The man was boiling water for cooking at the door of the stone house. Lao Yu was a little surprised when he saw Lin Shen walking out as if nothing happened. I have been to planets with similar environments before, Lin Shen said while looking at the surrounding environment. Isn't the giant ring a planet under the celestial tribe? Why are the conditions here so poor? In Lin Shen's opinion, the conditions here are worse than those in the Cold War age of mankind. The houses they live in are all made of stones, row by row, with a total of 4 rows. Celestial beings respect nature, so they prohibit the use of high-tech products on the giant ring planet, and do not allow construction of buildings and factories. These are temporary structures for makeshift living. Most humans and aliens come here to hunt and kill genetically modified creatures, not much else, Lao Yu explained with a smile. I didn't expect that gods still pay attention to people, Lin Shen praised. Strictness is only for foreigners. Heavenly beings themselves are not so particular. They don't live on the ground. What the ground looks like has no effect on them. Lao Yu curled his lips and said, if they don't live on the ground, then where do they live? Lin Shen asked confused. There. Lao Yu pointed to the sky. Lin Shen looked up and saw a huge star ring in the sky, surrounding the planet, like a huge rainbow, suspended directly in the sky. That is the star belt of the giant ring star. It is composed of countless floating islands. The heavenly beings here live on it, and some advanced alien races can also live on it. There is everything to eat, drink, and have fun there. We humans, even if we have money, are not qualified to buy into those floating islands. We can only live on the ground. Lao Yu talked about some things about the giant ring star while cooking. There are many ascended creatures on the giant ring star, but most of them are genetically modified creatures on the ground. If you want to hunt ascended creatures, you have to go to the floating islands on the star belt to have a higher chance of encountering them. The so-called suspended roundabout is actually many meteorites of different sizes. Legend has it that those meteorites originally belonged to another planet that was larger than the giant ring star. For some unknown reason, that planet exploded into many fragments. The fragments were attracted by the giant ring star, just like the moon orbiting the Earth. In the same way, many fragments have become the current star belt. Lao Yu said that those floating roundabouts are bigger than the moon. Many floating roundabouts are inhabited by ascended creatures, and there are even legends about nirvana creatures inside. Lao Yu, what are you cooking? Lin Shen originally thought that Lao Yu was cooking, but after taking a closer look, he found that what he was cooking in the pot was just grass. These are some plants on the giant ring planet. Boil them and simmer them. They are good for both humans and aliens who have just arrived on this planet. They can quickly adapt to the environment here. The kind of potion you drink, usually at least it takes 2 or 3 months to adapt to the environment. Of course, people like you can fully adapt to this soup in half a month. Give each of your 2 companions a bowl and drink it a day. 3 times, I guarantee that they will be fine after 2 or 3 days of drinking. If they drink it for 2 or 3 days, they will not feel so bad after drinking it. Lao Yu said as he took a bowl. Soup. Thank you. Lin Shen took the full bowl of soup and thanked him. You're welcome, that's right, 1 coin per bowl. Lao Yu said with a smile. We just came to Giant Ring Planet and we don't have any money with us. Can we get it on credit or use other things to pay for it? Lin Shen then realized that these things have to be paid for. Lin Shen thought this was normal. It was normal for people to accept money from people who were not related to them. Okay, I'll put it in your account first. Lao Yu was very straightforward, handed the bowl to Lin Shen, and continued, you recovered so quickly, I think you can go out to make money. Tomorrow, what level are you? Jingji. Lin Shen answered casually. Very good, as long as you are not too useless. It is not difficult to make 7 or 8 tianbi a day, and taking medicine is enough. Lao Yu said with a smile while recording the account in the small notebook. Lin Shen glanced at his small notebook, which was densely filled with accounts owed to him by others. Lao Yu, your business is quite big? Lin Shen didn't know how much a tianbi was worth yet, but the amount of debt written on it was as high as 5 digits. If it wasn't for making some money, who would come to this kind of ghost place, eat poorly, sleep poorly, and be worried every day, maybe one day they would die? Lao Yu closed the notebook, solemnly kept it close to his body, and then said to Lin Shen, is it that dangerous here? Lin Shen didn't think there was anything dangerous here, nor did he see any mutant creatures nearby. Hey, you just came here, and you haven't experienced the dark night here yet. You will know when the time comes. Here's a piece of advice for you. Lao Yu narrowed his eyes, and the wrinkles on his face trembled. He said in a gloomy voice, don't go out when it's dark. Lin Shen had noticed just now that they had been on the giant ring star for more than 10 hours, but the sky was still very bright, with no sign of night. In fact, Lin Shen had never seen the sun at all, as if the light in the sky was all emitted by the star belt. Lin Shen brought the medicine soup into the house and drank a bowl of it himself. He felt no abnormality in his body, so he gave a bowl to Lin Miao and Shimin Jianka respectively. Lin Miao and Shimin Jianka were still having a high fever, and they were a little confused. Lin Shen could only hold their teeth and force the medicine into their mouths. This medicine soup was indeed useful. After drinking it, after a while, the fever was obviously not so severe. Taking out the information given by Hai Daxiu, Lin Shen carefully studied the information of the giant ring star. The timekeeping algorithm of the universe is very special. Most habitable planets have their own timekeeping methods, but no matter which planet's timekeeping method, a day is 24 hours, but how long the 24 hours of each planet are is different. So there is also a universal timekeeping method in the universe. No matter what time it is on your planet, the time of the universe will not change. And the time of the universe is calculated based on the time of the transmission device. The countdown on the watch is a standard time of the universe, and the timekeeping of all transmission devices is unified without exception. The strange thing is that this cosmic time is surprisingly close to the time of the human mother planet, and even the calculation of the entire cosmic time is surprisingly close to the timekeeping method of the human mother planet. One cosmic year is approximately equal to one human mother planet year, and the difference is generally a few days, at most 10 days and half a month. From the discovery of the giant ring star to the present, there are only 17 cosmic years, and it is a planet with a low level of development. At present, there is only one transmission device that can be transmitted to the giant ring star, which is in the hands of the Celestials. The main body of the transmission device has not been found on the giant ring star. People who are transmitted here will have a black watch on their wrists, which is also a 3-day countdown. However, after the 3-day countdown is over, they will not be directly transmitted out. They can choose to stay or be transmitted back. As long as they do not choose to go back, they can stay on the giant ring star forever. This is almost exactly the same as the mode of transmission from Hulu Mountain to King Kai. Could it be that Hulu Mountain itself is a transmission device? Lin Shen secretly speculated in his heart. Continue to look at the information of the giant ring star, which is probably similar to what Lao Yu said. The star body of the giant ring star is extremely large, with many basic creatures on it. The interior of the planet is mainly basic creatures, and there are ascended creatures in some areas. There are a large number of ascended creatures on the star belt, and ascended creatures often come down from it to hunt. Because it is a planet with a relatively short development time, there is not much information. The following focuses on some taboos of the giant ring star. Most of them are things that cannot be touched and areas that cannot be visited. There is also a particularly eye-catching one, that is, after dark, you must stay in a closed space and do not go out casually, otherwise there will be danger to your life. The specific reason is not written in the information, only the location of the giant ring star is written. It is the edge area of the galaxy, and the degree of influence by the stars is very low. It may even leave the galaxy and become a wandering planet at any time. The main source of light for the giant ring star is the star belt. The star belt is not the floating islands that emit light, but the star belt itself. The light of the star belt will usher in a dark period every more than 80 universes, and the dark period will last for nearly 40 hours. This period of time is the night of the giant ring star. Lin Shen couldn't understand what it meant that the star belt itself was glowing. Aren't the star belts formed by those suspended islands? Suspended islands don't glow, but the star belts themselves glow. It sounds contradictory. Unfortunately, there was no answer in the information. Lin Shen asked Lao Yu again, but Lao Yu couldn't explain it clearly. He gave Lin Shen a timetable with the dark time period of the giant ring star, and reminded him again that when the night came, he must go back to the house and close the door. If he didn't come back in time, he would find a cave outside, seal the entrance with something, and wait for the night to pass. Of course, for this information and timetable, Lin Shen paid another 2 tianbi in debt. The stone house is naturally not free, and each stone house needs a tianbi rent every day. Taking the timetable and roughly calculating, there are less than 3 hours left before the next dark night. Lin Shen is naturally unwilling to take the risk and plans to go out after this dark night. After Lin Miao and Shimin Jianka drank the medicine soup, they felt better. Lin Shen told them the details of what he had learned, so that they would know the situation and it would be bad if they ran out in the dark. Originally, the 3 people each had a stone house. Lin Shen asked Lao Yu to return one stone house, and he and Lin Miao could live in one. Lao Yu agreed to return the stone house. But the rent for today could not be reduced. Lin Shen was not trying to save money. The giant ring. Star was too strange. He was afraid that something would happen, so he felt more at ease with Lin Miao. Lin Shen asked Lao Yu to make a few more bowls of medicine soup and put them in the water bag so that they could drink it when the night came. Lao Yu liked people like Lin Shen who were so lavish and paid on credit, and he was not afraid that Lin Shen would not pay back the debt. He left a water bag of medicine soup for Shimanjianka and told him that the night was coming soon, and he must not go out. In fact, Shimanjianka was very weak now, with black spots all over his body. It was difficult for him to get out of bed, so he probably would not go out. Shimanjianka didn't say anything, but he looked at Lin Shen with a strange look in his eyes. It's also Lin Shen's first time on the giant ring star. Why does he seem to be fine? What's wrong with me? Shimanjianka was very depressed. It's almost time. After I leave, you lock the door from the inside. Lin Shen saw that his spirit was much better. When the young man regained consciousness, he closed the door and went out. Returning to the eldest sister's stone house, Lin Shen closed the door, locked it from the inside, and gave the eldest sister another bowl of medicinal soup. The eldest sister didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore and was finally able to sleep for a while. There was nothing in the stone house, except for a slate bed and not even a stool. A few larger stones seemed to be used as stools. Lin Shen found a stone that was comfortable to sit on, sat down and waited for the night to fall. What will happen in the dark night here? Lin Shen thought to himself. Finally, when it was dark, even though the stone house had no windows, the light that came through the crack in the door suddenly disappeared. It's not the kind of darkness where the sun slowly sets, but more like the light suddenly goes out in an already dark room. Black, so black without any light that you can't see your fingers. Lin Shen wanted to see what was going on outside through the crack in the door, but he couldn't see anything. There was really no light outside, and his eyes were completely useless. Lin Shen originally thought that after his eyes adapted, he should be able to see some light, but after waiting for a long time, his eyes could not adapt. It was as if he was blind and couldn't see anything. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a voice, vague, as if someone was singing next door. Lin Shen listened carefully and found that it came from the left side of the stone house. The stone houses they lived in were in a row. On the right was the stone house where Shimanjianka lived, and on the left was the stone house where Lin Shen lived during the day. Did Lao Yu rent out that stone house so quickly? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that this was normal. It might be someone who went out during the day and rushed back before nightfall. There were 4 rows of stone houses here, with more than a dozen rooms in each row. In addition to Lao Yu, Lin Shen had only seen a few people during the day, most of whom should have gone out to hunt for genetically modified creatures. Lin Shen listened carefully again. From the sound, it should be a woman in the stone house on the left. Although she was just humming casually, the sound was not loud, but it was quite tasteful and her voice was very charming. After listening for a while, I found a dim light on the wall, like an oil lamp shining through the cracks in the wall. The stone house was originally built with irregular stones, and the joints were glued together with a kind of white ash. After a long time, the ash powder fell off, and it was normal to have gaps. If it were normal, Lin Shen would not pay attention to such things, but in this dark environment and this kind of place, Lin Shen actually wanted to look through the gap to see what kind of person the woman living in The stone house next to him was. It's not good to peek at other people's privacy, and I just came here. If I'm discovered, my reputation will be ruined. Lin Shen calmed down and decided not to look. But the night of the giant ring star was too quiet and too dark, making the little bit of dim light particularly attractive. Lin Shen couldn't hear what the woman was humming, but it sounded like she was in a very good mood. It seems that she had a very good harvest during the day and was in a very good mood. I don't know what she hunted, I'll take a look at her prey. Lin Shen endured for a while and really couldn't help it. He found a reason for himself, walked to the wall lightly, and put his eyes close to the gap. The gap was very small, and the place that could be seen was only a small hole, as big as a peanut. Lin Shen looked through the small hole. Lin Shen was lucky. He immediately saw the dim light in the stone house. A woman sat on a stone high above the stool, with her back to Lin Shen. She was humming an inaudible song and combing her hair with a comb. Because he could only see her back, he could not see much. He could only see that she was wearing a white suspender dress, and her hips looked unusually round when she sat there. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall and the comb was placed on it. It made people wonder if the comb would slide down directly if they let go of it. Lin Shen took a look, then looked away and sat back on the stone. He was just a little curious, not a real voyeur, so he just watched it. The woman seemed to be in a good mood and kept humming. Lin Shen listened for a while and felt a little irritated. It's dark now anyway, and no one dares to go out. Let's try to see if the mechanical watch can be used here. Lin Shen took out the mechanical watch. He didn't know if it could be used here. Now he already has the teleportation watch of the giant ring star in his hand. It is hard to say whether he can use another teleportation watch on the giant ring star to go to other planets. Lin Shen tried it and set the time to a very short time. After pressing the teleportation switch, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed and he came to the familiar desert again. Because he had set the location when he left last time, the place he came to was still the place he left last time. There were many green crystal warrior corpses on the ground. What people didn't expect was that there were many fist-sized, ladybug-like black bugs crawling on the bodies of green crystal warriors. Those black bugs were eating the bodies of green crystal warriors. The number was scary. Each body was crawling with these black bugs. The bodies of blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors were the same. There were such bugs everywhere. Lin Shen hurriedly looked at the body of the red crystal warrior. Last time, he couldn't take it away, and all the bodies were thrown here. Lin Shen originally thought that he would have time to take the body of the mutant warrior back. A closer look showed that there were not so many bugs on the body of the red crystal warrior. The other bodies were covered with dense black bugs, but there was only one black bug with red lines on the body of the red crystal warrior. The black bug with red lines looked very strange, while the other bugs were all black jade. The red lines on the back of the bug were like red-hot iron wire, outlining a somewhat abstract human face pattern on its back. The pattern was a bit like the facial makeup in ancient dramas, but the lines were all red, which looked very strange. Because Lin Shen was still some distance away from the body of the green crystal warrior, the bugs were desperately eating the body and did not notice him. Lin Shen thought about it and did not rush over. Instead, he slowly lay down and quietly observed the bugs. There were too many bugs. There were bugs on the bodies of thousands of green crystal warriors, and there were at least dozens of bugs on each body. There were probably hundreds of bugs. If all these bugs are crystal-based, there are tens of thousands of them. Lin Shen doesn't know what abilities they have. If they attack in groups, Lin Shen doesn't know if he can handle them. The key is that these bugs, like ladybugs, have wings and can fly. Where did all these bugs come from? Lin Shen couldn't figure out the clues for a while. Fortunately, he said a relatively short time and he would be teleported away in an hour. When the teleportation time is about to come, he can release his pets to kill some bugs and see what they can do. Lin Shen's calculations were good, but he underestimated the speed of these bugs. In just over 10 minutes, these bugs had already eaten most of the corpses. At this rate, all the corpses would be devoured by them in half an hour at most. The blood-faced bugs were almost done eating the corpses of the red crystal warriors, leaving only some corners and remnants. Lin Shen subconsciously stepped back a distance to prevent these bugs from discovering him after eating. Just as Lin Shen thought, in a few minutes, the blood-faced bugs had eaten the corpses of the red crystal warriors, leaving no residue at all. It didn't take too long for the other black bugs to eat all the warriors' corpses, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, I arrived at the right time, otherwise I would have thought that someone had taken the body away. Who would have thought that it was eaten by these bugs? When Lin Shen was thinking, he saw a strange scene. After the bugs ate all the corpses, the blood-faced bug suddenly flapped its wings and flew up. Lin Shen originally thought it was going to leave here, but who knew it was just floating in the air, and the other bugs followed it and flew up, one by one rushing towards the blood-faced bug at high speed. What does this mean? After eating, they are quarreling among themselves? Are they not full and want to eat their own kind? Lin Shen was surprised. Something even more surprising happened. After the black bug hit the blood-faced bug, it actually overlapped with the blood-faced bug. Lin Shen had no way to describe what kind of state it was, as if two bugs overlapped each other. One by one, the bugs hit the blood-faced bug and kept overlapping, which looked weird and magical. In a short while, the countless bugs disappeared, leaving only one blood-faced bug. The blood-faced bug flapped its wings and staggered in one direction. What's going on? Are those black bugs the clone skills of the blood-faced bug? Can the blood-faced bug clone itself? That's not right. The clone phantom has no entity, so how can it eat the bodies of the green crystal warriors? And there are so many corpses, and the clones created by one bug swallowed them all. How did it digest them? Lin Shen's mind was full of question marks. After thinking about it, Lin Shen quietly followed the blood-faced bug, wanting to see where its nest was, and then deal with it next time when he had the chance. The blood-faced bug was flying in front of him, and Lin Shen followed it from a distance, not daring to get too close, for fear of being discovered by it. A crystal-based creature that can create tens of thousands of clones is more terrifying than some ascended creatures. Fortunately, the blood-faced pattern on the back of the blood-faced bug was always glowing, and it could be seen clearly from a distance, so there was no need to worry about losing it. Now Lin Shen was afraid that the blood-faced bug's nest was too far away from here. An hour had passed, and it had not returned to its nest, which was a bit depressing. Fortunately, that didn't happen. When there were still more than 10 minutes before the countdown ended, the blood-faced worm landed in a place and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Lin Shen approached quietly and was surprised to find that there was a human-shaped stone statue where the blood-faced worm disappeared. To say it was a human-shaped stone statue was just to say that it looked a bit like a human figure. In fact, it was similar to the snowman that children made in winter, with only a head and a body, without even limbs. If you don't look carefully, you might think it was a long stone pillar. It was called a stone statue because it did have facial features, which was obviously not naturally formed. Lin Shen didn't dare to get too close, so he looked at the stone statue from a distance. The stone statue was only 2 meters tall, and its facial features were very exaggerated. The place where the blood-faced worm disappeared should be the location of the stone statue. But Lin Shen looked for a long time, but he didn't see where the blood-faced worm was. Lin Shen looked carefully for a long time again, and roughly guessed where the blood-faced worm went. The stone statue's ears really had holes, and Lin Shen estimated that the blood-faced worm should have drilled into the ear holes. Why is there a stone statue in this place, and why did the blood-faced worm regard it as a nest? Could it be that someone deliberately raised this blood-faced worm here? Lin Shen had all kinds of guesses in his mind. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard voices and hoof sounds not far away. Soon he saw a group of people coming here. When he saw them from a distance, Lin Shen thought they were from the Super Burning Legion, because they were all riding big black bulls and wearing helmets and battle clothes. A closer look revealed that something was wrong. They should be human mutations. Their bodies were obviously smaller than those of the Super Burning tribe, and they did not have horns on their heads. Lin Shen was also wearing a battle suit and a helmet, but his battle suit and helmet were both red, which was more advanced than those people. When he was wondering who these people were, he heard them talking. Hearing their voices, Lin Shen immediately knew who these people were. Why did they come here? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He was very familiar with these people. They were the people from the Qi family and the Wang family in the Suenio base. The two leading people were undoubtedly Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer. Goddess Bai was just taken back to the Bai family. She shouldn't go to the Suenio base, right? Without the Suenio in the hands of Goddess Bai, how did they find Hulu Mountain and come in? Lin Shen thought for a while and thought of a possibility. It is very likely that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer have not gone out since they followed Goddess Bai in last time and have been hunting on King Kai. It seems that their harvest is quite good. They even got so many super burning helmets, battle clothes, and pet mounts. Lin Shen estimated that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer may have been promoted to Crystal Base, otherwise, with their skills, they are no match for ordinary soldiers of the Super Burning Corps. What a broken place. I have been running for so long and it's all desert. I can't get out. I haven't even seen the shadow of a base-changed creature. It's really unlucky. Lin Shen heard Wang Tianer's complaining voice from a distance. I have seen Zhou Qinglong and others go to this desert before, but there is a giant frost tree in the desert where they are, but there is nothing here. I don't know if it is the same desert. Qi Shuheng's voice also came over. Lin Shen felt a little strange when listening to their conversation. There should be a lot of crystal-based warriors around here, but from what they said, they didn't encounter any crystal-based warriors along the way, which was a little strange. Could it be that the last time the Six-Path Phoenix killed so many crystal-based warriors, they were scared and fled? This area? Lin Shen thought about it and felt It was unlikely. But if it wasn't for this reason, why didn't Wang Tian'er and the others encounter the crystal-based warriors? It would be fine if they didn't encounter the mutant warriors, but they didn't encounter any of the green crystal warriors everywhere, which was very unreasonable. It can't be because of the blood-faced bug. Lin Shen thought of a possibility, and his heart shuddered. If it was really because of that blood-faced bug that caused so many crystal-based warriors to disappear, then that blood-faced bug might be more terrifying than he imagined. Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuheng's group. I don't know if they were too lucky or unlucky, they actually ran towards the location of the stone statue. There is a stone statue over there. Qi Shuheng and his group found the stone statue. They were still very careful. After studying it from a distance for a while, they also sent their pets to explore. As a result, they found nothing. They thought that the stone statue was safe, so a group of people prepared to go to the stone statue to see what it was. Except for the King Kai Tower, there are almost no man-made things on King Kai's planet. Suddenly, there is a stone statue here, and they will naturally be curious, what if it is a good thing? Lin Shen couldn't help but frown when he saw Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuheng going to the stone statue. Lin Shen didn't care about their life or death, but there were only a few people left in the Lin family to guard the Sueño base. If the Wang family and the Qi family also fell, the Sueño base would soon be deserted and no one would stay there. No one would stay in a base without people. If there were only some lonely old people who couldn't go out and no longer had the ability to clean up the nearby genetically modified creatures, the Sueño base would soon become a dead city. Forget it, let's keep them to guard the Sueño base. Lin Shen's mind moved, summoned the big red bull, rode the big red bull onto the sand dune, and stood in a conspicuous position. Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuheng saw him, and quickly stopped their mounts and looked at where Lin Shen was. That man, it seems to be the big red bull rider? Wang Tian'er looked at Lin Shen's outfit and whispered to Qi Shuheng. Not necessarily. Now there are more people who have the big red bull mount and the red battle suit and helmet than just the big red bull knight. Qi Shuheng pondered. Whether he is the big red bull knight or not, he must be very powerful to have that set of equipment. We are no match for him. His appearance here is probably related to the stone statue. It seems that he is trying to stop us. Let's go. Wang Tian'er was unwilling to take risks. The most important thing is that they are all illegal immigrants who came from Hulu Mountain and don't want to be discovered. Okay. Qi Shuheng looked at the big red bull knight on the sand dunes and agreed with Wang Tian'er's decision. With their strength, they can survive on King Kai until now and have gained a lot. The main reason is that they are stable enough. The group turned around and went back without even saying a word. Lin Shen was originally thinking about how to persuade them to leave without exposing their identities, but he didn't expect them to turn around and leave without saying anything, which was also a hassle-free experience. Wang Tian'er and others had not walked far when they suddenly heard a series of noises in the distance. They turned around and saw groups of green crystal warriors rushing from the desert on one side, which scared them. After a closer look, they found that those green crystal warriors were not rushing towards them, but heading towards the direction of the big red bull warrior. They couldn't help but stop and watch the groups of green crystal warriors rushing towards the place where the big red bull knight was on the sand dunes, but when they looked at the place where the big red bull knight was just now, they couldn't see the figure of the big red bull knight. Hey, where is he? Wang Tian'er and others felt a little confused. Soon they found that those green crystal warriors were not rushing towards the big Red Bull Knight, but rushing towards the place where the stone statue was. Soon, groups of green crystal warriors rushed to the vicinity of the stone statue, and before they could attack the stone statue, countless black beetles flew out of the ears of the stone statue. Wang Tian'er and his companions saw a scene they would never forget. Hundreds of green crystal warriors were covered by black beetles that covered the sky and the sun. In just a moment, not even a dreg was left. Wang Tian'er and his companions were horrified and dared not stay. They drove their mounts away from the stone statue frantically. The Red Bull Knight appeared there just now. He should be warning us not to get close to the stone statue, right? Qi Shuheng slowed down his mount and said in doubt after running to a place where he could no longer see the black beetles and the stone statue. That should be the case. If he hadn't stopped us, those who were eaten by the black beetles would not be the crystal-based warriors. Wang Tian'er was also afraid. They would have died just by that little bit. This is a life-saving grace. I should thank him when I have the chance. I used to listen to the radio host bragging that the big Red Bull Knight is the guardian of mankind. I sneered at it. Today I know that I was superficial before. If anyone says that the big Red Bull Knight is not a human being again, I will get angry with him. After surviving the disaster, everyone was very grateful to the big Red Bull Knight, but it was a pity that he could no longer see him. Lin Shen also saw the scene of the black beetles devouring the green crystal warriors, and found that the flying speed and strength of the black beetles were top-notch, with a speed and strength of 40. And they are almost immortal. There was a purple crystal warrior who smashed the black beetle's shell to pieces, and the black beetle recovered quickly. Lin Shen guessed that if he wanted to kill these black beetles, he might have to kill the blood-faced worms first. It was useless to kill only the black beetles. The time he set had come, and he returned to the stone house on the giant ring star. The house was still dark. He took out a flashlight and shone it. The eldest sister was still lying on the bed and sleeping, and there was nothing unusual. With 6 phoenixes on the elder sister, ordinary ascensions cannot hurt the elder sister, and Lin Shen is still very relieved about this. After turning off the flashlight, there was no light in the room. He subconsciously glanced at the wall, and there was no dim light coming through. After listening for a while, he did not hear the woman's singing again. It was estimated that she had fallen asleep. Lin Shen sat on the stone and began to practice the Immortal Sutra to get through this dark night first. Recently, Lin Shen did not plan to go to King Kai for the time being. He would first gain a foothold on the giant ring star. There would be plenty of time in the future. When every dark night came, he could go to King Kai and no one would find him. Because the night was too long, Lin Miao drank another bowl of medicine soup in the middle, and the situation was getting better and better. The high fever had subsided, and there was still a little low fever. And the black spots on his body had not subsided. The sky of the giant ring star also brightened very suddenly. It was bright all of a sudden. There was no gradual brightening process at all. When Lin Shen heard the noise outside, he pushed the door open and saw many people coming out of the stone house. Some people were packing up, while others were ready to leave this place that looked like a small village. It seemed that they were going out to hunt for genetically modified creatures. Lin Shen glanced at the room next door. The door was open and there was no one inside. That woman is really diligent. She left so early. Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was about to go to Shimanjianka's room to check, he saw Shimanjianka staggering out. It seemed that the high fever should have subsided, and the black spots on his body were not as dark as before. His recovery was better than Lin Miao's. Where are you going? Lin Shen saw Shimanjianka staggering out of the village and stopped him and asked. Hunting genetically modified creatures to make money. Shimanjianka said. Your body is like this, how can you hunt genetically modified creatures? Rest for a few days and get well first. Lin Shen said. No money, no right to rest. Shimanjianka said and walked out, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Your friend has a very stubborn temper. Lao Yu came over and said with a smile. Is it dangerous nearby? Lin Shen asked Lao Yu. Within a dozen miles nearby, as long as you don't go up the mountain, most of them are steel creatures and alloy creatures, which are not very dangerous. But your friend's physical condition should not have much combat ability, right? Lao Yu said. I'll go and see later. Lin Shen thought of the woman next door, so he asked, casually, Lao Yu, who was the woman who lived next door yesterday? Woman? What? Woman? Lao Yu was slightly stunned. It's the woman who lives in that room. I heard her singing next door. Lin Shen pointed to the stone house and said. No one lived in that stone house yesterday. Lao Yu's face turned a little ugly.